Chapter 1 Martial Soul Awakening. Douluo Continent, Tiandu Empire, Shuofeng City, Qinghe Village. Spring has arrived, everything has revived, and it is the annual day of awakening of martial souls. Ho, innate soul power level 0, it's a pity that you can't become a soul master. Rabbit, innate soul power level 0. Blue silver grass, innate soul power level 0. As one child after another walked back in disappointment, a little boy in the crowd couldn't help but become nervous. The boy's eyes were bright and he had a pair of heroic sword eyebrows. He is not a person from this world, he was reborn from reincarnation. He was abandoned by his parents in this life just after he was reborn. Fortunately, he was picked up by the old village chief. The old village chief's surname is Gu, so his surname is Gu in this life, and his name is Gu Han, and his name is very ordinary. Next. Soon, the order of awakening of martial souls was ranked in Gu Han. Hearing the waving of the martial soul responsible for this awakening, Gu Han obediently stepped into the middle of the 6 awakening stones. Close your eyes, feel the changes in your soul power in your body, and then spread your right hand. Lu Rentao, a ministry in the Wuhan Palace, had 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. With his soul power, Gu Han only felt something coming out of his body. It didn't make the room full of golden light like Tang San. His awakening was very ordinary. He spread his hands and was a long sword full of dark blue. At the same time, an unknown martial art suddenly appeared in his mind. As long as he closes his eyes and calms down, he can see the contents of the book. Moreover, this book is very magical. Gu Han clearly has not systematically learned about meridians and breathing. But after seeing this book, he could understand it and could easily practice according to the above marked. After a little attempt, the soul power in his body was circulated in various meridians in his body according to the situation marked in the book, and finally returned to the lower danshan. It's a sword, it's a good weapon and martial soul. Let's try whether you have soul power. After Lu Rentao saw the long sword in Gu Han's hand, he couldn't help but feel moved. Perhaps there would be a soul master this year, and his performance would be added to the next level. After each soul master is discovered, the deities responsible for awakening will have corresponding bonuses and achievements. Thinking of this, Lu Rentao took out a crystal ball. Come on, child, put your hand on this and send your soul power in. Good. Gu Han nodded and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball then lit up a faint blue light, occupying half of the crystal. Innate soul power level 5. Lu Rentao opened his eyes wide in surprise. Unexpectedly, he discovered a genius. This is a perfect soul king's resource. If he works hard, he might even become a soul emperor. If he can be pulled into the spirit hall, I may be able to go further in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Rentao squatted down and stretched out his hand sincerely. Child, congratulations, you can become an excellent soul master. Our spirit hall has the best resources and teachers on the continent. Are you willing to join the spirit hall? I want to ask the village chief grandfather. Gu Han did not respond directly to the other party, but it was nothing even if he joined the spirit hall. After years of understanding, he learned that the Pope of the Spirit Hall at this time was still Chihiroji, and he had just ascended the position of the Pope for a few years. In other words, it is still early to the original plot, and it doesn't matter if he joins the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the Spirit Hall can indeed be of great help to him, a civilian soul master. In addition, the Spirit Hall also helped him awaken his martial soul. Even if he does not join the Spirit Hall, he will not be hostile. As for asking the village chief's grandfather, the main reason is that he wants to go to school in the local area first and then go to a larger city to develop. Okay, old Gu is outside, I'll take you to see him. Lu Rentao nodded. Gu Han happened to be the last awakened child. The matter happened to be resolved. He happened to ask Mr. Gu's opinion. Okay, children, the martial soul awakening ceremony has been completed. Everyone should go out with me. Lu Rentao waved his hand and walked out of the village's Wuhan hall with a few children. As soon as he saw everyone coming out, the village chief Gu hurried forward and asked carefully. Soul Master, can there be a child who awakens his soul power this year? Of course, it's this child who awakened an icy attribute Iron Sword and also had soul power up to level 5 and 8. Lu Rentao's attitude was obviously much better. He looked at Gu Han, as if he had seen a further scene in the future. Xiao Han, I'm not mistaken. You will really become a soul master. When the village chief Gu heard this, he was immediately excited. Although he had just inspired him casually at that time, he didn't really hope that the child he picked up could awaken his martial soul and become a soul master. But I heard the soul master in my own ear. People say that when Gu Han awakened his martial soul, he was excited and changed his attitude towards what he had said before. Grandpa, don't be excited, Master Soul Master has something to say. Looking at his grandfather's enthusiastic gaze, Gu Han couldn't stand it and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, old Gu, I invited this child to join the Wuhan Hall before, and the child said he wanted to seek your advice. Lu Rentao then coughed lightly and spoke out the serious matter. I'm willing, of course I'm willing, how can I not? When the village chief Gu heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Although there are quotas for work students in the village, if he joins the Soul Hall, this quota is not needed. Not to mention that he can save a lot of tuition. After Xiao Han level 10 in the future, the Soul Masters of the Soul Hall will also help hunt soul rings. There is no reason to refuse such a good thing. Gu Han did not object to this, and he did not dislike the Spirit Hall. Moreover, his identity is quite convenient for him to join the Spirit Hall. The reason why I asked my grandfather for his opinion was mainly because he wanted the old man to be happy and make the other party feel a little involved. Since that's the case, the child's tuition and other living needs will be borne by the Wuhan Palace from now on. Go back and clean up. You can come to Shuofeng City's Wuhan Palace to report in a few days. Seeing that things went well, Lu Rentao calmed down, but the joy in his heart could not be hidden. The reason why it is not possible today is that he still has many villages that have not awakened and has no time to go back in a short period of time. So I can only let the other party clean up by himself. I have entered the city by myself. The distance is not long anyway, so it is enough to have an adult follow him. Regarding Lu Rentao's words, village chief Gu naturally nodded and said yes. After respectfully seeing Lu Rentao away, the village chief Gu excitedly took Gu Han's hand and returned home. Looking at the old village chief Gu who was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Gu Han asked in confusion, Grandpa, what are you looking for? Mr. Gu did not speak, but lay under the bed, opened a small brick, and took out a wooden box from underneath. Grandpa, what is this? Gu Han was puzzled. Mr. Gu took out a cloth bag from the wooden box, sat on the wooden table and opened it. It turned out to be a bag of golden soul coins and a white jade pendant with an exquisite little sword carved on it, just like his martial soul. Xiao Han, you also know that you are the child I picked up by Grandpa. These things were all kept in your cradle back then. Grandpa has been keeping them for you. Now it's time to hand them over to you. Mr. Gu took Gu Han's hand and put these things in Gu Han's hand. Looking at the bag of golden soul coins and the white jade pendant in his hand, Gu Han put the golden soul coins back on the table and held the jade pendant that might have been left by his parents in his life. Xiao Han, are you? Grandpa, please keep this money. The village has been very good to me over the years. You just happened to use this money to improve your life. As he said that, Gu Han took 2 steps back, summoned his martial soul Xian Shuang sword, pretended to play a few times, and said with a smile. Besides, I will become a soul master in the future. This money will be just a pediatrician for me in the future. You kid, you know that's the future. Now you should take these first, so you can buy things you need in school in the future. Mr. Gu smiled and touched Gu Han's head. Gu Han felt a little warm. In order not to let the old man feel lost, he finally symbolically took 5. "Grandpa, I can't use that much money, 5 coins are enough." "Oh, you kid." Mr. Gu sighed. This child has been sensible since childhood and is heartbreaking. He also knows the child's personality. Seeing that the other party is like this, he never insists. However, he still plans to keep the money for Guhan, and he can take it out if he can use it. "Grandpa, it's still early now, I have to complete today's exercise." "Go." When Mr. Gu heard this, he waved his hand. He said he wanted to go home to clean up, but in fact he had nothing to bring. Since last year, Guhan has been running for a period of time every day. Although the effect is average, it does make his body stronger than that of ordinary children and not easily get sick. After leaving home, Guhan ran all the way to the stream at the entrance of the village, sat on the big stone he often rested, and studied the nameless martial arts in his mind. Although he didn't know what this was, he was sure that this was definitely not a product of Douluo continent. There are any records of the meridians and spiritual energy in this place, which are not something that should be found in Douluo continent. This may be the so-called golden finger. Based on the records and guidance in the book, Guhan tried to operate this exercise again. Gradually, Guhan felt that many magical energy slowly entered his limbs and bones in the world, and entered the lower dantian along his meridians. This feeling was very comfortable. Guhan completely forgot about time. It was not until the call of the old village chief Gu came from his ear that he slowly withdrew from this state. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dusk. "Is it so late?" Guhan shook his head. In his feelings, he just sat for a while, but unexpectedly he sat down from noon to dusk. "Ziohan, don't sit there, go back to have a meal." Mr. Gu's voice came again. "I know, Grandpa." Guhan no longer cared about this matter, jumped from the big stone and stood up and followed the old village chief home. He can't confirm his soul power level now, but in just one afternoon, the soul power in his body has increased a lot, and he can clearly sense that his soul power is much stronger than before. It seems that this technique can not only speed up the practice, but also make the soul power more pure. Thinking of this, a trace of confidence appeared on the corner of Guhan's mouth. With this nameless method, what if his innate soul power is low? You can also become a titled Douluo or even become a god. Thinking of this, a heroic feeling arose in Guhan's heart. Chapter 2 Admission. In the next few days, Guhan kept eating at 2 o'clock and then running to the river to practice. At the same time, there was a way of practicing sword moves in the book of the nameless method for some reason. Although he is not very experienced, he is very suitable for Guhan's current situation. On the edge of the stream in the early morning, Guhan held the Xianshuang sword in his hand, stabbed, chopped, dotted, picked, cracked, cut, slash, wiped, cut, hang, rack, pressed, and all the most basic sword moves were integrated, and combined with a special set of steps, sweating freely. This set of sword moves is much more useful than running or something. It seemed like it was tailor-made. In just a few days, Guhan had integrated this set of sword moves. "Ziohan, stop practicing, rest, we should go to Shuofeng City." Old Gu stood in the distance and shouted loudly. "I understand, Grandpa." Guhan responded, put away his sword and trotted back. After eating good food and cleaning up, Guhan and Mr. Gu walked towards the city. Shuofeng City is located in the northern border of the Tiandu Empire and adjacent to the extreme north. The soul masters here are basically all water and ice attributes, so after Guhan awakened the attributes, Lu Rentao did not show too much surprise. Although this city is a small city on the border, the walls are tall and majestic. The city is not as prosperous as Guhan imagined, and it is even worse than Nodding City. After all, it is a bitter and cold place in the north and a small town, which is quite normal. However, Guhan has discovered in the past few days that his jade pendant is actually a soul guide with a total of 20 cubic meters of space inside. The Wuhan branch of Shuofeng City is located in the center of the east of the city. It is architecturally similar to the Western fantasy-style castle. Although it is just a branch hall, it is still grand and magnificent. The two of them went up the stairs and were stopped by two golden soldiers. "Stop, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Mr. Gu walked forward and took out the martial soul certificate that Lu Rentao had opened a few days ago. "Sir, we are here to report to the Wuhan Hall." One of the soldiers took a look, returned the certificate, and let the two of them enter. After entering the gate, there is a wide hall with elegant interior decoration but with a bit of modern feel. This decoration combination made Gu Han complain in his heart, "This technology tree in Douluo continent is very strange." In the hall, a young man came with an old man in white. The young man was Lu Rentao, who awakened Gu Han's martial soul before. He was a level 25 great soul master. "You are here." Lu Rentao brought the old man to greet him and introduced, "This is the bishop of our branch hall, Master Markle." "Master Markle, this child is Gu Han, a genius with level 5 innate soul power." Seeing Master Markle looking at him, Gu Han politely greeted him, "Hello Master Markle, I am Gu Han." "Well, it's not bad. From now on, you will be a part of the Martial Soul Hall in Shuofeng City. If you have any problems in the future, just talk to me and Xiao Tao." A hint of admiration flashed in Master Markle's eyes, and he nodded with satisfaction. "Then I'll bother the two masters." Mr. Gu bowed slightly, then turned around and told Gu Han a few more words before leaving alone. "Child, your name is Gu Han, right?" Master Markle looked at Gu Han's martial soul credentials and confirmed it again. "Yes." "Well, I'll call you Ziohan from now on. Master is free." "Haha, don't be restrained. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Markle." Markle laughed, and while speaking, he also summoned his 4 soul rings, white, yellow and purple. He turned out to be a foreign soul sect, and he is also a great bishop in the Martial Soul Branch Hall. Grandpa Markle. Gu Han didn't mind anything. The other party really looked quite old, and the other party was the bishop here, so he called him Grandpa. Although he might not be taken care of by the other party, he would not be worn with small shoes at least. Those who are away from home should learn to restrain their sharpness, especially when facing people who are much stronger than themselves. He did this not because he was afraid of things, but just didn't want to make trouble. Someone really came to cause trouble for himself. He was not in vain for 2 lifetimes. Bishop Markle was very satisfied with Gu Han's tactfulness and didn't mind giving Gu Han a little bit of comfort. He turned to look at Lu Rentao and instructed him. "Xiao Tao, you will take Ziohan to Shuofeng City Junior Soul Master College tomorrow to report, what is Ziohan missing? He'll prepare everything and ask me to reimburse the money I spent." "Good." Lu Rentao nodded, his thoughts flowed in his heart, thinking about taking this opportunity to buy some small gifts for his goddess, so he accepted it happily. The next day, Lu Rentao took Gu Han to buy some decent clothes, bedding, and other daily necessities in the store outside, which was much better than the ones Gu Han brought with him and was more comprehensive. Shuofeng Junior Soul Master Academy is the largest academy in Shuofeng City. The principal of this school is a soul master, and his strength is considered a master in this small city. Due to the reason for the Wuhan Hall, Gu Han's admission was very smooth, and he also had his own single dormitory. Compared with work students, the conditions are better than one level. Moreover, before Lu Rentao left, he left him with the exclusive meditation method of the Spirit Hall, which was better than the public's meditation method. Although Gu Han has an unknown method, this is his secret. He naturally would not refuse the kindness sent by the other party. After a little look, Gu Han put it into the jade pendant, and had no idea of practicing. After Lu Rentao settled down Gu Han, he went to buy gifts for his goddess. However, this has nothing to do with Gu Han. After he packed up the dormitory, he went to the classroom under the leadership of his class teacher. The head teacher is a middle-aged woman in her 40s and 50s. Her surname is Qin and she is a great soul master. It was already past 10 o'clock and the students were taking class. The class teacher took Gu Han into the classroom. Before entering the classroom, Gu Han took a look at the door number of the class, Class 1, Grade 1. The arrival of the two naturally attracted the attention of these children. The head teacher clapped his hands and said, "Students, a new classmate came to our class today. I hope everyone can get along peacefully in the future. Come on, introduce yourself." "Okay." Gu Han nodded, walked up to the podium, wrote down his name on the blackboard, turned around and said politely to everyone, "Hello everyone, my name is Gu Han, Wuhan Xian Shuang Snow Sword, please give me more advice in the future." Ba ba ba. There was a burst of applause from below, and then Director Qin pressed his hand and pressed down his applause. She pointed to the empty space beside the window in the back row of the class and said, "Student Gu Han, you can sit there from now on." "Okay." Gu Han nodded and sat down in his seat. Next to him was a little fat man in luxury. Seeing Gu Han's normal clothes, the other party felt contemptuous, but he still asked with a curious attitude, "Hey, country bumpkin, what is your innate soul power?" Gu Han frowned slightly, and did not have a direct attack. He just glanced at the other party. "It's class time now, and I've just introduced myself." The little fat man curled his lips, muttered in a low voice, "Pretend to be a chicken," and ignored it. Gu Han frowned slightly, but he did not attack in class, and listened carefully to the teacher's lecture on stage. "Students, what we are going to talk about today is the classification of martial souls. Martial souls are divided into three categories: beast martial souls, and weapon martial souls, and plant-based martial souls. Among them, beast martial souls are mostly strong attack systems and sensitive power systems, and plant-based martial souls are mostly control systems, while weapon martial souls are divided into several types, including strong attack systems, sensitive power systems, auxiliary systems, etc. The class talks about basic knowledge about martial souls. Although Gu Han had read a lot of information about this world in his previous life, he still listened to this class carefully. Dingling. "Okay, that's all for today's course, and the get out of class will be over." As the bell rang, the lecturer did not delay the class, closed the teaching materials and quickly left the classroom. Gu Han packed up his textbooks and planned to go to the school's library to check the materials. However, at this moment, several boys blocked his way. The leader was the little fat man. The little fat man hugged his arms and stared at Gu Han with his nostrils as if he was looking at people. "Boy, you're very arrogant." Gu Han frowned slightly, his tone was quite restrained. "Get out of the way." "Ha ha ha, did you hear that?" He said, "Let's get out of the way." Unexpectedly, the fat man and the 4 or 5 children behind the other party laughed, and the other students hid far away as if they had seen the plague god. After laughing for a while, the fat man looked at Gu Han, who had not made any noise, and asked arrogantly with his thumb pointing at his nose, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Gu Han looked at the other party, chuckled, and said, "I don't care who you are. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude." "Oh, you're welcome." The little fat man raised his eyebrows when he heard this and sneered, "Then I want to see how you're so rude." As the little fat man's voice fell, several maids behind the other party began to approach Gu Han. Snort. Gu Han had no intention of causing trouble in school, but this did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Since the other party had already bullied him, he naturally would not think about anything. He immediately mobilized his soul power and punched the little fat man with a sudden punch. Cooperating with the footwork in the nameless method, Gu Han's speed is extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, several horsemen passed by and punched the fat man's face full of flesh. Puff! The little fat man was knocked to the ground with a punch before he could react. The little fat man sat on the ground, touched his hot fat face, and cursed in anger. "MD, you dare to hit me, and you will get him apart." Seeing this, the other people quickly summoned their respective martial souls, basically some ordinary beast martial souls and wooden sticks. Several people surrounded Gu Han, intending to teach him a lesson. Gu Han's eyes turned cold and he summoned the Xian Shuang sword, and various basic sword moves he integrated into were used. After all, these guys are just a group of soul gurus who have not yet won the first soul ring, and there is not much difference between them and Gu Han. In addition, Gu Han himself has more systematic combat skills and his physical fitness is higher than these children. Although the other party has many people, he only spent a little more effort. He beat the group of pony boys upside down. Gu Han held up his sword and walked towards the little fat man. Seeing this, the other party thought Gu Han wanted to chop him, so he quickly kicked his legs behind and begged for mercy. "Big brother, don't, I'm wrong, I admit my mistake, my grandfather is the lord of Shuofeng City, don't kill me." Gu Han squatted down, grabbed the little fat man's collar, and stared at the other party with a cold look. "I don't care who your grandfather is. Come and bother me again, don't blame the martial soul palace for turning against others." After saying that, Gu Han let go of the fat man and left the classroom directly. In order to avoid subsequent trouble, Gu Han simply moved out the Wuhan Hall. He had no time to play house with a group of little kids. Besides, if it doesn't matter, then he is stupid. Chapter 3 Level 10. "Boss, are you okay?" Gu Han seemed to be very serious, but in fact he just made these people feel pain and did not hurt these people. It was not until Gu Han left that the few people dared to get up from the ground and care about the fat man. "I'm fine. This guy is actually from the Wuhan Palace. Don't mess with him in the future." The fat man waved his hand, covered his swollen face, took a breath of air conditioning, and warned his younger brothers. This kind of person is a typical bullying of the weak and afraid of the strong. He knows who can provoke and who can't provoke. When he didn't know that Gu Han was from the Wuhan Hall, this guy was arrogant and domineering because he was the city lord's grandson. After learning about Gu Han's identity, he put away his revenge. Although he is domineering, he is not stupid. This guy named Gu Han knows that his innate soul power is not low just by looking at his strength, and he must be at least about 3 or 4 levels. The Wuhan Hall and Shuofeng City will definitely attach great importance to the other party. If it really makes the real fire, the one who suffers in the end will be their family. Gu Han was not interested in the fat man's mental activities, so he went straight to the library of Shifeng Junior College. After living for 2 lives, he is well aware of the importance of knowledge. Now he is in an era that is decades away from Tang San. There is still time to develop, and perhaps he can still intercept some opportunities for the other party. Although his cultivation speed can be filled with the help of the nameless method, the immortal grass can help him improve his qualifications and make his cultivation easier. However, the fairy grass is still a bit far away for him now. The ice and fire yin eyes are located in the depths of the sunset forest, surrounded by soul beasts of more than 10,000 years. They cannot get in until he has a certain strength. As for finding someone to cooperate, it's the same thing. Without a certain amount of strength, this kind of cooperation is tantamount to seeking a skin to a tiger. A blacksmith must be strong himself. Besides, the ice and fire eyes will not run away even if they are placed there. At this time, Douluo may not find that place. Even if he finds it, the other party does not know the function of the immortal grass there. Now he only needs to do 2 things. First, become stronger, and second, accumulate knowledge. After this, Gu Han never suffered any provocation again. He was happy to be idle and lived a boring life every day. Class, check materials, practice swords, and meditate. In this way, after almost a year, Gu Han felt a bottleneck, which made his soul power unable to improve. He knew that he had finally reached level 10. It has to be said that in the entire Shifeng Junior Soul Master Academy, there are basically Soul Masters, and only a few 6th grade students have reached the level of 10th level Soul Masters. Although there are many geniuses on this continent, there are still few pitiful ones, and almost all of them are concentrated together. In such remote places, those who can have a soul ring in the junior college are all good geniuses. It was still very fast that Gu Han was able to upgrade from level 5 to level 10 in a year. In addition, Gu Han's practice of his special skills, and he had competed with several senior students of similar levels before. It was discovered that the soul power in his body was at least several times more pure and thicker than that of people in the same realm. The soul power required for each level must also exceed that of ordinary soul masters. After school, Gu Han returned to the Wuhan branch of Shuofeng City and found Bishop Markle. Grandpa Markle, when I was meditating recently, I found that my soul power had reached the critical point. I want to come back and test my soul power. Although it can be tested in the school, he still believes in the people in the Wuhan Hall more than in the school. Haha, Xiao Han is back, come with me. Master Markle's attitude towards Gu Han at first was just because the other party was a little genius and deliberately got close to him. But after a year of contact, he found that this child was obedient, sensible, studious, hard-working, and had a good and independent child. Therefore, his attitude towards Gu Han was really treated like his own grandson. This year, I also took great care of Gu Han. Seeing Gu Han come back, Master Markle smiled kindly and took Gu Han to the soul power test room. The area inside the test room is about 200 square meters. A huge floor-to-ceiling window brings enough light to the room. There are 5 black stones the size of fists embedded in the surrounding walls. On the ground, there is a huge symbol in the shape of a token, and a long sword goes down vertically. This is the lowest level symbol in the martial spirit hall, but it is also something that many people can see. In front of the room, there is a row of cylindrical white jade tables with soul power testing crystals on it. Markle took a crystal ball from one of them and put it in front of Gu Han. Come on, put your hand on it, and then send your soul power in. Gu Han nodded, reached out to take the crystal ball, and sent his soul power in with ease. Buzz! The crystal ball instantly lit up a full blue light. Seeing this situation, Master Markle was even more happy than Gu Han and said with a smile, Haha, Xiao Han, congratulations on breaking through to level 10. After obtaining the first soul ring, you can truly become a soul master. Thank you Grandpa Markle for the compliment. By the way, Xiao Han, I see that you often appear in the library. Now my grandfather is taking you, what do you think of the first soul ring? Master Markle has always seen Gu Han's performance this year, and now he has become a little more interested in taking the school exam. He asked with a smile while stroking his beard with one hand. Hearing the other party's question, Gu Han nodded and said, Grandpa Markle, I do have a goal. Oh, let's hear it. Markle raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Gu Han sorted out his thoughts and language in his mind, and then replied out loud. My martial soul Xian Shuang sword is an icy attributed martial soul, so for soul beasts, you must find ones with the same attribute to increase the attributes of the martial soul, and it is best to get a soul skill with all attributes added. A soul skill with full attribute enhancement is very important for me in the future. And according to my understanding of soul beasts this year, a soul beast called the Ice Crystal Hedgehog is very suitable for me. The Ice Crystal Hedgehog is an icy attributed soul beast with a sharp thorn on its back, which can release the Ice Crystal Sword energy. The Ice Crystal Sword energy released by a 100-year-old Ice Crystal Hedgehog will feel tricky even some soul masters. Gu Han knew very well that the effect of the full attribute increase in the later stage. This increase will not be too obvious when the weak is small, but after the strength is strong, the percentage increase effect can be revealed. Two titled Douluo of the same realm fight, one has a percentage increase and the other has no, and the gap will also widen. The titled Douluo with a percentage increase will definitely stabilize the latter. But considering that the Ice Crystal Hedgehog is rare, I have alternative options. Oh? Tell me. The Snowy Ice Wolf also has extremely strong attack power and armor-breaking effect, and also has considerable icy attribute abilities. Yeah, it's not bad, it's not bad. Master Markle stroked his beard gently and smiled. Although the ice crystal hedgehog you mentioned is a little rare, 2 of them happened to be lucky in the soul hunting forest in Shuofeng City last year. One was less than 100 years old, and the other one had indeed had 300 years of cultivation. It is estimated that it has reached 400 years now. And these 2 ice crystal hedgehogs have never been hunted. You have good physical fitness. Maybe you can try the one that has been around for 400 years. As the bishop of the martial soul branch of Shuofeng City, Master Markle knows the soul beasts transported from the soul hunting forest every year. Now that Guhan mentions the ice crystal hedgehog, he just happened to think of this. As the bishop of the martial soul branch hall, he naturally knows more than ordinary teachers. The upper limit of the first 4 soul rings of the soul master is closely related to the body of the soul master. The subsequent 10,000-year soul ring requires the spiritual strength of the soul master. Master Markle was not worried about Guhan's physical condition. The other party took time to exercise his body every day, and asked himself to help him buy some medicinal materials and take a medicinal bath. Nowadays, Guhan's body is naturally no problem to absorb a soul beast that has been around for 400 years. Chapter 4 Special Functions of the Unknown Law. That's great, then Grandpa Markle, when will we set out? Guhan was delighted when he heard Markle say that the soul hunting forest happened to have his own goal, and his age was appropriate, and he was immediately excited on the surface. Sure enough, after seeing Guhan's appearance, Master Markle suddenly felt relieved. As expected, he was just a child, and he had a sense of fun in developing the system. Haha, without further ado, I can arrange a manpower now to take you to the soul hunting forest. No, I will take you there in person this time. Thank you, Grandpa Markle. Guhan gave a slight salute. Hey, we don't have to be so restrained. Markle waved his hand and said there was no need to say much. Just clean up later, Markle called the carriage, and 2 deacons of the Great Soul Master level, and took Guhan to the soul hunting forest outside the city. Of course, Lu Rentao is one of them, and another Great Soul Master is a defensive soul master with a martial soul that is an ice turtle. A soul sect and 2 Great Soul Masters are considered a very luxurious lineup in this remote town. After passing the guards and entering the soul hunting forest, Master Markle spoke, Xiao Han, you are among the 3 of us, be careful and beware of the surroundings. Good. Guhan nodded. Although it was just a small soul hunting forest, the soul beasts inside would not exceed 700 years at most. Be careful to make the 10,000-year-old ship, and you still have to have the vigilance that you should have. The soul hunting forest here is different from the inland. Although it is already spring, the inside of the forest is still snow-white and the cold wind is biting. With the help of the spirit hall, they all knew the place where the soul beasts lived here, and they were familiar with it and came to an ice lake. This is the place where the 2 ice crystal hedgehogs live together, be careful. Master Markle's voice fell, and the few people immediately responded and summoned their respective martial souls. Master Markle's martial soul is a white polar bear. After possessing it, his whole body grew from a little old man more than 1 meter to more than 2 meters, with some white-brown hair growing on his body. Lu Rentao's martial soul is a snow wolf. Guhan saw it when he woke up his martial soul, especially the bloodthirsty green eyes, which scared several children to cry. The shape of another great soul master made Guhan twitch slightly, and he tried hard to hold back his smile and turned around to look at this person. This great soul master was like a layer of turtle shell, looking like a giant turtle who had become a sperm. Guhan also summoned his martial soul Xianshuang sword. Because it was a weapon and martial soul, his physical characteristics did not change much. Lu Rentao also had another great soul master behind Guhan, while Master Markle walked alone in front, protecting Guhan in the center. Several people finally found a hole on the other side of the ice lake. This is almost the cave of the ice crystal hedgehog. Master Markle felt a powerful soul power fluctuation in the cave and said in a serious tone, "You all retreat." As he said that, Master Markle's second soul ring lit up, and a polar bear roared to the sky behind him. The second soul skill, Xiongzhen. Master Markle roared and punched the ground, causing a violent vibration on the ground, and a small hedgehog with a size of more than 30 centimeters was shaken out. This is the little ice crystal hedgehog that is less than 100 years old. Master Markle saw that the big one had not come out yet, and immediately stretched out his big hand to attack the little hedgehog. Roar! With a roar, more than a dozen ice sword energy shot out from the entrance of the cave. Immediately afterwards, the hole broke open, and a 3-meter white hedgehog flew out from it. It had 4 sword-shaped barbs on its back, which had obviously reached 400 years. The real goal has finally emerged. Prepare for the fight. The 4 of them were immediately alert and confronted the 400-year-old ice crystal hedgehog in a high position. The little ice crystal hedgehog had already escaped into the depths of the forest without looking back. Superior! Master Markle shouted loudly, and the 3 of them immediately used their strongest soul skills to attack the ice crystal hedgehog. Roar! The ice crystal hedgehog roared angrily, and the spikes behind him shot in all directions, forcing Lu Rentao to retreat and another great soul master. Master Markle slapped his bare paws angrily, shattering all the ice crystal sword energy that attacked him. Since the attacks of the ice crystal hedgehog are on a large scale, Gu Han is also within the scope of these attacks. Not good. The 3 of them naturally noticed Gu Han's situation. This child is indeed a good genius, but no matter how genius is, he is just a soul savior who has no soul ring at level 10. How could he stop it when facing the attack of the 400-year-old soul beast? Xiao Han, please avoid it. Master Markle was the first to react, and shouted loudly as he rushed towards Gu Han. Gu Han's eyes frightened, and he used a special footwork under his feet to avoid most of the ice crystal sword energy. Gu Han, who could not dodge, used all his soul power to swing the Xianshuang sword to cut it open. It is simply a soul beast that has been around for 400 years. Gu Han can still withstand the powerful soul power brought by the unknown method. Seeing this situation, the 3 of them were slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Gu Han actually withstood this wave of attacks by himself. You should know that it is a soul beast that is 400 years old, and it is a relatively powerful type. A level 10 soul sage who has not become a soul master can actually withstand it. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? Although the ice crystal hedgehog is not powerful among icy attributed soul beasts, it is much stronger than ordinary soul beasts. After cutting several sword energy in succession, Gu Han's arms began to numb slightly. At this moment, Master Markle also successfully returned to the rescue, with his tall body blocking Gu Han's body, and his heavy bare paw swings, slapped off all the sword energy. The second soul skill, tear it apart. Lu Rentao roared, swung his claws violently, and the claw marks attacked the ice crystal hedgehog, forcing the other party to stop the attack. Although the ice crystal hedgehog is powerful, it has not been able to last long after the joint attack of a soul sect and 2 great soul masters. Roar! With a whine, the huge body of the ice crystal hedgehog fell to the ground, except for a little breathing, he could no longer move. Xiao Han, give it the last blow. Seeing this, Master Markle immediately urged him. Because the ice crystal hedgehog was too difficult, even he tried his best to show his strength, and it was difficult to show mercy. If he delayed it further, if the ice crystal hedgehog died, they would be in vain. Gu Han naturally knew the importance of this. He walked to the ice crystal hedgehog, took a deep breath, and stabbed the sword into the ice crystal hedgehog's head. Soon, a yellow soul ring slowly condensed above the ice crystal hedgehog. Xiao Han, sit cross-legged, calm down, and use your soul power to guide the soul ring to connect with you. Good. Gu Han nodded, sat cross-legged on the edge of the soul ring, and began to close his eyes and absorb the soul ring. The other 3 were standing by the side to protect Gu Han. The soul ring was absorbed smoothly and there was no painful sign, but Gu Han secretly frowned. Because Gu Han could feel that the nameless Dharma in his mind suddenly began to shine, and this was the first time this happened. The energy of this soul ring was quickly saved and entered Gu Han's danshan. At the same time, an inexplicable skill appeared in his mind, which is probably a soul skill. However, he discovered something very interesting, that is, the soul ring was not attached to him, but appeared in the book in his mind. At the same time, there is a strange knowledge in my mind that can simulate the soul ring, and it can also slowly increase the soul ring age according to the nameless method. Please bookmark, please recommend tickets. Chapter 5 The First Soul Skill, The Change Brought by the Nameless Method. Noticed that Gu Han frowned, Lu Rentao couldn't help but speak worriedly. Master Markle, will it be dangerous for Xiao Han to absorb the first soul ring for 400 years? After all, this kid Gu Han is really sensible. Last year, under the other party's counsel, he successfully won the goddess he had been chasing for several years. I believe this kid can do it. Master Markle's psychology is also a little unbearable, but this moment is obviously Gu Han's most critical moment. Rampant interruption will only ruin the future of this child. I can only wait a little longer. Markle stared at Gu Han tightly, not daring to let go of any details from the other party. Once something is wrong, even if you risk destroying the child's future, you must save the other party's life. Half an hour passed, and Gu Han finally converted and absorbed all the energy from the soul ring. The meridians in his body turned from the previous stream to the riverbed, and the soul power that could be stored was several times more than the amount. When Gu Han opened his eyes, he saw 3 big faces staring at him. He jumped up in fear, and the 3 people on the opposite side were also shocked. After seeing the 3 of them clearly, Gu Han breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Grandpa Markle, Brother Tao, Brother Hai, I succeeded." Okay, I know you can do it." Markle stroked his beard gently, looking like an expert who I already knew. Lu Rentao and Gui Hai couldn't help but roll their eyes secretly. It was obvious that they could almost kill the flies with their eyebrows just now. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Xiao Han, what is your first soul skill? Notice the eyes of Lu Rentao and Gui Hai. Markle coughed lightly and changed the subject without a trace. Hearing this, sure enough, the eyes of several people turned to Gu Han, and they wanted to know what the soul skills brought by the first ring of the century were like. Hearing this, Gu Han summoned the Xianshuang sword, and then a simulated 100-year soul ring lit up under his feet. My first soul skill is Xianshuang sword qi, which can attach ice sword qi to the sword body. The sword qi can be released outward, and its attack power is increased by 10%. Gu Han said. The soul ring under his feet lit up, and a layer of frost was covered with the light blue sword body, and then he slashed at the nearby big stone with a sword. In an instant, the large stone that was 1 person tall was cut into 2 pieces, and the cut in the middle was smooth, like a bright mirror, with a layer of transparent ice crystal attached to it, emitting a cold air. What a sharp sword! It's worthy of being a 100-year soul ring. Markle and the other 2 were all shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful first soul skill as they had grown up. Perhaps only the core geniuses of the Wu Soul Hall, the 7 major sects and the 2 empires can be compared. However, those geniuses are too rare and they may never see them in their lifetime. Okay, our Shuofeng city has also produced a genius. Markle came to his senses and said 3 good words in a row, which showed how excited he was. If it weren't for Grandpa Markle and 2 older brothers to help, I wouldn't have been able to get such a good soul ring. Although Gu Han was a little happy, he was not proud and scratched the back of his head modestly. However, he still didn't say something, that is, his soul ring and soul skill attributes will grow slowly with the help of the unknown method. This is also his greatest reliance and secret. Haha, don't be so polite to us, but you will become more prosperous in the future, don't forget us. Lu Rentao hugged Gu Han's shoulders like a joke. Because of obtaining the first soul ring, Gu Han has grown a lot taller, about 1.5 meters tall. You should know that he is only 7 years old now. No wonder children in Douluo continent are precocious, and perhaps some of them are due to the soul ring. After absorbing a soul ring, the human physical fitness will also be much stronger. Don't worry, when I become stronger in the future, I will naturally not forget your support today. Gu Han smiled, knowing that the other party was joking, but naturally some of them were taken seriously. He also made a promise. After all, he would have to be here for a few years. And he is not the kind of person who becomes stronger and looks down on those who have helped him in the past. Sure enough, after hearing Gu Han's words, the three of them showed a gratifying smile on their faces, and Lu Rentao patted Gu Han's shoulder. Okay, I'm just a joke. Let's go. After we go back to register for you, you will become a real soul master. The three of them did not have any traces of ink, and left the soul hunting forest, got on a carriage and returned to the Martial Soul Hall in the city. After a familiar registration, Gu Han obtained his own Martial Soul Note, which is owned by every soul master in the Martial Soul Hall and symbolizes his identity. The token in his hand is just a sword, which is the lowest level brand. It can be used as a credential in the future. Every month, he can receive a golden soul coin in any Martial Soul sub-hall for a subsidy for the soul master. After registering, Gu Han said goodbye to the three of them and returned to school alone. After returning to school, Gu Han did not go to the classroom, but returned to his dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, calm down and sinking consciousness into your mind. The situation at that time was quite special, and Gu Han was not in a hurry to study the changes brought about by the unnamed method. The white jade-colored nameless book in his mind was lying quietly in his mind. His eyes turned to the second page of the nameless method, and above it, a yellow soul ring was rotating. Although the soul ring has not changed much, Gu Han could clearly feel that the age of the soul ring has increased a little. What kind of book is this? Gu Han frowned. The book appeared when he awakened his martial soul. He suspected that this was his second martial soul, but then he thought about it and denied it again. Whose martial soul can still have its own martial arts? Now this thing has included the soul ring that should have been put on the Xianshuang sword, only retaining the amplification effect on the Xianshuang sword. On the surface, no one will notice his difference. After he obtained the first soul ring, the nameless scripture he practiced also had attributes, which could enhance his strength. This nameless dharma is too mysterious. Gu Han guessed the other party's origin more than once. Perhaps his time travel was related to this nameless dharma book. After a long time, Gu Han opened his eyes. Now his soul power has reached level 11, his innate soul power is level 5, and he has become a soul master in just 1 year. This speed is undoubtedly much faster than that of the same talented soul master. After that, Gu Han carefully felt his current state. The soul power he had cultivated in his body was now transforming into ice attributes. If all my soul rings are attached with icy attributed soul beasts in the future, they may be able to evolve the martial soul to the extreme ice. Originally, Gu Han was just thinking about enhancing the attributes of his martial soul as much as possible, and he did not have the confidence to evolve the attributes of his martial soul to the extreme. This current situation has changed his previous thoughts. This unknown method has helped him more than he imagined. Chapter 6 5 years. Time flies, and 5 years pass by in a flash. In the past 5 years, Gu Han also successfully went from a soul master to a level 22 great soul master. At the same time, he also discovered the disadvantage of the unnamed method, that is, there is too much soul power required at each level, which makes his upgrade speed slower and slower. But it's not all bad. After all, although he is only at level 22 now, it's okay to fight some high-level soul masters. At the entrance of Qinghe village, Gu Han walked into the village casually. During these 5 years, Gu Han returned to the village 10 times, and this time it may be his last time in a short period of time. The golden soul coins that Gu Han obtained every year are basically useless. He handed them over to the village chief after returning to the village, leaving only enough money for himself. Pushing open the door of the house, Gu Han saw his grandfather who was busy killing chickens in the yard. "Grandpa, I'm back." "Haha, it's Xiao Han's back. Grandpa is killing a chicken today. You go back to the house to rest first, just show your skills." After seeing Gu Han, Mr. Gu suddenly showed a simple smile on his face. "Grandpa, I'll go and cut some side dishes for you." Gu Han said, washed his hands and walked into the kitchen. Mr. Gu didn't say much, and could only sigh in his heart, this child is still so sensible. Over the years, he has also collected the money Gu Han gave to the village. However, last year, Gu Han discovered these things and insisted on improving life for everyone in the village. Finally, with Gu Han's insistence, he took out some money to build houses and roads for the village, and also found some business for everyone. Gu Han taught some street snacks he learned in his previous life to several skillful ants in the village. Although these snacks don't make much money, they can also allow the villagers to have an additional source of income. Therefore, the village became closer to Gu Han. When he was away, he would help take care of his grandfather who was gradually inconvenient in his legs and feet. Because Mr. Gu has always been, he refused to reveal his name and was the oldest in the village, so no one knew his name. So everyone calls him Lao Gutu or the old village chief. Gu Han came to the kitchen and cleaned up some vegetables. The grandfather and grandson couldn't eat too much, 1 plate of fried chicken, 2 plates of vegetables, and 1 portion of egg soup. The two also made a little wine. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Gu Han swallowed the chicken in his mouth and said, "Grandpa, I've graduated this year. I plan to go to Longcheng to develop after this. There is a great fighting spirit field there, which can test my strength." Mr. Gu paused for a moment, then put the picked up chicken into Gu Han's bowl and sighed. "Yes, as a soul master, you should go out and try it out. If you are tired, remember to go home and take a look." Feeling Grandpa's reluctance, Gu Han spoke out and promised, "Grandpa, don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, this place will always be my home, and I will come back here." Mr. Gu was stunned for a moment, and the wrinkled old face showed a kind smile. "Good boy, Grandpa doesn't want you to make a name for yourself. As long as you can be safe, it's enough." "Well, Grandpa, you have to take good care of yourself." Gu Han felt a little sad. After all, he was going to leave here and part with his family. After a meal, Gu Han lived in the village for another half a month before leaving with the villagers. Looking at Gu Han's departure, the village chief Gu sighed, "Oh, I'll leave after all." "Old village chief, don't be sad. Xiao Han is a child who is sensible and smart. The village can develop so well, all depends on this child. In the future, this child will definitely become the pride of our village." A middle-aged man gently patted the village chief Gu on the shoulder. "Hey, I'm not that vulnerable yet, don't worry about this old man like me." Old Gu came to his senses and angrily patted the big man's big hand full of calluses. Longcheng is the upper provincial capital of Shuofeng City, located in the northeast of the ice forest. The city here is much larger than Shuofeng City. The most important thing is that there is a high-level soul master academy here, and there is also a great soul fighting field. It is one of the 2 important cities in Swiling province. It does not belong to any kingdom, but is owned by the Tiandu Empire. By midsummer, the temperature here is still lower than inland. Gu Han's goal this time is the Ice Crystal Advanced Soul Master Academy located in Longcheng. Of course, before this, he will go to the Master Wuhan Hall here to report and get the golden soul coins for this month. It has to be said that this place is worthy of being a big city, and you can see soul masters with strong strength and beautiful ladies everywhere. Name: Martial Soul. Show your soul ring. After confirming Gu Han's situation, the young lady in the window pushed out 10 golden soul coins. "Get it, this is your subsidy this month." Gu Han took the golden soul coin, tapped it lightly, and put it into the white jade pendant. After receiving the money, Gu Han went to the Ice Crystal Advanced Soul Master Academy to register. Since Gu Han's grade fully meets the requirements, some admission tests were skipped directly and he entered the academy directly. 3 years ago, the War Spirit Hall released news that Pope Gyeongsunji accepted an apprentice and was named Saint, but the specific one was not disclosed. But Gu Han knew that he was Bibidong, a super genius with innate soul power and twin martial souls. It can be said that he was a proud daughter of heaven, but his fate was a little bumpy. 3 years ago, Bibidong was 6 years old and he was 9 years old. According to the original work, Bibidong achieved the title Douluo in his 30s, it was inferred that it was more than 30 years before Tang San was born. These 30 years have been enough for Gu Han to grow up completely. Just as Gu Han was thinking about his future development, 2 men with a fat and thin face suddenly appeared in front of him. "Oh, boy, you're new here. Do you know the rules of the academy?" One of the tall and thin men held his arms and stared at Gu Han with disdain. Gu Han was speechless in his heart. Why did he encounter such a thing again? But it doesn't matter. Let's try the details of these 2 people first. What do you call the 2 big brothers? When the 2 heard this, they immediately looked back to Gu Han. The thin man took the lead and said, "My name is Dama Monkey, Martial Soul Snow Ape, and a level 33 strong attack Soul Master. My name is Zhu Gangli, the Martial Soul 9-foot Ice Rake, the level 34 strong attack Soul Master. We are, pig and monkey combination." Gu Han twitched, but the level of these 2 people was indeed a little tricky, so he did not immediately get angry and bowed. "Gu Han, a member of the Wuhan Palace, I wonder what the rules," the 2 elder brothers said. Wu Soul Hall. Are you from the Spirit Hall?" When the 2 of them heard this, they immediately put away their contempt. After all, the Spirit Hall is not an easy force to mess with. When ordinary soul masters meet the people in the Spirit Hall, they basically do not violate the river. Yes. Seeing the 2 of them reacting, Gu Han knew that he had bet right, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the name of the Martial Soul Palace is really useful. Ahem, it's okay, we just want to make friends with Brother Gu. Gu Han looked at the second 1 people. These 2 people don't look like students in their teens, but they look more like people in their 30s. "You are not students from this academy, are you?" "Of course, we are the security guards at the entrance of the college. As long as the students pay the protection fee, we are responsible for protecting the students here." Sure enough, after hearing the words of the big horse monkey, Gu Han also got the answer. These 2 were clearly 2 social gangsters who bullied children by their strength. In addition, there may be some connections behind it, and it has not been cleaned up. Okay, 2 brothers, I still have something to do. I will talk to you about it when I meet you another day. Go. After the 2 learned that Gu Han was the Soul Master of the Wu Soul Hall, they did not make things difficult for each other and made a way out from the middle and let Gu Han go. Chapter 7, Fighting the Soul, Amazing 4 Seasons. Brother, this kid belongs to the Wuhan Hall. Why do you want to go to school here? Doesn't the Wuhan Hall have its own educational system? Seeing Gu Han walking away, the big horse monkey asked in confusion. Fool! Zhu Ganglio's fat hand slapped the back of the horse monkey's head and said angrily, "The Wuhan Palace Academy is at the same level as the aristocratic academies such as Tiandu and Xingluo, and not everyone can enter. And, is it different to put students in other schools?" "Yes, this will save a lot of money." The big horse monkey nodded thoughtfully, not knowing if it was often slapped by Zhu Gang, and his eyes were filled with clear stupidity. "Well, that's right." Zhu Gangli with his hands behind his back, looking like a childish expression. Gu Han got rid of these 2 guys and sorted out his dormitory. It has to be said that the name of the Wuhan Hall is really useful, and he used this name to get a single dormitory. However, this also has the reason why his talent and value are there. If he is a 12-year-old soul master, even a person from the Spirit Hall will not be given any special treatment. Like last time, Gu Han is a half-time student. He will find time to ask the teacher for the courses he absent before, and also go to the college library to check the information. The books in the Advanced Soul Master Academy are more comprehensive than those in the Junior Academy. After everything was ready, Gu Han started to go to the Dragon City Soul Fighting Arena. In front of the registration window of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Gu Han submitted his identity and basic information and gave himself the code name of Mr. Jian. After buying a smiley mask that was a bit funny, he did not expect this mask to hide his identity. If you want to know a larger force, you can find a person's information based on your martial soul and characteristics. He was still guarding against those who didn't know, or those who were unknown on the stage. 12-year-old level 22 is a good genius after all. If someone with a grudge against the Spirit Hall knows his identity, it will be a problem. Because Gu Han has always been alone, he only signed up for a single competition. His first opponent was a level 25 strong attack soul master, and his martial soul was a big hammer with ice attributes. Of course, Gu Han put all the deposit to himself, and he had absolute confidence in himself. The person who hosted the competition was a young lady with a butterfly martial soul. The opponent was flying over the field, holding a microphone in his hand to announce the opening of the competition. In the next competition, Mr. Jian vs. Du Jun. Below are the martial souls and soul power levels of both sides. Mr. Jian, Wuhan Xianshuang Sword, a 22-level strong attacking master. Du Jun, Wuhan Cold Hammer, a 25-level strong attacking master. Please invite both sides to enter. Gu Han walked to the stage with a mask. Opposite him was a strong man 2 meters tall. Hee, boy, not only did he hide his head and tail, but he also chose such a low-level and interesting mask. Du Jun stared at the funny smiling mask on Gu Han's face and couldn't help but laugh at him loudly. This sentence immediately caused a burst of laughter from the audience on the court. The eyes under Gu Han's mask turned cold. He would never take the initiative to provoke others, but he would never indulge the people who provoke him. Referee, can you start the competition? Gu Han seemed to have not been affected by the ridicule on the court, and his eyes were calmly looking at the referee lady in the air. The young lady turned her eyes to Du Jun and asked routinely, "Is the Du Jun player ready?" Hee, of course, I'll beat this kid later and his parents don't know him. A big hammer appeared in Du Jun's hand and pestled on the ground, not seeing Gu Han at all. In his opinion, the other party was just a level 22 kid. He had fought in the Great Soul Fighting Arena for more than 100 games. It was just a good idea to deal with a new kid. The competition begins. With the announcement of the referee, 2 yellow century-old soul rings rose at the feet of Gu Han and Du Jun at the same time. The first soul skill is Xianshuang Sword Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, the first soul ring under Gu Han's feet lit up instantly, and a layer of sharp extreme cold sword energy was attached to the sword body. A sword was slashed out, and the sword energy containing the terrifying ice attribute slashed towards Du Jun at an extremely fast speed. A layer of ice crystals was even covered with the competitive platform along the way. Du Jun suddenly looked furious and did not dare to be careless. The second soul ring under his feet immediately lit up. The second soul skill, Xuanbing's Wrath. Accompanied by Du Jun's roar, the big hammer in his hand instantly magnified, and the hammer surface was as high as one person, and it hit the sword energy that Gu Han slashed out. Ah! With the blessing of the nameless method, Gu Han's strength over the years has reached a terrible level. Just the sword energy he slashed out at will, a great soul master who was 2 levels higher than him tried his best to resist it. Bang! After spending almost 80% of his soul power, Du Jun barely broke through Gu Han's casual sword energy. Hoo! Du Jun's strong chest was fluctuating violently, panting like a cow. However, Gu Han would not give his opponent a chance to breathe. Almost the next moment, Gu Han's sword arrived in front of Du Jun. Varied. Du Jun opened his eyes wide, and the tip of the Xianshuang sword was pointed at his throat. The terrible cold and sharp aura emitted from it made Du Jun feel cold all over his body. I admit defeat. Du Jun did not dare to move and trembled and admitted defeat. Hearing this, Gu Han took back the Xianshuang sword. Disaster comes from your mouth, and you will control your stinky mouth in the future. Du Jun came to his senses and instantly lost his strength and fainted on the stage. Quiet. The entire audience quieted down. Even the referee's little lady looked surprised, her mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned. If it weren't for the fact that flying had become her instinct, she might have fallen. Referee, can you announce the result? Gu Han looked up at the referee's lady flying in the air. Oh, okay. Hearing Gu Han's inquiry, the referee came to his senses, nodded, picked up the microphone and announced loudly. I announce that the winner of this soul fighting match is Mr. Jian. After hearing the result announced, Gu Han put away his martial soul and turned around and left the scene. Boom! The whole audience was shocked instantly and got up. Du Jun actually lost. How is this possible? You know, Du Jun is the leader among the great soul masters, and he once made a terrible record of 10 consecutive victories. How could he lose to a newcomer with less soul power than him? Everyone was shocked. Du Jun did not win every battle, and there would be times when he lost. This is not worth being surprised. But what they never expected was that Du Jun not only lost, but also lost so thoroughly, from the beginning to the end, it would take less than half a minute. 2 moves, that Mr. Sword defeated Du Jun in just 2 moves. Someone saw it clearly. Gu Han just slashed out a sword energy in the audience, and then appeared in front of Du Jun like a ghost, pressing the sword in front of the other party's throat. Is Mr. Jian really only level 22? Some people raised questions, suspecting that Gu Han had falsely reported his level. But this statement was immediately rejected. Impossible. The Great Soul Fighting Arena has very strict registration standards. When registering, it is necessary to use the Soul Power Test Ball to test it. Now, everyone had to believe that Gu Han was just a level 22 Soul Master. Someone took a big breath of air conditioning. This man actually easily defeated Du Jun, who had a level 3 soul power higher than him and had rich combat experience with his level 22. This boy is so terrifying. Chapter 8, 100 Consecutive Victories, People from Above. Gu Han made a small profit this time, and basically no one looked down on him, so he bet all the chips into Du Jun. In just one competition, Gu Han won 3,000 golden soul coins, which was easier than grabbing. Of course, this is actually a small amount in the bet of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. After all, it was just a Onianon challenge between the Great Soul Masters, not a team match between the Soul Lord or even the Soul Sect, and everyone didn't bet much money. But this money is still quite large for Gu Han now. He can buy some 1,000-year whale rubber to help him strengthen his body. In the next 6 months, Gu Han won 100 consecutive victories and was very famous. Even the Martial Soul Hall in Longcheng noticed Mr. Jian, a new Soul Master. Have you found the information about this Mr. Jian? Carls asked, the black-clad bishop of the local Martial Soul Hall. I found out that Gu Han, 12 years old, Wuhan Xianshuang Sword, innate soul power level 5, and is now a 23 level strong attacking master. He is an official member of our Wuhan Hall. The subordinate deacon recited Gu Han's message. Huh? Innate level 5, 12 years old, he is already level 23. Carls raised his eyebrows, his tone of surprise. Yes, it's really surprising. The innate level 5 talent actually shows that it is not inferior to that of the top geniuses of major sections. Mr. Carls, do you want to spread the news about this child to Wuhan City? The deacon asked. After all, genius is rare, and genius like Gu Han is even rarer. The above may not notice this child so quickly, but if they know that they will not report it, it may be difficult to explain if they ask at that time. Carl's fingers gently tapped the seat armrest and nodded thoughtfully. Well, I should indeed report it. Carl spent a long time in the spirit hall, just reporting someone's information. Even if he found out that he was not a genius in the future, he would not blame himself. The main focus is on one who does not seek to be meaningless, but seeks to be mistaken. Okay, I will send Gu Han's information to Wuhan City immediately. The deacon is also an activist. He immediately took action after seeing the bishop without objection. In the past 6 months, Gu Han won 100 games in a row, including some high-level soul masters, and his record was terrifying. But after the last soul fight, Gu Han had no plans to continue for the time being. Instead, consolidate your combat experience during this period. Gu Han's second soul skill is a defensive soul skill. He himself wanted to hunt the snowy ice wolf that coexisted with attack and speed. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. On the way to the snowy ice wolf settlement, they encountered a high-level soul beast with an attribute several times higher than the snowy ice wolf, an 800-year-old black turtle. So they changed their plans and hunted the black turtle. This decision was also correct. Gu Han obtained a range-type defensive soul skill, similar to the Guardian of the Spirit Sword of Jian Douluo, which is a good soul skill. The most important thing is that he has obtained another valuable percentage, and the total attributes of 10% increase. It can be said that it is a sure profit but no loss. Gu Han is not lacking in attacking soul-like skills. With the help of the nameless method, he gradually understood the principle of soul skills. After all, it is just a way to use soul power. He also created a set of soul skills that belonged to him based on the sword technique given by the unknown law. Xianshuang 9 slashes. The power of each slash is twice as powerful as the previous slash. Now it is just a preliminary development, and the power of the future will only become stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the laws of this world, he wouldn't even have to obtain the soul ring. Although he had seen the idea of creating a soul ring in his previous life, he also used the nameless method to deduce it. Although it was successful, the effect was not satisfactory and would not bring any blessing to his martial soul, and his age was average. The most important thing is that the nature of the soul ring he condensed himself is equal to that of the soul ring purified by the nameless method after hunting. It was far less convenient and powerful than hunted, so he was shattered by himself. Moreover, he is now a member of the Spirit Hall, and any soul beast hunted by each soul ring will be recorded. If he is discovered, it may be a good thing for him, but it may also be a bad thing, which is undoubtedly an unknown risk. He didn't like himself to be in this situation, so he gave up the idea of creating his own soul ring. Opened my notebook and there were several love letters stuffed inside. Gu Han threw it into the trash can without even looking at it. The children in Douluo continent are so precocious. Due to his hard work and outstanding appearance, they have been receiving love letters and confessions from girls since elementary school. But he refused them all, and the woman would only affect his speed of drawing the sword. Unless he is a rich woman like Bibidong, Ningrongrong, or Qianrongxiu who can make him draw his sword faster, he will not consider it. Ningrongrong and Qianrongxiu are not even embryos now. As for Bibidong, it is not the time for him to daydream. The two of them are not from the same world at all now. In addition, he really doesn't understand the character of the Pope Gyeongsunji. Who knows if the other party will cause him an accidental death after seeing his plot against his disciples. Shaking his head, not thinking about those useless things. Gu Han changed into a training suit and went to the school's mimetic training ground to exercise his sword skills, and continued to improve his Xianshuang 9 slashes. Xianshuang 9 slashes condensed the entire body of icy attribute soul power on the sword body. With the percentage increase of the first and second soul skills, 9 swords were slashed out continuously, just like a big wave hitting the shore. One sword was stronger than the other. The last sword gathered all the power of the first 8 swords, combined the 9 slashes and slashed a shocking attack. The sword broke through the sky, and even the barriers of the mimic environment shaking, leaving a sword mark on it, and was almost cut open by the sword. Hi! After the practice, Gu Han exhaled a breath of turbid air and ended today's training. Back at the dormitory, Gu Han took out a few medicinal herbs from the white jade pendant, boiled them, put them in a wooden barrel, and ate another piece of whale glue that had been vintage, soaked them in the medicinal bath, absorbing the essence of the plants and trees, strengthening and relaxing his meridians. Half an hour later, Gu Han slowly opened his eyes. In the next half-month, Gu Han was studying the theory of martial souls and perfecting the 9 slashes of Xian Shuang. On that day, Gu Han was sitting in the back row by the window and listening quietly to the teacher's lecture. At this moment, a middle-aged man knocked on the door and walked in. "Who is Gu Han?" Gu Han frowned slightly and stood up in everyone's sight. "I am Gu Han, who are you?" "I am the deacon of the Spirit Hall. Lord Carls wants to see you. Can you follow me?" The man took out his letter from the Spirit Hall, and it turned out to be a deacon at the Soul Sect level. "Yes, but I wonder why Bishop Carls wants to see me now." Gu Han only knows the name of the Bishop of the Dragon City Spirit Hall and has never seen him. The other party suddenly wants to see him now, which is probably related to the storm he had caused in the Great Soul Fighting Arena before. But even so, he shouldn't be so anxious, he won't run away. "It's a big man from above. I heard about you and want to see you." Only Gu Han could understand what the deacon said, and the rest were confused. They didn't know what major thing Gu Han did, but they actually alarmed the people above good. Gu Han nodded without refusing. After bowing apologetically to the teacher, he followed the Soul Sect to leave the classroom. Chapter 9, Douluo I Pass. Gu Han followed the deacon of the Soul Sect quickly to the Dragon City Martial Soul Lord Hall. There was a middle-aged man waiting in the hall. Before Gu Han and the deacon could speak, the enchanting man spoke first. "Is this the little genius who won 100 consecutive victories in the Dragon City Soul Fighting Arena? It's pretty good to behave." Facing the man's gaze, I felt a tightening feeling of the chrysanthemum, and a chill in my heart. He also recognized the other party's identity, Yuegwen, but judging from the brand on this guy's chest, clothes, and a strong man of Contra level, he did not become a titled Douluo. The requirements for clothing in the Wuhan Hall are clear in terms of hierarchy, and only elders of the titled Douluo level are qualified to wear red robe. At this time, there was no chrysanthemum sign on the token of the Martial Soul Hall, but a hammer, a sword, and a dragon, and behind it was a pair of angel wings. It represents Haoshan Hammer, 7-killing sword, blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and 6-winged angel respectively. However, there are more than 30 years left before the plot, and there is nothing to be surprised about whether Ju Douluo or Conra. "Boy, I am the Bishop of Carls here. This is Lord Yuegwen, the Platinum Bishop of the War Spirit Hall. Boy Gu Han, I have met Lord Yuegwen and Lord Carls." Gu Han stroked his chest with one hand and bent down slightly. "Yeah, that's not bad." Yuegwen suddenly grabbed Gu Han's wrist, raised his eyebrows, and exclaimed, "At a young age, it is really rare to have such a strong soul power." Gu Han was slightly shocked, but soon he calmed down again and said modestly, "Sir, I'm over the award. Well, I'm here this time to bring you to the holy city of Wuhan for training, where you will get better cultivation resources." After a simple exchange, Yuegwen explained his purpose this time. Originally, he only thought that Gu Han might have improved because he used some secret method to consume his own potential, but after just checking, he denied this idea. This child is indeed good. Although his talent is not good, if he can be effectively trained, he can still become a soul saint with the efforts of the child himself. He will be a backbone force in the Spirit Hall at that time. There are 2 dividing lines for soul masters. The first is the soul saint. The soul master who can break through to the soul saint has only more than 1,000 people in the entire continent, and there are not many at all. The second major watershed is naturally the title ban. The title ban in the entire Douluo continent is only more than 20 Douluo people, which is simply a rare existence. Although Gu Han's child has average talent, he can be sure that the other party has the resources of the soul saint. "Are you willing to go with me?" Yuegwen asked again. "Of course, I'm willing to go with the adults. Gu Han did not refuse. After all, the educational resources in Wuhan City are indeed much better than those in ordinary cities, and the most important thing is that there must be more books and materials in the libraries in Wuhan City. Moreover, it is also a gathering place for geniuses across the continent. When he arrives there, he can gain real experience. Well, it's great. If you have anything to clean up, go back and clean up. We'll set off tomorrow. Yuegwen nodded with satisfaction. He originally wanted to spend more time on the conversation, but he didn't expect the child to agree so decisively. There was no fear of being reluctant to leave home and being unfamiliar to the unfamiliar environment before the other children left. No need, sir, I don't have anything to bring. Gu Han shook his head. All his important things were placed in the white jade pendant, the rest were some debris, and a lot of love letters that he threw into the trash can and had not had time to clean up. No, then go straight away. Yuegwen nodded. Since the other party had nothing to bring, he could set off now. After all, no one took care of his garden, and the flowers and plants were like his children, fearing that they would no longer have any accidents. Okay. Gu Han nodded. Yuegwen seemed to be more anxious than him. Could there be something important to go back and deal with? Gu Han followed Yuegwen outside, and a luxurious Pegasus carriage was waiting in front of the door. Why didn't you see it when you came? Gu Han murmured in a low voice. Boy, what are you muttering about? Get in the car quickly. Yuegwen put one hand on his orchid fingers against his chin, showing his enchanting posture. Okay, Lord Yuegwen. Gu Han felt chills, but he still endured it and quickly followed it onto the carriage. Shelf. The carriage is composed of 2 white horse soul beasts with wings behind it. It is an exclusive car that only beings above the Kanra in the Martial Soul Hall are qualified to ride. Although the flight speed is not as good as the titled Douluo of flying martial souls, its speed is also considerable. The carriage flew over 1,000 meters above an altitude. Gu Han lifted the curtains of the carriage, and the city below was gradually getting smaller and farther away. Yuegwen withdrew his gaze from outside, turned to look at Gu Han, looked at the other party, and finally couldn't help but ask for his doubts. Boy, I'll ask you. When I checked your body before, I found that your bones seemed to have practiced their own soul skills. The situation is, isn't it? Gu Han was stunned and remembered that in the original work, Li Yuzong had guessed that Tang San had practiced Xuan Yu Hand by touching his bones. Although I have never practiced Xuan Yu Hand, I have practiced a special method of grappling, so I did not hide it, nodded and admitted. Yes, this is something I practiced based on my own situation and I can't get on the table. Well, it's not bad. He is indeed a genius, but unfortunately his innate soul power is too low. Yuegwen shook his head with some regret. Those who can create soul skills are all people who know their own martial souls very well. Gu Han created soul skills at a young age, which is enough to show that the other party is so talented. Such a stunning and beautiful person will eventually be trapped by his talent. Even if he takes all the means of the spirit hall, he will only make this child barely break into the soul saint. It's really a mess of luck, it's so sad. Gu Han blinked, speechless, and complained in his heart, this Yuegwen inner drama is really rich enough. However, when it comes to talent, I may be able to reveal something to make my future value to the spirit hall. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Han decided to tell the story of whale gum. Anyway, this thing is easy to explain and will not cause any losses to him. Mr. Yuegwen. It's good to call me senior in the future. It's great, it's uncomfortable to hear it. Yuegwen pinched the orchid and pointed it at Gu Han. Although he knew that this guy had this personality, Gu Han could not help but feel chills, forcibly pulled out a smile and nodded. Okay, Senior Yuegwen. Well, it's almost the same. Tell me, what do you want to ask just now? Yuegwen nodded with satisfaction and leaned lazily against the wall of the car. Chapter 10 The Pope's Palace, Gyeongsunji. Senior Yuegwen, have you heard of whale rubber? Well, of course I have heard that it is the things that nobles use to enhance their sexual intercourse ability. What are you asking about this? It won't be. Yuegwen stared at Gu Han with suspicious eyes, secretly wondering, she looked like a gentleman, but she didn't expect that she would be that kind of person. Alas, the world is so beautiful that people's hearts are not old. Senior, you misunderstood. Seeing that Yuegwen stared at him with that look, Gu Han knew that the other party had misunderstood. He waved his hand and explained, boy discovered another function of whale rubber. Oh? What's the purpose? Yuegwen suddenly became interested. When he came, he heard that this child liked to stay in the library and had a better understanding of martial soul theory than many college teachers knew. Now that I heard the other party say that whale rubber has an alternative effect, I immediately became curious. After an accident, the boy discovered that whale rubber can improve the physical fitness of the soul master, allowing the soul master to absorb soul rings of higher ages, and also has the talent to enhance the soul master. Although the effect of this enhancement is very small, it is also practical. The reason why kid can reach level 23 at the age of 12 with his innate level 5 soul power is also due to whale rubber. Oh, is this actually happening? Yuegwen raised his eyebrows, and immediately became serious, staring at Gu Han and asked, who have you told this matter besides me? Gu Han smiled and said, Senior, I naturally know this kind of thing myself. Then why do you tell me this? Because I want to use this secret to gain more resources for myself. Gu Han had no taboo at all and made it clear, so that he could talk less nonsense. Interesting, you kid are really honest, I like it. Yu Guan nodded when he heard this. The boy was direct, and he had no doubt about what Gu Han said. Because when he came, the Pope had no idea of seeing Gu Han himself, and he just wanted to bring the child back to Wuhan City and send him to Wuhan Academy. And the other party probably thought that as a small genius, the other party was not qualified to meet the Pope in person. So this is to tell the Pope about this through my own mouth. Okay, you have practiced the whale rubber. I believe there will be no problem. I won't ask how to use it later. I will take you to see the Pope's crown directly, and you can tell him personally. Thank you, Senior Yuegwen. Gu Han was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still pretended to be happy and thanked him. Since Longcheng is a remote area, the two of them managed to return to Wuhan City for 3 days. Boy, don't be nervous when you see the Pope's crown later. You should not forget some basic etiquette I will teach you on the way. Walking on the way to the Pope's hall, Yuegwen still reminded Gu Han, for fear that the young man would be young and energetic and would hit the Pope's crown. If he blamed him, he would not be able to protect this kid. Thank you for your concern, boy knows. Gu Han nodded. Naturally, he would not be as special as the Shrek 7 monsters in the original work. Those guys were blessed with the protagonist's halo and Bibidong's old love for Yu Xiaogang, so they survived. Moreover, the one I met this time was not Bibidong, but Chihiroji. Who knows what kind of personality the other party has? At that time, a little guy will hit the other party because of his arrogance and may be slapped to death. It's right that he is a genius, but he is not a strong man. Only the strong are qualified to be proud. A genius who has not yet grown up, facing a genius who has grown up and is still proud, it is undoubtedly a desperate situation. There must be respect that should be. Wuhan City is a huge city composed of 6 thick walls, and each wall has a powerful martial soul. In the city, there are 2 towering and luxurious palaces located in the center of Wuhan City. The Pope Hall and the Douluo Hall respectively. As for the Worship Hall and the Elders Hall, it is located in the rear of the Pope Hall, which is invisible to ordinary people and cannot be seen or touched. I won't say much about the Pope's palace, it was the place where the popes ruled in all dynasties. Douluo Palace is the most sacred place in the history of the mainland that worships the title Douluo spiritual tale in all dynasties. Even the Pope cannot enter Douluo Palace before his death. It is a place where all soul masters on the mainland are recognized as the Holy Land of Soul Masters, and their status in their hearts is even higher than that of the Pope Hall. The Pope Palace is the most magnificent building on the mainland. Just standing in front of you will create a shock from the bottom of your heart. Above the 99 steps is where the Pope Hall is located. In front of the main hall, there is a statue of an angel, which is the most symbolic six-winged angel in the martial spirit hall. Yuegwen led Gu Han to push open the door of the Pope's hall and walked in respectfully. Directly above the hall, a heroic blonde man was sitting on the Pope's throne lazily without losing his domineeringness. The other party glanced down slightly, looked at the two people below the Lord, without saying first. See the Pope's coronation. Gu Han followed Yuegwen, stroked his chest with one hand and knelt on one knee. Well, there is no need to be too polite. Kyung Sunji's voice seemed to have its own sound, giving people a natural sense of oppression. Thank you, Pope. The two of them then stood up. Yuegwen, this child must be the one you want to pick him up. Didn't I ask you to take him to school? What's wrong with me, the Pope's temple? Qian Sunji stood up and walked down the steps with his hands behind his back. His golden eyes made Gu Han stand upright all over his body. Yuegwen didn't dare to look at him, and lowered his head and spoke again. Oh, interesting. Didn't you expect you to have such ability? Qian Sunji raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and reached out to press his hand on Gu Han's shoulder and squeezed it gently. Well, your physique is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary soul master, and you even have the physique of a high-level soul master. It's not bad, you haven't lied. Thank you for the praise of the Pope. I'm just lucky and just discovered it. Kyung Sunji looked at Gu Han and said, I heard that you guys like to study martial soul theory. It's just a little interest. Gu Han answered honestly. Qian Sunji nodded. This child was quite modest and had good talent. With the compensation of whale rubber, his talent was not weaker than those innate level 7 or 8 soul masters. Coupled with his own efforts, he is indeed a talent that is malleable. Moreover, this child is studious and staying with him may influence Xiaodong's girl. When I think of my disciple Kyung Sunji, I feel a headache. Xiaodong's child's talent is indeed rare in a century, but it is hard to learn. Every time I read a book, I look like I want to fall asleep. It's useless to say it. Maybe having a playmate who is eager to learn can also inspire Xiaodong. Thinking of this, Kyung Sunji asked, I plan to accept you as my student, are you willing? Gu Han opened his eyes wide in surprise, and even Yuegwen was shocked. The Pope's crown actually offered to accept the child as his disciple. Qian Sunji was very satisfied with Gu Han's expression, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What, you don't want to? No, I'll pay homage to the teacher. Gu Han immediately came to his senses and gave a ceremony to apprenticeship. No matter how beastly Kyung Sunji did in the future, it would not prevent the other party from being the thickest thigh in the world today, he naturally would not refuse. Moreover, the other party took the initiative to mention this matter, and there was still a month left to watch. If he refuses and sweeps the other party's face, wouldn't he die very ugly? Well, it's not bad. You will be my student in the future. You have a senior sister. You can settle down today. I'll take you to meet you tomorrow. Qian Sunji was very satisfied with Gu Han's attitude, his tone was much more relaxed, and his title also changed. Yuegwen, take Xiao Han to settle in the Pope's hall, and then you can go back and rest. Yes, the Pope's crown. Yuegwen bowed slightly and took Gu Han out of the hall. Chapter 11 First Meeting Bibidong. You guy is lucky. The Pope's crown is willing to accept you as a student. On the way, Yuegwen still didn't forget to tease Gu Han. Senior Yuegwen, you'd better stop teasing me. Actually, I don't know how to describe my mood now. Gu Han smiled bitterly, to be honest, it was really not something that Qian Sunji wanted to accept himself as a student, and it was something he had never expected. At that time, Qian Sunji suddenly brought up this matter, and he was also shocked. Logically speaking, he only provided the news of the function of whale rubber, that's it. Its value is far from reaching the standard of allowing a titled Douluo or even the Pope to accept disciples himself. You little devil, you are still behaved when you get a bargain. The Pope's crown prince accepts you as a disciple. Shouldn't you be happy? Why do you still smile bitterly? Senior Yuegwen, I am of course happy that the Pope's crown prince accepted me as his disciple, but I was a little flattered. I was flattered, and I'm right. After all, the Pope only accepted one student, Xiao Dongdong. Yuegwen understood that this kid was just a teenager after all, and was personally accepted as a disciple by the Pope's crown. No matter how mature he was, he would still show his shortcomings of insufficient experience. Little Dongdong. Gu Han was speechless in his heart, his face twitching. Are you talking about Bibidong? Thinking of Bibidong's domineering queen appearance in the future, and thinking about Yuegwen's name just now, Gu Han shook his head and threw this dissonance out of his mind. Bibidong is only 9 years old now. It is nothing strange for Yuegwen to call the other party Xia Dongdong, but I just hope Yuegwen will have the courage to call this in the future. Yuegwen took Gu Han all the way to the Wuhan Academy and arranged a single room for Gu Han. This is not a special treatment, but because those who can enter the Wuhan Academy are the most outstanding geniuses in the mainland, and each of them has their own single dormitory. Let everyone have privacy space. Okay, you guys have a good rest here for a day, I'm leaving. After the arrangement was made, Yuegwen was also a little tired, and he had a garden to take care of. What if his beloved flowers and plants withered in a few days when he was away? Okay, Senior Yuegwen has troubled you along the way. You're leaving, don't do these things that are not there, you're tired. Yuegwen waved his hand and left without looking back. After saying goodbye to Yuegwen, Gu Han closed the door of his dormitory. The area in the dormitory is only about 60 to 70 square meters. The overall room is similar to European style, but it has a bit of Chinese quaintness. This seemingly incongruous combination has no sense of incongruity at all. Entering the entrance hall, the kitchen is on the right hand, and the bathroom is on the left, which is one. This room is very enough to live alone, and there are many abundant spaces. Because it is a dormitory, there is no living room. There is a balcony to the south of the room. If you open the floor-to-ceiling curtains, you can provide enough sunshine to the room. The room has complete utensils, so Gu Han just needs to go out and buy some towels and other toiletries. After a long journey, Gu Han was tired, so he simply lay on the bed and rested all night. The next morning, Gu Han's dormitory door was knocked. Gu Xiaogui, are you inside? It was the sound of Yuegwen. Gu Han quickly turned over and got up, responded, tidied up his wrinkled clothes on his body, and opened the door. Sure enough, I saw Yuegwen leaning against the pillar in the corridor outside the door. Senior Yuegwen, it's early. Don't be early, wash your face, change your clothes, and go to meet your teacher with me. Yuegwen looked at Gu Han's appearance and spoke, while taking out a Martial Soul Academy exclusive uniform from his soul guide. This is your school uniform. If you don't have any clothes, just wear this first. Thank you, Senior Yuegwen, please wait for me. Gu Han nodded, took the clothes and returned to the room, washed his face, combed his hair, and changed the clothes. Because it is a sword cultivator, Gu Han is born with a sense of sharpness. Now that he has changed into a decent dress, he looks like he has changed his body, and is extremely heroic. Yes, it's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. I don't know how many young and cute girls you will fascinate. Yuegwen blinked at Gu Han charmingly. Gu Han suddenly got goosebumps and smiled bitterly. Senior Yuegwen, you better stop teasing me. Let's go out quickly, you can't let the teacher wait, right? That's right, let's go. Yuegwen nodded, not daring to neglect, and hurriedly took Gu Han to the garden behind the Pope. The scenery here is pleasant and many plants that Gu Han doesn't know. In the garden, there was a pavilion. Qian Sunji was sitting inside drinking tea. Next to him, there was a little girl with pink and jade. The little girl has long burgundy hair, delicate facial features, and a little baby fat on her face. She looks very cute. The other party is staring at Guhan with an equally curious gaze. See the Pope. I've met the teacher. Guhan was deeply aware of the principle of climbing up the pole. He shouted the teacher without any guilt. There was no way. People like him who were without a sect really wanted to make progress. Before growing up, it is necessary to have a strong teacher to protect you. Well, get up. King Sunji nodded, then looked at Yuegwen and said, Yuegwen, you go and rest. Teachers yet. Thank you, Pope, I will leave. Yuegwen responded and turned around and left. After leaving Yuegwen, Qian Sunji pointed at Bibidong and said, Xiao Han, this is the senior sister I told you yesterday, Bibidong. Donger, this one is for Guhan, a newly admitted student of the teacher. Hello, senior sister, my name is Guhan. Guhan saw Bibidong staring at him with a curious look for a long time, and after Qian Sunji introduced each other, he took the initiative to say hello. Well, hello, junior brother, please call me Sister Dong in the future. Whoever dares to bully you in the future, tell me, sister will protect you. Bibidong looked a little arrogant, holding his little white arm, and walked to Guhan like an older sister, stretched out his little hand and tiptoed to pat Guhan on the shoulder. Bibidong was quite cute when he was a child. Guhan thought in his heart, but on the surface he smiled, then I will rely on my senior sister from now on. You're welcome, you're welcome. Bibidong waved his hand generously, as if you didn't need to say much. Xiao Han, Donger. Teacher. After hearing King Sunji's voice, the two of them stood up respectfully and faced King Sunji. Although Bibidong is already a great soul master in the second ring, he is still young after all and is only a little over 150 years old. Guhan is already 175 years tall. The two of them stood together, making them look even more petite and cute than Bibidong. From the future, you two will study and practice together. Donger, you are not allowed to make trouble with Xiao Han, do you know? After King Sunji said the truth, he gave Bibidong a stern look. He accepted Guhan as his disciple in order to influence Bibidong and allow Bibidong to calm down and study and practice hard. But we can't let Guhan be damaged by Bibidong. Oh! Bibidong lowered his head and bulged his cheeks and replied in a depressed manner. Chapter 12 Elementary School Bad Bibidong. King Sunji naturally knew that the other party absolutely didn't listen to Bibidong's little expression. But he understood the child's temperament and did not scold him. Instead, he changed the subject, sat under the pavilion and said, Okay, I have nothing to do today. I personally guide you for a day. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Teacher, I have a problem. Bibidong raised his little hand and took the initiative to speak out. King Sunji turned his head to look at the girl. The other party's eyes were filled with a cunning light. He knew that the child was suffocating again, so he didn't say anything, but turned to look at Guhan. Xiao Han, my teacher knows that you like reading, and now my teacher wants to test you. Master, please ask. Guhan asked respectfully. Bibidong, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but stomp his feet angrily when he saw his teacher ignoring him. His little face was bulging into a bun, and he mumbled and didn't know what he was talking about. Qian Sunji smiled in his heart, not caring about Bibidong's muttering, but continued to look at Guhan and asked, How did you create your own soul-creating skills? Let's talk about you. Own created soul skills. Bibidong suddenly became interested. He looked at his junior brother who was 3 years older than him in surprise, and asked, Junior brother, you actually have your own soul skills. Tell me quickly, how did you do it? You should know that self-created soul skills are the soul skills created by the soul master after having a deep understanding of his martial soul and based on his own situation. Many soul masters' self-created soul skills are much stronger than the soul skills brought by the soul ring. Tang Chen of Haoshan sect is one of them. The opponent's self-created soul skills are far stronger than the skills brought by the soul ring. Teacher, my own soul skills are just a pioneering one. The so-called set of soul skills is better to use swordsmanship and students' attributes. And, students like to think about it when they are fine. The same is true for the use of soul skills. In the eyes of students, soul skills are nothing more than a way of operating soul power. The soul power in the body is stimulated through the soul ring, so that the soul power in the body can be displayed in a special form. When students were fine, they liked to study the soul skills they obtained, and based on the subsequent experience in fighting in the great soul fighting arena, they created this set of soul skills. Gu Han talked about it, some of which were made up by him, and there were real things. In addition, his own soul skills are very rare. Although Qian Sunji is knowledgeable, he has to believe Gu Han's statement. Well, it's not bad, you're really talented. Qian Sunji nodded thoughtfully. The soul skill is indeed a skill released by mobilizing the soul power in his body and achieving special circumstances. This kid could detect it at such a young age and create his own self-created soul skill with this. He is indeed a rare genius on the continent. Even if you cannot become a title in the future, it is not impossible to cultivate a Kanra under the full training of the Spirit Hall. So amazing! I heard from the teacher that you won 100 consecutive games in the Great Soul Fighting Arena and created your own soul skills. How did you do it? Bibidong looked at Gu Han and was amazed, looking completely incomprehensible, and there was a faint admiration in the depths of his eyes. Senior sister, if you are willing to spend time researching, your talent will definitely be better than me, with your senior sister. Gu Han smiled. Although Bibidong was his nominal senior sister, he was just a little girl no matter what. Where was his age? After these 2 days of contact, Gu Han felt that Qian Sunji was not as scum as he imagined. Perhaps it was because he was really angry with Bibidong in the future that he did such an extreme thing. No matter what, this guy is the son of Qian Douluo, the #1 true gentleman in Douluo, and his character is not that bad. Bibidong is still a simple little girl now. In front of Chihiroji, the other party is like a daughter in front of his father, and the master and apprentice, the two got along very well. Maybe your arrival can change something. After meeting Bibidong, he also understood why the other party was deceived by Yula in the future. His feelings were not interested in theoretical knowledge. After meeting Yu Xiaogang, who searched through the martial soul theory books of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he found that the other party could tell him a lot of interesting martial soul theories and stories. Over time, Bibidong, who was still in his youth and a primary school scumbag, fell in love with the other party for no reason. However, if you have yourself in this life, Yu Xiaogang will stay wherever you are. King Sunji accepted himself as his disciple, and perhaps it was to stimulate himself and Bibidong and make the other party have a little interest in reading. Thinking of this, Gu Han smiled bitterly, feeling that he was just a prince's companion to read. But I don't lose anything. At least in name, I am still a student of the Pope of the Wuhan Palace, and no one dares to do anything to him. Moreover, there is nothing to be wrong to study with such a cute little beauty as Bibidong. After all, it was Gu Han who made the money. Okay, Dong-er, you had something wrong just now you can tell me. Qian Sunji looked like he had already seen through Bibidong's Zinxi's expression and stared at the other person with a smile. No, hee. Bibidong kept fiddling with the corner of his clothes behind his back, smiling cutely. Just now she wanted to ask the teacher a question, can we go out to play now? But after hearing my junior's understanding of martial soul, combined with the teacher's previous statement that the other party's innate level 5 is now at level 23, he was a little stimulated and could not lose his part in front of my junior, so he shook his head and said that he was fine. You should know that her twin martial souls have innate full soul power, and she is only at level 28 now. She cannot tell any knowledge about theoretical knowledge, but can only tell that she has understood the 6 orifices. There is no way, she also wants to learn, but every time she sees those boring books, she fights with her eyelids and is completely uninterested. Since it's okay, your junior brother is also new, so I'll talk about the meaning of our martial spirit hall. Kyungsoon curled his lips with a look of a winner, and Bibidong curled his lips secretly. Guhan saw the communication between the two. No wonder Bibidong hated Chien Sunji so much in the future. The relationship between the master and the apprentice was so good in the early stage. This is really, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Although the metaphor is a bit inappropriate, it is almost the same. Teacher, what is the meaning of the existence of our Wuhan Hall? Guhan's main focus is to provide sufficient emotional value. Seeing Kyung Sunji is interested in talking, he is happy to listen. Although he has read many works about Douluo in his previous life, he also has some understanding of the significance of the existence of the Wuhan Palace. But the person in front of him is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and perhaps he knows it in more detail. Chapter 13 The Significance of the Existence of the Spirit Hall. Thousands of years ago, someone discovered that relying on killing and devouring the essence of ordinary people can enhance their talents and strength and achieve the goal of becoming stronger quickly. I know, these are evil soul masters. Bibidong raised his little hand. His teacher had told her this story several times, so he naturally understood a lot. After saying that, she looked at Guhan proudly. What Guhan had just expressed made her feel a little bit inferior. The child's competitive mentality is aroused. Now that I have come to what I understand, of course I have to show it well. I can't be compared by my junior brother. She is my senior sister. Well, Donger is right. These people are collectively called evil soul masters. Kyung Sunji nodded and continued, this shortcut to practice has become popular on the entire continent for a while, causing the mainland to suffer from misery. Lucky. Speaking of this, a trace of heat appeared in Kyung Sunji's eyes. Fortunately, my ancestor in the martial soul palace came out of nowhere, swept the continent, cleared the world, and killed the evil souls. And the ancestors were admired by all the people and became gods. God, is there really a god? Guhan showed shock, which made Chien Sunji very satisfied and nodded. Yes, God exists, and my angel lineage is the bloodline left by my ancestors. The real meaning of the existence of the Spirit Hall is actually to protect this continent for the ancestors, so that there will be no more evil soul masters on Douluo continent. Even though Chien Sunji had told Bibidong many times this story, every time he talked about this, his heart still felt passionate, thinking of the sacred angel map to suppress evil in the worship hall. This is the glory of their angel family, and it will not feel boring no matter how many times you say it. Under the Pope's crown, the great worshipper asked you to go to the worship hall. At this moment, before Chihiroji could continue to say something, a deacon in black came over and half-kneeled respectfully. Chien Sunji pursed his lips with some desire. The interest he had just raised was suddenly interrupted, but he did not have an attack. After all, it was me who was calling him over. I get it, I'll go there right away. Kyung Sunji waved his hand and signaled that the deacon could leave. Then he ignored the deacon's movements and turned to look at Guhan and Bibidong. Okay, let's talk about this for now. Donger, please take Ziohan to familiarize yourself with the buildings in the Martial Soul Hall. Just on Bibidong's face when a smile burst out, Chien Sunji suddenly became serious. Remember, don't run out to play secretly, do you know? Oh, I know the teacher. Bibidong's thoughts were exposed, he looked down at his toes and responded reluctantly. Don't worry, teacher, senior sister and I only move in the Martial Soul Hall. Guhan said respectfully. Kyungsoon nodded and turned around and left. After Chien Sunji left, Bibidong changed his previous appearance of his little daughter, and became lively. He pulled Guhan's arm and ran away. Junior brother, come with me and I'll take you to a fun place. Guhan was pulled by the other party, and he didn't react. He was pulled by Bibidong and ran subconsciously. The tip of the nose swayed, and there was a faint fragrance of flowers. To be honest, Gu Han was not a pure virgin in his previous life, but he was still a little embarrassed when facing such a two-dimensional goddess. Of course, he did not forget what Qian Sunji said. He was about to be pulled away from the range of the spirit hall by Bibidong, so he quickly stopped. Bibidong did not pull Gu Han and staggered. Fortunately, Gu Han reacted quickly and grabbed Bibidong, which prevented the other party from falling. The soft jade entered his arms, and Gu Han and Bibidong were both stunned. Bibidong's little face was even more light pink, and he quickly jumped out of Gu Han's arms. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward and ambiguous, so Gu Han took the initiative to speak. "Senior sister, have you forgotten what the teacher just said?" He did not involve this accident, but instead brought up what Qian Sunji said just now. With Bibidong and Chihiroji's relationship like a father and daughter, it would be a little bit too bad. But I am different. The purpose of King Sunji to accept himself as his disciple is probably to make Bibidong honest. If I follow Bibidong out, I will definitely lose my value in King Sunji's heart. Be careful to sail the 10,000-year-old ship. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you hold your thighs. If you compare your position with King Sunji, the first apprentice he accepted will be like a daughter. This daughter-like apprentice is not obedient, does not practice hard, and does not study hard, but can be tolerated. Then I suddenly discovered a person who could stimulate my disciple like a daughter to practice, and planned to keep him by my side, which would have an impact on the former. But on the first day of the collection, the newly accepted apprentice failed to affect Bibidong, but was influenced by Bibidong. This mood can be imagined. "Oh, I'm sorry, junior brother, I forgot, hehe." Bibidong smiled silly, but the cunning in his eyes could not be hidden. "Oh, senior sister, aren't you curious about my own soul skills? Take me to the place where you usually practice. I can teach you some simple use of soul power." Gu Han naturally saw Bibidong's appearance. Compared with the domineering queen in the future, Bibidong now is simply a little witch. He looks pure, cute, and lively, but his mind is very cunning. If you don't find something that the other person is interested in distracting the other person's attention, you might be so bad about it in your heart. Original soul skills, okay, then come with me. Bibidong immediately became interested when he heard that Gu Han wanted to teach him his own soul skills and immediately pulled Gu Han to run into the spirit hall. "Hey, it's just a fool to this girl." Gu Han breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Looking at the younger sister holding her hand, the bright smile on her face made it difficult for Gu Han to connect the future queen of the martial soul empire. The source of all this is the animal behavior that Bibidong met Yu Xiaogang and Qian Sunji did. Of course, King Sunji's approach is indeed a beast, but if he were King Sunji, he was looking at the future successor he raised by himself and was about to elope with a waste from other major forces. It would be useless to persuade him. "Maybe you will be more ruthless and more beastly." But the reason why Bibidong fell in love with Yu Xiaogang is that this girl is too simple. Qian Sunji has basically never let this girl come into contact with many people. She has been covering her baby as a treasure, and it would be strange if she can avoid being abducted. However, since I have come to the other party in this life and are still connected with the spirit hall, I must change these avoidable tragedies. Chapter 14,000 Douluo. King Sunji came all the way to the exhortation hall. At this time, a white-haired young master was standing outside. The other party had a very beautiful ice crystal scale on his left half of his face, and his left eye was as gorgeous as stars. The Guangling is worshipped. Qian Sunji recognized the other party. Although Guangling Douluo, although he is only in his 50s now, he already has a level of up to 96. It is a newly promoted worshipper in the worship hall. He rarely acted outside when he was young, and basically few people on the mainland knew about this person's existence. "Oh, the Pope is here, the great enshrine is waiting for you." Guangling waved and responded to Qian Sunji, then went down the steps without looking back. Qian Sunji didn't ask what the other party was going to do. After all, the worship and elders in the spirit hall both have a transcendent status, especially the worship, which are all 96. Super Douluo at the level or above must be respected enough even if he is the Pope. After all, the strong are respected by this world. Qian Sunji has always faced these powerful and transcendent worshippers. Kyungsun pushed the door open and entered. The hall was very empty. Just above the hall, there was a statue of a six-winged angel. Below the statue, a blond man was standing on the steps with his back facing him. Kyungsunji looked at the blond man below the statue and spoke respectfully. "Father." The man is Qian Sunji's father, the great worship and decisive elder of this generation of the spirit hall, the angel Douluo, one of the three peerless Douluo in the continent, and Kyandaoliu. In fact, when Kyungsunji came to the gate, Kyandaoliu had already sensed it. It was not until Kyungsunji took the initiative to speak that he slowly turned around. His eyes first looked at Qian Sunji's body, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he still did not hit the other party. "Yes, it's already level 93. Thank you, my father, for your praise. Compared with you, my son is embarrassed for the Qian family." Qian Sunji was also helpless. His talent can be said to be the worst in the history of the Qian family. My father seemed to be at level 97 at his age, but he was over 40, but he couldn't even break through level 95, which really embarrassed Douluo, the angel of thousands of dynasties. "It's not your fault, I see your efforts." Kyandaoliu shook his head and then asked, "I heard that you have taken another new student." "Yes, father, although the child is not very talented, he is very smart and hard-working, which reminds me of the shadow of my hard work when I was a child. Secondly, I also want to let this child influence Dong'er's girl so that she can practice and study hard." "Well, I have read the information about that child. He is a poor child and a very sensible child. Since he has accepted the other party as his disciple, don't treat this kind of thing with good teaching. It has to be said that the intelligence power of the Wuhan Palace is really strong." Gu Han has just been recruited as a student for one day by Kyungsunji. Kyandaoliu has already checked Gu Han's life experience clearly. He has a clean background and although he is not talented, he is a stunning and beautiful person. I have tried the function of whale rubber. It can indeed enhance the physical fitness and talent of the soul master. In a few days, I will go to the sea to help you get some whale rubber for thousands of years. I hope it will be effective for you now. Thank you, father. Qian Sunji was delighted. Although thousands of years of whale rubber can be bought, 10,000 years of whale rubber basically does not exist in the world. After all, everyone only regards this thing as a erotic thing. 1,000-year-old is enough, and if you want to get 1,000-year-old whale rubber, you can't solve it without 4 or 5 soul saints. After all, it's a thing in the sea, and it's too passive for a land soul master. After all, he is his own son, and Kyandaoliu still hopes that the other party can go further. The left and right were just a trip, and he happened to have not gone out for a walk for a long time, which was a good thing. By the way, how long will you have to delay what I told you before? It really doesn't work. I'm looking for one for you. Kyandaoliu said everything he should say and asked everything he should ask, and then he began the most common thing every parent did, which was to urge her to get married. Father, my son doesn't have the idea yet. Qian Sunji naturally understood what his father said, which was nothing more than asking him to find an excellent woman to marry and then continue the blood of the Qian family. But at this time, Qian Sunji was just thinking about escalating quickly and not losing his share in the Qian family. How could he have any idea of getting married and having children? Huh? You are over 40, almost 50. If you don't have a family or a child, would you want my family to be the last one? Kyandaoliu suddenly widened his eyes. Although Kyandaoliu was over 100 years old at this time, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, with long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and was extremely heroic. Father, let me think about it again." Seeing that his old father glared at him again, Qian Sunji couldn't help but become timid and lowered his head and dared not look directly at the other person. "Oh, okay, you go down first." Qian Daoliu sighed long, but he still didn't force the other party. After all, he was the one who asked the child to work hard to practice. "I can only say that there is a reason for this situation now. It's the father." My son said goodbye. King Sunji breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and his pace was much faster when he left. "Oh, brother, when will the Qinjia be in such a good family be able to have a future? It's really not possible. I'll be a bad guy once." A burly man in golden armor walked out. This person was the golden crocodile Douluo, with a soul power of level 98, and his status in the spirit hall was second only to Qian Daoliu. According to H, the golden crocodile Douluo is actually much bigger than Qian Daoliu, but he is just willing to be called Qian Daoliu. At the same time, he also felt that King Sunji's account was aborted, and he was urging his elder brother to ask King Sunji to get married as soon as possible and have another small account. Maybe the next talent will be better. Of course, if it were more than 10 or 20 years ago, he might have advised his elder brother to have another one. Of course, he had mentioned it before, but his elder brother refused it. Since then, no one has dared to mention it. Everyone put all the pressure on King Sunji. Qian Daoliu thought for a moment, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, give Jia another 10 years. "Oh, then okay, it's 10 years, it really won't work, I am just be a villain." The golden crocodile Douluo is really worried about the future of the Qinjia. "Since you mean, do you already have a choice?" Qian Daoliu heard the golden crocodile Douluo say that he wanted to be a villain twice, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask. Of course, the girl has a very good talent and has the qualifications of a titled Douluo. Moreover, her martial soul attribute is also a flame attribute, which is very suitable for the inheritance of the angel martial soul. "You mean Ling Yuan?" Qian Daoliu passed some people in his mind who met the conditions mentioned by the golden crocodile. He immediately thought of Ling Yuan, who was only 10 years younger than Qian Sunji. The other party is now at level 81, with a level 9 innate soul power, and he does have the ability to be a title sealed. It's her. Have you ever asked the girl about her intention? Haha, don't worry, brother, of course I asked, the girl said it's okay. As long as King Sunji thinks, she is willing to leave a bloodline for the Qian family. Well, since that's the case, then let's do it. 10 years later, if Jia doesn't have any idea, you don't have to be a villain. I will be this villain myself, after all, that's my son. The two of you said a word, and I arranged the next thing for Qian Sunji. There is no way, they don't want to do this. It's really impossible for thousands of families to have descendants. Chapter 15 Teach Bibidong's Captain. Bibidong pulled Guhan to an open space behind the side hall of the Wuhan Hall. The scenery here is pleasant, the fragrance of flowers is everywhere, and there are many facilities for children to entertain in the open space. Junior brother, this is where I usually practice myself. Just teach me here. Bibidong let go of Guhan's hand and looked very excited. She was very interested in her own soul skills. Although she has innate soul power and twin martial souls, why is her talent the most outstanding in the world? But Bibidong is still a girl after all, and she still likes beautiful things. She is not interested in her two ugly spider martial souls. She doesn't even want to possess a martial soul, but her own soul skills are different. Even if she is a beast martial soul, she doesn't need to possess her completely. Looking at the excited little girl in front of him, Guhan smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't worry, I have a set of fierce boxing techniques and a set of grasping hands. Which one do you want to learn?" "Humph, I'm not a child, I have to learn it." Bibidong smiled and said that only children make choices, she wants them all. Guhan was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect this girl to be quite smart, and said with a smile. Then I will teach my senior sister the skills of grappling first. Okay, let's start. Bibidong's little head was connected. Senior sister, you're optimistic. As Guhan said, he began to demonstrate to Bibidong. Although it was a set of grappling techniques, it was also a set of palm techniques. The moves are complex, light and erratic, and all-encompassing. When used, it is like picking a flower with a fold of plum blossoms. With the agile pace, it makes people unable to understand what his next move is. While exercising it, Guhan also explained the moves and the way of soul power operative to Bibidong. Bibidong was dazzled for a moment, and until Guhan put down his efforts, Bibidong had not come back to his senses. Guhan smiled and said, "Senior sister, how about it? Do you like this way of grasping?" Junior brother, you demonstrated it too quickly, I didn't understand." Bibidong was dizzy. Although she looked amazing and very good looking, she was too complicated and couldn't see clearly. Guhan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I will teach you one by one." Bibidong pointed his little head a little, then asked curiously, "Junior brother, how did your head grow?" He could actually create such a beautiful move. Although she didn't understand the things she had just seen, just looking at the complicated moves, she felt very powerful. These are all researched by my junior brother when he is fine. With the improvement in the mimic training ground, my own soul skills are already considered to be of some flavor. Of course, Guhan is just an introductory practice. After all, even if Bibidong is a genius, he still has to eat one bite at a time. "Oh, that's it, junior brother, you are so awesome." Bibidong gave a thumbs up. "Come on, senior sister, please practice each move with me. At the same time, I will teach you the way of soul power operation of each move." Bibidong is indeed good in terms of talent, and this little girl practices very seriously. It can be seen that the other party doesn't like his martial soul very much. "Senior sister, this wave should be raised a little." Guhan held Bibidong's arm and helped the other party correct his posture. When practicing grappling, there must be physical contact. Although Bibidong was shy at first, he later found that his junior brother had no choice but to surpass him, and his favor for Guhan increased a little. 2.5 hours passed quickly, and Bibidong finally got all the maths in the first way. He only needed to practice more in the future. "Senior sister, let's practice this first way of grappling today. There are 2 and 3 ways of palm techniques in the subsequent way, so we will practice it later." "Yeah, okay." Although Bibidong likes this beautiful and powerful grappling technique, his physical strength is limited. Bibidong is also a little tired at this time. The two sat resting on the bench. After drinking some water, Bibidong suddenly thought of something and stood up. "Junior brother, wait for me." "Good." As he said that, Bibidong ran back to his residence. This is the place where Bibidong usually plays and practices, and it is also the back garden of the Saints' Hall. Bibidong ran back to his room with his short legs and took out a booklet from the drawer. "Finished." Bibidong opened it and took a look. After confirming it was correct, he ran back to the back garden and handed the booklet to Guhan. "For this, my junior brother is for you." "This is..." Guhan hesitantly took the booklet and turned on the first page. "This is the most advanced meditation method in the Wuhan temple taught me by the teacher. If you teach me your own soul skills, I won't learn it in vain." Bibidong hugged his arms and turned his head. His little arrogant look, coupled with the other person's face that was red due to exercise, was very cute. Guhan couldn't help but smile and touch Bibidong's little head, and said with a smile, "Then thank you for your gift from senior sister, I'll accept it." Bibidong was stunned for a moment, raised his head and met Guhan's sunny smile and handsome facial features, and his ears turned red. But in a flash, he looked like his elder sister's head was erect, put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "Humph, it's neither big nor small, I'm your senior sister, how can you touch your senior sister's head? Sorry, senior sister, you are so cute, I can't help it. Gu Han had a smile on his lips. Bibidong was really cute at this time, and his personality was also very likable. Bibidong's little face with a baby fat suddenly turned into a bun, and he taught seriously, don't touch my senior sister's head again in the future, otherwise I will tell the teacher that you bullied me. Yes, I won't dare to do it anymore. Gu Han is like coaxing a child. This made Bibidong curl his lips, but he didn't continue to say anything more. Oh, you are the newly accepted student under the Pope's crown. You look good. A slightly tender teasing sound came from above the two of them. Who? Gu Han and Bibidong were shocked and quickly looked in the sound. They saw a little boy wearing a gorgeous dress sitting at the edge of the roof of the Saints' Hall, his feet hanging in the air swaying slightly. Elder Guangling, why are you here? Bibidong recognized the identity of the person at a glance. Of course, Gu Han also recognized the identity of this person. No wonder he had no feeling when the other party appeared. Should he be said to be worthy of being the titled Douluo? Correction, it's Guangling now. Guangling Douluo jumped off the roof and walked to Bibidong. His height was not high, just a little taller than Bibidong at this time, and it looked just a little over 160. It is said that martial souls can make the body and height of soul masters better than ordinary people, but Guangling seems to be an exception. Although he already has a soul power level of up to 96, he looks, height, or personality, he looks more like a child. Chapter 16 Lighting Douluo. Guangling is worshipped. Gu Han respectfully gave a chest caress when the other party looked at him. Well, there is no need to be too polite. Xie Guangling worships it. Faced with these strong men, Gu Han had to be careful. He had a very clear positioning of himself at this time. He was not a talent that was valued too much. Kyungsunji recruited himself just to inspire Bibidong. Bibidong is the real genius. He must be steady. Before he becomes truly strong, he should maintain the right attitude when facing these strong people. You kid don't have to be so nervous. Since the Pope has accepted you as a student, the Spirit Hall will naturally not favor one or the other. Guangling Douluo waved his hand, then said, I heard that your martial soul is also IC attributed. Summon it out and show it to me. Good. Gu Han nodded, summoned the Xianshuang sword and held it in his hand. The sword body was dark blue all over, emitting a layer of cold frost. Well, it's not bad. Although the quality of martial souls is not very high, it can be regarded as a middle-class martial soul. Unfortunately, the innate soul power is a little lower. Guangling Douluo could see at a glance that Gu Han's Wuhan's level was not bad, but it was not too good either. At most, it was similar to the Fengjian sect, and it was even slightly worse. But you don't have to be discouraged. Our martial soul palace has been passed down for thousands of years, and it records some ways to improve the quality of martial souls. As long as you can continue to hunt IC attribute soul beasts of the same attribute, the better the quality of the soul beast, the greater the space for your martial soul to evolve. Thank you, Guangling, for reminding me, the boy thinks so too. Gu Han naturally knew that soul beasts of the same attribute could improve the quality of martial souls, but few people on the mainland knew about this matter, and it was almost only in the hands of the core people of the sects and empires. And the reason why he knew was that he had read the comments of those handsome readers in his previous life. Speaking of this, you kid is also a genius. You can actually discover the alternative effects of whale rubber. I'm very curious, how did you target whale rubber? Guangling Douluo was very curious about this. After all, in Gu Han's resume, the other party has always been in and out of the library, academy, and the Wuhan Hall. How did a good child come into contact with adult supplements such as whale rubber? Yes, junior brother, have you done anything bad? Bibidong hugged his arms, and his cute and lively eyes looked at his junior brother. If the junior brother was such a person, then as a senior sister, she must educate the other party carefully and let the other party not go to that kind of place. The teacher said that such places are very harmful to the body. Gu Han thought for a while, sorted out the language, and then explained the lines he thought of at that time. I saw the explanation of whale rubber in the library of the Wuhan Hall in Shuofeng City. I also know some of the medicines such as plants. So I was wondering, what exactly does whale gum contain to make up for the deficit? Since you can replenish your qi and blood, can you also use this to enhance your physical fitness? So I bought a whale rubber that is less than 100 years old and tried it. I found that as long as I don't think about it, I absorbed the energy contained in whale rubber with soul power. It can indeed enhance my physical fitness and improve some of my talents. Although this talent has not improved much, it is better than nothing. Guangling Douluo nodded with satisfaction when he heard this and praised, "Yes, you not only work hard, but also are good at thinking about what ordinary people don't think, and can also be used on the right path." "Oh, it's such a pity." Guangling Douluo sighed. Guangling worships, "What a pity, my junior brother is so smart." Bibidong stared at Guangling with curiosity. His junior brother was so smart, why did the other party feel a pity? "I really don't understand." Guangling Douluo smiled and said, "It's a pity that a person can only worship one person as his teacher in his life. If the Pope hadn't accepted you as a student first, I would have wanted to accept you as his disciple." "Thank you, Guangling, for your appreciation." Gu Han was a little surprised, and he just said a little bit of knowledge, and actually made a worshipper want to accept disciples. However, the moral rules on this continent are tied there, and a person can only have one teacher in his life, which is already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Gu Han naturally would not break this rule with shame, otherwise it would probably make Guangling Douluo feel that he is a person who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. At the same time, he had no place to stand in the spirit hall, and even the entire soulmaster realm. Bibidong's eyes rolled, and he grabbed Guangling Douluo's arm with a smile and said with a smile, "You are worshipping Guangling, my junior brother will definitely not worship you as his teacher. But this doesn't prevent you from guiding your junior brother, right? Hehe. You little girl, you are a ghost spirit every day." Guangling Douluo smiled pamperedly and flicked Bibidong's head. "Oh, it hurts so much." Bibidong immediately squatted on the ground with his little head covered. Guangling Douluo was a little stunned, glanced at his fingers, thinking that he didn't use any force. Suddenly, his ostentatious noticed Bibidong's look of secretly looking up at him, and immediately understood everything, and shook his head with a laugh. Then he ignored Bibidong, but looked at Gu Han, took out an exclusive offering order and threw it directly to Gu Han. "The little girl is right. Although I can't accept you as a disciple, this does not prevent me from appreciating you. If you have anything to know in the future or need help, I will take this token to worship the temple and look for me." Gu Han received the Order of Endowment. Unlike ordinary tokens and the Order of Popes, this Order of Endowment only carved with the six-winged angel and the sacred sword, and the character 5 is engraved on the back of the token. Indicates the identity of the holder of this token. "Thank you, Guangling, for your appreciation." Gu Han caught the order of offering to him, and then bowed respectfully. "There is no need to call you after Guangling worships you. You can just call me senior in the future." "Thank you, Senior Guangling." Gu Han climbed up the pole without any reservation and changed his name directly according to the other party's request. Guangling Douluo nodded, then looked at Bibidong who was squatting on the ground, holding his little head and pretending to be pitiful, and said unhappy, "Don't pretend to be pitiful, you little girl, get up quickly." "Hehe, I'm seen." Bibidong actually knew that Guangling Douluo had seen his tricks for a long time, but this little girl was very agile and knew what to do at this time. "You little girl, you are much smarter than your teacher when she was a child. In the future, you will call me senior, you are too distant." Guangling Douluo has a very young mentality. Compared with the other old antiques, he can chat with young people better. And he really likes Bibidong and Guhan's 2 children. Especially Bibidong, he has been in contact with Bibidong more than once. Compared to Chihiroji when he was a child, he liked Bibidong more and thought Bibidong was much more interesting. Although he is not much bigger than Chihiroji, this does not prevent him from evading Chihiroji's childhood. Okay, Senior Guangling. Bibidong laughed and responded directly to this request. Chapter 17 The Enders of the Spirit Hall. Okay, I'll come and see how you can be taken to the Pope by himself. Now it seems that you have extraordinary talents. Guangling Douluo grabbed an apple and took a bite, and said casually without hesitation. But the next moment, Guangling became serious, but I still want to remind you. Senior Guangling, please tell me. Seeing this, Guhan and Bibidong became equally serious, showing a humble attitude of asking for advice. I just saw your own soul skill and heard it, it's very good. However, when the soul master is 6 to 20 years old, it is the best age for practicing soul power level. You may be good at creating your own soul skills, but I still hope that you can focus more on improving your soul power level. If you want to improve your own soul skills, you will have opportunities in the future. Thank you, Senior Guangling, for your advice, I know. Guhan nodded. What the other party said was indeed correct. He should not do anything else at the age when he should practice and improve his level. Just like Feng Xiaotian in the original work, he has a full soul power in his innate life. He is still a soul sect in his 20s. This is not because the other party has poor talent, but because the self-created soul skill consumes too much time for the other party to practice. At the same time, there are also little Juju who has to wait for Hua Wu. However, Guhan is different from Feng Xiaotian. His moves are all derived from the unknown method based on his situation. Moreover, there seems to be no bottleneck in the unnamed Dharma. This is also the main reason why his practice speed has not decreased but increased no matter how many levels it is since he practiced. However, Guangling Douluo did not know this and kindly reminded him. Guhan naturally won't sweep the other side. Okay senior, I know too. Bibidong nodded obediently, and she naturally knew that it was the time to practice. However, she could spend half an hour every day to practice the grapple taught by her junior brother, just to think that she had meditated for a long time and got up to exercise. Well, let's do it, I'll leave first. When Guangling saw the two of them listening, he smiled with satisfaction, waved his hand and jumped a few times before leaving the Saint Maiden Hall. Watching Guangling Douluo leave, Bibidong turned around and looked at Guhan in surprise. Junior brother, this senior Guangling is very powerful. I didn't expect you to be appreciated by him. I have to rely on my senior sister to help me fight for this, otherwise I won't get this token. Guhan took out the offering order and had some thoughts in his mind. Guhan understood Guangling Douluo's character when watching anime and was a trustworthy person. However, when talking about Guangling Douluo, Guhan remembered the things he felt speechless when he watched anime. A level 96 titled Douluo easily crossed Dugubo and Ge Long's block when attacking the avalanche. Another long-range attack Soul Master, Yu Xiaogang was not dead when he was penetrated with an arrow, so he was outrageous. The halo of the protagonist team is not so concealed. In the end, the martial Soul Empire was destroyed, and the consequences of the several major worshippers may be Qinjun and the demon subjugation. The other people are likely to not leave alive. There is also the strongest attack from Bibidong during Jialing Pass, and Tang San did not even hurt his root hair. Oh, this is not the protagonist's halo, it's clearly a cheat. Guhan sighed in his heart that the protagonist could understand that he was not dead, but there was nothing wrong with the supporting character who suffered fatal injuries, which was outrageous. After seeing that Yu Xiaogang had nothing to do, Guhan's heart was galloping past 10,000 grass horses. This is like an ordinary person who was shot by Barrett's cannon. Not only was he okay afterwards, he was jumping around the next day, an outrageous group. Bibidong looked at his junior brother, who was suddenly dazed, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. He tilted his head and stretched out his little hand to shake it in front of Guhan. Junior brother, junior brother. Guhan suddenly shuddered, and saw Bibidong frowning, looking at him with a puzzled look, and touching his face in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong, senior sister? What are you thinking?" Suddenly I was in a daze. "It's nothing. I just thought that since the Guangling worship is the 5 worshippers, what kind of strong people are the other worshippers in the worship hall?" Naturally, Guhan would not directly say what he had just thought about, and directly diverted Bibidong's attention. "This, I know, do you want to know?" Bibidong's eyes rolled around, his eyebrows were curved, and he asked pretty. Guhan and Bibidong looked at each other, feeling happy. On the surface, they looked curious and bowed respectfully. "I would like to ask my senior sister for advice." "Humph." Bibidong smiled brighter, and then he became serious, clearing his throat like a little teacher, and began to popularize Guhan. "There are 5 people in the worship hall now. The Guangling envoy has only recently broken through to level 96 and entered the envoy hall. His martial soul is a bow and arrow with both ice and light attributes, which is very powerful, and more importantly, his soul skills are very beautiful." Bibidong's eyes were full of envy when he talked about Guangling Douluo's martial soul and soul skills. Guhan nodded slightly. It seemed that Qinjun and Shenmo had not broken through to level 96 at this time, but I believe this time would not be too late. After all, except Qiandaoliu and Jin Crocodile, the age gap between the other worshippers was not big. "I won't talk about the great worship. I am the strongest person in our Wuhan hall, a peerless fight at level 99 Luo. Wuhan is a 6-winged angel. The second priest rarely comes forward, but his martial soul is a golden crocodile king, and he has the bloodline of the dragon, which is very powerful. The martial soul of the 3 offerings is the Qingluan divine bird, which is very handsome and has a very good relationship with the offering of Guangling. And I heard from the teacher that the other party broke through to level 97 some time ago. As for the 4 offerings, what's wrong with the 4 envoys?" Guhan saw Bibidong pause and took the initiative to ask. Although he had known some information about these offerings for a long time, he still wanted to hear Bibidong's views on these offerings. "The 4 envoys are also a soul master of the attacking system. The martial soul is a flaming lion, but he is too scary and his face is full of red beard. When Bibidong talks about the lion Douluo, he shows some timidity. It seems that he has seen it before, but he is scared by the other party's appearance, which makes him feel a little psychologically shady." Guhan couldn't help but laugh a little secretly when he heard this. This was so cute when he was a child. I really don't know how sunny and lively this girl would be without turning black. However, if you have yourself in this life and become a fellow disciple with the other party, you will naturally not let that happen. By the way, junior brother, I also know something inside information about the worship hall. Looking at Bibidong, who was mysteriously approaching his ear, Guhan's mouth curled up a beautiful curve slightly and asked, "What is it?" "That is, Qinjun and the demon-subduing elder are now in seclusion and hitting the threshold of level 96. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 of them will be the new worshippers in the worship hall." "Did the teacher tell you all this?" Chapter 18 Mystery of Life. "Did the teacher tell you all this?" Guhan asked. After all, although Bibidong is a saint, the offerings are still a bit far from her. The only possibility is that when Qian Sunji was fine, he told Bibidong that he would listen. "Yes, the teacher also told me that the angel lineage inherits a set of divine soul bones from 9999, but the teacher has limited talent, only 1 left arm bone and 1 right arm bone." Senior sister, do you know that these are top secrets?" A few drops of cold sweat oozed out of Guhan's forehead. He could see that. What did Bibidong really say? No wonder Yu Xiaogang knows the top secret of the angel lineage in the original work. "I know, but you are my junior brother. Sooner or later, it's okay. Okay, but senior sister, don't talk to others in the future. Even if the relationship is good, don't do it, do you know? Gu Han was stunned for a moment, feeling that it was necessary to give this girl a lot of heart, but it could not be said just because of the close relationship. Keep it confidential, I know this. Except for junior brother, I have never mentioned it to anyone. Bibidong said with a smile. That's good. Gu Han smiled dryly, and then he didn't want to say more about this. This kind of thing needs to be changed slowly, and then he mentioned something more important. Senior sister, do you know where the database of Wuhan City Hall is? He also came to Wuhan City with another purpose, which was to solve the mystery of his body's life experience. He came from the fetus, and naturally he always wanted to know the whereabouts of his parents in this life. All soul masters on the continent, even the information of the soul masters of the top 3 sects, will be registered in the Spirit Hall. These materials are stored in the database of the Wuhan Hall, and my parents in this life are no exception. As long as he can find the soul master of the other Xianshuang sword martial soul, he may be able to know his parents in this life. Of course I know the database. It's right next to the Wuhan Hall library, but what are you doing there? Bibidong was puzzled that the database was not a top-secret place. Anyone with status in the Martial Soul Hall could go in directly, and the rest could go in as long as they had the procedures. Anyway, it's just some information about soul masters, and nothing is worth keeping confidential. It's nothing. I was adopted by Grandpa Zun. Since I was a child, I have been curious about who my parents are and why they left me in Qinghe village. Did I encounter something that had to be done? Gu Han did not shy away, but explained his purpose bluntly. Sorry, junior brother. Bibidong lowered his little head, as if he had done something wrong. It's nothing. Senior sister, you don't know that you are not guilty, so you don't need to apologize. Gu Han subconsciously wanted to reach out to touch Bibidong's little head, but stopped when he was about to touch it and patted the other person's shoulder. Then junior brother, come with me now, I'll take you there. Bibidong raised his head, waved his hand, and signaled Gu Han to follow. Good. The database of the Warrior Hall is located on the left side of the Pope Hall. Although the palace complex here is not as grand as the Pope Hall, it is not much different. The location of the database is in the smaller palace on the side of the library. Stop! 2 golden armored guards standing at the door immediately stopped the 2 of them. I am the saint of the Spirit Hall, let's go in. Bibidong took out his Saint Maiden order, and 2 golden armored guards immediately knelt on the ground. His Majesty. Yeah, get up. Bibidong put his little hand behind him and nodded seriously. Thank you, Your Highness. Bibidong ignored the 2 of them anymore, turned to look at Gu Han, and waved, Junior brother, let's go in. Gu Han nodded, followed Bibidong and passed 2 golden armored guards and entered the database. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the Spirit Hall. The momentum exuded by these 2 guards is very powerful, at least at the level of the Soul Sect. There was not a single person in the database. Behind the table at the front desk was an old man who looked 70 or 80 years old. He looked very ordinary, but he was a veritable high-level soul saint. The other party naturally noticed the arrival of Bibidong and Gu Han. Although he did not know Gu Han, he still knew Bibidong, the saint. His Majesty, why are you here? The old man stood up and came to the 2 of them, and respectfully gave Bibidong a chest caress. Manager Toma, I'm here to help my junior brother find information about his parents. Your junior brother? Thomas looked at the boy beside Bibidong, raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself secretly, when did the Pope's crown accept another disciple? But he still knew that these were not what he should ask. After all, whether to accept disciples was the matter of the Pope's crown, and it was not his turn to talk too much. So that's the case. Second, Your Highness, just ask for clues and come down to help you find them. The clue is that I only have my martial soul and this jade pendant. Gu Han said, summoning the Xuan sword and taking out the soul guide in the white jade pendant style. This is a problem. What is your noble surname and what is the name of the martial soul? Toma frowned slightly. Although there were many clues, the goal was still too big. My name is Gu Han, the martial soul Xuan sword. I haven't heard of it much. Senior, my name is adopted by my grandfather. I don't know what my parents' surname is. Well, I understand. Your Highness, you guys are here for a while first, I'll check it out. Thomas thought for a moment, explained, and then walked towards the area where the IC attributed Soul Master was located. Gu Han was definitely not as familiar with the situation in the database as Thomas. He did not walk around casually, but took Bibidong to sit in the seat behind the front desk and waited. After a while, Toma walked back in disappointment and sighed, Your Highness, sorry, your martial soul is the first case on the continent. There was no Xuan sword before. Perhaps your martial soul had mutated or evolved. It seems that you can only look for clues on the white jade pendant. But I can't find this thing here. You can only find Bishop Ghostly, who is responsible for collecting information, and I believe you can see something. Why are you like this? Bibidong was a little disappointed and thought he could help his junior brother or something. Sister, don't worry, I've been waiting for 12 years, I don't care about continuing to wait. Gu Han smiled and shook his head, comforted Bibidong, who was even lower than himself, and then looked at Toma and thanked him. I'm sorry to have Senior Thomas. My senior sister and I have something to do, so I won't bother you. It's okay, it's okay. I'm so ashamed that I couldn't help the two high men. Thomas waved his hand. After refusing each other for a few words, Gu Han took Bibidong away. Chapter 19 Practice of Mental Power, The Art of Returning Light. Let's go, junior brother, I'll take you to find Bishop Ghost. At the door of the database, Bibidong waved to Gu Han, who was walking behind him, who was bowing his head and pondering. Senior sister, let's do this for now. It's getting late and I'm a little tired. Let's go back and rest first. But, what's going on with your parents? Bibidong hesitated. Senior sister, this matter cannot be figured out overnight. I have troubled you too much today. You should go back and rest as soon as possible. Gu Han waved his hand with a smile. This was more enthusiastic than Dong when he was a child. Oh, then, well, junior brother, I'll leave first. Bibidong looked at Gu Han hesitantly, and saw that the other party was really not unhappy, so he waved his hand and left. Gu Han smiled and waved, watching Bibidong leave. Gu Han glanced at the library beside him and walked in. The space in the library is very large, with rows of bookshelves neatly arranged, and all kinds of books are covered with. There were not many people in the library. Gu Han looked carefully and found that there were only a dozen people. My eyes swept through the names of books on the bookshelf, most of which introduced the characteristics of a certain soul beast and the characteristics of the year, and whether there are any special skills. Moreover, it is very comprehensive. An introduction to a soul beast can even be written in a whole book, including its habits, life patterns, haunted places, various skills, mutated species, and soul skills characteristics produced in each year. It is clearly expressed. Gu Han picked up a book about the Titan giant ape, opened it and read it. It was more than 100,000 words, and introduced it a lot, and it was also very detailed. In short, it is to tell the soul master a saying that this soul beast is very strong and suitable for hunting by a strong attack soul master, but this soul beast is very strong and can compete with a 10,000-year soul beast in 100 years. If you want to hunt, you must be cautious and think twice. No wonder there are not many people who study theory, and their feelings are so verbose. Most young people are impatient and need to practice. How can they have time to read these verbose information? Gu Han shook his head and put the book back to its original position. The eyes started looking again, a book called About the Hunting Direction of the Plant Soul Master's Soul Ring. Seeing this book, Gu Han thought of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San that there was no precedent for plant soul masters to absorb beast martial souls. At that time, Yu Xiaogang completely regarded Tang San as an experimental tool. Open the first page and ask the soul. Discussion: does plant-based soul masters have the conditions to absorb the soul rings of beast-like soul beasts? There are many cases mentioned above, and no one on the mainland has absorbed it, but the attributes are not consistent, resulting in the martial soul not being able to evolve accordingly. When encountering a strong attack soul master, the limiting effect will be greatly weakened. And there are certain risks that will cause the martial soul to mutation in reverse. Conclusion: plant-based soul masters can absorb the soul rings of beast-like soul beasts, but the effect is not as large as absorbing plant-like soul beasts, so plant-based soul masters are not recommended to absorb the soul rings of beast-like soul beasts. Turning backwards, it is basically the side effects encountered by some plant soul masters who absorb the beast soul rings, and there are also cases. He didn't know if Yu Xiaogang in the original work had seen this book that was placed in the corner, but according to the other party's performance in the original work, it is highly likely that he had never read it. Most of Yu Xiaogang's theories are about the habit characteristics of soul beasts. With so many books here, even if Yu Xiaogang reads books here for a long time when he was young, it is impossible to read them all. It is probably good to be able to read books such as the characteristics, attributes, etc. of various soul beasts. Gu Han randomly found a few books of interest and read them roughly. Until night fell, Gu Han closed the book, stood up and stretched. The night is like a painting, with stars dotted, and the moonlight falls on the earth like snow. At this time, the lights in the Wuhan Hall were still brightly lit, and Gu Han did not have the heart to observe the scene on the roadside and returned to his accommodation. Of course, it is incomparable to Bibidong, the saint who is hidden, but Gu Han doesn't care about these things. For him, it is acceptable as long as it is not the kind of house that leaks wind and rain. Gu Han took a bath, went to the cafeteria to eat something casually, and then sat on the bed. With the help of the nameless Dharma, his practice speed can be said to be very fast. If he hadn't had to compress the soul power of each level to the limit before choosing to break through, perhaps he would have been in the 30 level now. Gu Han's 5 hearts face the sky and looks inward in his danshan. At this time, a white mass of air was floating in his danshan. Under the mass of air, the soul power turned into liquid, emitting misty air and giving people a feeling of coldness. Although he is only at level 23 now, his actual combat power is probably not weaker than that of ordinary soul sex. When he was in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, he defeated a level 38 level attack soul master. He is not only practicing soul power, but also practicing spiritual power. The method of practicing spiritual power recorded in the unknown Dharma is different from that of Tang San's purple demon eye. According to the nameless Dharma, a person's spirit lies in a little bit of spiritual light in the spiritual platform, which will be leaked out of the human eyes inadvertently. The leaked light is the lost mental power. If you want this light not to leak from your eyes, you must learn to return the light. Gu Han cannot fully recover the light, but he can also make the light leak slower. After the return to light is successful, the spirit will be formed and the energy in the body will be transformed into spiritual power, which is a method of spiritual cultivation that seeks inwardly. Of course, if you can return the light, you can naturally emit light, but Gu Han rarely uses it unless you encounter some huge crisis and need to concentrate. This method of returning to light reminded Gu Han of Taoist words in an anime I saw in his previous life. Shenying is restrained. Maybe there are some differences, but there are also 70 or 88 similarities. They are all methods to protect the spiritual light in the body. Gu Han closed his eyes and practiced his mental power. If it were before, he might still need to sleep, but at this time he could use it instead of sleep when he practiced his mental power. The next morning, the sun gradually penetrated into the room from the window, feeling the warmth above the body, and Gu Han slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed through his eyes, but it was quickly restrained by Gu Han. Oh, Shenying's restrainedness is indeed not so easy to accomplish. Gu Han sighed. Just now, Gu Han accidentally leaked a ray of spiritual light. But he was not discouraged. The most taboo thing about practicing is to be impatient and ambitious, and to proceed step by step. Consolidate every small level, and only in this way can Gu Han have the capital to deal with all the changes that may occur in the future. Chapter 20 The Martial Soul Academy with very few people. Gu Han had to deal with some conspiracy theories about Shura gods I saw in his previous life. It would be fine if netizens just thought too much, but if everything was really just the driving force behind Shura god, then Gu Han had to consider the future of the Wuhan Palace, and he must have the strength to face all crises. This is also the reason why he chose to break through after each small level is compressed to the limit, and he is not in a hurry. Although there was a thought that if Tang San or Tang Hao was killed in advance, wouldn't there be any future happening? But the same sentence was still said, he was not sure if Tang San's time travel had the shadow of Shura god. If that's the case, even if he killed Tang Hao after all, Tang San will still be reincarnated into the rest of the people. And it will also cause a lot of unnecessary uncertainty. As for killing Tang San directly, it may be a way, but it seems like Tang San was still resurrected by his magical skills after being killed in the later period. He was not sure whether Tang San would be reborn again, and he was hiding in the dark and became a poisonous snake. The enemy is in the dark, I am in the light, which is too dangerous for him. After all, Gu Han was not afraid of Tang San, but the Shura god. Of course, this may also be because Gu Han is thinking too much. But this did not affect his preparation for the worst. Gu Han stood by the window, lowered his head and clenched his fists slightly. No matter what the future is, he will not cut with the spirit hall. If there was no martial soul hall, he would not know how long it would take to awaken his martial soul, and the nameless method would not appear with the martial soul. If it weren't for the martial spirit hall, he might not have the cultivation environment he has today. For Gu Han, the spirit hall is undoubtedly a big tree to protect his growth. After he becomes strong, he will naturally not abandon the spirit hall. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and landed outside Gu Han's window, blocking the morning sunshine. Senior Yuegwen. Gu Han recognized the identity of the person at a glance and greeted him respectfully. Come with me, I'll take you to school. Senior, wait a moment, and let me sort it out. Well, don't worry, I'm fine. Yuegwen waved his hand casually. Anyway, he was in a free position now, so he was not in a hurry. Gu Han nodded, closed the window, washed up briefly, and put on some decoration. Then he opened the door, looked at Yuegwen who was leaning against the wall waiting for him, and spoke. Senior Yuegwen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You kid is good at everything, you're just too careful, let's go. Yuegwen naturally saw Gu Han's cautiousness towards him and the Pope, and he also pointed it out at this time. Senior Yuegwen, the kid treats seniors like this, I'm used to it. Gu Han naturally heard the meaning of Yuegwen's words, but of course he would not call him brother or brother just because of this sentence from the other party. There must be a limit to climbing up the pole. Forget it, just do whatever you want. Yuegwen waved his hand indifferently, and he didn't hate Gu Han's polite appearance. Senior Yuegwen, when I was on the way here, I found that you had a deep understanding of flowers and plants. I thought these were all knowledge in the Wuhan Hall, but I went to the library yesterday and did not find any relevant knowledge about the flowers and herbs you mentioned. Gu Han still needs to lay some preparation for the matter of fairy grass. Although he could have waited until his soul king to go alone, he would not need the immortal grass by that time. These things should be eaten as soon as possible, so that the effect will be more significant. I have the knowledge of flowers and plants. I will bring you a complete collection of plants that I wrote myself. You can take it to read it first, and if you don't understand, you will ask me for questions. Yuegwen was not stingy with his knowledge. On the contrary, he admired a young man who was as interested in flowers and plants as he was, and felt relieved that there were successors. This is also the reason why Yuegwen has such a high likelihood of Guhan. It is really hard to make people feel sensible, hardworking, polite, and the key is that they have the same hobbies as themselves. The Wuhan Palace Academy is said to be an academy, but it is actually a concentrated training camp for geniuses. There are very few people who can enter here, almost all of whom are top geniuses in the mainland, with innate soul power level 79. The colleges of this class are even less talented, with only 20 people, more than half of them descended from the elders or bishops. To be honest, Guhan has seen a Bibidong until now. Even the innate soul power offered by Guangling is only in the innate level 9. Of course, Qian Sunji is naturally the same, but he is because of the soul power given by the angel god. Although the starting point is high, it gives people a feeling of insufficient stamina. It is likely that it is caused by too much attention to the improvement of levels in the early stage and ignoring the consolidation of each level. There will be Tang San, Feng Xiaotian, and Oscar in the future, so I won't talk about the second part. It seems like a lot, but if you think about it carefully, there are hundreds of millions of people in the entire continent, and there are only 1 or 2 people in one era, or even none. It can be seen how little innate soul power is. At this time, all the students gathered here on the college open space, standing straight in 2 rows. The leader was a man in a black robe who looked a little slim. Teacher Ghost Leopard, this is what I told you yesterday. The Pope's newly accepted student is Guhan. Yuegwen's eyes looked at Guhan again and continued. Boy, this is your future teacher. Don't look at him like this. He is a level 84 Conra, no worse than me. I've seen teacher Gai Bao. Guhan gave in slightly, and was another celebrity, the future Ghost Leopard Elder, the titled Douluo who was killed by Jiandao Chinexin with his 8th soul skill, was also considered a more dignified death. At least it is a low-level fight against advanced ones, and it is acceptable to not be killed too much by the plot. Gai Bao naturally didn't know what Guhan was thinking, his eyes Guang looked at Guhan carefully and nodded slightly. I understand, Chrysanthemum Pass, there is nothing to do with you here, so he will leave it to me after that. Unexpectedly, when he heard this title, Yuegwen changed his previous elegant demeanor, stared at Gai Bao coldly, and gritted his teeth word by word. How many times have I said it, don't call me Huhua Pass. I understand, don't disturb me in class. Elder Ghost Leopard waved his hand indifferently, and had no intention of listening at all. However, he didn't want to fight with the other party here, so he didn't stimulate the other party anymore. At the same time, he complained in his heart, it's obvious that Ghost Guy called you Chrysanthemum and you're fine, why do we call you that, like a cat with a trampled tail? Hi! Seeing that the other party's aura became weaker, Yuegwen took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and said to Guhan who was standing aside. Boy, I'll leave first, get training here, come to me if you have any questions. Thank you, Senior Yuegwen, for your concern, boy, I understand. Guhan bent down slightly, and naturally accepted the kindness released by Yuegwen. Chapter 21 Thousands of ways flow out of the sea. In Hanhai City, a golden figure fell from the sky above the port. This person is tall and majestic, with long golden hair draped over his shoulders, a pair of golden eyes that seem to be able to despise everything, and a white gold robe that looks luxurious and extraordinary. This is the first time I have been here in Hanhai City. Qiandao Liu stood on the edge of the port and looked at the distant coastline. This is the first time he has been here since his debut, and he has only heard of it before. When he was young, he only moved in the mainland. After he became a great worshipper, he usually stayed in the worship hall to serve the angel gods. He rarely went out, and even when he went out, he would have a discussion with Tang Chen. Regarding whale rubber, Qiandao Liu has no intention of purchasing it in the city at all. Even the Wuhan city and the 2 empires do not have 10,000-year whale rubber. Although it is near the sea, the strongest one is just a level 83 Conra. Catching a cetacean soul beast that has been for thousands of years will cost a lot, and even the soul saint is at risk of falling. Without knowing the alternative effects of whale rubber, no one will be idle and work hard for a supplement. Qian Daolio found a captain of the fleet, a soul king of more than 50 levels. Cruiseman, do you know which sea area has the most cetacean soul beasts? The ocean is endless, and even if it is in existence like Qian Daolio, it needs to understand and set a goal before taking action. These fleets that often go out to sea to catch and hunt souls are naturally the best sources of information. I know. The man felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but whale soul beasts usually live in the deep sea area, so it's hard for us to go. Qian Daolio reached out and wiped the jade pendant around his waist, and threw a gold card directly into the man's arms. There are 10,000 gold soul coins in it. Just drive the boat and don't worry about the rest. Seeing a large bag of golden soul coins, the Chuanjia immediately raised his eyebrows. After confirming that, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. Oh, okay, sir, please get on the boat first, so I'll arrange for you to set off. Qian Daolio nodded slightly and walked slowly on the Shanghai boat with his hands on his back. Before long, the sea sailed away from the port. Standing on the bow of the boat, Qian Daolio held his hands on his back and stared calmly ahead. Several members of the fleet approached the fleet boss in confusion. Brother, this guy has been standing there for 3 days. Isn't he tired? The man glanced at his younger brother and glared at the other party with anger. Get out of here, this is our big boss this time. He will do whatever he wants. Why do you ask so much? Yes, what my elder brother teaches is that I am worried that my boss will not be able to stand the body when he stands outside like this. After hearing the boss's scolding, my brother immediately laughed at him and said yes. Qian Daolio had a very high cultivation level, so he could naturally hear the conversation between the two, but he had no intention of paying attention to it. In his perception, a huge creature with a soul power of about 90,000 years approaching, and there are still several 40,000 to 50,000 years old and a group of soul beasts with aura of thousands of years. These soul beasts emit the same aura, and are of the same race. However, there is more than 1,000 miles of sea route here from the sea area mentioned by the captain. Why does it appear now? Ordinary group soul beasts will not easily leave their territory, and marine soul beasts are no exception. There are only 2 possibilities for leaving. First, you may encounter a great enemy and have to move to a safe place. The second is to hunt. Qian Daolio turned around, looked at the other boatman, and said, Bowman, the goal is here. You can drive the boat back and hide later. Just leave the rest to me. The man was stunned and suddenly noticed something was wrong in the surrounding waters, and suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. No, the tide of 10,000-year soul beasts. He has rich sailing experience and has even gone out to sea with several soul saints and has seen signs before the appearance of the soul beast in the 10,000 years. The signs this time are much more terrifying than what I have seen before, and the number is larger than any other time. This is clearly a beast tide. 10,000 years of soul beasts tide. The other crew members immediately opened their eyes in horror. No one expected that they would encounter Wanyan in the 1,000 years of soul beast area. The beast tide of soul beasts. How so? Boss, what should we do? No, I don't want to die. Everyone was slumped on the ground in fear, even the captain was no exception. He sat on the ground, trembling violently, his eyes full of fear. Qian Daolio shook his head slightly when he saw this situation, and he didn't say much. He didn't expect these people to be as calm as he did. After all, they were just ordinary soul masters who rely on the ocean to make a living. It is normal to be frightened when encountering such a tide of beasts. Roar! As if feeling the human sea ship ahead, the leader of the evil orca whales suddenly roared, and the terrifying soul power set off a huge wave. Although this evil orca whale is not as powerful as the king of their clan, it is enough to compete with some ordinary tidal Douluo in the ocean. The waves of hundreds of meters were raised, and several 100-meter-long evil orca whales broke out of the water, and their scarlet pupils were staring at the sea boat below, which looked like a small boat. Everyone was desperate, opened their mouths slightly, and couldn't even make a sound, as if time had stopped. At this moment, Qiandaoliu's eyes turned, and the golden domain suddenly unfolded, blocking all crises outside the angel domain. 6 golden wings grew behind Qiandaoliu, and a 6-winged angel of more than 50 meters appeared behind Qiandaoliu and held it in his hands. Black, 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 red. 9 terrifying soul ring configurations appeared at his feet, and the sacred and powerful soul power swept across the audience, and countless golden feathers drifted like snow. Feed, titled Douluo. Now, everyone's eyes widened, and the fear just now disappeared and turned into shock. Their eyes stared blankly at the 9 soul rings hovering under Qiandaoliu's feet, and the 6-winged angel martial soul behind him that was shocked by the continent. Their lips trembled. Yes, it's the 6-winged angel. Pope, he is actually the Pope's crown. Since decades have passed since the time when Qiandaoliu was active, the older generation has almost withered, and almost not many people know about Qiandaoliu's existence, let alone these ordinary soul masters. They only know that the 6-winged angel is the inherited martial soul of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Now, after seeing Qiandaoliu's martial soul, it is not uncommon to mistake it for the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. 8 10,000-year soul rings, 100,000-year soul rings, how did this be done? Some people even noticed the age of the soul ring under Qiandaoliu's feet, which was clearly an outrageous configuration of 8 black and 1 red. As we all know, soul masters can only withstand the soul ring of the 10,000-year soul beast when the 5th soul ring, otherwise they will only be backfired by the mental impact of the 10,000-year soul beast. Now, the person standing in front of them has broken their cognition, starting from the 1st soul ring to the 8th soul ring, all black 10,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? Chapter 22 College Interview. Qiandaoliu's soul ring configuration is too shocking, completely beyond these people's views. Similarly, even the 80,000-year-old killer whales in the evil orca group, along with the other tribes, were shocked. Although their IQ did not reach the level of humans. But I also understand the meaning of the 9 soul rings under the feet of the human in front of me. The evil orca whale, which was 80,000 years old, was even more fortunate to see the high priest on the sea god island in a shocking battle with the deep-sea demon whale king. The momentum of the human in front of him was completely true. The high priest who had not mobilized the power of the sea god. No, it's the extreme Douluo, run. The evil orca whale that is 80,000 years old cannot speak human language, but its language can still be understood by the same tribe. As the sound fell, a group of evil orcas whales quickly retreated in groups. Humph, do you want to run? The sound of Qiandaoliu was like a god above the 9 heavens resisting, carrying a terrifying spiritual attack. Under the suppression of powerful soul power, Qiandaoliu easily suppressed a group of evil demons and killer whales without even using his soul skills. Roar! The evil devil orca whale roared repeatedly, and her heart was even more terrified. Faced with the soul pressure of Qiandaoliu, the evil demons and killer whales struggled to no avail. Angelic Holy Sword. A luxurious sword appeared in Qiandaoliu's hand. With one sword, the terrifying golden sword energy fell, and the tens of thousands of years of evil devils died instantly, and even the sea surface was cut out of a deep gully. The aftermath of the sword energy spread, causing some 1,000-year-old evil orca whales with low cultivation to die on the spot. Qiandaoliu did not kill all the evil demon orca whales. After slashing the sword, he stopped taking action and allowed the surviving evil orca whales to escape. His original intention was to kill only one, but unexpectedly, he encountered a group of soul beasts in advance and thought about bringing more back. Perhaps it can also help some of the Contras who are expected to break through the title and Gear's 2 disciples. Of course, those 2 small ones may not be able to perfectly absorb the energy of 10,000-year-old whale rubber, but the 1,000-year-old ones are still okay. Qiandaoliu's eyes fell on the corpse of the evil killer whales floating on the sea. Several sword energy fell, accurately splitting their heads. One-handed shot, count 10 whale rubbers were taken into your hands. Among them are 5 10,000-year-old whale rubber and 10,000-year-old whale rubber. The highest quality and best quality are naturally whale rubber produced from the 80,000-year-old evil killer whale. Qiandaolio looked at the crew members who were already dull and unable to make a sound below, and said in a calm tone, "This trip is over, please return as soon as possible." The crew didn't come back to their senses until now. Okay. Although Qiandaolio seemed to be tall, he was a kind-hearted person. In order to prevent the crew of the ship from being retaliated after he left, he followed the ship back to the port. After returning to the port, Qiandaolio reminded these people not to go to sea within half a year and then left. "We actually met the legendary Pope's crown. I am worthy of being the Pope's crown. I am so powerful that I have killed so many 10,000-year-old evil orcus whales in just one sword." Nonsense, that's a titled Douluo. How many soul masters are out of reach, how can they not be powerful? Hehe, we will blow some of them in the future. The crew finally came back to their senses from the shock, and then they started to discuss. No one expected that they would actually meet the legendary Pope of the Spirit Hall. Of course, they may never know in their lifetime that what they met was actually the previous Pope, who is currently the enshrined Qiandaolio in the Wuhan Hall. Wuhan Palace Academy, on the training ground. Gu Han quickly integrated into the group. Although the soul power of 20 people was the lowest, the educational environment here was good and he was not discriminated against. His soul power was low and he was not discriminated against. Of course, competition is indispensable. At this time, everyone gave up on the field. Gu Han held the Xianshuang sword in his hand and the 2 yellow soul rings under his feet were rhythmic. Opposite him was a young man holding a gun, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings under his feet slowly moving. Gu Han, Wuhan Xianshuang sword, a 23-level strong attacking master, please give me advice. Wang Bo, martial soul flame spear, level 31 strong attack soul master, please give me advice. The 2 bowed to each other, introduced their martial souls and characteristics, and then began to confront each other. The first soul skill, the Sting of Flames. Wang Bo took the lead in launching the attack. His first soul skill was to attach a layer of flame to the gun body, and his attack power increased by 10%. The flames were dazzling, and a little cold light was hidden in it, and it stabbed towards Gu Han quickly. The first soul skill, Xianshuang Sword Aura. The second soul skill, Ice Spirit Guardian. 2 soul rings under his feet lit up at the same time, and a layer of sharp frost attached to the sword body. A thick ice shield was formed in front of Gu Han. Gu Han's second soul skill came from the 800-year-old Ice Black Turtle. His defense ability changes with the level, and is a very practical defensive soul skill. Of course, Gu Han activated this soul skill not just for defense, he also wanted 10% of the full attribute enhancement. When the long spear burning flame stabbed the ice shield. At the moment of contact, Wang Bo suddenly had his eyes wide open, and a powerful recoil force returned along the gun body. He quickly withdrew the gun, spinning his body and retreated backwards. I actually forced Wang Bo, who was 8 levels higher than his soul power. The ghost leopard was a little surprised. He naturally heard about Gu Han. He was a very outstanding and hard-working child. He once won a luxurious record of 100 consecutive victories in the Great Soul Arena. But in his opinion, although Gu Han dealt with the Soul Lord, they were all low-level martial souls and could not be on the table. Wang Bo's flame spear is a high-level martial soul. At the same level, it is far from comparable to those soul masters defeated by Gu Han. However, that's how Wang Bo actually suffered a loss by taking the lead. Catch it! Gu Han turned the ice shield into armor and attached it to his body, bullied himself, and the Xianshuang sword slashed out horizontally. Wang Bo was shocked and quickly jumped back again, and at the same time he shot out, pointing directly at Gu Han's vital points. Gu Han flipped his sword and slashed towards the barrel of the flame gun. After the first wave of confrontation, Gu Han discovered that this Soul Lord was much stronger than the Soul Lords he had encountered. He didn't know what the opponent's subsequent soul skills were, but his offensive was extremely fierce and he did not give the opponent any chance to use his subsequent soul skills. Gu Han's sword moves are sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which is dazzling, and the moves are just right. Wang Bo feels powerful and has nowhere to use them. It is said that every inch is longer and stronger, but Gu Han directly chose to fight in close combat. With the unpredictable body technique, he pressed against the other party tightly, making Wang Bo's advantage completely unable to be displayed. Moreover, Gu Han's sword moves were too fast, and Wang Bo quickly couldn't keep up with the rhythm, and Gu Han took the opportunity to pick out the martial soul with one sword. Varied. Wang Bo was shocked and was about to catch his martial soul, but the next moment, the Xianshuang sword had already stepped in front of him. I've given up. Chapter 23 Tell Bibi Journey to the West. Baopao. Ghost Leopard clapped his hands and praised, "No, not bad, I've heard that you have won a luxurious achievement of 100 consecutive victories in the Great Soul Arena. Now it looks like you are indeed well known. I am really a student under the Pope's crown. I admire him." Wang Bo also bowed with admiration. "Thank you, Teacher Gai Bao, for the praise." Gu Han smiled modestly, then looked at Wang Bo and said, "Your strength is the strongest among the soul masters I have ever met. I dare not bet on what your subsequent soul skills are, so I can only do my best to make you have no time to display them. Actually, this is a humble lie. Although Wang Bo is powerful, even if the other party uses his soul skills he can also easily beat the other party. But since the other party has taken the initiative to show his goodwill, he doesn't have to look like he has nostrils facing the sky. Hey, if you lose, you lose. Brother Gu Han, don't be humble. I am the one who has high soul power and loses to you. I will obey you." Wang Bo waved his hand freely, looking free and easy. "Okay, don't be humble here. Today's course is over. Everyone should move freely. The battle between Gu Han and Wang Bo is the last one." It was already afternoon, and the Ghost Leopard Elder also announced his disbandment. After a few more greetings with the classmates, Gu Han went to the library. "Junior brother!" A lively voice came, and Gu Han looked up and saw Bibidong squatting alone at the door of the library, waving to him. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Gu Han also waved his hand, looked at the figure who sat up, and asked curiously when he asked the figure who ran to his side. "Hehe, the teacher said you like reading, so I guess you will come here after school." Bibidong has an expression that I am very awesome. King Sunji covered Bibidong very tightly and taught him personally. He could not let the other party reveal more information. "Senior sister, you are so awesome, then let's go in." Gu Han smiled slightly. Because Bibidong was alone for a long time, after suddenly having a junior brother like Gu Han, the child became much more lively in an instant, as if he had found some new toy. "Junior brother, why do you like reading so much? Don't you think it's boring?" "No, and there is a lot of interesting knowledge in the book, and I have seen many interesting stories in the book." "Story? What story?" Bibidong's little head was crooked, a little curious. "Senior sister, I'll tell you another day if I have time. Can't you explain it well now?" Bibidong shook Gu Han's arm, with a little coquettish sense. She often used this trick on the teacher, and it worked hard. Gu Han thought about it and found that there was nothing important to him now, so he nodded. "Okay, let's find a quieter place." "That's great, then go to my place." Bibidong made a fuss in his heart, then took Gu Han's hand and ran to his Saint Maiden Hall. Gu Han was a little funny and let Bibidong hold his hand and run forward. The two came to the back garden of the Saint Maiden Hall. Apart from Bibidong, even Kyung Sunji would not come in without permission. When there was something wrong, they would only ask a female soul master to summon him. "Junior brother, wait for me here for a while." Bibidong pressed Gu Han onto the bench and then ran back to his room. After a while, Bibidong ran back with a small stool, and at the same time, she was carrying a bag of melon seeds and a bag of grapes in her hand. Bibidong sat on a small stool, touching his little hand on the soul guide, and a small table appeared in front of the two of them. Bibidong put the things on the table, then sat down, holding the table with both hands, and a pair of Kajalan's big eyes were urging. "Junior brother, tell me quickly, I'll listen." Bibidong's operation made Gu Han a little stunned. After reacting, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart and shake his head. He is a senior sister, he is quite good at enjoying it. "Okay, then I'll tell you the story of Sun Dashan." "Who is Dashan Sun?" "It's a fictional character, senior sister, just listen honestly." "Okay." Bibidong pointed his little head, grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started to eat it. Cough cough. Gu Han cleared his throat and said, "It is said that there is a country in Dongsheng Shenzhou, called Ala country." Gu Han began to jump out of the stone from Sun Wukong, and kept talking about his apprenticeship of the Subhoodie Patriarch, and Bibidong asked questions from time to time. For example, is Sun Wukong jumping out of the stone a soul beast? Questions like what does gods mean? Gu Han will patiently explain these issues one by one. Bibidong also listened with relish, and his big, watery eyes were filled with light. Gu Han took a look at the sky that was gradually getting darker, breathed a sigh of relief, and stopped the vivid story. "Okay, senior sister, it's still late today, so let's stop here today." "Ah? That's the end." Bibidong is like a reader who is chasing the latest moment when the author suddenly feels out of context. Gu Han nodded, "Well, let's stop here today. After all, it's getting late, so it's time for me to go back. But, I still want to know what Sun Wukong would learn from Master Bodhi." Bibidong's face was full of thought. He had clearly talked about it at the critical moment, so why didn't he talk about it? Looking at Bibidong's cute little expression, Gu Han unconsciously smiled. "What senior sister wants to hear, junior brother will tell you tomorrow." Seeing that his first move failed, Bibidong's eyes turned around. Then he bulged his face, shook his head angrily, grabbed Gu Han, and he pressed it on the bench again with his hands on his hips. "No, if you don't finish this topic today, don't think about leaving." Gu Han felt a little funny when he saw the other party staring at him with an angry face. Well, then let's finish the process of Bodhi Patriarch teaching Sun Wukong's immortal method." "Hehe, I knew you are the best junior brother." Bibidong was like a Sichuan opera changing face, his angry little face suddenly changed to a bright smile. Gu Han shook his head. Although he knew that these were Bibidong's tricks, the other party was so cute. There was no way, Gu Han could only tell the passage of Bodhi Patriarch teaching Sun Wukong the 72 transformations and somersault cloud. Oh, it turns out that the 3 slap in the head was to ask Sun Wukong to go to the Bodhi Patriarch at midnight. He is so smart, I didn't expect it. But if I were Sun Wukong, I would definitely have both the 72 transformations and the 36 transformations. Wouldn't that add up to 108 changes? Will you fly from one side of Douluo continent to the other side in an instant? Bibidong listened to Gu Han's story with relish, while commenting, fantasizing about what would happen if he was Sun Wukong. After a short story was told, Bibidong finally showed a satisfied smile, and Gu Han was able to leave. "Junior brother, don't forget to continue tomorrow." Bibidong stood at the door of the Saints' Hall and waved to Gu Han's back. Gu Han waved his hand to show that he knew. Chapter 24 The Glory of the Six-Winged Angel. Hi. Fortunately, I didn't talk about the plot of Bodhi Patriarch driving away Sun Wukong, otherwise I would definitely be held back. After walking away, Gu Han breathed a sigh of relief. You kid is here, and if you don't go back to the dormitory, what are you doing outside? Yuegwen's figure appeared in front of Gu Han. The other party was leaning against the wall at this time, holding his chest with one hand and pinching a chrysanthemum with the other hand and sniffing it at the tip of his nose. Senior Yuegwen. Gu Han gave a slight gaze and explained, I just came back from my senior sister and was planning to go back. Yuegwen put away the anus in his hand, walked over behind his back with his hands, and asked, well, how do you feel for today's course? Well, the student's strength is much higher than the soul masters of the same level I met in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Teacher Gaibao's education method is also very unique, and the boy has benefited a lot. That's good, take this. As he said that, Yuegwen handed a book with a golden cover to Gu Han. This is the knowledge you asked me about flowers and plants before. There are many fairy quality flowers and plants that you have never heard of before. Learn it hard. Gu Han reached out to take it, opened it, and took a look. The first page was about introducing the content of the immortal product Qirong Tongtianzhu. Thank you, Senior, I will go back to study it first. Go, if you don't understand, come and ask me. Yuegwen waved his hand. After Gu Han left, a shadow appeared, and a figure wearing black armor gradually walked out of the shadow. I said Huigwen, is this kid really as good as you said? Yuegwen seemed to have noticed the other party a long time ago, nodding without looking back, that's natural. If this child is not outstanding, the Pope's crown would not accept him as his disciple. Gui Mei nodded slightly, then said, I have found out what you asked me to investigate before. This kid's parents were originally two casual cultivators, and their soul power was not high, and they were just two soul kings. Oh? Then where are his parents now? He died 12 years ago, and it is understood that he was killed by the evil soul master. Dead. Yuegwen frowned slightly, no wonder this kid was abandoned since childhood. So that's the case. Think about it, how can parents be willing to abandon their children easily? Oh, what a poor child. Yuegwen sighed pity, then asked, what's the evil soul master who killed this kid's parents now? It was also solved by the local Wushu temple 12 years ago. The ghostly eyes glanced at Yuegwen and asked, do you want to tell that kid? Yuegwen nodded and shook his head again, I will tell the other party sooner or later, but that kid is still too weak now. Wait a little longer, wait until he grows up, otherwise I'm afraid that kid will do stupid things. Then it's okay, and don't regret it if you promised me to drink and eat meat. That's natural, it won't let you run away in vain. Yuegwen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say much. Let's go, let you taste the 100 flower brew I brewed myself. After returning to his stay, Gu Han came to his desk and sat down, opening the book given to him by Yuegwen. Although he has read anime and many novels, he has not remembered what those fairy grass looks like and how to pick it. Now that I get this book, I actually have this consideration. Moreover, the fairy grass with ice and fire eyes was not only Tang San for the 7 monsters, but he still kept a lot of it. After all, that guy had emptied Dugabo's medicine garden. There is a lot of knowledge about immortal herbs in the book, and it is also very comprehensive. There are pictures of Yuegwen himself drawn next to it. And it is not only fairy grass, but also a lot of knowledge about top quality flowers and plants. Thinking that this knowledge was provided by the martial soul of Yuegwen, Gu Han couldn't help but secretly complain, why is such a rich herb knowledge stuck at level 95? Logically speaking, the knowledge of herbs at Yuegwen, even if there is no help from the fairy herbs, the rest of the herbs can be used to improve one's qualifications. Why did you stop at level 95? This is really a bit puzzling, and even when the Moon Pass was refined into the indestructible body of Vajra, it still did not break through to level 96. Is it really restricted by some unknown villain halo? Shaking his head, not thinking about these useless things for now. Since I have participated, try to help the other party as much as possible. Moreover, although Ju Douluo is a little bit mom, she is still very decent in character and so on. She takes care of herself more, and it is a pity to get stuck at level 95. It just so happened that there was also a fairy-grade herb with a strange chrysanthemum in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, which came from the same source as the Yueguan martial soul. The effect of eating is definitely much better than Daimyo Bai. Gu Han read through the knowledge of immortal herbs one by one, and there were some of them that had not been introduced in the original work. For example, the Netherworld Flower, the 9-piece Immortal Lotus, etc. However, these fairy grasses were not suitable for Gu Han, so he set his sights on the star anise black ice grass and the fiery apricot. Cooperating with the ice and fire body refining, his physique will definitely be improved, and all the innate lack of talent will be compensated. As for the characteristic of ice and fire dual free, ice and fire are not important, but fire and fire are quite effective for Gu Han. In this way, when you encounter a fire-attributed soul master in the future, you can completely crush the other party. Enjoy the temple. Qian Daolia returned here and called Qian Sunji. Father, you look for me. Well, this is 80,000 year whale rubber, you can try it. Qian Daolia turned around and took out the best quality whale rubber from the soul guide and threw it out. King Sunji reached out to catch it, and the whale rubber in his hand contained very powerful energy. This energy is not bursting, it is very gentle. Even if an ordinary person eats it, it will not be a problem, but it will waste a lot of energy contained in it. I'm sorry, my father has been on the way. Qian Sunji naturally knew about his father going out, and now he came back with a 80,000-year-old whale rubber for himself. When he was young, Qian Sunji only knew how to blindly improve his soul power level, which led to unstable foundation and insufficient stamina. After breaking through to the titled Douluo, he did not continue to practice like the previous owners of the six-winged angel martial souls, but felt his own bottleneck. The improvement of each level is getting more and more difficult. If this continues, I may have to stop at 96. You should know that every generation of Angel Douluo is at level 99. When it comes to him, it won't work. How can it be? The glory of the six-winged angel lineage made Qian Sunji unable to accept this ending and was always looking for ways to improve his qualifications. Chapter 25 Guangling Attacks. Qian Sunji did not leave the worship hall, but chose to swallow whale rubber into his mouth. He instantly felt powerful qi and blood growing from his abdomen, and his whole body began to become hot. Knowing that the effect of whale rubber was beginning to take effect, King Sunji quickly sat down cross-legged, used the angel meditation method of Qinjia's single lineage, and began to absorb the pure energy in his body. 4 figures walked out from behind the worship hall, 3 tall and 1 short, and were the other worshippers except Qian Daolio. Brother! The 4 of them bowed to Qian Dao, and then turned their eyes to King Sunji. Brother, Jie has already passed the best age now. Can this whale rubber really work? The golden crocodile Douluo hesitated. As we all know, the best time for soul masters to practice is between 6 and 20 years old. After this age, even the effects provided by the treasures of heaven and earth will be greatly reduced. Qian Daolio shook his head slightly. Wait, even if it is only useful, it is good. Hehe, brother, if it's really useful, let's go out for a walk. I haven't been out for a long time. Guangling Douluo sat on the middle step, his little hands supporting his face, and Luoxu's eyelashes flashed. If it is really useful, then they will go out and grab more, and they can pile up King Sunji. Even if there is moisture, it is better than being stuck at level 96. You know, the six-winged angel is a god-level martial soul and the soul power given by the gods. It is too embarrassing to get stuck at level 96. Even if they don't say it, a strong person like King Sunji will definitely feel uncomfortable. Qian Daoliu said nothing, held his hands together, faced the statue of the angel and prayed devoutly. "Oh, brother, stop talking again." Guangling Douluo couldn't help but sigh when he saw Qian Daoliu ignore him. "Lao Wu." Yes, I know." Qingluan Douluan glared at Guangling Douluo with anger. Before he could say the following words, Guangling Douluo waved his hand a little annoyed. "The worshipper must not enter and exit the Wuhan city at will. You have said these hundreds of times, and my ears are calloused." "Well." Qingluan Douluan sighed. "Brother Wu, you are still so playful." The lion Douluo shook his head with his forehead. Guangling spread his hands. "There is no way, this is the nature." "Okay, stop talking." The golden crocodile Douluo spoke, and the three of them stopped talking immediately. After all, this second brother was even older than the eldest brother in terms of real age. To be big, over the years, I have taken good care of them and have high prestige. Even Guangling was no longer naughty and smacked her lower lips without making a sound. At this moment, Qian Daoliu finally stopped praying, turned around and looked at Guangling. "Guangling, I know you are irritable. I have made things difficult for you in the worship hall over the years. If you really want to go out and play, I can arrange a task for you." "What mission?" When Guangling Douluo saw his elder brother speaking, he stood up from the steps. "Recently, news came from the master of Martial Soul Hall on Xingluo that several very powerful evil soul masters escaped from the city of killing, and there seemed to be a titled Douluo level existence." "No problem, where are they now? I'll solve them." Guangling Douluo instantly felt energetic and thought that since he entered the worship hall, he hadn't taken action for a long time. Now he finally has the opportunity to show off his skills and exercise his muscles. "Old Wu, don't be careless." Qingluan reminded him, then turned to Qian Daoliu and recommended himself. "Brother, Lao Wu is naughty by nature and is prone to trouble when doing things. Let me go with you." Guangling was dissatisfied instantly and immediately refuted. "Hey, third brother, I just like to play a little bit, but I'm very serious when doing things." "Qingluan, believe in Lao Wu, just let him go by himself." Qian Daoliu shook his head slightly. "Just a few evil soul masters, there were not 2 worshippers in the spirit hall. Even if there is an evil soul master with the title Douluo level, it will not exceed level 95 at most. 1 priest and an angel legion will be enough to suppress it." Moreover, he also wanted to experience Guangling. After all, since joining the spirit hall, this kid has never taken serious action again. This time it is also an opportunity. "But, brother, I have decided, so I don't need to persuade me anymore." Qingluan wanted to continue saying something, but saw Qian Daoliu waved her hand. Seeing this, Qingluan had to sigh, turn her eyes to Guangling, and reminded her. "Lao Wu, this action is extraordinary. You must not be greedy and do not mislead things." "Yes, I promise you that you are not greedy for fun. Is this okay?" Guangling felt helpless and said with 3 fingers together. "At the same time, I also complained in my heart. This third brother, a handsome guy who is usually so cold, is now like an old mother." Qingluan saw this and stopped talking. If she continued, the rebellious spirit of the old fifth was about to come out. "Brother, where did those evil soul masters run?" Guangling asked about the serious matter again and looked serious. "There are 5 soul masters who escaped from the city of killing. One of them is suspected to be a titled Douluo, and the other 4 are a Douluo and 3 soul saints. They didn't know what method they used, so they escaped and walked along the Dragon Blood River toward the Douluo Mountains in the southeast." "Douluo Mountains, I remember there is a city of millions there, and those guys should have gone there." The golden crocodile frowned when he heard this and guessed the purpose of these people. "Ha, no matter what their purpose is, I will take someone out first." Guangling Douluo waved his hand and in his hand, he held a detailed map of the Douluo Mountains. "Yeah, go." Qian Daoliu waved his hand. "Go away." Guangling Douluo waved his hand, turned around and left the worship hall, and set off with more than a dozen soul saint-level angel legions. After Guangling left, Qingluan Douluo said worriedly, "Brother, will Guangling really be in trouble when he went there alone?" Qian Daoliu shook his head slightly, knowing that the two had a good relationship. He walked up to him and patted each other on the shoulder. "No, Elder Demon Bear is there too, not to mention that Lao Wu is still a level 96 Super Douluo. You have to believe him." Qingluan Douluo opened his mouth and finally nodded, "I understand, brother. Think about it, how could I look down on Lao Wu so much? No matter what the other party said, he was a Super Douluo at level 96. Only those of them at the same level could know the hardships they had along the way. Since the other party can grow to its current achievements, he will naturally not do anything random when facing serious matters." At this moment, Qian Sunji finally opened his eyes, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Father, it's really useful." Chapter 26: A small agreement between the senior and sisters. "Father, it's really useful." Qian Sunji stood up with an excited look on his face. Although he did not upgrade after absorbing the energy from a whole piece of whale rubber, he obviously felt that his foundation had been compensated. If there are more, he might be able to activate the God exam. The divine examination in the Martial Spirit Hall is different from the Sea God Island. As long as the Sea God Island is a Sea Soul Master, you can take the divine examination, while the Martial Spirit Hall is different. Only Soul Masters with six-winged angel martial souls have the opportunity to activate the divine examination. And the conditions must be met. If you don't have enough talent, you will not be reduced. Kyung Sunji is the one who lacks talent. He tried it when he broke through the Soul Saint and failed to get the Angel God test. Today, I was absorbing whale glue later. Chihiroji discovered that his talent base was compensated, which made him see the hope of the Angel God test again. It's great. If it's useful, in a few days, I will take people to the sea to hunt for you more. The golden crocodile immediately smiled happily when he heard this. The child Kyung Sunji could be said to have grown up under his nose. Although his performance was not outstanding, he was the eldest brother's son after all. Now he can make up for the disaster left by his eagerness to achieve success when he was young. Even if it was him, he still showed this excited expression for a long time. Qian Daoliu used the divine power of the angel god to look at Qian Sunji for a while, and finally sighed helplessly in his heart. "Forget it, Jir, you can take these whale rubber back and refine it first. Those 1,000-year-old ones will probably be ineffective for you, so you can distribute them yourself." "Thank you, father." Qian Sunji did not notice his father's emotional changes. He reached out to take the remaining 14 whale rubber, said goodbye and left. "Well, brother, why do you sigh?" The golden crocodile looked at Qian Daoliu, who suddenly sighed in confusion and asked, "Jir's talent can be compensated. Shouldn't you be happy?" Qingluan and Xiang Lian were also puzzled and looked at Qian Daoliu with confusion. "I just used the angel divine power to investigate Jir's situation. Although the whale rubber is useful, it is too little after all, almost nothing, and it is just an improvement in physique, not a talent for cultivation. So what? 80,000 years is not enough. We old guys will hunt Jir for 100,000 years. The golden crocodile Douluo was puzzled and very domineering. After finally finding a solution, he couldn't give up. It's useless. Even if it's over 100,000 years old, it's just for Jir to make up for some of his foundation. After all, it won't meet expectations unless... Brother, unless it's something. Unless you can find the legendary paradise grass of light, no matter how much whale rubber Jir eats, he will not be recognized by the angel god for the rest of his life and will be stuck at level 97 forever. Guangming Heaven Grass, what is that? The lion Douluo was puzzled and said that he had never heard of a grass that could have such a great effect. That is the legendary immortal herb that is rare in 1,000 years. Legend has it that our ancestors have greatly increased their strength because of eating this pearl fairy grass. and their practice is natural like eating and drinking water. Speaking of this, Qian Daoliu shook his head helplessly. It's a pity that it's just a legend after all. It's still unknown whether there is this pearl fairy grass in the world. Even if there is one, will there be a second bead for such a divine object? Hearing this, the Jin crocodile also understood what the eldest brother meant and sighed helplessly. Oh, it's such a good fortune. But even so, we have to help Jia break through to level 97 first. We will work hard to find the Guangming heaven grass. Whether we can find it depends on the will of God. Qian Daoliu nodded, that's all. Qian Sunji didn't know this, but returned to his secret room with joy and began to refine another 4,000-year-old whale rubber. On the other hand, Gu Han had just finished today's course and was blocked by Bibidong. Junior brother, let's continue to tell the story. Gu Han smiled and said, Senior sister, the story needs to be told, but you also need to study hard. Bibidong pouted, hugged his little arm and ran over and said, I know, then go to the library for an hour before telling stories. Bibidong looks very cute, even a little bit arrogant. Gu Han still likes such a girl with personality but not coquettishness. That's good, but senior sister, let's make an agreement. What agreement? Bibidong was confused. Gu Han had a warm smile on his lips and said, from the future, senior sister, please take an hour to read books with me in the library. Senior sister will take time to tell stories to senior sister every day. Reading books. As soon as Bibidong heard about reading, he hesitated instantly. His big, lively eyes drooped slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Senior sister, how about my junior brother's proposal? Gu Han continued to ask, so that this girl would not come up with any idea after a while. Well, okay, but the stories you tell must be interesting, junior brother. Bibidong nodded, but still made a small request. Don't worry, it must be interesting. Gu Han nodded with a smile. There were many interesting stories in his mind. Not to mention the classics, even the works of masters I have seen on the internet are enough to tell them to the other party myself. The two of them came to the library talking and laughing. Before entering, Bibidong stopped slightly, staring at the library gate, as if he was about to make up some decision. He clenched his fists, gathered up his courage, and followed Gu Han into the library. So many books! Looking at the dazzling array of books in the library, Bibidong seemed to have entered some terrible place, with his face showing the expression that only elementary school students would have when they were doing their homework. Okay, senior sister, if you can't see it, I'll explain it to you. Gu Han smiled and touched Bibidong's little head. Bibidong just pursed his lower lip and nodded, as if he didn't notice the fact that he was touched just now. Gu Han can also guess that Bibidong doesn't like reading books, and it's the same thing that the other party is greedy for fun. The knowledge in this book is indeed too cumbersome. A lot of knowledge that can be explained clearly in just a few words is necessary to introduce several pages. Not to mention children, just look at the empty appearance in the library, even adults are too lazy to read. Gu Han selected several books on the bookshelf about how the soul master chooses a soul ring. Bibidong shook his little Qian's nose, junior brother, can you finish watching so much? Gu Han smiled and said, senior sister, these books look very thick, but in fact they are only a little core knowledge. You will understand if I tell you. Oh well. Bibidong pointed his little head. Looking at Bibidong's appearance, Gu Han could only sigh in his heart that he had taken great pains to prevent this simple child from being fooled by Yu Dashi in the future. Chapter 27 The First Step to Prevent Love Brains, Teach Bibidong Guya Soul Theory. Senior sister, do you know why this book says that the weapon and martial soul cannot absorb beast-like soul beasts? Gu Han held a book and started the topic by asking questions. I remember the teacher seemed to have said it, but I forgot. Bibidong thought about it, then shook his head. The teacher seemed to have talked about this at that time, but she just didn't listen at all. Gu Han shook his head slightly, and he was indeed a primary school bastard. On the mainland, people often classify plant-based martial souls as among the ranks of weapon martial souls. Although some people say that mainland martial souls are divided into 3 categories, more and more generally believe that they are the 2 categories of beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Senior sister must have heard of Haoshan hammer and Kikil sword. Well, I know that the Haoshan hammer is the inherited martial soul of the Haoshan sect, and the 7-killing sword is the martial soul of the sword Douluo of all dynasties. They are all the most famous top-level weapon martial souls on the continent. Bibidong nodded. She still knew these most basic things. Well, Haoshan hammer, Kisha sword and junior brother's sword martial soul have one common characteristic, that is, they are all weapons. The junior brother's sword martial soul, the first and second soul rings hunted all beast soul beasts. Not only did they succeed, but they also improved the attributes and quality of the martial soul. The plant system is different. Take the martial soul of Senior Yuegwen as an example. According to my conversation and understanding with Senior Yuegwen, all the other parties' soul rings come from plant-type soul beasts with metallicity and powerful attack power. Yet, so why do you still say that the weapon and martial soul cannot absorb the soul rings of beast-like soul beasts? Bibidong tilted his little head thoughtfully and said in confusion. To be precise, the plant system does not belong to the weapon martial soul, but should be separated separately. The soul master absorbs the soul rings with one characteristic, that is, in order to evolve his own martial soul, he needs to absorb soul beasts of the same attributes. If the plant-based soul master absorbs the soul rings of beast-like soul beasts, it is not impossible, but the possibility of martial soul mutation or even degeneration may occur. The best result is that the quality of martial soul cannot be improved. Senior sister, think about it, what would happen if a plant-based martial soul rich in vitality absorbed a poisonous beast soul beast? Bibidong thought for a while and replied tentatively, will it degenerate? Guhan smiled and explained, if the quality of his martial soul itself is very high, absorbing 1 or 2 will not have any impact, but if it continues to absorb, the original role of his martial soul will be completely covered up, and it is still good to continue to evolve, and there is even a risk of degeneration. And if the martial soul cannot evolve, then a person who should have the talent for title Douluo who has broken through to level 97 may be stuck before level 95 for the rest of his life and will never be able to make progress. On the contrary, the beast's martial soul is the same. So in the eyes of my junior brother, it is better to say that the weapon and martial soul cannot absorb the beast-like soul ring, but it is better to say that the soul master of the plant-like martial soul unless it is 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is more appropriate not to absorb the beast-like soul ring. This is true for Tang San in the original work. The previous few to 4 soul rings absorbed soul beasts with poison attributes and dark attributes. Before they absorbed the fairy grass, the blue-silver grass was as crisp as paper paste. The poison is even more useless. In the later stage, it is simply redundant. Those who are stronger are not afraid of the numbing effect. They can fight against those who are weaker than themselves. If Tang San hadn't had hidden weapons and Tang Sek's unique skills, let alone the finals, I'm afraid even Kang Hui would not have passed the level. In the end of the entire competition, facing the real genius, Tang San's blue-silver grass did not play any role at all, almost all of them were the Tang Sek's unique skills or even the Haoshan hammer. Tang San's martial soul also began at the 5th soul ring. After the Blue-Silver King helped Tang San to completely awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial soul, he began to move towards an alternative path. He gave up the funny poisonous soul skills roots in the previous stage and embarked on the strong attack system. The Blue-Silver Overlord gun and the Soul Bone skill that was reborn again in the Spring Breeze can be said to have helped Tang San pass several magical exams. Fortunately, Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass was not an ordinary Blue-Silver Grass, but a Blue-Silver Emperor who had not awakened. If it is really just an ordinary Blue-Silver Grass, it is likely to be ruined by the Jade Belt Master. Having said that, if the first 4 soul rings of Tang San absorbed plant-based soul rings of the same attribute, would it be possible that they would have evolved by themselves? Shaking his head, Gu Han was not sure about these things, but what he could be sure of was that even if he could not evolve into the Blue-Silver Emperor, he would be more than enough to independently evolve into the Blue-Silver King. Oh, so that's it. No wonder the first two soul beasts prepared by the teacher were spider souls with poison attributes like my martial soul. Beast. Bibidong seemed to understand something, showing a sudden realization. But then again, why does the 100,000 year soul beast have no such requirement? Because the 100,000 year soul beast is no longer comparable to an ordinary soul beast. Once the soul beast exceeds 100,000 years, it will have a qualitative change. At that time, even if the attributes are not equal, the increase brought by the plant soul master will be much stronger than the 90,000 year soul beast with the same attributes. And the most important point is that 100,000-year-old soul beast will produce soul bones, and it will give the soul master two powerful soul skills. So that's what it is. Bibidong nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. Young brother, you are so awesome. You know much better than what the teacher taught in class. Thank you, senior sister, for your praise, but how do the teacher teaches you normally? The teacher always asks me to read a book in my arms, and then tells me a lot, just like chanting scriptures. Every time I take such a class, I can't help but want to sleep. Bibidong held his cheek with his little hand. When he recalled the past when he learned martial soul theory with his teacher, he couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if the teacher could explain these complicated things clearly like you, junior brother. It doesn't matter. In the future, my junior brother will come and study the theory of martial soul with my senior sister. Gu Han smiled and said that he had been studying for several years. It is impossible to say that it is not boring. It is also good to have someone to accompany him and explain it to the other party so that he can review the past and learn the new. Yeah, by the way, junior brother, is there a name for the grapple you taught me? Bibidong suddenly changed the subject. She practiced the grapple that Gu Han taught her before every day, but she suddenly remembered that she didn't know the name of this grapple. Actually, my junior brother has never thought about the name. Why not take one for me? Gu Han had never thought about the moves and practice methods given to him by the unknown method. After all, in his opinion, the name is not important at all, as long as he knows the function. Chapter 28 Distribution of Whale Rubber. I'll give you a name, let me think about it. Bibidong pinched his chin with his little hand and gradually fell into deep thought. After a while, Bibidong suddenly lay decadently on the table. Forget it, I can't imagine that you should take it yourself, junior brother. Haha, senior sister, since you can't get your name out, forget it, after all, junior brother is also a useless name. Gu Han smiled, waved his hand, and then changed the topic and said, okay, senior sister, today's library journey will end here. Junior brother will tell you the story of Sun Wukong. Okay. Bibidong instantly felt energetic and instantly threw his name into Java. She moved very cleverly and took out all the pastries and fruits that were placed in the soul guide in advance, and stared at Gu Han with big burgundy eyes full of expectations. Today, we tell the story of Wukong being driven out of the mountain by his ancestor because he showed off his skills. The reason why Gu Han told Bibi the story of Journey to the West is that one is because Sun Wukong's story is really attractive, and the other is to add some knowledge of the portal. From the perspective of the story, tell Bibidong what is between the sex positions. Of course, if you talk about martial arts, Bibidong is a little girl after all, so you may not be able to listen to it. Journey to the West is different, both men, women, and young and old like it. This subtly makes Bibidong understand from the perspective of the story, which is much better than chanting in the other person's ears every day. Ah, junior brother, Sun Wukong is just performing to his fellow disciples. Why did the ancestor drive him away? When Bibidong heard that Sun Wukong was driven away by the ancestor because of showing off in front of others, he couldn't help but cover his mouth, his face full of confusion. Gu Han smiled slightly, and did not answer directly, but continued to say, I only heard from the ancestors, you are showing off your magic today. If you meet a bad person in the future, if you ask you to learn it, if you don't teach it, he will harm those who are close to you, and cause trouble. Sun Wukong naturally made mistakes one after another, but the ancestor was so determined that it was useless to let Wukong admit his mistakes and bow down to him, and even warned him. After you go, you will definitely suffer a disaster. Remember, no matter who asks about your teacher, you must not reveal it. Even if it is just a half word, I will know immediately that you will be skinned and cramped, and your soul will be demoted to the 18 levels of hell, so that you will never turn over forever. Ah! As soon as these words were spoken, Bibidong suddenly felt as if he was there, and his entire little face was filled with horror. Gu Han was happy in his heart, but on the surface he continued to say seriously. Senior sister, in fact, the ancestor is giving the last class for Sun Wukong. The last class? Yes, the ancestor is telling Sun Wukong not to show off his skills at will, otherwise he will have to pay a price. The price Sun Wukong paid this time was to be driven out of the mountain by his ancestors and forbid him from telling him about his master's teachings. It is important to know that one should not have the intention to harm others, and one should not have the intention to guard against others. Great evil is like good, great good is like evil, people's hearts are separated from their belly. Senior sister, we both have later, we must learn from Sun Wukong's lesson. The teacher told me that as long as the master did not clearly say that he could tell others, don't take the initiative to tell anyone. Yeah, I understand. Bibidong nodded thoughtfully. Play. A burst of applause came, and the two turned to look, and saw Qian Sunji walking into the library at some point and walking towards them with a satisfied smile. After King Sunji absorbed all the Wanyan whale gum, he heard that his beloved disciple Bibidong actually came to the library, which surprised him. You know, in his impression, Bibidong was a primary school bastard who was sleepy when he saw a book. He would come here on his own initiative today. This abnormal situation of the sun coming out from the west must have unknown secrets. With this curiosity in mind, Qian Sunji came here and happened to hear Gu Han telling a story with Bibidong outside the door. Curious, he stopped outside the door and eavesdropped. When he heard the saying, you must not have the intention to harm others, but you must be careful of others, Qian Sunji finally couldn't help but applaud. Okay, you should not have a bad intention to harm others, and you should be careful of others. You should really tell the sinisterness of people's hearts in one sentence. Teacher. X2. Bibidong and Gu Han immediately stood up and gave respectful salute. Well, there is no need to be too polite. Thank you, teacher. Qian Sunji looked at Gu Han with his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Han, you are really beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that you could say such words that point deep in the hearts of people at such a young age. The teacher is too proud. This sentence is seen by students in an unknown book, not original by students. Well, that seems to be what an old senior said. Qian Sunji nodded slightly, then praised, it's great. You could have taken this sentence for yourself, but you didn't do it, which means you are a humble and honest person. Teacher, don't say one by one with your junior brother here. Bibidong trotted forward, grabbed Qian Sunji's arm with a smile and shook it, and said, Teacher, how do you know that my junior brother and I are here? King Sunji rubbed Bibidong's little head in a doting manner. I heard that my little disciple who slept as soon as he reads a book actually came to the library on his own initiative today. Of course, he had to come over to see what was going on. Bibidong curled his lips, hugged his little arm and turned around, and said arrogantly, who said I don't like reading? It's because the lesson you taught is too boring. Oh, you. Qian Sunji smiled helplessly, but he didn't say much. After all, even he was difficult to read about the theory of martial souls, not to mention that the soul master is the main focus of cultivation. It's not too late to read theoretical knowledge when you have time in the future. But I'm here to find you something. As he said that, Qian Sunji took out 10,000-year-old whale glue from the soul guide. This is whale rubber. Gu Han recognized these things at a glance. After all, he had eaten some of these things. Although they were only a few for 100 years, their shapes and characteristics were still similar. That's right, these 10 whale rubbers are about 5,000 years old. You two are 5 per person. Please use them to refine them. Teacher, my junior brother said that this thing can improve a person's physique and some talent. His talent is not as good as mine, so I'd better ask my junior brother to get 2 more. Bibidong shook his head. In her opinion, the junior brother's innate soul power is much lower than her, and the upper limit is only lower than her. If you have good things, it is better to give it to the junior brother. She just doesn't need these things, and she can still grow into a strong man as powerful as a teacher. Gu Han raised his eyebrows. This girl is so nice to her own people. She has advanced meditation and gives herself whale rubber. However, Gu Han shook his head and smiled. Senior sister, you are almost level 30. This whale rubber can improve the physical fitness of the soul master. After the physical fitness of the soul master is improved, the higher the age of the soul ring absorbed. Senior sister, please take more first. You two, stop fighting, each person has 5, that's it. Looking at the look of the 2 brothers pushing each other, Qian Sunji felt relieved, but he still fulfilled his responsibilities as a teacher. Considering that Gu Han's talent is indeed not as talented as Bibidong, leaving the best quality to Gu Han, this would be considered as a shameless treatment for anyone. Seeing this, the 2 did not postpone it any more and reached out to take their respective whale rubber. Chapter 29, Chasing the Evil Soul. Outside the Douluo Mountains, after several days of travel, Guangling Douluo finally arrived here with the Angel Legion. The Soul Saint Bishop, who had been hiding and waiting here, walked out of the dense forest, met with everyone, and bowed respectfully to Guangling Douluo. Sir, Elder Demon Bear is currently in charge in Dalongshan City. Among those evil soul masters, there is indeed a Ninering title Douluo. Before that, he had fought with Elder Demon Bear for several games without any decision. According to the judgment of Elder Demon Bear, the opponent's strength is almost between level 92 and level 94. At this time, we had already escaped into the mountains and hid, and our spies did not dare to enter and investigate at will. It's right not to go. Leave the rest to me. Go back and tell Elder Demon Bear to just sit in the city. Guangling Douluo nodded. There was a titled Douluo in the lineup of this team of evil soul masters. Even if he went there himself, he might not be able to avoid the other party's perception 100%. Not to mention the Soul Holy Soul Emperor and others, going there is like going to deliver vegetables. I understand. The Soul Saint clasped his fists and bowed, then turned around and left. Guangling Douluo looked at more than a dozen members of the Angel Legion and said, "You guys will deal with those 4, and I will deal with that titled Douluo. Clear? Then let's go." Guangling Douluo unfolded his spiritual perception and led a group of more than a dozen soul saints into the depths of the mountains. Those evil soul masters all have one common characteristic, that is, they will unconsciously emit a disgusting bloodthirsty aura. As long as you enter the perception of Lightling Douluo, even if you have left, as long as you still have a breath, you will definitely notice it. Maybe the titled Douluo has a way to hide it, but those soul saints and soul comrades may not be able to hide it perfectly. At the entrance and exit of the southern Douluo mountain range, 5 terrifying figures were moving quickly. All of these 5 people were stained with a very strong evil aura, especially the one in the lead, who was extremely terrifying. "Boss, why don't we go north, but south?" one of them asked, and he was puzzled. They could clearly escape along the mountains to the north, but the boss wanted to take them to the south. You should know that the south of the Douluo Mountains is a wasteland and dunes, with nothing. How can those who escaped from the city of killing tolerate it? They are very eager for Bloody Mary now. Didn't they escape just to drink enough? When I ran to the desert, where can I find someone to extract the Bloody Mary? When Shura heard his younger brother questioning him, her blue dread pupils staring at the other party with murderous intent, her voice was low. Are you questioning me? The little brother's eyes met Xiala's top gaze suddenly became cold, and he quickly lowered his head. I dare not. I'm sorry, you dare not. Shura sneered, then continued to speak. We have not been able to capture Doulungshan city in the past few days. The reinforcements from the bastards in the Spirit Hall will definitely come. If we go north, there is a high chance that we will be discovered by the Damn Angel Legion. Hearing the martial soul hall, the eyes of several evil soul masters were immediately filled with hatred. Humph, the abominable Spirit Hall, if it weren't for their existence, where would we not be able to go to the world? That's right, this Spirit Hall is simply the most evil organization on the mainland. Not only does it restrict the freedom of our soul masters, but it also chases us everywhere. I really can't figure it out. We just killed some mud legs. Those bastards were chasing us all over the world, squeezing our living space. The four younger brothers were filled with righteous indignation and their eyes were full of hatred. If it weren't for the existence of the Spirit Hall, they might have already broken through to the titled Douluo and began to enjoy the feast on earth. Listening to the complaints of the younger brothers, a sneer flashed in Shura's eyes and said, the exit is ahead, leaving the Douluo Mountains, walking east along the sea, and when we reach Genkai City, we will be completely free. By then, in that remote small city, there were no strong people in charge, we would do whatever we wanted, Bloody Mary, drink enough at one time, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. When the four of them heard the big cakes drawn by their elder brother, they could not help but think of the way they and others were going on a gluttonous feast. Thinking about the painful expressions that those people showed before they died, everyone showed a cruel and evil smile on their faces. In the Douluo Mountains, Guangling Douluo suddenly stopped and frowned. Sir, what's wrong? What's wrong? Guangling Douluo squatted down and twisted the dark red soil on the ground. Didn't you notice? We have been circled in the mountains. These evil soul masters dripped blood from their soul power injected into the ground, which is likely to be to lure us away. These blood carries a small amount of evil energy, which has been guiding Guangling and others to move towards the northeast of the Douluo Mountains, and sometimes even turn the direction. The mountains are very large, and Guangling really didn't notice this for a while. We've fallen into the trap. As he said that, the lightling Douluo flew into the sky, and the level 96 mental power was instantly unfolded. Sure enough, the evil energy in the Douluo Mountains connected intermittently to the banks of the Damers River in the east, and then strangely circled around and returned to the origin. But you can see a very light evil spirit heading towards the south, which was obviously deliberately dealt with. With a high intensity, even the light peach could not last long. He quickly retracted his mental power and fell back to the ground. Due to the excessive mental power released at one time, his snowy eyes were a little tired. Sir, what are we going to do now? The captain of the Angel Legion asked, do you want to notify Elder Demon Bear? Guangling waved his hand immediately when he heard this. He took out a map, followed the mountains with his fingers all the way down, and said, avoid these guys being lured from the mountain, and the demon bears remain unmoved. Let's chase south. Outside the Douluo Mountains, Shura also took out an old map and spread it out. His eyes looked at the weakest of the five of them. Their soul powers were level 73 and 74 respectively, and the evil aura on their bodies was too difficult to eliminate. Zara, Soba, I have a very serious task to you now. The two looked at each other, knowing that the boss might be asking them to die. I was very dissatisfied, but there was no attack, otherwise the two of them would die immediately. His face twitched slightly, and Zara asked, Boss, what mission? Shura could naturally guess the thoughts of these two people, but he was too lazy to care about these things. In the future, no matter whether these two people listened to him or not, his purpose could be achieved. His hand was on the plain outside the south of the Douluo Mountains. This is where we are now. Then his hand slid to the upper left. you two cross this plain from here to the Drake Mountains, and you don't have to hide your breath along the way. After that, you go south to the Shazer Hills, cross the hills, and go east along the sea. We divide our troops into 2 directions to Jenkakang. Chapter 30, 3 Divisions. The two looked at each other, their hearts full of desolation. It seemed that they were abandoned by the boss and did not let them hide their aura. How could they escape the pursuit of the title Douluo? But there is no way. The situation in front of you is better than others. If you do what the boss said, they may still have a glimmer of hope. If you don't do this, you may die on the spot. We understand, brother. Well, you can take this extra map. Shura sneered in her heart, but on the surface she still looked satisfied, and took out a spare map from her arms and handed it to the two of them. Brother, take care of yourself. The two of them took the map, and everyone was full of complaints, but they still held their fists and did a full face-saving project. Well, take care of the two brothers, let's see you in Shikung. Goodbye. As they said that, the two of them let go of their breath and ran towards the direction that Ziola pointed. The blood evil spirit left along the way was extremely rich and did not dissipate for a long time. Ha, let's go too. Ziola waved and took the other two away. One of the two was a level 83 Conra and the other was a level 77 Soul Saint, which was of some use to him. Good. The two nodded, and had no pity for the two Soul Saints. In their opinion, these two guys were too burdensome, and it was just right to treat them as bait. According to the plan, the three of them crossed a big river and rushed along the coast towards Jenkakang in the east. Jenkakang is about a week away from here. Even if the three of them have high cultivation levels, this world is not a very advanced place after all, and it will take about 3 days at the fastest. Not long after the two evil soul masters left, they stopped. One of the man with a shiny head with a large muscle all over his head looked at the other thin and strange man. Zara, are we really going to die like this? Ha! Zara sneered and said, are you stupid? My eldest brother is not here, so we can do whatever he asks us to do. Suaba showed a thoughtful look on his face, and then asked tentatively, what do you mean, let's go back? Idiot! Wouldn't you be seeking death when you return? Zara cursed speechlessly. Although this big guy is strong, he is not very smart. If he hadn't had strong strength, he would have been eaten without any bones. Then we. Zara waved her hand, spread out the map, and pointed to a city near the Drake Mountains. We go here. Although this is just a main city and there is at least one soul saint in it, we don't go to provoke it. We just need to slowly hunt the prey from the villages outside the city. Speaking of this, Zara licked her lips and showed a cruel smile. As long as we move fast enough, we will slaughter several villages and use their blood to quickly improve our strength. As long as we break through to the high-level soul saint, the soul saint in the city will also be our prey. When Suaba heard this, a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and a cruel arc cracked from the corner of his mouth. Hey, your brain is more useful. Let's go, my bloodthirsty battle axe is already thirsty. It's good to know. As long as you listen to me, there's absolutely no problem. Let's go. A coldness flashed in Zara's eyes. Wait. As long as he survived this time, he would soon be able to break through to the realm of titled Douluo with the help of these worldly medicines, and he would definitely avenge his abandonment today. Half a day later, Guangling Douluo led the Angel Legion to the southern exit of the mountain range. Members of the Angel Legion with twanged angel martial souls all have sacred attributes and are also extremely sensitive to the blood evil aura, let alone this unconcealed blood evil aura. Sir, they ran to the west, we. Before the captain could finish his words, Guangling raised his hand to stop the other party, then took out the map and looked at the situation in this area. I used to try my best to hide my bloody aura in the mountains, but now I'm suddenly letting go. I'm afraid someone has been given up and used as bait to attract us. As he said that, his eyes looked east. Although it was hidden very well, he still felt a faint trace of blood evil spirit. The demon bear elder is in charge in Douluo city, and the probability of them going back is not high. The one in data may have run eastward along the coast. Guangling lowered his head slightly. If this rich blood evil spirit was from the titled Douluo. Shaking his head, even if it is like this, it is too late. He looked at the team leader and said, the troops are divided into 3 groups. I will take 3 people to chase the east. You will take 5 people to chase the west along the evil spirit. The remaining one will return to Douluo city and tell the demon bear elder to let him have a secret. Head to Longian city. This place is too remote from the southernmost part of the mainland, and the cultivation level of these evil soul masters is too high. Every minute it drags on, it will pose a great threat to the lives of the people in this border city. In a hurry, Guangling could only make the stupidest and best choice at present. Clear. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately divided into 3 groups and continued to pursue according to the plan. 2.5 days later, a layer of blood was dyed in a small village outside Longian city, and a rich blood demonic aura was filled with it. No, 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 don't kill me, don't kill me. A simple dressed man was sitting on the ground with horror on his face, his legs kept kicking back. Ha ha ha, it's really been a long time since I've drunk Bloody Mary so readily. Zara's mouth curled up a crazy smile, and her pointed tongue licked the remaining blood on the corner of her mouth. She grabbed the man's neck with one hand and instantly grabbed the man's neck. Her eyes were red and she bit her sharply. Well! The man's throat was bitten through in an instant, and he couldn't even make a sound. He could only watch his blood splattering out in pain, and his life gradually passed away. Ha 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 ha. Zara wiped off the scarlet flush on her face, laughed wildly, then grabbed the man's heart, took out the most essence of his heart blood, and absorbed it and refined it. Such a bloody scene is too terrible. The eyes of a little girl who was often in the cellar were filled with fear and almost screamed. Fortunately, the bigger girl beside her covered her mouth, so she was not exposed. Standing on the roof, Suoba threw away the woman who had lost her breath in her hand, and took a deep breath intoxication. Ah, it's so delicious, this smell is so intoxicating. As he said that, his steps slowly walked towards the cellar where 2 girls, one big and one small, were hiding. How can 2 ordinary people escape the perception of the soul saint? Chapter 31, Killing Evil, Angel Army. Zara approached the cellar step by step with enchanting steps, her hands slightly spread out. His face was full of intoxication and excitement, and he seemed to have seen the terrified expressions on the faces of the 2 people hiding behind him. The 2 girls in the cellar were hugging each other tightly, trembling, and a pretty face stained with mud was filled with fear, and tears flowed down their eyes unconsciously. Ah, I found you! Suddenly, before Zara came to the cellar in an instant, she suddenly lifted the stone slab covering it, revealing the 2 girls hiding in it. Ah! No, don't come here! The 2 girls could no longer hold on and screamed in horror. Ah, it's still the young Bloody Mary! Zara picked up the larger girl's chin and sniffed her intoxicatedly. Such fresh Bloody Mary, should I take out your heart directly from the bottom of my neck? Oh, it's really hesitant. Why just remove your limbs first? The girl trembled all over, closed her eyes slightly, and tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Humph, Zara, don't know if you want to get blood quickly. Let's go to the next place. You must know that the damn Martial Spirit Hall forces are still chasing us. Seeing Zara being slapped, Soba couldn't help but snorted coldly. If it were in the prosperous era thousands of years ago, he would play whatever he wanted, but now it is the age of the extremely dark Spirit Hall. They cannot have enough time to play with the cruel prey like their ancestors. If it weren't for the existence of the City of Killing, their evil soul master would have really had no way to live. Speaking of this, I couldn't help but think of a legend, which is what my elder brother often talks about. An extremely powerful god was born among those who were called evil soul masters. Under the leadership of the god, the Soul Master world on the continent ushered in a real prosperous era. At that time, the Soul Saint was really walking around the ground, and the Conro was not as good as a dog. Only by tying a title could it be shaken. But until thousands of years ago, an evil existence named Qian defined these Soul Masters as evil souls. After the god ascended to the divine realm, he wanted to kill them, causing the creatures to suffer. Their ancestors had no way to heaven and no way to go to earth, and finally had to hide in the land of the gods, which was also their holy land and the capital of killing. The divine power and special laws made the bastard, her descendants, and everyone else step in, and they would be greatly weakened, and then they forced the other party to retreat. I thought that after the other party became a god, they would eventually have to ascend to the divine realm like that god. At that time, they could fight back and return to the continent. However, the bastard actually left behind a huge evil force, the Spirit Hall, and the descendants of that guy were terrifying existences of level 99 for generations. It is really sad that they have been hiding in the city of killing for thousands of years. Their gatherings in holy places have become today's cages. Humph, you don't need to remind me. As if he was disturbed by the other party, Zara's face turned cold and he hummed. His eyes looked at the two girls, and a red light flashed in his eyes. You guys have good luck, you can die more happily. As he said that, a blood-colored short blade appeared in Zara's hand, intending to cut off the heads of the two women and feel the pleasure of bathing in the Bloody Mary. The two girls were already scared and limp, and were even more unable to move by a powerful soul. At this moment, facing the butcher's knife, they could only close their eyes in despair. Angelic Guardian! Golden beams of light suddenly rose up from the ground, protecting the two girls. Zara's pupils shook so much that she jumped backwards immediately. The next moment, two golden spears made of special materials fell and inserted into the place where he had just stood. Then two figures wearing golden armor and a pair of white wings fell down, hugged the two girls and flew into the sky. There are 6 figures in total, including men and women, wearing golden masks. They can't see their faces clearly, but they are all powerful people at the Soul Saint level without exception. The golden light shines on the earth, and the feathers composed of soul power drift like snow. Angel Legion. In just 4 short words, Zara and Soba almost squeezed out from their teeth. You are angels. The two girls were held in their arms by 2 female angel soul saints. Seeing these members of the Angel Legion exuding a sacred aura, their hearts were inexplicably calmed down. But because of the excessive fright, I suddenly relaxed and suddenly felt my head tilted and fell into a coma. 6 golden figures were floating in the sky, and below were 2 evil soul masters emitting bloody aura. Punish evil spirits. The 6th soul skill, Angel Light Cannon. The 4 angel soul saints actually released the same soul skills at the same time. 4 sacred golden lights merged into one place, illuminating down like the holy light of God. The 7th soul skill, the true body of martial soul. A blood-colored axe was held in Suaba's hand and roared and slashed out a scarlet axe light. Buzz! The axe light melted in an instant like an evil spirit meeting the scorching sun. Not good. Seeing this scene, Suaba and Zara's pupils shook sharply, and quickly used the fastest speed in their lives to avoid the holy light that was constantly illuminating. Boom 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 boom. Humph, do you want to run? Form a formation. The 6 angels immediately gathered together and stood in 6 directions. A golden magic array was gradually formed under their feet, and a golden spear slowly rose in the center of the formation. The terrifying golden soul power formed a sacred realm, trapping Zara and Soba in it. When Zara tried to split the field, but returned in vain and was bounced back to the spot. Looking at the formation that was about to be formed, Zara's eyes trembled and looked at Soba, who was still roaring and struggling to chop the angel feathers. Soba, cover me. As he said that, Zara opened the true body of the martial soul. The short blade in his hand became even more monster, and the blood evil spirit was almost solid. Seeing this, Suaba immediately understood the other party's thoughts and roared. The sixth soul skill, Soul Devouring Sky Slash. Suoba roared, and the sixth soul ring under his feet lit up. The strange axe blade was covered with scarlet patterns, exuding a strange bloodthirsty aura. He jumped into the sky and slashed down towards the angel battle formation. Saint Angel's Judgment. The captain of the Angel Legion pointed to the spear diagonally, and the same was true for the other 5 angels. A huge golden gun shot out, and the hot and sacred light made Suoba's body burst into black smoke. Boom! The big gun collided with the giant axe, and Suoba felt the threat of death in an instant, and quickly used all his strength to resist, while roaring in his mouth. Zara! The sixth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Assault. Whoosh! The short blade burst out with the terrifying blood-evil power, and Zara almost used all the essence and blood he had just absorbed, and the speed was incredibly fast. However, what he attacked was not the angel formation, but the barriers that hid the field. Boom! The powerful force actually broke a hole in a short time. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Zara rushed out immediately. Soba, I will avenge you. As he said that, Zara fled to the distance without looking back. No, Zara, you bastard! Even if Suoba was stupid, he knew that he had been sold, and he immediately cursed. The golden spear blasted through Suoba's soul power and instantly passed through the other party's body. Ah! Soba shouted in pain, his whole body was flooded with golden holy light and burned to ashes. Chase. Chapter 32 Lightning Douluo vs Magic Sword Douluo, the Wisdom Skull of Spiritual Condensation. The 6 golden figures turned into flowing light and formed a magic array. The speed was extremely fast and almost quickly caught up with Zara, who sold her teammates. Damn it, aren't you bastards afraid of being punished by God? Zara immediately stopped and knew that she could not escape. A ruthless curse flashed in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth and cursed. This should be a problem you are worried about. The captain of the Angels Legion didn't care at all, just a dying person. Punish evil. The 6 figures immediately divided into 6 directions at the same time. Zara's ending was already destined. After a brief and useless struggle, he was stabbed in by 6 spears. The sacred power entered Zara's body through the gun body. Amid the shrill howl, Zara's body also turned into ashes. The 2 girls were sent to the shelter department of the local martial spirit hall by 6 people. Even if they don't have soul power, they can learn some handicrafts in it, which is more than enough to support themselves. On the other side, 3 figures were rushing along the coastline quickly. Brother, can those 2 guys really lead people from the spirit hall? The soul saint asked out loud. He always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Haha, it's better if it can be diverted. If it can't, it can also disperse their troops, and we have a greater probability of escaping. In other words, they will definitely die. The soul saint's tone was very calm, as if the 2 people were not his companions. Ziola nodded. Stop talking about this. I have an ominous premonition, hurry up. Oh, then your premonition is quite accurate. A tender and cold sound came from the sky, and then several ice arrows fell like meteors above the heads of the 3. No, I'm caught up. Shuro was shocked and immediately summoned a magic knife, swung it continuously, and split the arrows that were attacking. A figure in a light blue robe fell on a reef not far from the 3 of them. Her long snow-white hair was scattered behind her head, her eyelashes fell, her eyes were ice blue, and the ice crystal wings behind her slowly dissipated. Before the 3 angels arrived, Guangling shook the 3 people away, chased them alone at full speed, and intercepted the 2 people. This place is less than 500 miles away from Zhengkai City. If Guangling hadn't felt uneasy and chose to pursue it alone, it would have caused very serious consequences. Oh, isn't this the famous magic sword crown 20 years ago? Why did you fall into depravity? It's so sad. Guangling Douluo's eyes were cold and he recognized the identity of this person. He was originally a priest of the Xingluo Empire. However, 20 years ago, people from the Wuhan Palace discovered that this person was secretly advancing with human blood. Therefore, while 2 elders were sent to chase and punish the Xingluo Empire, the Xingluo Empire at that time could be said to have sold this guy decisively. Although a strong man with the title Douluo is very attractive, if this strong man with the title Douluo will bring them a catastrophe, that's another matter. The 2 elders who were going to chase and kill him severely injured this guy, but Shura successfully hit in the capital of killing, which saved his life. Unexpectedly, this guy was the titled Douluo who escaped from the city of killing. It's really unexpected and reasonable. Humph, who are you? Xiola did not know Guangling Douluo, the titled Douluo who was deliberately hidden by the spirit hall. Seeing that the other party recognized him, she couldn't help but frown. You don't have to care who I am. You just need to know that you must die under my arrow today. Guangling Douluo took out the longbow hanging from behind. After the longbow was restored to its original form, it was about 2 meters taller than Guangling himself. High explosion piercing. The light-length Douluo pulled the bowstring, and arrows carrying the power of extreme ice shot out instantly, leaving a cold ice crystal wherever they passed. Humph, then I'll play with you. 9 soul rings rose under Xiola's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, which are 9 standard soul ring configurations. At the same time, the first, third and fourth soul rings under his feet lit up at the same time. The first and third soul skills are soul skills that increase his attack power, and the total increase of attack power by 50%. The fourth soul skill, the Blade of the God of Killing. The blood-colored sword energy slashed out and collided with the arrow to cancel out. Haha, I'm just level 93, and I want to beat Super Douluo, which is a delusion. Guangling's eyes were cold, a curl of contempt appeared on the corner of her mouth, and a pair of ice crystal wings grew again behind her, taking him into the sky. The rain of arrows in the eye. Countless light spots like stars slowly condensed in the sky, falling like beautiful meteor showers. Not good. The true body of martial soul. X3. The 3 of them displayed their true body of martial souls almost at the same time. A blood-colored bat and a huge black tiger appeared, roaring angrily, resisting the rain of arrows that avoided Guangling Douluo. The Lightling Douluo's bow and arrow are both light and ice attributes, but the main attributes are still mainly ice. Although the attributes are extremely high, unfortunately it is still a little worse than the extreme ice. Otherwise, the Lightling Douluo would not have been level 96 until decades later. Although the ice attribute of light leather has not reached the extreme ice, it is also the top level 1. At the same time, he also has soul power up to level 96, which is not something that ordinary people can handle. The blood-colored bats and black tigers soon could not hold on and were frozen by the rain of arrows. Only Xiola is also a titled Douluo, and can withstand this fierce attack. But there is a level 1, let alone a level 3 gap. Unless you can cheat like the Tang family, it will be an insurmountable gap. Puff! An arrow penetrated Shura's left shoulder and instantly sealed half of his body. Ah! Boom! Shura roared, breaking through the ice, and the 9th soul ring under her feet lit up. The 9th soul skill, One Sword Shura. Shura's whole person turned into 100 meters. The blood-colored giant, like Shura, was in the world. The magic sword in his hand rose in the wind, carrying the power to kill everything, and slashed towards the light feather in the air. Humph, it's quite interesting. Even when facing the 9th soul skill of a titled Douluo, Guangling Douluo was just a little serious, and the 7th soul ring under his feet lit up. The true body of martial soul. Guangling unfolded his true body of martial soul. Facing the terrifying knife, he was not panicked at all. The ice-like pupils of his left eye overlapped layer by layer, like a sniper lens, locking Shura's heart. The bow and arrow were placed in front of him, and he pulled it into a full moon, forming an ice-blue magic array in front of him. A terrible knife fell down and was blocked by the magic circle. What? Shura was shocked and finally realized how big the gap between the two sides was. He quickly turned around and burst out at a terrible speed to escape. If a titled Douluo is only interested in escaping, then even if he faces a level 99 level existence, he has a high chance of escaping. Guangling's mouth showed a contemptuous curve, and her small mouth opened and closed slightly. The fifth soul skill comes in no time. Whoosh! The arrow shot out silently, and the speed was extremely fast, and it was useless to dodge Shura. No, I don't want to die. The eighth soul skill, Space Tear, Demon Breaking Slash. Shura held the knife in both hands and slashed at the silent arrow. However, just as the magic knife was about to slash the arrow actually circled strangely and flew behind Shura. Not good. Xiola's pupils shook sharply, and a water blue light flashed over his head. Purple divine light. Two terrifying mental rays were shot out in their eyes instantly, and they actually shot down Guangling's fifth soul skill. It turns out to be a spiritual soul bone. Now it was Guangling's turn to be surprised. The other party actually had a head soul bone, and it was the rarest spiritual soul bone. Judging from the power, the age is about 50,000 years. Interesting. Shura did not fight in love and fled again after shooting down the arrows. Do you still want to run? Guangling Douluo snorted coldly, and the ninth soul ring lit up. Touch a little in your heart, and the flying arrows pass through the clouds and mist. The figure of Guangling Douluo flew into the sky, and the phantom of the true body of the martial soul behind him pulled the bowstring, and the endless cold air drifted, and within a radius of hundreds of miles instantly turned into a land of ice and snow. Middle. Arrows break through the sky, like a meteor passing through the sky. Fast, too fast, it's so fast that people can't react at all. Shura's expression changed drastically, and the ninth soul ring under her feet lit up again. Ninth. Puff. Before he finished speaking, a meteor-like arrow passed through his heart. How is this possible? Shura couldn't believe that he would have been killed so easily. His life passed, and then it turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture, falling to the ground and smashed it. A soul bone emitting blue light lies quietly on the frozen beach. After breathing a sigh of relief, the light feather landed on the ground, bent down to pick up the soul bone, felt it carefully, and his face moved slightly. It is indeed a skull of wisdom that has been condensed for 60,000 years. Haha, Xingluo Empire, you'd better not reveal any flaws. Guangling sneered. This soul bone should have been a foundation in the treasure pavilion of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Unexpectedly, it was given to Xiola. No wonder the emperor did not see them wearing it. Chapter 33 10,000 Years of Spiritual Immunity to the Soul Bone, King Sunji's Generosity. 5,000-year-old whale rubber entered his abdomen, and Guhan suddenly felt a powerful and pure energy flowing in his body, strengthening his internal organs and meridians. At the same time, Guhan's nameless method of luck-tracked ions leads these energy to form a large circulation in his body according to the established trajectory, and finally enters the lower danshan. The pure energy turns into attributeless soul power, and finally transitions into extreme cold soul power. The qi in the lower danshan was condensed a little, and the sea of qi in the lower dan also expanded a little. With such huge energy, Guhan could no longer suppress his level. He suddenly entered the critical level from level 23 to level 26, and was about to break through level 27. It is worthy of being about 5,000 years of whale rubber, and the energy contained in it is not comparable to 10 years or 100 years. Guhan stood up, felt the soul power in his body, and then felt his body strength, which was almost twice as strong as before. Teacher, junior brother, I've broken through level 30. A surprise voice sounded beside me, and Bibidong also absorbed the whale rubber and bounced up from the ground, happily sharing his joy. Unlike Guhan, Bibidong has extremely talented innate talent. She only absorbed 2 whale rubber and broke through level 29 to level 30 from the peak of level 28. Of course, if there is no threshold for every 10 levels, there may be more improvements than Bidong. But this is not a problem. These extra energy will become accumulation and burst out suddenly when the breakthrough is made. Yeah, that's not bad. Qian Sunji nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time he reached out to put his hand on Bibidong's wrist. His soul power penetrated, checked her body, and said with a smile. Dong'er, your physique can now be compared with the soul sect, yours the third soul ring may be able to try the soul beast of 69,000 years. But to be on the safe side, you should refine the remaining 3 whale rubber first. Yes, if you have refined all these whale rubber, the success rate and safety of soul rings that have been absorbed for higher age periods will also greatly increase. Gu Han also said from the side that Bibidong is very talented and has a twin martial soul. He has a greater demand for physical fitness than him. After all, the other party still needs to stack the soul ring on the second martial soul. If the physical condition does not meet the standards, the upper limit of the second martial soul will be much lower. Although whale rubber can improve physical fitness, it is still somewhat different from the soul ring in the end. If Bibidong can absorb the soul ring in the fourth soul ring like Tang San, then Bibidong's second martial soul upper limit will be higher than the original work. Well, I get it. Bibidong nodded obediently, suppressed the joy in his heart, ate the remaining whale rubber, sat cross-legged on the ground, and refined it. Looking at Bibidong's little face with a fat baby, Gu Han fell into deep thought. Then again, is Bibidong's mental power enough to absorb it in the fourth soul ring for 10,000 years? After thinking about it, Gu Han said, Teacher, if the third soul ring of senior sister absorbs the soul ring of 9,000 years, then the fourth soul ring may be able to absorb it for 10,000 years. However, considering the spiritual impact of the 10,000 years of soul beast, the student felt that perhaps the third soul ring of the senior sister could start with the spiritual soul beast. Or it is to find a spiritual-based soul bone for the senior sister, so as to make enough preparations for the senior sister to absorb the fourth ring of the 10,000-year soul ring. Qian Sunji heard this and nodded thoughtfully, yes, Dong'er has excellent talent. Now with the help of whale rubber, he really needs to make some adjustments to Dong'er's future route. As for the spiritual soul beast, let's forget it. After the third soul ring is harvested for Dong'er, I will go to the treasure house to get a soul bone. If I remember correctly, there is a 70,000-year-old mental immune skull in the treasure house. That soul bone is too precious, even I can't bear to absorb it. It has been kept in the treasure house. It seems that it is going to be taken out now. Qian Sunji remembered the soul bone that had been stored in the treasure house for more than 10 years. The soul bone was left behind by a generation of worshippers in the martial soul hall after his death. Everyone has always kept it in storage because of the respect of the worshipper. Now for Bibidong's future, King Sunji feels it is time to make a decision that goes against his ancestors. Although he might be beaten by several worshippers and his father, Qian Sunji also fought hard. This is for the future of the spirit hall. I believe his father and worshippers will understand him. The teacher is wise. Gu Han was shocked when he heard that he had been immunized from the skull for 70,000 years, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh that the Wuhan Palace was really rich. You must know that it is a soul bone of 70,000, and it is a spiritual skull. Even the titled Douluo can steal the scalp. It was taken out by Qian Sunji and given to Bibidong, a level 30 level soul master. However, considering the strength of the Wuhan Palace and Bibidong's identity, Gu Han thought this was quite normal. After all, Bibidong is a saint, the Pope himself, his innate soul power, and his twin martial souls. A talented and background, she is a very rich woman who absorbs a head soul bone that has been only 70,000 years old. What's the point of making a fuss? Well, Gu Han admitted that he was envious. Haha, you kid don't have to worry. I have some news. Guangling Douluna just got a 60,000-year-old spiritual skull. Since you are my student, I don't favor one or the other. I'll keep that soul bone for you. I'll give it to you when you break through level 30. Although Qian Sunji couldn't see the envy in Gu Han's heart, he was just trying to judge others by himself. If it were him, people around him would naturally be envious after getting the soul bones of 70,000 years, let alone Guhan is a young man. Guhan was stunned. He was so obvious. But he was sure that he hadn't exposed his emotions at all just now, so why was Qian Sunji noticed it? But he was still surprised. As expected, the choice to join the Wuhan Hall was not wrong. Women would only affect his speed of drawing the sword, but the little rich woman would not. Now, after getting a good relationship with Bibidong, I was like a loving house. Guhan did not hesitate and bowed 90 degrees directly. Thank you, the teacher. The students will live up to their expectations, practice hard, and not lose their share for the teacher. Qian Sunji has been thinking about Bibidong from beginning to end, and will take out any good things. This is really raising the other party as a daughter. And it is also very good for me. I am willing to give him a 10,000-year-old spiritual skull, a student with an average talent. It can be seen that the other party has indeed done what he said just now, that he will not favor one or the other. No matter how unbearable Qian Sunji is in the original work, Guhan will no longer hate Qian Sunji. After all, the other party is really kind to him. This also made Guhan even more determined to avoid subsequent events. But I remember that Qian Sunji's talent seems to be inferior to Douluo of the angels of all dynasties. Perhaps there are fairy grasses in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji that can help the other party. As for Qian Rongxiu, the baby has no sign yet, and even if he is born, his talent is still at the level of gods, so he doesn't need the magic grass at all. Chapter 34, Go to the Stardo Forest, Bibidong who loves to play. Stardo Big Forest is the largest gathering of soul beasts on Douluo continent. There are many types of soul beasts that live in, with a range of years ranging from 10 to hundreds of thousands of years. At this time, Bibidong was walking happily in front of the town outside the entrance of Stardo Forest, while Guhan looked helplessly behind the other party. I said, "Senior sister, why do you have to come with me? And, the teacher said that I can catch you directly. You just need to wait. Why do you have to run out?" Bibidong turned around and shook his index finger. "Junior brother, although we have a special identity, we can't wait for others to send everything. Moreover, we have grown up, and it's time to come out to see the outside world." Looking at Bibidong's serious look, Guhan sighed. It was not that he didn't want to come, but along the way, Bibidong looked left and right, and had been playing there for a few days, and he looked like he had completely forgotten his serious work. More importantly, this girl went out to play and told Guhan that she had to pull him around for the whole day. It was okay before, but Guhan was really scared afterwards. He really didn't understand what was fun about shopping. It was better to practice if you had that time. Xiao Dongdong is right, you should learn more from Xiao Dongdong. Hearing this enchanting voice, Guhan twitched his lips and looked at one of the two people who followed this time. One of them was Yueguan and the other was wearing a black robe. He had almost never popped up a word along the way. If he guessed correctly, he would be a ghost. The two Conrads follow. As long as they don't go to the core area, there is no need to worry about security issues at all. Yes, Senior Yueguan taught me that I really have to study hard with my senior sister. Guhan was too lazy to argue, so he nodded tactfully. Young brother, don't be unhappy. Here are the candied haws I bought in Wuhan City. Bibidong smiled and took out two candied haws from the soul guide, one of which was kept by himself, and the other was handed to Guhan. Thanks. Guhan was not polite at all, so he thanked him and took it. He took a bite and it tasted good. Junior brother, there is the Stardo Forest in front. Do you think you will encounter cute little rabbits inside? Bibidong remembered the soft-bone charming rabbit he saw when he was studying in the library with Guhan. The little rabbit's appearance made Bibidong feel soft, and he said that he would catch one and be a pet if he had the chance. There must be a soft-bone and charming rabbit. After all, it is a big star forest. Not to mention 100 and 1,000 years, maybe there will be 100,000 years. Guhan nodded. He had no objection to Bibidong's desire to raise a rabbit or something. It would be better if the other party was happy, but compared to raising it, he still likes to eat it. After all, the flesh of the soul beast also contains powerful energy, which also has a strengthening effect on the human body. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking? It's strange enough to meet a weak soul beast like soft bone rabbit for 1,000 years. It's still 100,000 years old. You didn't dream of doing this. Yuegwen couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This kid is usually very smart, why did he become stupid after he goes out? Isn't it really funny to say that the soft bone rabbit is still funny? Senior Yuegwen, I'll just say that, and the Stardew Forest has existed for a long time, maybe there will be it. And, nothing is absolutely true. Guhan smiled awkwardly. He never argued about such a completely meaningless thing. Even if Yuegwen really believed it, so what if it was? Can you still go to the Lake of Life now to catch it? Stop making trouble, then isn't you going to find a hammer? A little rabbit for 100,000 years. Perhaps due to the huge stereotype that the soul beasts of 100,000 years old, a super big pink rabbit suddenly appeared in Bibidong's head, and then shook his little head and threw away the picture. Forget it, pets or something are still cute. Senior sister, are you hungry? Guhan was not hungry at first, but just now he thought of the soul beast meat in his mind. In addition, he had been strolling with Bibidong for a long time and ate some sour things, and his stomach immediately began to protest. I'm not hungry. As soon as Bibi finished speaking, a gurgling sound came from her belly and her little face turned red. Hee, I'm hungry now. Ha ha ha, you two are really interesting. Seeing this situation, Yuegwen couldn't help but smile kindly, and even the corners of the ghost's mouth, who was serious along the way, had a trace of curve. Senior Yuegwen, if you laugh, I will ignore you again. Bibidong's face bulged, and he glanced at him and felt so cute. Okay, don't laugh anymore, don't laugh anymore. When Yu Guan heard this, he waved his hands repeatedly and smiled flatteringly. Seeing Bibidong's little head glance at the other side, he looked at Gui Mei and Guhan in an embarrassed manner. The ghost glanced slightly and said that he was not good at speaking. Ahem, senior sister, don't be angry. There should be a tavern here. Let's go eat quickly. Junior brother is so hungry that he has no energy. Guhan slightly brewed his emotions and said, and in one sentence, he not only relieved the siege of Yuegwen, but also gave Bibidong a step, taking everything on himself. Sure enough, I heard this in the middle, Bibidong's originally arrogant expression suddenly changed to a smiling face. Okay, since my junior brother said that, then I will forgive senior Yuegwen. Let's go and eat. As he said that, Bibidong continued to walk forward. Hi! Yuegwen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, gave Guhan a thumbs up, and whispered, "You guy is still amazing." It's nothing. Senior sister is pretty easy to talk to, but you have to master some small skills. Guhan also replied in a low voice. Guhan had his own way of communicating with arrogance. What skills? Yuegwen asked curiously. Junior brother, senior Yuegwen, what are you two muttering about? Keep up with me. Bibidong turned around and looked at the two people following behind and muttered, and couldn't help but frown. It's really, they're obviously hungry, and they still have time to procrastinate. Ah, senior sister, it's nothing. I'm just asking senior Yuegwen for knowledge about flowers and plants. Guhan had a sudden inspiration and responded quickly. Ah, yes, I'm guiding this kid's knowledge of flowers and plants. Yu Guan nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Oh, that's it, then let's go quickly, I'm a little hungry. Because Bibidong was hungry, he didn't pursue anything on this, and was thinking about something delicious. Soon a few people came to a tavern in the town. The tavern was decorated with very old wooden decorations and was not very luxurious. Waiter, serve some specialties, and 2 pots of wine and juice. As soon as Yuegwen sat down, he shouted in his very distinctive voice. "Give me a roast chicken." The ghost followed and said. As for Bibidong and Guhan, they didn't say anything. What they should say had been finished by Yuegwen, and they were just waiting to eat. Chapter 35 Spiritual Perfection, Divine Introverted. There was no bloody plot. The four of them had a good meal and then booked 4 more rooms. Guhan and Bibidong's rooms were next to each other, while Yuegwen and Guimei's rooms were just in the middle, one left and one right. Guhan returned to his room and did not sleep, but instead practiced his mental power as usual. The method of returning to light is very interesting. When Guhan closed his eyes and looked inside, he could clearly see the light of inspiration in the center of his eyebrows. This light is called the light of life, the light of spirit, and it can also be said to be the light of soul. And the nameless method told him that this is the heart of heaven and the innate orifice. According to the unnamed Dharma, if this light moves by itself, it will be bad, but if it is intentionally controlled by the master, it is a good thing. Because this is the soul, and it is also the most fundamental light of human beings, and the God of the human body. If you move by yourself, it means that this person is dead. But if you can control this light correctly and move it yourself, you can wander around. At that time, Guhan could be a real person in the cottage, but he could know the things in the world. Guhan had already had speculation about the role of the nameless law at this time, which may be related to Taoism in his previous life. After all the unique skills brought to him by the nameless method can remind him of Taoist magic. Moreover, this time the light technique is too similar to the final spiritual light coming out of the body and wandering around, and is really similar to the Taoist god of exiting yang, which is exactly the same. The nameless method, nameless and wordless in his mind, will naturally make changes based on his development, giving Guhan a feeling of a wordless heavenly book. Of course, Guhan was a little early before the spirit moved at this time, and the spirit should not move lightly. If he went out and couldn't come back, it would be a big fun. After a night passed, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dull, but he gave people a feeling of seeing through everything. It's done. In the first stage, the return to the sun, after 6 years, he was finally cultivated by Guhan. The 2 eyes return to light, the spirit is perfect, and the spirit is bright and restrained. In his eyes, the energy filled with air can be clearly seen. These are the natural energy between heaven and earth, and people in this world call it soul power. But at this moment, these soul powers are a kind of natural energy in Guhan's eyes, not spiritual energy or soul power. The reason why they are called soul power is because their name is soul power, which is defined by people in this world. But Guhan would not care about these things. The so-called Tao is originally nameless, but it is called Tao. This is the same thing as it is placed on anything. Everything in this world is originally nameless. The reason why it is famous is that humans need to distinguish and force themselves to name them. It's really amazing. Guhan felt the essence of this world for the first time intuitively for a while, and couldn't help but be amazed. Bang bang bang! Junior brother, big lazy man, get up quickly! Just as Guhan was still silent about observing the essence of soul power, a knock on the door accompanied by Bibidong's slightly tender voice came into his ears. Guhan then came to his senses, responded, and opened the door. At this time, Bibidong stood in front of the door with his arms in his arms, and Yuegwen and Guimei stood behind each other like the other 2 generals. "Senior sister, I got up very early today." Guhan smiled and said hello. "It's still early, it's almost 10 o'clock, and the sun is shining on my butt." Bibidong rolled his eyes unhappily. "By the way, junior brother, were you doing something bad last night? Why did you get up so late? I thought you ran out to practice swordsmanship." "Yes, you boys' eyes are dull. You must have done nothing good last night." Yuegwen pinched the orchid finger and blocked his mouth. On the other hand, he teased with a smirk, "You kid, you must be careful of your temper." Senior sister, Senior Yuegwen, don't joke, this is the result of the boy's improvement based on the spiritual practice method on the market. If you don't believe me, please see. As he said that, a ray of light suddenly lit up in Gu Han's eyes, and he instantly looked energetic. Wow, it's so amazing. Bibidong was surprised. Just now, his junior brother was still blind and looked dull, but he suddenly became bright and energetic. You kid is quite smart, but how do you connect your spirit to your eyes? Yuegwen was also surprised. It was the first time I saw a situation where I could lock my mind with my eyes. Even Guimei looked at Gu Han with curious expressions. Actually, it's nothing. As we all know, human mental power basically comes from the eyes. It is called the Sea of Spirit in the Soul Master world, and the eyes are closest to it. When people don't have spirit, their eyes will dim, and when they are full of energy, their eyes will look like light. So the boy was wondering, if he locked his eyes, would he be able to ensure that his mental power would not leak out of his eyes? So, based on the mental repair methods on the market and some theories I saw in the library, I continued to improve and explore, and finally created a set of spiritual cultivation methods that belong to me alone, which I call the technique of returning light. Yes, notes, those who can create spiritual cultivation methods are basically strong people of the titled Douluo level. You kid have achieved such achievements at a young age. If you can find the legendary immortal herb, your future will definitely be limitless. Yuegwen is also very proud of it. There are indeed many strong people on the mainland who have practiced their own spiritual cultivation methods, and they are different. With so many precedents, the few people were not too surprised by Gu Han's own spiritual practice method, but when it comes to Gu Han's talent, the three people, including Bibidong, sighed in their hearts almost at the same time. However, Bibidong noticed the fairy grass mentioned by Yuegwen, and couldn't help but ask, Senior Yuegwen, what is the fairy grass? Speaking of the immortal grass, Yuegwen suddenly became excited. He summoned his martial soul and placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently, looking intoxicated. Immortal grass is, this thing should only be found in heaven, and it is rare to hear treasures on earth. If I had the opportunity to find the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, maybe I could also reach that state. Yuegwen's eyes were full of desire. His movements were too enchanting. Gu Han and the ghost's mouth twitched unconsciously, while Bibidong rolled his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. In other words, fairy grass is like whale rubber, which can improve the qualifications of soul masters, right? Humph, what is whale rubber? Yu Guan couldn't help but snorted lightly when he heard this. In front of the immortal grass, whale rubber is simply not worth mentioning. If you can find an immortal grass and absorb it, even a person with only one level of innate soul power will have the chance to break through to the realm of titled Douluo, do you know? That's a real opportunity. So that's it. Then I'll ask the teacher to help me find it when I go back. If I can find it, junior brother, you don't have to worry about not being able to break through to the titled Douluo in the future. A chapter tonight. Chapter 36 Dugabo Father and Son. Senior sister, I actually have some clues about the immortal grass, but I can't be sure of it. What, you have clues about the fairy grass? Yuegwen was like a cat that was stepped onto its tail. It instantly exploded and jumped up. Then he grabbed Gu Han's shoulders and shook them. You boy said, you have clues about the immortal grass, where is it? Where is it? Senior Yuegwen, stop shaking, I'm so dizzy. Yuegwen, calm down. Seeing this, Guimei quickly pulled Yuegwen away. Really, Senior Yuegwen, are you going to shake my junior brother away? Bibidong complained angrily. Sorry, I'm so excited. Yuegwen also reacted, but his eyes still had an urgent and excited look. Zio Han, tell me quickly, which immortal grass do you have the clue? Ahem, actually this is just a guess, and it's not certain whether there are really fairy grass. Gu Han pretended to be helpless and shook his head, and then explained under Yuegwen's somewhat lost look. The book you gave me by Yuegwen, says that every fairy grass will grow in a very special environment, and the boy has seen records of a strange place in the Sunset Forest on an ancient book in the Wuhan Hall. Gu Han did not lie. There are indeed records of the Ice and Fire Eyes in the Martial Soul Hall, but it is a mainland wonder book, and there is no record of the growing of fairy grass or anything else. And when Gu Han discovered that book, there was a layer of particularly thick dust falling on it, which shows that no one has touched this book for a long time. The book says that there is a particularly magical lake there, half hot and half cold, especially magical, and there is no record of the excess, but that place is indeed more peculiar than other wonders, so the kid has some guesses. Hearing this, Yuegwen calmed down at this time. It's indeed possible, forget it, let's go and take a look after Xiao Dongdong's third soul ring first. After making up their minds, the group of people left the hotel and headed to the Stardew Forest. Little Dongdong, boy, the Stardew Forest is very dangerous. You two follow me and the old ghost, don't run around, do you know? Yuegwen made a very serious reminder, knowing that this place is not a place to play, and even on the periphery, you must always keep the vigilance you should have. Clear. Both of them nodded seriously, knowing the severity of the matter, and even if they were following the two, they did not relax their vigilance. After these days, Gu Han also successfully broke from level 26 to level 27. The energy of the 5-whale rubber was perfectly absorbed by him, which immediately improved his level 4 pure soul power. There is no slightestness, but this thing is more useful at the beginning. If you eat too much later, unless the years continue to increase, the effect will also be weakened. The four people gradually entered the 1000-year soul beast area. The soul beasts here are basically around 3000 to 10,000 years, and even the vegetation is thicker and lusher than the ones on the outside. There is movement. Suddenly, Gui Mei and Yuegwen's eyes were shaking, and they stopped almost at the same time. Both of them are strong men at the control level, so they are naturally much stronger than Gu Han and Bibidong in perception. Huegwen, you stay where you are and I'll go and see. Good. The ghost said, then jumped into the sky, stood on a tall canopy, and looked in the direction where the soul power came. There was a green mist there, and a huge spider was running wildly towards where they were. It's an 8,000 years old human-faced demon spider. The ghost was delighted. It was really a place to search for it without any effort. The attributes of the human-faced demon spider are very consistent with the attributes of Bibidong's martial soul, and the age is just right. The ghost's lips moved slightly, and used the method of transmitting the sound to enter the secret, and told Yuegwen what he saw. Haha, that's great. What a coincidence. Little Dongdong, your soul ring is settled. Yuegwen burst into laughter when he heard this. He thought he would spend at least a week in the Stardew Forest, but he didn't expect to encounter a suitable goal on the first day. Senior Yuegwen, what kind of soul beast is it? Gu Han naturally understood what the other party meant when he heard this. This was a soul beast suitable for Bibidong's third soul ring, which was delivered to him. It's an 8,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. You two hide behind me, and leave the rest to me and the old ghost. As he said that, Yuegwen summoned his martial soul, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 8 soul rings rose under his feet. But ghosts are completely different. You can only see a black shadow behind him, but you can't see any soul ring under your feet. Gu Han immediately thought of the original book's introduction to ghosts, and only saw ghosts but no soul rings. Of course, Gu Han also summoned his martial soul, while Bibidong only summoned the soul ring and did not possess the martial soul. It can be seen that Bibidong is very disliked by his 2 martial souls possessed. Rumble. A vibration came from the ground, and then a spider 7 or 8 meters tall broke through the jungle and came into view. However, seeing his pace was panicked, it seemed to be avoiding the pursuit. But Yuegwen and Gaimei don't care about these. I'll do it! Yuegwen shouted loudly, and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum rose in the wind. He waved it suddenly as a big hammer and hit the human-faced demon spider's head accurately, and actually knocked it out on the spot. After doing this, Yuegwen returned to his original elegant posture, put away his martial soul, and tucked his right index finger at his hair on his temples. "Little Dong Dong, come and give it a last blow." "Stop!" A loud shout sounded, and two green figures appeared opposite the few people. After seeing each other's identities clearly, both parties opened their eyes wide in surprise almost at the same time. "Old Poison! Chrysanthemum Pass! Why are you here?" X2. "Old Poison?" Gu Han looked at the person who came. The other party was wearing a green shirt, even his hair was green, and his lips looked a little purple. "It is indeed Douluo, the future poison Douluo." The young man around the other party looked only 17 or 18 years old, and was about the same size as Douluo, and even taller, with a somewhat similar appearance to Douluo. Gu Han's heart moved slightly and said to himself, "This should be Douluo's son, Douluo. Humph, of course I'm here to hunt the soul ring for our Saint Highness." Yu Guan hugged her arms, looked at Douluo for a moment, and said mockingly, "Oh, no one will even fail to catch a 1,000-year-old soul beast, right?" Douluo's forehead obviously had blue veins, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Huguan, I'm too lazy to care about you. This soul beast is the soul beast that Xiner and I have been chasing for 2 days. Moreover, this soul beast has been injured by me for a long time. It's only a matter of time to catch it. You're not authentic." Chapter 37 Ding, enter the password for the poison. What's authentic or not? This soul beast was obviously the one we caught first. Don't turn the old poison. It can naturally be seen from Yuegwen that this human-faced demon spider was injured by Douluo's poison. Although it will not die, it is only a matter of time before it falls. But he had beaten, and Douluo had caused him a lifetime of confusion. Although it was just some harmless little fights, chi is real air pressure. Now, it is time for your turn to make things difficult for the other party. Damn it, Chrysanthemum Pass, I think you are sincere and can't get along with me. Oh, congratulations, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Oh ha 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 ha. Bastard, Huguan, do you want to fight? Humph, old poison, you can't beat me, so save money, save face in front of your son. Yuegwen had no intention of being afraid of Douluo's gritting teeth. He pinched the orchid fingers and kept mocking the other person sarcastically. Damn it! Douluo stared at him with angrily swearing, but his eyes looked at Ghost with fear. He is not a match for the other party's two contras, and if he takes out one, he will definitely suffer a loss. Tolerate. I endure it. Huguan, I advise you not to be proud of yourself. Haha, I'm just being proud of myself. What can you do? Could you still bite me? Oh ha 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 ha. Wow, I'm so angry. Damn it, I'm fighting with you. Douluo couldn't bear it anymore, but he did not summon the martial soul, but directly punched the face that deserved a beating. Old poison, don't call me dead chrysanthemum. Yuegwen also jumped his foot in an instant and punched him. After a few moves, the two of them fought like hooligans, and their dark history was constantly exposed. Gu Han. Bibidong. Douluo. Ghost. Gu Han held his forehead. Although the original book said that Douluo and Zhu Douluo were not in deal with each other, he also said that there was no deep hatred. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong with this, it is clearly a pair of old enemies. He looked at the ghost again, and the other party was holding his arms, looking like he was watching a show. It seems to be commonplace. Bibidong's little hand gently poked Gu Han's arm and whispered, "Junior brother, the green-haired old man is Douluo. He has some contradictory to Senior Yuegwen. That is his son, Douluo." At this time, Douluo also stood there helplessly, with the look of wanting to speak but stopping, and the feeling of stopping words and desires gives people an honest feeling. It seems that he is a bad person. Senior sister, I can see. Gu Han nodded, staring at the two people fighting on the ground with a speechless look. Gu Han still has a good impression of Douluo. Most of the Douluo continent who can grow into a titled Douluo are very concerned about friendship, and as for the very few, I won't talk about it for now. And Douluo is one of the most. He likes freedom, but because of Prince Swexing's favor, he became a guest minister of the Tiandu Empire. Because of a favor, he worked hard for Tang San, and finally he was even more crushed. Once such a person is successfully won, you don't have to worry about the other party stinging you back. Thinking of this, Gu Han couldn't help but exhort, Senior Yuegwen, Senior Douluo, stop beating, do you want to listen to me? What are you doing? Don't make noise. Hearing Gu Han's voice, Yuegwen and Douluo turned their heads at the same time, but their hands were still pressing on each other's side faces, and neither of them planned to let go first. Well. Gu Han was stunned for a moment, but then came to his senses again, without any intention of stumbling out, and said out loud, Senior Douluo, you have studied some medical skills. Now, looking at the faces between you and Mr. Ling, it seems that you have been poisoned. Douluo was shocked and pushed open the Yuegwen with a gloomy look on his face. You kid shouldn't talk nonsense. What kind of poisoning is that? I've been playing with poison all my life. How could I get poisoned? Douluo was shocked. He naturally knew the disadvantages of their green scale snake lineage. But only they themselves know this, and they will only discover when they get old. How did this kid see it? If the ghost wasn't ready to go, he might have to go up and ask carefully, or even kill someone to silence him. Gu Han also talked about this because of the existence of the two jujube ghosts, and saw Douluo's eyes cold. Gu Han said without any panic, Senior Douluo, don't be anxious. What if the boy says, there is a way to solve it? I don't understand what you are talking about. Douluo frowned. The problem of their blue-scale snake lineage has not been found for hundreds of years. Even the young boy in front of him dared to speak out here. Senior, don't pretend to be stupid. Let me talk about your symptoms first. Every time it rains, itchy will appear on both ribs, and it will gradually increase, lasting for more than an hour, and will occur once every afternoon and midnight. Every late at night, around the 3 o'clock in the morning, Senior Douluo will have needle-like tingling pain on the top of his head and soles, and his whole body will be cramped for at least half an hour. Senior, what I said is correct. Douluo was completely shocked. This kid had some skills and could tell his situation by just looking at his face. Father, are you hiding something from me? Douluo is a little. He looked at Douluo in confusion. He naturally knew what his father looked like. Now that he reacted so fiercely, was he the other party saying it was true? Douluo's eyes flashed slightly, and he did not answer his son's question positively. It seems that this little brother is right. Father, you and I are both poisoned. If I guess correctly, it is our martial soul's own poison, right? Douluo was just not good at speaking, but he was not stupid. Seeing his father like this, he could not understand what was going on. No wonder I always feel uncomfortable recently, especially at around 3 p.m., there will always be a faint tingling on the top of my head and soles of my feet, which is particularly noticeable on rainy days. Haha, old poison, I didn't expect that you have been poisoned for a lifetime and you were actually poisoned by yourself. Yuegwen also knew the character of his old enemy very well. Seeing the other party's reaction, he immediately burst into laughter and then persuaded him. Old poison, I think of your and my friendship for many years. If you are willing to join the spirit hall, maybe we can think of a solution for you. You don't have to worry about my own affairs. Douluo snorted coldly, extremely stubborn, looked at Douluo and said, Xiner, let's give that spider the last blow. We can't absorb it, and they can't even absorb it. Father. Douluo raised his hand, as if he was persuading his father. After all, if the spirit hall could help them solve the toxin problem, it would be fine to join in, and he had a better impression of the spirit hall than the two empires. Don't talk nonsense! Douluo interrupted Douluo Xin with a cold voice. Senior Douluo, let's do this. I will tell you a way to temporarily solve your toxins. If you are willing to join the spirit hall, I will tell you the solution to cure it. How about it? Seeing that Douluo wanted to do it himself, Gu Han quickly spoke out. Too much is not too much. It is basically difficult to invite people like Douluo, who likes freedom, to join a force unless there is a favor. Gu Han planned to give up some sweetness first and give Douluo a favor first. How to choose later depends on the other party's own. And I also gave the opportunity. If the other party still stands on the side of the Tiandu Empire more than 30 years later, don't blame yourself for being rude. He will never allow a biochemical killer to join other forces. The soul power condensed by Douluo disappeared, his heart moved, and his tone calmed down a little. Tell me, let's see. Chapter 38 Douluo's Favor, Bibidong's Growth. Tell me, let's see. Although Douluo is withdrawn, he is still very concerned about his own affairs. What if the other party really has a way? With this mentality, Douluo's attitude also softened. Seeing this, Gu Han knew that the time was ripe, so he spoke out, the poisons in the Douluo brothers are the same, and it is very likely that they are toxins from the martial soul. Well, you guessed it right. Douluo nodded, the martial soul and soul master were integrated. Their blue-scale snake lineage could not solve the problem of the martial soul poison entering the body for hundreds of years. Now that it has been exposed, there is nothing to hide. When Douluo Xin heard his father admit it, he finally confirmed his guess. Sure enough, his physical condition was brought by the martial soul. Then he looked at Gu Han with an eager gaze and respectfully hugged his fists. I would like to ask my little brother for advice. The beast's martial soul is integrated with the soul master. Whenever the soul ring is absorbed, the excess toxins will enter the body and cannot be refined. This is also the reason why the predecessors' martial souls passed down from their ancestors. Boy, don't talk nonsense, just tell the result. Douluo was impatient. Seeing Gu Han saying something he knew there, he couldn't help but urge him. And he understood that the other party was indeed capable, and maybe there was something really possible. Okay. After hearing this, Gu Han stopped talking and said directly, if this toxin cannot be refined, it may be stored in the soul bone. Of course, this is only a temporary solution. After all, unless it is an external soul bone, the remaining soul bones are stored so much. Yes, why didn't I expect it? Douluo felt enlightened when he heard this, and did not avoid the two Zhugui. Although he was a little confused with Yueguan, he knew that these two people were definitely not villains who like to engage in sneak attacks. He used his soul power to guide the toxins in his body into his torso bones, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's true. When Douluo's eyes looked at Gu Han again, it became obvious that it became different and he became more appreciative. Boy, what's your name? Gu Han bowed slightly. Boy Gu Han, I have met Senior Douluo. Haha, don't be so polite. I and Xiner both owe you a favor. We won't rob this human-faced demon spider. As for joining the Wuhan Hall, please go back and think about it carefully. Senior, please be at will, and the gate of the Martial Soul Palace will be open to you at any time. Gu Han smiled with a smile on his lips. He was not in a hurry to get Douluo's favor. After all, it was still early, and he still had a complete solution to the toxins in his hands. He didn't believe Douluo could stand it. Senior, you must remember that the capacity of the soul bone is limited. Once this limit is exceeded, the instant outbreak of the toxin will make it more painful and may even die. Therefore, it is best to choose to force the toxin into the soul bones of all limbs, so that when the soul bone reaches the critical point, it can also cut off the limbs to survive. When dealing with people like Douluo, Gu Han chose to be straightforward and rude, and at the beginning he said the disadvantages of the solution, so that the other party would think of the complete solution in his hands every day. Ha ha ha, thank you for your reminder, you are very good boy. Douluo smiled heartily, and his favorability towards Guhan increased to a higher level. He liked such direct people. Xin, let's go. Douluo Xin nodded and bowed to Guhan, thank you, brother Guhan. We must have a few drinks when we have the chance in the future and say goodbye. Wait a moment. At this moment, Bibidong suddenly called Douluo and his son. The father and son turned around in confusion and looked at the little girl who was speaking out. They had just learned that the other party was the saint of the martial soul palace from Yuegwan. But why did they call them at this time? I wonder what this saint's highness has to offer. Douluo asked. Senior Douluo, since this soul beast was hunted by you, I won't take away the favors of others, and I have other goals, so you should absorb this human-faced demon spider by yourself. Bibidong's words stunned everyone present. Is this the soul ring I got? Senior sister. Just as Guhan was about to say something, he saw Bibidong winking at him secretly, and the corner of his mouth curled, and he stopped talking and sat down to watch Bibidong's performance. Little Dong Dong, you. Senior Yuegwan, don't forget that our target this time is the purple-winged demon spider. Although this human-faced demon spider is good, I want to hunt a soul ring with higher grades. Bibidong directly spoke out his thoughts loudly without any hesitation, and at the same time took care of Douluo's arrogant mood. Guhan was even more relieved. The stories and illusions of his past period were not told in vain. Bibidong was finally not stupid and sweet, and he knew to win over the power. This. Douluo's eyes flashed. To be honest, he was moved. After all, this was a soul beast he had been squatting for several days. He was indeed a little reluctant to let it go, but due to human favors, there was nothing he could do. However, now the other party suddenly said no, which made him hesitate. If he turned around and answered, wouldn't his words just become nonsense? Wouldn't you be secretly mocked by chrysanthemums? Bibidong pulled La Yuegwan's arm, and the other party understood instantly, and his fingers were enchantingly blocking his mouth. Old poisonous creature, since our saint maiden said so, I will give you this soul beast. If you are embarrassed, then what if you owe your saint maiden a favor? This, then, I owe his highness a favor. Douluo's face turned red and his words became a little unscrupulous. After all, this was the first time he was so shameless. Ha ha ha, old ghost, little Dong Dong, Zio Han, let's go. Seeing Douluo showing this expression, Yuegwan felt very happy. He waved his hand and took the three of them away from the place. Looking at Yuegwan's twisting butt, Douluo's mouth twitched. To be honest, for some reason, he suddenly wanted to kick Yuegwan's butt. But he still held back and let the other party leave arrogantly, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. If you die, let me show you a glimpse of it first. It's best not to make a fool of myself in front of me, otherwise I will bury you to death. Father. Douluo Xin saw that his old father had been staring at Yuegwan's butt in a daze, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, but then he shook his head quickly. His father was not that kind of person. He must be thinking about how to take revenge on others in the future. Douluo heard the sound and came to his senses. Seeing his son standing in front of him stupidly, he looked at him with a puzzled look, and immediately slapped the other person in the head with anger. What are you looking at? Why are you standing stupidly? Hurry up and absorb the soul ring for me. Oh, okay. Douluo Xin covered his head and hurriedly ran to the human-faced demon spider who had already fainted, summoned the martial soul and ended the other party, and began to absorb his fourth soul ring. Little Douluo is just the thing in his pocket, hee. Chapter 39 Bibidong, what kind of rabbits, what is the king of food in the wild? Zio Han, your highness is so courageous. After completely moving away from the previous area, Gui Mei was the first to speak out, admiring what the two of them had just done. In just a few words, Douluo's introverted old stubborn owed two people one favor, and also gave the other party the idea of joining the Wuhan Hall. Yes, in Gai Mei's opinion, if a person like Douluo wants to refuse, he will definitely refuse on the spot. Instead, he said that he should think about it again, but he is actually already moved. Thank you, Senior Gai Mei, for your praise. Seeing that Senior Douluo is a person of temperament, he developed a desire to win over. Don't be humble, you must know that our spirit hall has invited old poisons more than once. No matter what favorable conditions are provided, the other party is unshakable and only thinks about the free and carefree world. Yuegwen shook his head. He could be said to have a very good understanding of the old poison guy. I have fought with the other party for half my life and know the other party's temperament. Now, at Gu Han's invitation, the other party did not refuse on the spot, which was a good start. But I really didn't expect that the old poison guy was actually poisoned. No wonder he became greener as he grew. Yuegwen sighed lightly, this was really an unexpected thing. This is actually nothing. Although Senior Douluo loves freedom, it can be seen that he is a person who values friendship. If we can pay some price to solve the problem of the family's martial soul, I believe that with the character of Senior Douluo, I will not give up that. After all, Senior Douluo doesn't care about himself, but also about his descendants. Well, this is true. No matter what, the old poison doesn't want to see his son or grandchildren, just like him, living in pain all his life. Yuegwen agrees with this. He heard all the symptoms of the old poison that Gu Han mentioned just now, and he admitted it himself, so he naturally couldn't do it. When he thought about it, if this was put on himself. Yuegwen suddenly shivered and muttered in his heart, no wonder the old poison is becoming more and more introverted. He endured these tortures every day. If it were me, I'm afraid it wouldn't be much better. But my senior sister is really courageous. She gave up a soul ring she got, in exchange for Douluo's favor. Gu Han praised Bibidong with a smile on the corner of his mouth. This kid had changed at the beginning and needed to praise him more to encourage him. It's nothing, after all, we are looking for a purple-winged demon spider. As for the more rampant soul beasts like the human-faced demon spider, they will give up if they give up. Bibidong waved his hand generously, with an arrogant look on his face. Also, if you use a 1,000-year-old soul beast to exchange for a soul control, it may even become a favor for the title Douluo in the future. No matter how you think about it, you will make a profit. Well, little Dong Dong has grown up. Yu Guan nodded with relief. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. The purple-winged demon spider has a cunning personality. Although we have some information about each other, with this guy's cunning personality, it is probably not easy to find the other person, so we should be mentally prepared to stay for a long time. Ghost spoke, and before they came, they had information about the activity of a purple-winged demon spider of the right age, but as Ghost said, the other party was cunning, with a very fast speed, and it was extremely difficult to capture. Don't worry, I know. Bibidong nodded. It was precisely because of this that she bought a lot of food, as well as props such as Duerming. Ghost nodded. Since His Highness the Saint was mentally prepared, he would not say more. Everyone continued to walk deeper for a while, and the sky gradually darkened. Okay, it's getting late today. It's just a piece of open space here, so it's just right here to build a tent. Yuegwen, I haven't eaten wild game for a long time. You are here to protect His Highness and Zio Han. I'll catch some soul beasts. I understand, you go. Yuegwen waved his hand. This was just a 1,000-year-old soul beast area. With Yuegwen in there, even if the 10,000-year-old soul beast came, he could escape with two small ones. Senior, I'll go and make a fire. There is no shortage of firewood in the forest. Gu Han picked up some dry firewood nearby, took out the fire from the soul guide, and lit the bonfire. But then again, if you bring a soul master with fire attribute in the future, it won't be so troublesome to create fire. Junior brother, let's eat roast chicken legs. Bibidong said, taking out 4 or 5 pistol legs from the soul guide. These were all cooked in advance and sealed by Gu Hanbing. At this time, take them out, and as long as the ice is baked, you can eat them in a while. Although the meat may not be as delicious as fresh chicken legs, they are not here to travel, and some of them are good to eat. Well, okay, leave it to me. Gu Han nodded and set up a wooden rack above the bonfire. The distance between the wooden racks was just a place where the flames could not burn. Gu Han put his hand on it and felt it was hot after a while before he took it back. After the ice was lifted, put the 5 frozen hard chicken legs on the wooden rack. Bibidong looked energetic for some reason, and squatted beside the fire, his big and lively eyes staring at the chicken legs that were slowly beginning to squeak. Little Dong Dong looks very excited, why is it? After setting up the tent, Yuegwen walked over and saw Bibidong's little excited look, and joked with a smile. Hehe, I always stayed in the spirit hall before, and this time I can finally come out and experience the feeling of having a picnic. Well. Yuegwen was a little ashamed, but then he shook his head with some amusement. It seemed that he was still a child. Since the chicken legs are cooked, they are completely heated after a while after roasting on the fire. Sister, Senior Yuegwen, this is yours. Gu Han put the roasted chicken legs with the prepared wooden stick and handed them to the 2 of them. Thank you, junior brother. Gu Han also picked up a chicken leg and took a bite. The meat was indeed a bit tiring, but it was acceptable. I don't know if this child Bibidong was psychologically responsible. He tore up a few pieces of chicken in his little hands and put them in his mouth, eating with relish. However, after a short while, Gui Mei came back with 4 rabbits in one hand. Haha, I'm lucky. I caught a few soft bone rabbits and we're lucky. The ghost laughed and threw these rabbits that had lost their lives on the ground. Bibidong Sup Xiao Qiangji looked at Gu Han with a bright look. Junior brother, I remember in the martial arts story you told me, the knights often eat roasted rabbits. This time I want to experience the feeling of roasted rabbits myself. Looking at Bibidong's excited pretty face, Gu Han twitched slightly and complained, I thought senior sister, you would say that rabbits are so cute, why should you eat rabbits? Tisk, I'm not that kind of person. Bibidong turned his head and muttered, and in the wild, you can't let go of everything you can eat. This is the basic principle to ensure that you can survive. Didn't this tell me, junior brother? Well, senior sister is really smart, so I'll help senior sister deal with the rabbit. Chapter 40 Purple Winged Demon Spider. After a meal of roasted rabbits, Gu Han and Bibidong went into the tent to rest. And outside, ghosts come to watch. Of course, Yuegwen is also here at this time, and it will not have any effect as a strong man at the control level not sleeping for 1 or 2 days. Oh, old ghost, we are really old before we know it. Yuegwen sat casually next to the fire, took out 2 pots of 100 flowers from the soul guide, handed them to Gui Mei, staring at the fire with some emotion. Gui Mei looked up and drank a glass of wine. After a while, she stared at the crescent moon in the sky with a deep look. Is it because I feel a little hit when I see His Highness's talent and Xiao Han's talent? Haha, there's a little bit. Yuegwen smirked and said, I won't talk about the little Dong Dong. The innate soul power and twin martial souls have now been solved. As long as you practice step by step to the title Douluo level, you can absorb the soul ring of the second martial soul, and the future is limitless. Although Xiao Han is not talented innately, this child is smart and creative. The child's self-created soul skills are very potential, and he has found a way to make up for his own talent. If there were really fairy grass in that place, Xiao Han's achievements would definitely be not low. And when I see these children, I really feel that time passes by. The vitality of my youth seems to happen yesterday. Yuegwen took a few sips of wine, his eyes were a little confused, and when he recalled the past, he couldn't help but feel sentimental. Ghostly talked not much, just listening to Yuegwen's feelings and remarks. At this time, Bibidong had already fallen asleep in the tent, while Gu Han was sitting cross-legged and practicing. Now his spirit has been cultivated to a certain level and has reached the state of divine and restraint, and he cannot make any progress in a short period of time. So Gu Han took out half of this time to practice soul power. His innate talent is not high. Although he has the help of the nameless Dharma, his cultivation speed is still too slow compared to a true genius, so he can only spend more time to make up for it. Over the years, with Gu Han's efforts, the age of his first soul ring has evolved from 400 years to 600 years. The attribute that originally increased by 10% of the attack power has now reached 15%. Thinking of Chen Xian's first soul skill in the original work, the attack power increase in the centenary soul ring, the opponent increased the attack power by 30%. This increase is not too high. This may be the result of the gap between the qualities of martial souls. They are also sword martial souls, but the quality of the 7-killing sword is far higher than that of Gu Han's Xianshuang sword. In terms of quality alone, even the Haoshan hammer is not as good as the 7-killing sword. It is precisely because of this that the increase brought by the top martial souls of the 7-killing sword has far opened Gu Han's Xianshuang sword. But Gu Han was not discouraged. After all, he had a ward. Although he hated warding very much, Gu Han still felt really good when he hanged it in his hands. As for the second soul ring, due to the short acquisition time and limited energy, the improvement period is not high. After entering deep meditation, Gu Han could clearly feel that his cultivation speed was much faster than before, and this situation was not even yesterday. Perhaps it is related to the spiritual realm. As his spirit is restrained, his speed of entering into meditation has also increased. At the same time, his perception of the energy between heaven and earth has also increased, and it is much easier to mobilize than before. As the speed of practice becomes faster, Gu Han is naturally happy in his heart, and the enthusiasm for cultivation returns for a long time. The next morning, Gu Han opened his eyes on time and looked to the side. At this time, Bibidong was sleeping soundly with the quilt in his arms, and a silly smile appeared on his fat cheek. Gu Han shook his head, stood up and went outside with his hands and feet. At this time, Zhu and Gui were cooking mushroom soup, and the mushrooms inside were collected from Yuegwen. The boy is very diligent. He actually meditated all night and came over to have a bowl of mushroom soup. Yuegwen and Gaimei naturally paid attention to the situation in the tent. They found that Gu Han had been meditating and practicing all night last night, which made them secretly sigh that this child is indeed a malleable talent, and the Pope's crown prince's vision is really vicious. Thank you for your compliment. I worked hard for the two seniors to watch the night out last night. Gu Han sat down, took the bowl full of mushroom soup, and started drinking it. You kid is still so polite. Yuegwen chuckled, but was not disgusted. On the contrary, he was already used to Gu Han's appearance. After a while, Bibidong rubbed his eyes and walked out of the tent sleepily. Senior Yuegwen, Senior Ghost, Junior Brother, good morning. Senior Sister, you're awake, come and have some soup. Gu Han responded and waved to the girl who had just woken up. Since I am in the wild, I can only simply wash my face with the water I bring, and don't think about the rest. After a breakfast, several people set out on their itinerary again. In a dense jungle area, the air here is filled with purple mist, which is poisonous. Yuegwen and ghosts spread their soul power to protect Gu Han and Bibidong. This is the territory of the purple-winged demon spider. Be careful, this guy is very cunning. Yuegwen made a sound to remind the two of them, and at the same time, he was also alert to the surrounding situation to avoid being escaped by that guy. Wow! A sudden vibration came from the jungle, and a black shadow was far away from this place at a very fast speed. As soon as the purple-winged demon spider woke up, he found that a human soul master had entered its territory. After releasing the poisonous fog, he found that these humans were stronger than themselves, so he turned around and ran very decisively. Humph, I want to run away, the golden turquoise is flowing. Yuegwen snorted coldly, the sixth soul ring under his feet lit up, the strange chrysanthemum was raised high, and a golden stream of light shot out from the petals, roaring like a meteor shower on the route of the purple-winged demon spider's escape. Not for killing, just to stop the other party from escaping. The ghost turned into a ghost and quickly chased the purple-winged demon spider in the direction of the escape. Roar! Behind the purple-winged demon spider, 6 pairs of purple wings that were as thin as cicadas, increased their speed a little more, and they dodged the attacking stream light with a flash left and right. Boom 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 boom! The golden stream of light kept falling, leaving one big hole after another on the ground, and the surrounding trees were also hit by seedlings and large areas fell down. Although the streaming light did not hit the purple-winged demon spider under the control of Yue Zhang, it also hindered the opponent's escape time. Humph, old ghost! The third soul skill, the Netherworld Ghost Claw. A claw formed by a shadow rose from under the purple-winged demon spider, closed in an instant, and hugged the other party tightly. Humph, it's really cunning. The ghostly figure slowly rose from the shadow on the ground, and a mere 9,000-year-old soul beast was actually caught by 2 contras. Chapter 41 External Soul Bone. The ghost exerted a little force, accompanied by the struggle and howling of the purple-winged demon spider, and only one breath was left. Dong! The huge body was thrown randomly on the open space. The ghostly eyes looked at Bibidong and said respectfully, His Majesty, this soul beast has been 9,700 years old. Are you sure you want to absorb it? Bibidong nodded seriously, I must absorb it. Practice is like going against the will of heaven. If you follow the steps, your achievements will only be mediocre. This is a truth she learned from her junior brother's story. None of the protagonists in the story plays according to common sense, and they are almost always pursuing higher, stronger, and better conditions. As a proud daughter of heaven, how could she be compared by the protagonists in some stories? Bibidong clenched his small fist, and there seemed to be a light called the halo of the protagonist behind him. Gu Han subconsciously reached out to block the block, and secretly complained in his heart, this strong middle second breath. Okay, so brave, but your highness, if something is wrong, Yuegwen and I can only interrupt you. The ghost praised Bibidong's courage, but it still shows that if he found that Bibidong could not hold on, he and Yuegwen must interrupt the other party by hurting Bibidong and save the other party's life first. Don't worry, I'm from here. Bibidong waved his hand, and was handsome and domineering. The petite body walked to the purple-winged demon spider's body, and a sharp spider leg grew behind it, and it easily pierced into the purple-winged demon spider's head with a slight whistle. Roar! The purple-winged demon spider finally let out an unwilling roar, ending his life. A circle of soul rings with a faint black color slowly rose in the dark purple. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Bibidong sat on the ground without any hesitation and began to use his soul power to pull the soul into his body. Everything went very smoothly, but at this moment, Bibidong suddenly frowned and cold sweat began to appear on his face. No, something happened. Gui Mei and Yuegwen were shocked, but at this time, Bibidong showed no sign of being unable to hold on, so the two did not take action immediately. Suddenly, circles of spider silk wrapped Bibidong into a big cocoon. This is... Gu Han's brows were beating. This scene was so familiar. Isn't this a sign of the appearance of the external soul bone? This, the Holy Majesty will not be in danger, right? If it weren't for the easy feeling of Bibidong's life, Gui Mei would have already taken action and was staring at the big cocoon with a worried look on her face. Yuegwen also looked nervous. You should know that this is the best talent in the Spirit Hall, in addition to the Pope, and it is also a personal legend. If something happens, they will be blamed. Seeing the two of them like this, Gu Han said comfortingly. Senior Yuegwen, Senior Ghost, don't worry, this is almost the same as the legendary signs when the external soul bone appears. Perhaps the senior sister has gotten a great opportunity. What? Soul bones are attached to the outside world. Both of them opened their eyes wide. You should know that the external soul bone is second only to the 100,000 year soul ring. The fruit soul master can become a titled Douluo, so the function and value of the external soul bone are higher than that of the 100,000 year soul ring. It can evolve with the growth of the soul master, and it is completely bound to the host, and it is impossible to kill and retrieve bones. According to the historical records of the mainland, there is no more than the number of people with external soul bones. The last time they appeared was 200 or 300 years ago. It was owned by a senior elder of the Wuhan Hall. It is precisely because the external soul bone is completely bound to the host that there is no external soul bone left on the entire continent. Are they going to witness history and the birth of a new external soul bone today? Ahem, 2 seniors, I think we'd better set up a tent for our senior sister to block it. Gu Han was a little furrowed by the eyes of the 2 of them, and coughed awkwardly, saying, according to the records in the book, when the soul bones on the outside are born, they will break their clothes. Well. Yuegwen and Gaimei were both stunned. There was such a thing. Good. The 2 nodded, took out the tent placed in the soul guide, and quickly opened it, and carefully carried the cocoon wrapped in Bibidong into the tent. Time passed minute by minute, and the cocoon and Bibidong in the tent still did not melt, and the 3 people outside the tent had been waiting for a while. Why did it take so long? Gu Han frowned. It's been half a day, why haven't I absorbed it yet? There won't be a real problem, right? Don't worry, Xiaodong's aura is getting more and more stable. Yuegwen naturally saw Gu Han's emotions and changed his position directly compared to before. When Gu Han heard this, he also suppressed his idea of using his mental power to explore. It's been half a day. Xiao Dongdong will definitely be hungry after absorbing the soul ring bones. Let's prepare some food. Yuegwen also felt boring at this time. He took a look at the sky that was getting darker and thought that it was still idle anyway, so it would be better to make a good fire and make some food. That's right, that kid went to pick up firewood and make fire. Gu Han nodded when he heard this. They wouldn't go far anyway, and there were ghosts watching here, so there would be no trouble. And I drank a bowl of mushroom soup all day today, and it was almost 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was a little hungry. The 3 of them are so popular that they cooked something and ate some barbecue together. Inside the tent, the cocoon gradually faded away, revealing the people inside the cocoon. At this time, Bibidong absorbed the 3rd soul ring and had an extremely high configuration of nearly 10,000 years, and his height and body size have increased a little. His originally ordinary figure can be said to be graceful at this time. Her fair skin was completely exposed to the air, and a pair of jade feet spread out on her back, a pair of purple wings as thin as cicada wings. Bibidong slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt empty all over, feeling like he was wearing nothing. In shock, Bibidong quickly looked down and saw that she didn't even have a piece of clothing on her body, just standing naked. Ah! A scream rang out. The 3 people outside the tent immediately stood up. His Highness the Saint. Little Dongdong. Senior sister. I'm fine, don't come in. Bibidong came to his senses in the initial fright, and then noticed that he was already in the tent at this time. He then breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing the voices of the 3 people outside, he quickly made a sound to stop the 3 people's actions. Hi, it's fine. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The sound just now was a bit like a girl who was frightened after being peeped. Perhaps it was because her clothes were gone and she was scared. Bibidong glanced at the purple wings behind him and frowned slightly, as if he had told him about the soul bones that his junior brother had told him. I remember my junior brother said that the characteristics of the external soul bone are like a part of your body. As long as you concentrate and control your arms, you can take them back. Thinking of this, Bibidong gathered his spirits to establish connection with the 6-winged purple wings behind him. Sure enough, as expected, Bibidong easily controlled the 6-winged purple wings and took them back. Hi! He took a light breath and Bibidong glanced at his completely naked body. After absorbing the soul ring, her height grew a little longer. She was about 1.65 meters tall and her figure had begun to take shape, almost the same as an average girl of 16 or 17 years old. Bibidong sighed helplessly when he took out the spare clothes from the soul guide. These clothes were too small for her now and could not be worn at all. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke shyly, "Well, Senior Yuegwen, can you lend your women's clothing to wear?" Yuegwen is a contra who is closer to her. She naturally knows that the other party likes to wear women's clothing. At this time, she can't even wear her clothes, so she can only ask for help from the only person on the scene who is likely to have women's clothing. Update one chapter first, go out and update it later when you come back tonight. Chapter 42, the soul hunting is over, head to the Sunset Forest. Good. Several people had already predicted the situation of Bibi before and after the soul master absorbs the soul ring, the child will develop in advance, and when he reaches a certain level, he will only improve his physical fitness. The other party wants clothes at this time, and it is likely that after absorbing the soul ring, the body will grow taller and develop again. Yuegwen did not hesitate and took out a bright yellow long skirt from the soul guide and placed the skirt outside the tent door. Immediately afterwards, a white and slender jade hand stuck out, fumbled for a while, and grabbed it in immediately after touching the skirt. After a sound of the curtain of the tent was opened and a young girl walked out. The girl has a perfect body proportion, delicate and beautiful facial features, her whole temperament is bright and lively, and she has a happy smile on her face. Junior brother, I succeeded, and I also obtained a soul bone attached to the outside of the soul bone. Bibidong said, the six-winged purple wings behind him spread out, and the wings were purple in overall color, with 3 on the left and right, overlapping each other, slightly stoking, looking like a dream. Her face was filled with joy, her smart eyes were bent into crescent moons, and she was like a child who had received a beloved toy to share her joy with her friends. Looking at the senior sister who grew from the head of a carrot in front of her, she always had a warm smile on her lips. Senior sister, congratulations! Little Dong Dong, your soul-attached bone can fly at a glance. After you go back, you can practice more. You should know that except for the soul master with flying martial souls, the rest can only fly as much as you want when you reach the title level. This is a very useful soul bone. Yeah, I know, Senior Yuegwen. Bibidong nodded obediently. The wings behind her were very beautiful, much more pleasing to the eye than her 2 spider martial souls. By the way, what is His Highness's third soul skill? Gui Mei interrupted at this time. He was curious about what kind of soul skills the third ring of the 9,000 years would bring. Gu Han and Yuegwen were also staring at Bibidong with some curiosity. Gu Han remembered that the third soul skill in Bibidong's original work was spider web binding. The external soul bone that should have been obtained from the purple-winged spider emperor for 100,000 years has now been obtained in advance. The soul skills brought by this 9,000-year-old purple-winged demon spider are definitely top-notch among the soul lords. Seeing this, Bibidong still summoned the 2 forelimbs that summoned the death spider emperor. Bibidong's arms turned into green sickle, and his whole temperament became weird, completely different from the bright and lively girl before. The third soul ring under your feet lit up. The third soul skill, Half Moon Slash. Bibidong waved his 2 sickles continuously. Every time he waved it, a black and green crescent-shaped slash would appear. The slash was extremely sharp, and it easily cut off several big trees that were embraced by 3 people in half, and there was a black and green mist at the cut. After the display was finished, Bibidong took back the martial soul and explained. My third soul skill can slash out poisonous attacks, while ignoring the enemy's defense 30% of the defense. If it is cut, the toxin will invade the opponent's body instantly. If it cannot resist, the toxin will further destroy its internal organs until the opponent dies. It is worthy of being the third soul ring of 9,000 years. This effect is no less than the 6th soul skill of some ordinary soul emperors. Yuegwen and Guimei looked at each other and saw the amazement in the other party's eyes. Should such a domineering soul skill be considered a top-level beast martial soul? Gu Han was also amazed. Toxins and slashes were secondary. The 30% ignoring the defense effect was the power of this soul skill. Gu Han knew very well how important the percentage increase was to the soul master in the later stage. This is 30% ignoring defense, almost half of it. Even a pure defensive soul master must consider whether this move can be taken head-on. Unless the opponent has a defensive soul skill with higher innateness than this soul skill, such as the 9 treasures invincible divine light with all attacks below the god level, and the invincible golden body. No, not bad, Xiao Dongdong's third soul skill effect may not be stronger than you in the entire continent. After returning, the Pope's crown will definitely be very pleased. Okay, Chrysanthemum Pass, don't be there. Since the hunting of the soul is over, let your highness eat something, it's time for us to return to the spirit hall. Seeing that his old friend was chatting there, Guimei urged him impatiently to get up, go back early and rest early. Oh, no, we can't go back to the spirit hall. Yuegwen stretched out a finger and shook it slightly. Why? Ghost frowned. Bibidong took the roasted rabbit handed over by Gu Han, and while eating, he also looked at Yuegwen with confusion. Yuegwen turned his gaze to Gu Han and said, I forgot what Xiao Han said, may there be something about fairy grass in the sunset forest. You know, that's a fairy grass. If it really exists, Xiao Han's talent defects can be completely compensated, and perhaps it can be further improved. When it comes to immortal grass, Yuegwen's expression becomes exaggerated. If you can get the fairy grass, no, even if you just see it, even if you die, then your life will be worth it. Guimei's stiff face twitched slightly, but considering her old friend's crazy pursuit of fairy grass and years of friendship, Guimei finally sighed in her heart. Then let's go and go back quickly. Okay, go and go back quickly, we just need to go and see it eyes, if there is really a fairy grass, my Qirong Tongtianju martial soul will have a sense of it. Yuegwen nodded repeatedly. The Sunset Forest is located in the northeast outside Tiandu City, and is very close to it. The soul beasts living in it are generally only 1,000 years and a few soul beasts that are 40,000 to 50,000 years old. The quantity and quality are far inferior to the Stardew Forest. Generally, soul masters under the Soul King go to hunt, and those with higher levels will choose to go to the Stardew Forest. This also led to almost no one going to the core circle of the Sunset Forest. Even if there were one or two, the Ice and Fire Eyes were located in a valley where there were no soul beasts, and the scenery was just a more amazing view. Even if you find it, you will be like Douluo, guarding the treasure land without knowing it. Everyone set off to leave the Stardew Forest, rested in the town outside for a night, and took a carriage to the Sunset Forest. After 2 or 3 days of rest, everyone finally came outside the Sunset Forest. Among them, the most tense and urgent thing is naturally the Yuegwen, who loves flowers and plants all his life. Gu Han was speechless. He was quickly shuttled through the forest with his back collar. But his senior sister was very comfortable being carried behind by Yuegwen. Oh, it's so unlucky. Gu Han could only sigh helplessly in his heart and considered himself unlucky. Chapter 43 Ice and Fire Eyes, Crazy Chrysanthemum Pass. At this time, there was no poison array in the core circle of the Sunset Forest, which also shows that Douluo has not discovered this place yet. The Ice and Fire Lianjian is located under a valley. Looking down from above, there is only a dark area, the mountain wall is steep, and the strange rocks on the cliff are rugged, like giant beasts squatting, and some are like sharp swords, giving people a steep and mysterious feeling. This makes people sigh at the wonders of nature. It's here. I have already felt the breath of the same origin. It is very likely that there is the existence of the strange chrysanthemum below, and there are more than just the breath of other fairy grass below. Let's go quickly. Surprise appeared on Yuegwen's face. This was the first time he came to this place. As for that book, he had never read it. He only heard the teacher telling it when he was a child. If Guhan hadn't mentioned that there might be immortal grass here, he might have never come here for the rest of his life. Oh, fate is a mess. Yu Guan sighed in his heart that if Guhan had not mentioned it, he would have missed the fairy grass. Fortunately, Guhan was still tied down by Gui Meili. Bibidong jumped off the back of Yuegwen, and looked at the wonders around him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful place! I saw strange flowers and plants everywhere in the valley, full of vitality and lushness. These strange flowers and plants have different shapes and colorful colors, and each plant exudes a strange fragrance and scent. In the middle of the valley, there is a clear red and blue spring water, which shows the Tai Chi image of yin and yang converge. The red half-spring water spreads fierce heat around, while the blue half-spring water is filled with terrifying cold air. Such two extreme environments are intertwined here. It is precisely because of this spring water that the climate in the entire valley is very strange, sometimes cold and sometimes hot." "Is this the ice and fire Lianji?" The ghost was holding his arms, standing there, observing the surrounding environment, which was indeed very special, but in his eyes, the scene was just a little special and there was nothing to pay attention to. Although Guhan has seen the scene inside the eyes of the Binghuo Lianji in the anime, he felt a different feeling after being there. His eyes looked at the inside of the valley, which was simply a gathering place for high-quality medicinal materials, and treasures were everywhere in the valley. "Junior brother, look at Senior Yuegwen, what's wrong with him?" Bibidong poked Guhan's arm lightly, pointed his hand at Yuegwen at this time, and signaled Guhan to look over. "I saw that Yuegwen was like a devout believer who met God, and he knelt down in front of a bright red flower, with his hands carefully stretched out, and then suddenly withdrew it. This happened many times. His expression was extremely exaggerated, and his eyes began to turn white. Hey, Hua Pass, what are you doing?" Gui Mei couldn't stand it and asked out loud. The lovesickness is broken." The sounds of Yuegwen were trembling. The first thing he saw when he came here was actually the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. But before he could vent his excitement, he saw a fairy-like king growing on the black stone next to the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, heartbroken red. Then he decisively looked at Qirong Tongtianju without looking at Qirong and kneeling, and came to this fairy grass that made him crazy. "Senior Yuegwen, don't be excited. Is this lovesick heartbreaking red a very powerful immortal herb?" Although Bibidong could understand Yuegwen's mood at this time, she was really curious about what was good about this flower, which made the other party ignore the Qirong Tongtianju on the side. "Certainly." Yuegwen suddenly stood up, then held his hands on his chest, and began to tell the touching story about the heartbreaking redness of lovesickness. Bibidong, who was used to listening to the stories told by Guhan, had no feelings at all after hearing this allusion, and even clenched his toes. To be honest, this story gave her a strange feeling, and she always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't say it for a while. This lovesick heartbreaking red is the king of immortals, with the effects of life and death, flesh and white bones. If it can make it recognize its master, then this flower will never wither and be immortal with the world. Being with it by your side can not only improve the qualifications of soul masters and the speed of cultivation, but also protect the master at critical moments. If anyone can get the recognition of Acacia Heartbreak Red, I will be willing to protect him forever. As for why Yuegwen didn't try it himself, he knew that he would not succeed without a lover. And even if there is, it requires the purest love. I am afraid that no one on this entire continent can recognize his master. The three of them looked at Yu Guan excitedly posing there, with more or less speechless eyes. Understand, but not. It's so exaggerated that even Guhan, who had already been mentally prepared, was speechless at this moment. I said Chrysanthemum Pass, you should calm down first and don't forget the purpose of our coming here. It's still ghosts who speak out. Their relationship is very good. They will naturally be much more casual when talking to each other and will not worry so much. Yuegwen also reacted when he heard this, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. Looking around, in addition to the lovesick heartbroken red and the strange chrysanthemum, there were also many fairy grasses. The coxcomb, phoenix sunflower, daffodils, jade bones, 8-petal fairy orchids, look through autumn water dew, silk tulips, Guangming heaven grass, dragon blood vine, yellow spring life soul grass, so many fairy grasses. In addition to fairy grass, there are many top plants, such as the 9th grade purple ji, snow silkworm, and the Wanyan ginseng king. Yuegwen seemed to live in a dream, and this was simply the paradise he imagined. His eyes turned to Gu Han and became interested in taking the school exam. Xiao Han, don't you often ask me about flowers and plants? Now look at these fairy grasses, which one do you think is suitable for you? When Gu Han heard this, he did not complain in his heart, but turned his eyes to the octagonal black ice grass and fiery apricots growing on both sides of the lake. Senior Yuegwen, I want to absorb the star anise black ice grass and the fiery fire apricot. Although these two fairy grasses are highly toxic when taken alone, they can neutralize each other and transform their physical qualifications, and completely make up for my innate defects. Yuegwen looked at Gu Han with appreciation and said, yes, I originally wanted you to absorb the strange chrysanthemum and 9th grade purple ji, so that it would be safer. But you have to consider it well. There is a great risk in absorbing the star anise black ice grass and the fiery fire apricot. If you can't withstand the two bursting energy, you are at risk of death. Yuegwen's expression was solemn. Although the star anise black ice grass and the fiery fire Xingjiaosu absorbed toxins that could neutralize each other at the same time, it does not mean that the extreme bursting energy contained in these two fairy grasses will be neutralized. Two opposite extreme energies collided and intertwined in the body. The pain is unbearable for ordinary people. If you persist, you will soar into the sky. Level 99 is not a dream. If you can't hold on, everything will be free from discussion, and even your life will be trapped in. Chapter 44 Absorbing the Immortal Herbs. Senior, I have thought about it. To borrow the words of my senior sister, practicing is like going against the will of heaven. If I don't even have this courage, how can I talk about the future? Gu Han nodded seriously. Although Bibidong seemed a little bit second before, Gu Han still agreed with this point of view. If he couldn't even absorb the star anise black ice grass and the fiery apricot, how could he talk about the future? Just give yourself a sword. Also, Qirong Tongtianzhu is the same as the senior's martial soul, and the effect will be better after absorbing it. Well, you kid are also very courageous. Yuegwen nodded, then looked at Gui Mei and said seriously, Old Ghost, these two fairy grasses must be pulled out at the same time in a short time. We will cooperate with you and I. You will pull the star anise black ice grass, I will pull the fiery fire apricot, and we must hand it to Xiao Han at the same time. The ghost nodded and walked to the octagonal black ice grass. The cold aura made him frown, and his powerful soul power protected his right hand. Yuegwen also walked to the front of the fiery fire Xingjiaoshu. I'll count 3, 2, 1, come together. Good. Ghostly Sheng pointed at the tip of the head, and Gu Han also walked to the spring water and was about to jump down at the same time as he ate the fairy grass. 3, 2, 1. Swish. The two of them deserved to be possessed by martial soul fusion skills. They cooperated with a considerable tacit understanding and pulled out their respective immortal herbs at almost the same time. Xiao Han. The two of them also immediately sent the immortal grass to Gu Han with their soul power. Gu Han reached out and grabbed it, rubbed the star anise black ice grass and the fiery fire apricot into it and swallowed it into his belly. In an instant, a hot and cold energy rose from his body. Gu Han threw the soul guide aside and jumped directly into the spring water without any hesitation. Ah, why did your junior brother jump down? Bibidong never expected that Gu Han would jump in after eating, and he was shocked. You should know that the energy emitted by the spring water, even Yuegwen and Gai Mei, could not stand it, and the junior brother actually jumped down directly. What's wrong? Your Highness, be careful, don't get close to the spring water. Seeing this, Ghost quickly stopped Bibidong. Even he felt uncomfortable with the energy of the spring, let alone Bibidong, who had just broken through. Compared to Ghost and Bibidong's surprise, Yuegwen is much calmer. You two are not worry, with the help of Lihuo Xing Jiao Shu and Star Anise Black Ice Grass, it would be fine if Xiao Han jumped in. On the contrary, he could also use this special spring water to better absorb the medicinal properties of the fairy herbs and achieve the effect of ice and fire training. That's how scary I'm so scared. Bibidong breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest with his little hand, and thought that his junior brother had to take the lunchbox. Then he snorted slightly with some anger, humph. Really, I suddenly jumped down and worried. Okay, little bitch, come here quickly. There is a daffodil's jade bone here. You can absorb it first. After you absorb it, Xiao Han should almost come up. Yuegwen picked the flower and plant as crystal clear as green lotus root and waved to Bibidong. This daffodil's jade bone can moisten the muscles and bones, Qi can spread the 8 extraordinary meridians, and can also make the skin smoother and more delicate. The previous function was not very attractive to Bidong, but the last sentence made his eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran over, took down the daffodil's jade bone, and looked at Yuegwen with bright eyes. Senior Yuegwen, do you want to eat this thing directly? Well, this flower only eats petals and finally sucks the stamens. Okay. Bibidong nodded, took the narcissus jade bone according to the method mentioned by Yuegwen, and then sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb it. Old Ghost, this Huangquan Life Soul Grass has dark attributes and can also improve mental power. It is very suitable for your martial soul. When taking it, you only eat grass leaves and not at the roots. You absorb it, I will give it to you Dharma protectors. I will absorb it again when you are done. As he said that, Yuegwen picked the fairy grass that was inconspicuous like a weed and handed it off to his old partner Gui Mei. The ghost nodded, and he could feel his martial soul's desire for this fairy grass. After taking the Huangquan Life Soul Grass, I took it and suddenly felt a very powerful and gentle energy grow from my body. This energy was scattered in every meridian in his body, and even his mental power was enhanced. Before she could be amazed, the ghost hurriedly absorbed the energy in his body cross-legged and turned it into his own use. Yuegwen himself came to the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, picked it down, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it intoxicatingly. Qirong Tongtianju, I didn't expect that I would actually see you in my life. Since Guhan did not absorb the strange ruffled chrysanthemum, Yuegwen was the only one to take charge of the Dharma. However, he still had to give it to several guardians, and did not rush to eat it. Instead, he started to get crazy at a pile of fairy grass and top quality flowers and plants. The whole person was as happy as a child. After Guhan jumped into the ice and fire eyes, he felt half cold and half hot all over his body, even in his body. The inside and outside are both ice and fire. Run the nameless magic trick to absorb the energy inside and outside the body. Whether it is the energy of ice or fire, under the refining of the nameless method, it will become pure energy without attributes, and then it will be converted into extremely cold soul power and returned to the Qi Sea of Danshan. Guhan's level also quickly reached level 30 as these energy enters. The remaining energy is also absorbed and accumulated. After absorbing the soul ring, it can explode instantly. Time gradually passed, and since Ghost had the highest cultivation level, the speed of absorption was also the fastest among the three. He opened his eyes, with inexplicable excitement in his eyes. This immortal grass actually improved my level 3 soul power. And, the bottleneck I vaguely felt before was gone. This fairy grass is so magical. You know, Gui Mei is a level 84 Conrot. The amount of soul power required for upgrading can be said to be huge, and it can be upgraded by absorbing energy. This grass actually raised him to level 87 at once. And it was far more than that. He even felt that his martial soul seemed to have evolved a little. Although it had not changed, it was indeed stronger. Some of the hidden injuries left in his body when he was young have healed. If he had only had confidence to break through to level 95 before, then now he feels that level 97 or even 98 or 99 can be seen. How could this not make him excited? Looking at the excited old friend, Yuegwen showed a confident smile on his face and said, "Of course, this is a fairy grass. This thing should only be found in the sky. How many treasures can be heard on earth? This time we are a blessing for Xiao Han. There are actually a lot of such precious things here." "Well, indeed." Ghost nodded. If Guhan hadn't said that there might be immortal grass here, they might have never come here in this life, let alone the opportunity they have now. "Okay, Yuegwen, let me protect the Dharma from now on. You have absorbed the strange chrysanthemum in your hand." "Good." Yuegwen nodded. He could be said to be the person who knows the most in the entire continent. After taking it, he immediately absorbed the energy in his body that was of the same origin as the martial soul. In other words, after just sitting down at Yuegwen, Guhan jumped out of the Binghuo Lianji's eyes. At this time, his clothes had been destroyed by the spring water, but he was not panicked at all and went from the soul guide take out the spare clothes and put them on again. Chapter 45 My senior sister Bibidong has the resources to become a god. Senior Ghost. Guhan came to Gui Mei and bowed respectfully, then looked at Bibidong and Yuegwen's figure, which immortal grass is the senior sister absorbed. It seems to be called jade muscle bone. It's okay with the daffodil's jade bones. Guhan nodded. The Narcissus jade muscle bone is a relatively neutral immortal product. There are no special requirements. Soul masters of any attribute can absorb it. After taking it, the chi will spread to the 8 extraordinary meridians, which will make Bibidong's speed of practicing. At this time, after Bibidong absorbed the third soul ring, coupled with the energy explosion of whale rubber, he suddenly came from level 30 to level 35. If he absorbed this daffodil jade muscle bone, he might be able to directly break into the soul sect. What an amazing achievement for the 9-year-old soul sect! Bibidong also slowly opened his eyes at this time, with an excited look in his eyes. He looked around and saw Guhan and Ghost, and trotted excitedly in front of the two. "Junior brother, senior Ghost, I have broken through to level 40. "What?" Gui Mei was stunned, a little suspicious of his ears. It was too fast. You know, Bibidong had just obtained the third soul ring. In just 3 days, he broke through from level 30 to level 40. Although he knew that the other party had used the effect of the immortal grass, the 9-year-old soul sect is so horrifying. Guhan thought to himself, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Congratulations to senior sister, the 9-year-old soul sect, the limit of future achievement is not a dream. Guhan would like to talk about it in the first book. Even if Bibidong did not have the help of the immortal grass, he would still become a god. Now he is whale rubber and immortal grass. Maybe he has the resources of the God King. No, why did you suddenly think of Wang Teng's father? It must be an illusion. Shaking his head secretly and looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Guhan would feel relaxed and happy unconsciously. Humph, what's the point of level 99? I want to become a god. I want to create my own divine position like an angel god. Bibidong puts his hands on his hips and points his fingers at the sky with his hands on his heroic spirit and ambition. Senior sister is so bold. Guhan smiled and gave a thumbs up, and then said jokingly, if the senior sister becomes a god in the future, don't forget your junior brother. Bibidong waved his hand boldly when he heard this. Don't worry, when I become a god, I will pass the throne to you and make you become a god too. Then my junior brother, take it seriously, but don't worry, your junior brother, my talent has been completely compensated, and my martial soul has also evolved, and there may be a chance to become a god. Although Guhan was very happy that Bibidong could say these words, he also had his own arrogance. Since Bibidong had confidence and heroic spirit to create his own god position, how could he be inferior to others? Bibidong was naturally happy for Guhan from the bottom of his heart when he heard this. That's great, junior brother, since that's the case, let's first compare who will achieve the 99th level titled Douluo first. Her little hands were white and slender, and she patted Guhan's shoulders gently, and a sense of urgency arose in her heart. She is the senior sister. If she is surpassed by her junior brother in the future, then where is her senior sister's majesty? I decided to practice hard when I go back and no longer playful, and I must not become level 99 after my junior brother. Okay, then I will compare with my senior sister. Who will achieve the ultimate Douluo realm first? Bibidong rarely felt positive about cultivation, so Guhan naturally wanted to accompany him. The senior and sister were so arrogant that they were pounding, while the ghost was pounding with their eyes. Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Forget it at level 99, with the talent of the two of them now, they may have a chance. But he didn't dare to think about becoming a god, but now these two people look like they are determined to win. Is it because he is old, or are these two young people too crazy and too ignorant? However, he did not make any noise to attack the two of them. After all, he was not frivolous and indifferent to the young man. When he was young, he thought of achieving level 99 as the ultimate goal of his life. At that time, his cultivation speed was almost at its peak among his peers, and he was full of confidence and felt that level 99 was just enough to get it. However, after he joined the Spirit Hall and witnessed all the real geniuses on the continent, his self-confidence disappeared. It turned out that there were so many geniuses in this world. After that, after more than 80 levels, he felt that it was getting more and more difficult for his cultivation, which gradually calmed down his frivolity and passion when he was young. After a while, Yuegwen also woke up. Ha ha ha, I've become, the Vajra indestructible body, I've finally practiced into the Vajra indestructible body, ha ha ha. Yuegwen was smiling madly, and even ignored the fact that he had improved his soul power by level 4. The indestructible body of Vajra is the achievement after his martial soul is complete. Now he is at level 88. Even when facing some ordinary titled Douluo, he can have the power to fight, and he even has the confidence to defeat the opponent. Because the immortal grass he ate was of the same origin as his martial soul, he not only broke through the shackles of the martial soul, but also gained the most benefits among the four. Ghost has only been upgraded to level 3, and the martial soul has evolved slightly. Yuegwen is a direct martial soul, achieving the indestructible body of Vajra, breaking level 4 in a row, and at the same time the properties of the. If the Qirong Tongtianju in the past was not as good as the 7 killing sword in terms of strong attacks, then now it is completely worthy of the opponent. Congratulations to Senior Yuegwen for his great success in his magical skills. Bibidong said this with his hands clasped his fists very playfully. It can be said that he said what Guhan wanted to say, and added some strange things. Guhan rolled his eyes secretly, making Yuegwen look like a big devil, and he also achieved great magical power. It seems that I can hear martial arts novels. However, he also clasped his fists to express his respect. Ha ha ha, Zio Han, Zia Dong Dong, calling me a senior or something is too flirting. If you don't mind my timidity, just call me Uncle Ju. I can see the immortal grass at Yuegwen, absorb the strange chrysanthemum, break through the shackles of martial souls, and achieve the indestructible body of Vajra. That realm can also be seen. In a good mood, my relationship with Guhan and Bibidong has been much closer. Well, since Yuegwen is like this, if you don't dislike me, you can call me Uncle Ghost in the future. The senior and sister looked at each other, and clasped their fists and smiled. Then I'll ask Uncle Ju from now on, and Uncle Gui will take care of you. Also, Uncle Ju, can you stop calling me with repetitive words in the future? You might as well call me Donger. Bibidong felt a little embarrassed when he thought of Yuegwen's title. If it were a child, it would have been fine. Now she has grown up. If she calls herself like this, she feels like she will get goosebumps. Haha, that's right. Our Donger has grown into a big girl, and we can't call you little Dong anymore. Yuegwen was also happy when he heard this. He knew that this girl had started to have self-esteem. He nodded and teased, indicating that he knew. Post a chapter first, post tonight. Chapter 46 Return to the Spirit Hall. Afterwards, most of the remaining fairy grasses here were preserved. Yuegwen picked the Guangming Paradise grass and put it into the jade box. The situation here is to report to the Pope and several major worshippers. It is too amazing. There must be an existence at the level of title to protect this place. Of course, Yuegwen naturally wants to stay here. This is also the reason why he picked the Guangming Heaven grass. He knew that Kyungsunji's talent was the worst among the angel lineage, so he wanted to rely on this thing to exchange for the chips he left behind for the ice and fire eyes. As for the soul ring issue between Bibidong and Guhan, let's talk about it after Bibidong goes back and absorbs that spiritual soul bone. Guhan's third soul ring is to go to the frozen forest. As for the extreme north, there are ice and snow, and there are few soul beasts and dangerous. If you enter the core area, the temperature of the extreme ice there is not something Guhan can withstand now. The soul beasts there were basically concentrated in the middle and outer areas by the second emperor of ice and snow. Even if the titled Douluo went to survive, it would be very likely that they would survive. Perhaps Guhan will go to the future to break through the ultimate ice, but it is too early to talk about the extreme north now, at least after the Soul Saint. Guhan also has his own goal for the third soul ring. Deep in the frozen forest, on a cliff, there is an 8,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus. The ice crystal snow lotus has been rooted on the cliffs all year round, and no one cares about it, and this is his goal this time. The icy attributed snow lotus may bring powerful attribute bonus to Guhan. And he also wanted to take this opportunity to go back to the village to see it. After all, he was raised by the villagers. If possible, he might be able to rely on the teacher's relationship to find a piece of land for the villagers near Wuhan City and move here. In this way, you can take care of everything yourself. To be honest, Guhan didn't have much thought about the other fairy grasses because it was useless to him. As for the look-through of autumn water dew, it is not much helpful to Guhan, who has already achieved great spiritual success and is introverted. It is better to keep it for Bibidong. Compared to himself who has the spiritual practice method, the other party needs the help of this thing more. When it comes to helping Douluo solve the toxins, Guhan does not need to rely on fairy grass. Moreover, the immortal grass can only solve the problem of one person, but not the problems of generations. Douluo's problem is actually not complicated. After all, it is the limitation of the exercises, which leads to the inability to completely absorb and refine toxins, resulting in the accumulation of excess toxins in the body. This is easy to solve. As long as you help the other party modify and develop a corresponding set of exercises, it is enough. With the help of the nameless method, Guhan has this confidence. The four of them cleaned up and set out on the way back to Wuhan City. Wuhan Hall, Worship Hall. Qian Sunji stood under the hall with two 10,000-year-old spiritual skulls in his hand and sweated. Above the hall, all 7 worshippers led by Qian Douluo are there. Yes, in the days when Guhan and Bibidong left, Qianjun and the demon-subduing demon successfully broke the shackles of martial souls, broke through to level 96, entered the worship hall, and became the 6th and 7th worshippers. Thank you, Father, thank you for the offerings of the bones, and thank you for the 5 offerings for the giving of love. Qian Sunji carefully put away his soul bones and bowed slightly to the 7 worshippers to thank him. Jeer, there is no need to be like this. Although this soul bone has special significance, I believe that person for the future of the Spirit Hall. The senior will not object, but I just hope Donger will not let that senior down. Haha, the 4th ring is 10,000 years old. If this is true, then it is really worth taking out this soul bone. The golden crocodile smiled and said, "You know, except for the soul ring that has evolved after the god test, there is never a precedent for any soul master to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring in the fourth ring. If this soul bone can help break this myth, I believe that the senior spirit in heaven will be very happy and relieved. Anyway, if it were him, he would definitely be happy to see it." Guangling Douluo waved his hand generously. "Hey, you're welcome. I've seen your apprentice. To be honest, I admire that kid very much. If you didn't take the lead, I would have taken him as an apprentice. I already have a skull, and it's useless to keep this piece, so I'll give it to that kid. Anyway, they are all from the Spirit Hall, which can be regarded as a way to cultivate the next generation of investment. Haha. Xiao Han is honored to be appreciated by 5 worships." Qingsunji smiled and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but when did Guangling meet Xiao Han? Could it be that day? Qian Sunji remembered the scene when his father summoned him and saw him at the gate of the worship hall. After thinking about it, it was only that day. But this is not a bad thing. If you can get the appreciation of a worshipper, it will be much easier to ask for things for Xiao Han in the future. Alas, Qian Sunji sighed in his heart, he should be really humble as a pope. To be honest, although he is the pope on the surface, the actual power of the Wuhan Hall is actually in the worship hall, which is his father's hands. The worshippers and elders regarded him as respected on the surface, but in fact they were all followed by the leader of thousands of horses. Important resource misappropriation must be carried out through these offerings, or through the consent of his father. Of course, Qian Sunji didn't think too much about it. After all, he did not have that much desire for power. He only had one desire, that is, he was appreciated by the angel god and gave him the test. Break through to level 99 and do not lose all your ancestors. Okay, Jir, you are busy with business, so you don't have to argue with us old guys here, go. Qian Daolio waved his hand and turned his back. Yes, father. Several worshippers, say goodbye. Qingsunji bowed slightly, said goodbye to a few people and left the worship hall. After Qingsunji left, Qian Daolio's eyes turned to Guangling Douluo. How is the matter in Xingluo Empire investigated? Haha, those guys gave up quickly. When they noticed that our hands were checking them, they took the initiative to issue the order to kill evil and kill all the fallen soul masters they secretly raised. Guangling Douluo sneered. The Wuhan Palace had long noticed the evil soul master of Xingluo Empire, but it had never grasped the other party's handle. These people are very slippery and very bold, and there is no hesitation to what should be given up. And he is also particularly keen. The Spirit Hall has investigated secretly more than once, but in the end, the news will be leaked due to various unknown situations, resulting in the investigation being fruitless. The same is true this time. Guangling Douluo almost just sent someone to start the investigation, and even he himself was involved. But for some reason, on the third day of the investigation, the Xingluo Empire was aware of it, and took the initiative to issue the order to kill evil. The evil soul masters in the entire country were either killed or forced into the capital of killing. Snort. The golden crocodile Douluo snorted coldly. What a group of slim old foxes. Qian Daolio closed his eyes slightly. Paper cannot cover the fire. No matter how deep they hide it, they will still reveal flaws. Chapter 47, The Heaven Grass of Guangming, The Excited Qingsunji. Bibidong stopped and looked up at the tall and majestic Wuhan Hall. His middle aura rose in his heart, his hands spread out, and he felt a sense of emotion. Martial Soul Palace, I'm back. The two Zhugui were puzzled, and just looked at Guhan, as if asking, what was going on. Along the way, Bibidong would occasionally hit 2 or 1 waves. In this case, Zhugui and the other 2 would naturally ask curiously, and then they learned that the saint was influenced by the characters in the story told by Guhan. In addition, the saint is a young girl again, so she likes these things even more and she will be in trouble from time to time. Guhan smiled embarrassedly and walked to Bibidong. Senior sister, you are not enough to do this. Ah! Bibidong turned his head in confusion. Gu Han curled his lips and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to lift the entire martial soul city, with a full spirit. One day, I will become the top of this continent, stand at the top of the martial soul, and look down on all living beings. Then Gu Han stopped with a serious expression and smiled, this is the right way. The two jujube ghosts were even more speechless. Bibidong also felt a little speechless. He thought he was already 2 years old, but he didn't expect that his junior brother was 2 more than him. Slowly gave Gu Han a thumbs up. You are awesome. Senior sister is awarded. Gu Han chuckled, and it turns out that my father really doesn't deceive me. Only magic can defeat magic. You two should save money, hurry up and go in. Yuegwen really couldn't stand the middle second soul of these two people. Before the two said anything more, they quickly urged them to enter the hall quickly. Okay Uncle Ju. Although Bibidong is sometimes naughty, he is still very well behaved and obedient. Gu Han himself wanted to stimulate Bibidong. After hearing the urging, he responded and entered Wu together. In the Soul Hall. Just so happened that Qian Sunji had just left the worship hall and returned to the Pope Hall. Seeing a few people entering the hall, Qian Sunji did not get up and sat quietly on the Pope throne. However, his eyes stopped on Bibidong for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he frowned. Donger, how many years have you absorbed? Why did you directly break through from level 30 to level 40? Master, what I absorb is a 9700-year-old soul ring. Bibidong immediately summoned his soul ring when he heard this. It was a purple soul ring with blackness. It was like sharing his joy with his elders. Bibidong vividly told Kyung Sunji about his experience this time one by one. What, soul bones are attached to outside? Qian Sunji couldn't sit still now and stood up with a look of surprise. Yes, master, look. Bibidong said, spreading the 6-winged purple wings behind him. It's indeed an external soul bone. Kyungsun's eyes were sophisticated that he could see the special features of this soul bone at a glance. Okay, that's great. My Tu Donger is indeed a proud daughter of heaven. The limit is hopeful. Qian Sunji laughed loudly, happy from the bottom of his heart, and looked at Ju, Gui, and Gu Han. Remember, Donger has a soul bone outside, which is a secret of the spirit hall. Except for a few entourages, no one is allowed to be told. Clear. The three of them naturally knew the nature of this matter and naturally would not tell others. And Donger, you must keep it confidential yourself. Don't show it casually before it is completely integrated, do you know? Well, I understand, master. Bibidong nodded solemnly. Qian Sunji then put away his serious gaze and then paid attention to another matter. By the way, what's going on with the fairy grass that Donger mentioned? Teacher, that's it. Gu Han and Yuegwen explained the matter of the immortal grass clearly with Qian Sunji, and at the same time, Gu Han's talent was also told. Okay, with this opportunity, Xiao Han, you are unique. After understanding the immortal grass, Kyung Sunji nodded. After checking the situation of Bibidong and Gu Han, he completely believed in the role of the immortal grass. Uncle the Pope, this is a fairy grass specially selected by my subordinates for you. As he said that, Yuegwen took out a jade box from the soul guide. After opening the jade box, an immortal grass exuding powerful sacred power came into Kyungsun's eyes. This is the paradise grass of light, the sacred light, which is very compatible with the martial souls of the Pope's crown. After absorption, the Pope's crown can definitely be taken to a higher level. Before Yuegwen took out the Guangming paradise grass, Kyung Sunji felt the desire from the origin. There was a voice deep in his heart telling him that as long as he absorbed this fairy grass, he could gain the recognition of the angel god, he could become a level 99 existence, and he could prove himself to his ancestors. Okay, I didn't expect that my way out was on a plant. Qian Sunji held the Guangming heaven grass in his hand carefully and excitedly, and the excitement in his heart could no longer be described in words. Under the Pope's crown, there are still many fairy herbs and high-end medicinal herbs in that place. If transplanted, it may damage the medicinal properties. If it is placed there, no one will guard it. Yuegwen's intention is very simple, which is to stay in the eyes of the ice and fire Lianji. At the same time, he can also use the special environment there to plant some other flowers, plants, and medicinal materials. At the same time, I was thinking about whether I could cultivate new immortal products. Although I had little hope, even if I couldn't cultivate them, I could still cultivate many high-end medicinal materials. Kyungsunji nodded after hearing this. Well, there is indeed someone to guard it. If you find that there is a merit, you can guard it. Don't rush to pick the fairy grass there. If there is a trustworthy and respectable young man, give it to the other party. Although Sunji was excited, his reason was still there, and he had not yet thought about the allocation of the remaining fairy grass. As for the genius children in the Wuhan Palace Academy, to be honest, he didn't want to take it out. Although they all joined the Spirit Hall, they grew up with the resources of the Spirit Hall in the early stage, and then they left after growing up. The Spirit Hall will not force the reserved power. It will give these people the right to choose, whether they act alone or create their own forces. Even if they join other forces, the Spirit Hall will not be as good as long as they can still remember the kindness of the Spirit Hall in their hearts and not go against the Spirit Hall. But this is not possible after all, especially things like immortals. Once news spreads, they will inevitably attract covetousness. It's not that he is afraid of these people, but that there is no need for things that could have been avoided, and there is no need to cause trouble. It can only be said that Chihiroji believed only in the worship hall, as well as his confidants and some elders. Yuegwen was immediately delighted when he heard Sunji ask him to manage the place, but on the surface he still bowed respectfully. Yes, the Pope's crown, the subordinates will not disappoint the Pope's crown. Sunji nodded, then looked at Bibidong and Guhan, took out the 2 soul bones and handed them over to the 2. You two, I have worked hard for you. The suffering comes from the worshippers. I hope you will not let down the trust of the worshippers and the expectations of the Spirit Hall for you. Yes, Master, we will definitely practice hard and live up to the careful training of Master, worshippers, and the Spirit Hall. The senior and sisters and brothers had serious expressions. Chapter 48, Absorbing 10,000 Years of Spiritual Skull. Well, then absorb it quickly. After absorbing it, it will be better to prepare a soul ring for you. Sunji nodded with satisfaction and signaled that the 2 of them would absorb their soul bones as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, Zio Han, the soul bone in your hand was given to you by the 5 envoy Guangling. He said he admired you very much. Guhan was stunned and looked at the 60,000-year-old spiritual skull in his hand. Master, I understand. I will personally thank the Lord 5 consecrators. Well, okay, absorb it quickly. Yes. Guhan nodded, sat cross-legged, and used his soul power to pull the soul bones to merge with himself. As time passes by minute, an hour and an incense stick of time passes. 2.5 hours. Buzz. Suddenly, the moment Guhan merged with his soul bones, the book in his mind reacted again, and the white fluorescent light appeared, and the pages were automatically turned. The appearance of this soul bone was printed on it, which was almost the same as the situation of the soul ring. The body of the soul bone was printed on the page, but the effect was preserved. Guhan's mental power also increased a lot, and the aura in the innate orifice became brighter, just like a star shining in the dark night, extremely dazzling. Guhan tried to go further and condense his mental power into shape. He did succeed without his body, but he could not touch the entity. It can only be considered as the Yin God realm, it's still too early to come out of the Yang God. Guhan's Yin God is condensed by his spiritual power. After leaving his body, he can feel the position and situation of his physical body. Sunji seemed to have some awareness, and his eyes looked at Gu Han's mental body. Although he couldn't see it, he could really feel a powerful mental power there. Gu Han naturally discovered this situation, retracted his mental power, and then slowly opened his eyes. He did not hide too much, explaining his situation at this time. Master, this soul bone has made my mental power grow leap. Now students can be able to release their spirits and investigate the surrounding situation. Well, it's good, the effect is better than I thought. Kyung Sunji nodded slightly, then asked, you are now at level 30. With your current mental power and physical fitness, you may be able to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring in the third ring. Gu Han nodded slightly, then shook his head and said, Master, although the 10,000-year-old soul ring is good, the students are interested in the 8,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus growing on a cliff in the frozen forest. Kyungsun raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, tell me what you think, why should you give up the opportunity to absorb the 10,000-year-old soul ring and have to choose the 8,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus? Master, although that ice crystal snow lotus is only 1,000 years old, its quality is indeed not weaker than that of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Moreover, it grows on the cliffs all year round, absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, and is also the best ice attribute. I believe that the soul skills brought to students by that ice crystal snow lotus must be far higher than the soul ring of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. However, Gu Han also felt a pity that if the ice crystal snow lotus reached 10,000 years, the effect might be better. Well, it's not bad. You know what works the most for you and don't pursue it on the surface. Kyung Sunji's eyes showed a look of relief. His second disciple was really worry-free, and Dong-er seemed to be influenced by the other party during this period and became much more serious in his cultivation. It seemed that he did not misread the other party at that time. Combined with the fact that Guangling Douluo said that if he had not taken the lead, he would have accepted this kid as his disciple, Qian Sunji felt a little proud. Humph, I have a really good vision. Gu Han didn't know about Qian Sunji's psychological activities and said respectfully, thank you, Master, for your praise. Students have something to ask for. Oh? What's the matter? Master, you also know that the students came from the village and were orphans. When I was a child, I relied on the villagers and grandfather to support them. However, the weather in the north is bad. I want to see if I can persuade my grandfather and others to move the village outside Wuhan City when I go back this time, and ask my master to help me. Gu Han bowed and said sincerely. Well, these are all small things. If they are willing to move here, I will find them a piece of land. Qian Sunji thought that something big was worth. Gu Han was so serious, but it was just a place, and it was not difficult for him. Moreover, Gu Han is his disciple, and if he completes the tuition today, his cultivation speed is not inferior to the innate soul power. He can reach level 96 or above in the future. He can still respond to this small request. Of course, the premise is that Gu Han can convince the villagers to move here. People may have been used to it. It is said that gold and silver nests are not as good as their own doghouse. If it were not for any necessity, it would be rare for villages to move. Thank you, Master, for your support. The student union will persuade Grandpa and the villagers. Gu Han was grateful in his heart, but he didn't expect to agree so easily. The rest depends on the wishes of the villagers. If they are willing to come, they will naturally not force anything. At this moment, Bibidong also woke up and successfully absorbed the piece. The skull has been immune to the mental state for 70,000 years, and its mental power has increased greatly. Although it is only level 40, its mental power is no less than that of some low-level soul saints. You should know that the soul saint is not only a watershed in the strength of the soul master, but also a watershed in the mental power. Bibidong's mental power that can cross the level of the soul saint at level 40 can be called a saying that it is against the will of heaven. Master, junior brother, Uncle Ju, Uncle Gui, I succeeded, I feel great now. Bibidong stood up and shared his joy happily. Kyungsunji smiled pamperedly and wanted to reach out to rub Bibidong's head, but he pulled it back halfway. Yes, Donger, go back and rest. I'll have someone catch you a suitable 10,000-year-old soul beast. What about junior brother? Bibidong had just returned from the Stardew forest and had almost played outside. At this time, he did not propose to go out to hunt soul beasts in person. But she immediately thought of her junior brother. Guhan was already at level 30. It was time to hunt the third soul ring. Why didn't the master mention that he also caught one of his junior brothers? Senior sister. Guhan took the initiative to explain, junior brother's soul ring needs to go to the ice forest, and I also want to take this opportunity to go back to the village to take a look. My junior brother's village. Bibidong's eyes lit up, and he became interested in an instant. He looked at Qian Sunji with bright eyes. Not to mention that, Qian Sunji also understood Bibidong's meaning. He smiled helplessly, but still waved his hand. Go, but don't be tempted to play. Go and come back early, and you still have to come back to absorb the fourth soul ring. Yeah, I know you are the best, master. Bibidong agreed and jumped up happily. Qian Sunji shook his head with some amusement, then looked at Guimei, changing his previous thoughts. I'll find someone else to do about the 10,000 years of soul beasts, so you'd better go with Yuegwen. Yes, the Pope's crown. The ghost bent slightly and responded. Chapter 49 Yu Xiaogong's Ambition. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. In a quiet and elegant courtyard, Yu Xiaogang slowly stood up from the potions made of various precious medicinal materials, washed off the potions on her body and put on brand new clothes. Finally level 19. Yu Xiaogang breathed out. He was now 15 years old. As an existence with only half-level innate soul power, his cultivation speed can be said to be very fast. The innate half-level soul power is destined to be unable to break through the shackles of level 30 in this life. But he didn't believe that with the massive resources of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the support of his father, he would definitely become the first person on the mainland to break through his own limits. There is no waste of martial soul, only waste of soul master. Yu Xiaogang was full of energy, as if he had seen the scene of the tribesmen looking at him with admiration after he broke through to level 30. By the way, Uncle Mo, is there news now that the Pope's newly accepted disciple? Kyungsunji had just accepted a disciple, and almost all the well-known people on the mainland received news, and Yu Xiaogang, as the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, naturally knew about this. He was very curious about what kind of person was the person who could be accepted as a disciple by the Pope. You should know that the previous disciple was a genius with innate soul power. It would not be surprising that he was taken as a disciple by the Pope. And this disciple, I heard that his innate soul power is not high, which point was the Pope's attention. Well, the spy said that the Pope's second disciple likes to read books. He basically reads books for about an hour in the library every day. If it is a holiday, it will take longer. Yu Xiaogang nodded, then shook his head with a mocking smile. Oh, you don't have the talent to practice well at the best age, but you just spend time reading books. It's really not a good job and it's hard to become a great person. By the way, how much level is that saint now? After criticizing Guhan, Yu Xiaogang diverted his attention. In his eyes, Guhan was already a person who was difficult to achieve great things at this time and was not worthy of his attention. But he has always been paying attention to the saint with innate soul power. Similarly, he not only pays attention to the saint of the Spirit Hall, but also pays attention to Tang Hao's cultivation. As for why not pay attention to Tang Xiao? Because Tang Xiao is 15 years older than Tang Hao, he is no longer a member of their generation. He was really curious about what the genius cultivation speed was. Well, that saint has broken through to level 30 some time ago, and now he has returned from the soul hunting ring. I believe it is almost level 32. Even though the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has a lot of eyeliners, Bibidong's core information is still very good. For example, even some of the bishops of Conra do not know about her twin martial souls. Well, he is worthy of being a genius with innate soul power. Now he has broken through to the realm of Soul Lord at the age of 9. Yu Xiaogang sighed that since he practiced, he has consumed a huge amount of family resources, and he has only been at least level 19. Bibidong, a genius with innate soul power, is only 9 years old and has only been practicing for 3 years. He is already a Threering Soul Lord. It's really amazing that people are more angry than others. Where is Tang Hao? Yu Xiaogang diverted his attention again. Tang Hao's actual age is 6 years older than him. He is now 21 years old, and his innate soul power is as high as level 9. I believe that with Tang Hao's talent, he is probably already a high-level soul sect or soul king now. Tang Hao is now at the level of the soul king. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He was already the 5-ring soul king in his early 20s. With such talent, it would be no difficulty to break through Douluo in the future. Xiaogang, you don't have to be discouraged. With the support of your family, you will definitely be able to break through the 30-level limit. Uncle Mo felt that Yu Xiaogang's attention to these people would have no effect at all, and would instead hit him. To be honest, what he said is actually just a comforting word. From Yu Xiaogang's cultivation to the present, the resources consumed are enough, even if it is to raise a soul saint. If the clan elders had not been forced to the prestige of the head of the family, they would have wanted to expel Yu Xiaogang from the house. A waste occupies most of the family's cultivation resources. If these resources are allocated to some junior geniuses in the family, or some holy soul Dora whose cultivation has reached a bottleneck, they will not be even inferior to the auxiliary sects like the 7 treasure glazed lilac sect. Even some clan elders have made this public statement in the hall. If the resources are tilted down, the next generation of their blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex will be further and further away from the gap with the Haoshan sect and the 7 treasures glazed sect. But Yu Yuanzhen was unmoved at all. Relying on his level 92 soul power and his strength as the only titled Douluo in the family, he forcibly suppressed this matter. The old clan was even more angry and vomited blood and fell into a coma on the spot. The younger people in the sect also look down on Yu Xiaogang the more they look down on him. Not only do they monopolize half of the family's younger generations, they still don't even have a level 20 until now, which is simply a model of occupying a pit and not stool. If those resources were allocated to them, they might have gone further now, and they would not have been suppressed by geniuses from other sects among their peers by several levels. Of course, Yu Xiaogang naturally knew about these things, but he didn't care, and he wanted to laugh a little. A group of waste who can't compete with each other among his peers and blames all the mistakes on him. Level 30, wait. Yu Xiaogang, will definitely break through to level 30, so that you, those who look down on me, will have no face to look at me again. Yu Xiaogang is full of passion, so what if his martial soul mutates? Even if the innate soul power is low? He has a father who was named Douluo, and his father is also the leader of the 3rd sect. The shackles of just level 30 are just not shackles for ordinary people, to him. As long as he has more resources and more precious herbs, he will definitely be able to break through to level 30, and then make rapid progress and stand at the top of the mainland. Uncle Mo stood aside without saying anything, and could only sigh in his heart. For the sake of the patriarch's face, he could only suffer the younger generation of disciples. Who said Yu Xiaogang is the son of the patriarch? The tiger father gave birth to a dog and a son, what a laughing stock for the patriarch. But if Yu Xiaogang can break the iron law of the continent and break through to the 3 rings soul lord with the innate half-level soul power, the meaning will be different. The reputation of the waste will be washed away, and what is left is an inspirational story of unwilling to be his own destiny and working hard to break through the shackles. In this way, the patriarch's face will not be damaged, and he will not be used by the powerful man who is also a titled Douluo to mock the patriarch outside. Chapter 50 Return to Shuofeng City. After a few days of itinerary, the group of 4 finally arrived at Shuofeng City. Compared with Wuhan City, Shuofeng City is not worth mentioning at all. It is also a bitter and cold place on the border, and it is far inferior to Wuhan City in people's livelihood. But even so, Bibidong is still full of curiosity. Is this the city where my junior brother goes to school? Yes. Guhan nodded and recalled the situation he lived in this city, but when he thought about it carefully, there was really nothing good to remember. After all, he either reads books or practices every day, which was very boring. But junior brother, aren't you going back to the village? Why are you coming to the city? Bibidong looked at it for a while and found that there was nothing strange in the city. The excitement passed, so he remembered the reason why he was waiting for others to come here. Originally, they could have crossed the city directly to Qinghe village, but Guhan said he wanted to go back to the city first. They came without asking much questions at the time, and they mentioned it again at this moment. Senior sister, when I was living here, Grandpa Markle and brother Rentao from the Wuhan Palace were very helpful to me, so I want to come back to visit them. That's how it is. Bibidong nodded, then I really need to visit it. Zhu Gui didn't think anything. After all, if it were them, they would also express their gratitude to those who helped them in their weak years, and would take care of them more or less. Since that's the case, then let's go directly to the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Shuofeng City. After seeing the magnificence of the Martial Soul Hall, I looked back at the Martial Soul Hall again. Although it was still magnificent, I no longer felt the beginning. Sure enough, after seeing something better, people look back at what they saw before. Even if the thing is not bad, there will be more or less changes in their hearts and will subconsciously compare them. This comparison makes your mentality change. After passing by the guards in front of the hall, the 4 of them came to the hall. What are the keys for you to come to the spirit hall? The visitor almost habitually asked this sentence. When Guhan saw the visitor, he waved with a smile, Brother Rentao, it's me, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, why are you back? Lu Rentao then noticed Guhan's appearance and couldn't help but look surprised. Brother Rentao, I broke through to level 30. Now I am about to go to the ice forest with Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui to hunt soul rings. I also want to visit Grandpa Markle and Brother Rentao. You are at level 30, haha, I know, Xiao Han, you are very talented. Lu Rentao couldn't help but feel even happier when he heard that Guhan was at level 30. At first, they just helped Guhan with the mentality of an investment genius. But after being together for a few years, he really regarded this child as his brother. Now that I heard that the other party broke through to level 30 and could become a soul master after obtaining the soul ring, I was really happy for Guhan. By the way, who are these people behind you? Lu Rentao soon noticed the 3 people behind Guhan, especially Bibidong's appearance, which made him stunned for a moment. He was simply shocked and so beautiful. But in a second thought, he thought of his girlfriend and then withdrew his gaze. Oh, by the way, I'll introduce it to Brother Rentao. After hearing this, Guhan looked at the few people and reached out to signal. Senior sister, Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui, this is what I call Brother Rentao. Brother Rentao, this is my senior sister. These 2 are Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui. They are both very nice to junior brother. Guhan did not mention the identities of several people. After all, the identities of these 3 people were too amazing for Lu Rentao. If they said it, the other party would only become cautious, restrained, and dare not speak nonsense. In this way, the meaning of coming here is different. The fact that he was taken as a disciple by Kyungsunji was not widely circulated, and only a few people knew about it. So, hello, thank you for your care for Xiao Han. Both Jogui nodded and signaled, while Bibidong shook his head with a smile. It's nothing, my junior brother has taught me a lot. By the way, Xiao Han, I heard that you were taken to the Wuhan city for study by a big figure in the Wuhan palace. How about it? Are you still used to it? Lu Rentao remembered that when he and Bishop Markle went to Longcheng to do business, he wanted to take the opportunity to visit Guhan, but was told that the other party had been taken away by a big man from Wuhan City. They were both surprised and happy at the beginning, but they didn't expect that Guhan could actually get the attention of the big guys in Wuhan City. When I saw Guhan this time, I couldn't help but think of this. At the same time, his eyes looked carefully at the three people behind Guhan. To be precise, they were the two Zhu Gui. Could these two people be some big names in the Wuhan City? Helping Ziohan hunt the third soul ring, it must be the Soul King? When the two noticed Lu Rentao's eyes, they just nodded kindly and didn't care about anything. Well, brother, don't worry, Wuhan City is very good, and the learning environment there is also very good. Let's not talk about this for now. Grandpa Markle, I want to give you something. Guhan wanted to hand over the advanced meditation method of the Spirit Hall to Markle and Lu Rentao. Only a few people could access this advanced meditation method in the Spirit Hall. Markle and Lu Rentao's meditation practice are just better than those circulating on the market. Of course, Guhan would not say that this advanced meditation method was improved by him based on his nameless method, and the effect was better than the original one. Oh, I almost forgot, Bishop Markle is in the office, come with me. Although Lu Rentao was a little curious about what Guhan wanted to give them, he still chose to take Guhan to Markle's office first. Bibidong didn't say much throughout the whole process, and looked at the communication between the two with big and lively eyes curiously. Of course, the two Zhu Gui did not follow. They had too high status and could easily scare people. But their mental power has always been paying attention to their surroundings. Although they don't think anything will happen, they are the saints of the Spirit Hall here, so they should be wary of it. When he arrived at the office door, Lu Rentao knocked on the door. Come in. An old but full of breath came from the room. Lu Rentao opened the door of the room and said at the same time, Sir Markle, see who is back. Markle was lying on his desk and writing something. After hearing the sound, he raised his head and saw Guhan standing beside Lu Rentao and a beautiful little girl he had never seen before. Grandpa Markle. Guhan took the initiative to laugh and greet him. It's Ziohan, haven't you gone to Wuhan City? Why are you back? Markle and Lu Rentao performed exactly the same. They put down the paper and pen in surprise and stood up. Chapter 51 Village Head Intelligence Bureau. Is this one? Bishop Markle naturally saw Bibidong following Guhan. This girl is very beautiful and lively. It can be said that she is the most beautiful girl he has ever seen. Grandpa Markle, this is my senior sister. Hello. Grandpa Markle. Bibidong did not say hello because the other party's identity was lower than that of himself, but instead greeted him very politely. Haha, hello, if you don't mind, the old man will call you Miss Xiaotun. Bibidong chuckled, Grandpa Markle is free. Haha, Ziohan, Miss Xiaodong, don't stand, come and sit down and chat. It can be seen that Bishop Markle is very happy. Lu Rentao was ignored directly, but he didn't say much, so he brought a teapot and made tea for several people, and then sat aside. Ziohan, I heard that you were taken to the Wuhan City by a big figure in the Wuhan Palace. Now you have another senior sister. Which big figure are you going to be a disciple of? Well, Grandpa Markle, the kid is lucky and was taken as his apprentice by a very powerful senior. Well, since that's the case, let's study hard with your master. This is natural, but Grandpa Markle, I'm here to give you something, and Brother Rentao. Oh, what? Markle raised his white eyebrows slightly, put down the teacup, and asked with interest. Guhan didn't keep it a secret, and took out the advanced meditation book that had been improved by him from the Soul Guide. This improved advanced meditation method is easier to get started than the original version, and it is much simpler to practice, and the effect is also better than the original version. Grandpa Markle, this is the advanced meditation I got in Wuhan City, which is much better than the ones that are popular on the market. How helpful are you and brother Rentao to me? This is some of the intentions that the kid has specially prepared for you. I hope Grandpa Markle and brother Rentao will not dislike you. This. Looking at the thin book on the table, Markle and Lu Rentao looked at each other hesitantly. Finally, Markle spoke out and said, Xiao Han, this advanced meditation method can only be practiced by big people. If you give this thing to us, won't your master be unhappy? To be honest, they must be moved. You must know that this is an advanced meditation method, and it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort when practicing. Especially Markle, his practice in this life is over, but if he practices more advanced meditation, he may still have the opportunity to move upwards. If he works hard, he will still have the opportunity to become the Soul King. And to become the Soul Queen, you will have the opportunity to become the purple-clothed bishop. Lu Rentao is now just a great soul master, and his cultivation speed is too slow compared to some geniuses. If he can have advanced meditation, he will be able to go further from the limit he could have reached in the future. If Lu Rentao's talent is only level 50 in his life, then you may only be able to practice to level 30 or even level 40. If you have advanced meditation, you may be able to reach level 40, or above level 45. After all, not everyone has a background like Yu Xiaogang, who can squander resources and pile themselves to the limit of their lives. If Yu Xiaogang is just an ordinary family, then the limit of cultivation to 10 in this life is probably that he will be able to practice to the limit. People want to go further to their limits, and Markle and Lu Rentao are no exception, but they are also worried, afraid of the guilt of possessing a treasure, and afraid that Gu Han's master will be angry. Gu Han naturally saw the two of them and waved his hand to explain, Grandpa Markle, brother Rentao, don't worry. This advanced meditation method is actually not a secret in the spirit hall. As long as you just practice it yourself and don't pass it on to others. Yes, Master also said that this advanced meditation is nothing great. Every major sect has it, and it is not a secret. Bibidong answered the conversation on the side, his voice was crisp and pleasant, his words were clear and neat, making people feel extremely comfortable to listen. Also, Master also told us that we can deal with this advanced meditation method any way we can deal with it, and you can pass it on to someone you like. Grandpa Markle, brother Rentao, this is also my junior brother's wish, so you don't have to postpone it. As junior brother said, if you really have any concerns, just practice yourself. No one will tell you what will happen if no one will. The senior and sister cooperated tacitly, and after a few words, the concerns in Markle and Lu Rentao disappeared, and a smile appeared on their faces. Haha, since it's Xiao Han's kindness, we won't refuse. Markle stretched out his veteran hand and brought the advanced meditation method in front of him. Seeing that the two of them accepted it, Gu Han gave the other party some medicinal materials, which were not fairy herbs, but some more advanced medicinal materials that could help the two practice better. After a long time of greeting, Gu Han and Bibidong said goodbye and followed Zhu Gui to Qinghe village outside the city. Today's Qinghe village has a much better quality of life than before. Gu Han's monthly money will basically only be enough to spend, and the rest will be sent back. Lao Gu collected the money at first to keep it for Gu Han, but under Gu Han's persuasion, he no longer insisted and took out some to build roads, build water trucks, repair canals, buy better seeds and plowing tools for the village. Life in the village has gradually become richer. Although it is not as good as those squandering nobles, it is still a good life without worrying about food and clothing. It is more than better than the nearby villages. The whole village is united, develop together, and be prosperous. The other villages were very envious of Qinghe village for having a soul master and embarking on the road to getting rich. When he stepped into the village again, Gu Han was still a little dazed, while Bibidong looked around curiously, curious about where his junior brother lived. People in the village can basically know Gu Han. After seeing Gu Han return to the village, they greeted him enthusiastically, and Gu Han waved to respond. The old men and women at the village head started to talk, especially when Gu Han came back this time, he brought such a beautiful little girl back, so there was more talk. Ju Gui and the other two had high cultivation and sharp ears. They heard it clearly. Gui Mei just shook her head in a funny way, but she didn't say much, but Yuegwen was different. Orchid raised her fingers and blocked her mouth and started to tease her. Did Dong'er hear that, you have become Xiao Han's wife? Gu Han's mouth twitched. Although he did have any ideas about Bibidong, the two of them are too young now, and he still wants to slowly cultivate their relationship. His horoscope was not yet drawn, but the villagers made a final decision for him first. Sure enough, the village intelligence agency is very powerful no matter which world it is. Bibidong's little face turned red, and he secretly glanced at Gu Han. Seeing the other party looking at him innocently, he curled his lips. Humph, Uncle Ju, if you do this, I will ignore you. Yes, yes, Uncle Ju won't laugh at you anymore. Don't be angry, okay? Yuegwen was amused when he saw this, but he still begged for mercy on the surface and started to please. Bibidong's eyes were very lively, as if he could speak. After hanging for a while for the moon gate, he nodded as if he was hesitant. Okay, I will forgive you. I will be really angry if Uncle Ju does this again next time. However, while she was talking, she secretly glanced at Gu Han. Seeing that the other party was also looking at her, she subconsciously avoided her gaze. Then she felt something was wrong, and turned her gaze back and glared at Gu Han angrily. What are you looking at? Ahem. Gu Han coughed lightly, withdrew his gaze awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, senior sister, I'll take you to see my grandfather. Chapter 52 Yuegwen, boy, it's very sharp. Grandpa, I'm back. Gu Han pushed open the door almost familiar with it, stood in the yard and shouted. The situation in the yard has not changed much. Instead, there is an extra chicken pen next to the wall, with 8 chickens in it. At this time, Lao Gu was sitting on a lounge chair by the wall outside the house basking in the sun, with a palm-shaped fan on his face, looking like a classic old man. Hearing Gu Han's voice, old Gu took away the palm leaf fan and sat up. After seeing clearly that it was Gu Han, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ha ha, Xiao Han, you are back. Then his eyes looked at the 3 people behind Gu Han again, the smile on his face became even more enthusiastic, and he hurriedly reached out to greet him. There are also guests, come and sit in the house. Gu Han walked forward and introduced the relationship between the 3 of them and him to his grandfather. After arriving in the house, there was naturally a series of greetings. Lao Gu is alone at home. As the village chief, he has made many contributions to the village and is highly respected by the villagers. Now Gu Han's growth has brought feedback to the village, making the villagers live a better life, and Lao Gu is naturally more respected. During this period, the people in the village finally gathered together and came to Gu Han's house, holding chicken, duck, fish, meat, and eggs in their hands, saying that they wanted to thank Gu Han for the good life they brought to them. Gu Han naturally confiscated these, but in order not to disappoint everyone, the villagers gathered together, invited a chef, made all the ingredients into dishes, and everyone ate and drank together, and had a good meal. Of course, Gu Han did not forget the purpose of coming here, and proposed to move everyone to the vicinity of Wuhan City. However, this proposal was rejected by Lao Gu. The reason is that they have lived here for generations and have become accustomed to it, and the ancestral tombs and temples are also here, so they are reluctant to move away. In addition, they have long been used to living, so they have moved out like this, and they may even be unacceptable to the local environment. Under various reasons, none of the villagers wanted to move there. It's okay to play in the past, but just move it over. Gu Han didn't say anything more after hearing this. Since no one was willing to move, he wouldn't force it. Since it was getting late today, the 4 of them stayed in the village for one night. The best thing about the courtyard is that there are many rooms, and it is easy to free up 4 rooms in the entire village. In the early morning of the next day, the sound of rooster crowing sounded. Gu Han got up on time, washed up briefly, and habitually ran to the river at the entrance of the village to practice swords. The sword moves are sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and they are very different, and they are difficult to understand with their special footwork. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came. Gu Han's eyes sterned, and he turned around and waved his sword and slashed out. Ding! With a crisp sound, a blade in the shape of a golden petal was cut off. The blade was quite powerful. Although Gu Han blocked it, his arms were slightly numb. At that moment just now, he almost couldn't even hold the sword. Bha, bha. No, wrong, it is very vigilant and powerful. Accompanied by a burst of applause, Yuegwen's figure slowly walked out from behind a tree. The golden flying knife just now came from him. He spent the night last night in meditation and did not sleep. He noticed Gu Han left the room early in the morning and followed him out. Seeing Gu Han's superb swordsmanship, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Although he didn't use all his strength, he didn't aim completely at the other party. But his attack could kill the Soul King. Gu Han, a soul master, actually put it aside with one sword, which surprised him very much. Thinking of the fairy grass and the effect of whale rubber, Yuegwen feels that this is the case. Moreover, judging from the sword that Gu Han just showed, the opponent's soul power level may be able to directly become a high-level soul master after obtaining the soul ring, and it will not be far from the soul sect. When the flying knife flew over, Gu Han saw clearly the blade's appearance and recognized that it was transformed from the petals of Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and was not too surprised by the arrival of Yuegwen. The tip of the sword was facing down, holding his fists with both hands, and bowing slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Ju, for your praise. The boy's condition is still far from it." "Haha, it's almost the same, let me try it out, you." Yuegwen also became the intention of taking the school exam, wanting to see Gu Han, a young swordsman, who has a bit of a sense of dust. Chen Xin is more than 10 years older than Yuegwen. Now he is already a level 93 titled Douluo. With the strongest attacking martial soul 7 killing sword in the continent, he can even win against level 95 titled Douluo. As for level 96, it cannot be made up for just the difference in soul power. You may be able to fight in one battle, but you will lose very quickly. Because once the soul master reaches level 96, every time he increases, the gap between each level is like a ladder, one level after another, and cannot be crossed. Now he could actually see Chen Xin's youthful style in Gu Han, and then he had the idea of taking action to test it. "Then please give me some advice." Gu Han naturally agreed to the initiative of a high-level confuser, or even a strong man who was comparable to the average titled Douluo. After taking Qirong Tongtianjia martial soul, Yuegwen not only achieved the improvement of his soul power, but also the evolution of his martial soul and the indestructible body of Vajra. With all his strength, it is difficult for Douluo, who is below level 95, to take him down. "Boy, you can take action first." There was a blade between Yuegwen's index finger and middle finger, and his posture was elegant. As a senior, he naturally would not take action first. "Uncle Ju, I offended you." Gu Han was not vague, and the two soul rings under his feet suddenly lit up together, and the second soul skill turned into an ice armor to protect his body. Due to taking the fairy grass, Gu Han's martial soul quality has also been enhanced, becoming a top martial soul, and his ice attribute is naturally even more powerful. With one sword, the temperature around it dropped significantly, and wherever the sword energy passed, a layer of frost formed on the ground. "Good come." Yuegwen's eyes lit up, and in a trance, he seemed to see the shadow of Chen Xin. The petals fell and turned into blades, and were neatly arranged like chains towards Gu Han. Seeing this, Gu Han reacted immediately, his sword body turned and cut out several cold ice sword energy in succession. Of course, Yuegwen did not use all his strength. After all, the gap in their soul power was there. After the sword energy collided with the golden blade, a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sound was made. Visible to the naked eye, some golden blades were frozen and then bounced away. Yuegwen raised his eyebrows slightly and became more interested. Boy, it's very sharp. Be careful, I'm going to increase my soul power. Yuegwen reminded him and used the soul power of the high-level soul sect. As mentioned in the introduction, the strength of Yuegwen is much stronger than the original work. The soul power of the high-level soul sect he used is not as good as that of the Soul King. Guhan suddenly felt the pressure, and his footsteps spread out, his body was floating, like a dragon, all the swords were unfolded, and various sword moves were frequently used, and for a moment they actually fought back and forth. Chapter 53 Bibidong, I feel like I missed 100 million. The ghost in the dark was also secretly frightened. It should be said that it is a battle between the strong attack system. Even if the chrysanthemum gate is released, this head-on collision, the battle from fist to flesh, is exciting just to watch. Guhan's swordsmanship is superb and he shows the style of a strong man at a young age. With such combat power, no one in the same level can match him. Yuegwen was also shocked. This kid's soul power is so pure and extremely thick. Of course, no matter how strong the soul power is, the level gap is still there. What was shocked was Guhan's swordsmanship. The opponent's swordsmanship level had obviously reached a very high level. The sword seemed to be not his weapon, but his hands and feet, as if the man and sword were integrated and used freely. Guhan's arms were already numb at this time, and cold sweat gradually began to appear on his forehead. The gap in his soul power was still too big. In the face of absolute power, his skills seemed too pale and powerless. No matter how superb his sword skills are, without the support of powerful forces, he cannot even break the defense circle of Yu Pass. But this is also a good opportunity to see his limits. Thinking of this time, Guhan immediately used the Xianshuang 9 slashes. The first sword does not have much bonus, it can only be regarded as a single move to strengthen the level. But the further down, the more powerful it became. As Guhan's soul power was placed there, Yuegwen only felt that Guhan's sword became more sharp and powerful. But until the 7th, 8th, and even the 9th swords were cut out, Yuegwen couldn't help but be surprised. Especially the 9th slash, it actually has the power of the Soul Emperor. Good boy, breath barrier. Yuegwen was amazed and forced to use his defensive soul skills. A circle of golden soul barriers protected Yuegwen in it, and Guhan's last sword also followed. Bang! A layer of frost formed in the golden barrier instantly, and even cracks appeared. Yuegwen was slightly surprised, then increased the output of soul power, and the aura barrier suddenly expanded, and Guhan flew out. Guhan flipped in the air for dozens of times before he removed most of the reaction force, landed on the ground, and inserted the tip of the sword into the ground, plowing a long gully on the ground. Guhan squatted on the ground, holding a sword with one hand, gasping violently. Sure enough, the gap in soul power cannot be compensated by skills alone. Master is right, improving the level of soul power is my top priority now. Yuegwen put away his martial soul and looked at the frozen corner of his clothes. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Guhan and admired him even more. No, not bad, a quasi-soul master actually forced me, the Contra, to release my soul skills. Uncle Ju Miao is praised. If Uncle Ju hadn't shown mercy, he might not be able to stop you from having a move. Guhan stood up from the ground, put away his martial soul, and humbly bowed. He was telling the truth. Yuegwen didn't use much force from beginning to end. If he had taken all his strength, he would not have been able to hold on for so long. You kid don't have to be modest here. If you are under the same level, I am no match for you. Yuegwen waved his hand and didn't care about Guhan's words. Guhan was very strong, at least the strongest of the geniuses he had ever seen. Almost no one in his class could match him. I thought this kid had a bit of Chen Xian's charm when he was young, but now, this kid is already sharper than when he was young. The first sword in the mainland in the future may be renamed. To be honest, Yuegwen still wants to see that scene earlier. There is no malice, it just wants to see Chen Xian's reaction. Commonly known as the mentality of a happy person. Ghost also appeared at this time and exclaimed, "It is really terrifying to use the Soul Emperor's attack with the level of the Quasi-Soul Lord. You guys have really refreshed my understanding of the Apricot and Huahua Pass. Also, the sword technique you just now seems to have the same effect as the chaotic cloak hammer technique of Haoshan sect. Has you figured it out by yourself?" "Yes, Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui, this sword is called Xianshuang 9 slashes, and a total of 9 swords are produced. Each sword will be twice as powerful as the previous sword." The two Ju Gui looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes and their appreciation for Gu Han. "It seems that you are underestimating you. You kid may really have a chance to become a level 99 existence. This requires how much you understand your martial soul to create such a powerful soul skill? The only one with such talent is Tang Chen. Although Gu Han's talent is not as talented as Tang Chen, that was before. Now with the blessing of the immortal grass, Gu Han has already tied Tang Chen back then." In a trance, they seemed to have seen the scene of Gu Han standing at the top of the mainland. After a battle, Gu Han's daily sword practice this morning was over. Bibidong didn't get up from the bed until around 7 o'clock. During the conversation, I also learned about the exchange between Gu Han and Yuegwen, and I suddenly felt that I had missed 100 million. When my junior brother was dancing with swords, Bibidong would often stare at him, thinking that the person who played swords was really handsome, much better than her two spiders. But she had almost never seen her junior brother fight with a sword. She had ice attributes and swords, and she would definitely be very cool, just like the sword immortal in the story she told her. Bibidong felt unhappy when he thought about missing a good show because of sleepiness today, and he became more angry the more he thought about it. He chewed a big bite of chicken legs, and his face said the words "but open the forest." But she didn't say much. She could only blame herself for getting up late. Gu Han could naturally see Bibidong's unhappiness. Thinking of the topic they were talking about, he understood the reason why the other party was unhappy and said with a smile, "Senior sister, if you want to watch me fight, after I hunt the third soul ring, I will go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena to fight." "Real?" Bibidong's eyes lit up. Gu Han nodded. "Then I agreed." "Well, I agreed." After repeated confirmation, Bibidong was satisfied and immediately became happy again. He could finally see how his junior brother looked when he was fighting. I remember that his junior brother had won the honor of 100 consecutive victories in the Great Soul Field before. Yuegwen and Gaimei smiled kindly without saying much. After breakfast, several people left Qinghe village amid the villagers' farewell. After leaving Qinghe village, several people rented 2 carriages in the city and headed towards the frozen forest. Although both Jogui have exclusive cars, that's too silly. They don't like that feeling. Unless they are in a hurry, they will basically put them on their own. Eat ashes in your own residence. The frozen forest is not far from Shuofeng City, and it arrived outside the forest in less than half a day. Chapter 54 The Third Soul Skill. The frozen forest has a special environment and is in a cold winter all year round. Most of the soul beasts living in this are ice attributes or pure yang constitutions. For example, there are many tiger soul beasts here. Gu Han and his group had a clear goal this time. With 2 high-level contras, no soul beast dared to approach. They soon came to a cliff. Looking up, you can vaguely see a huge snow lotus rooted on the top of the cliff, extremely pure, giving people a unique beauty that is independent of the world. What a peerless snow lotus! Yuegwen, who loves plants, suddenly had his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise. What a nice view! Bibidong was also stunned. In such a Jedi, there was such a beautiful lotus growing. The beauty of the world and independent beauty almost makes people unable to take their eyes off. Even Gu Han was moved by this artistic conception and his eyes were attracted by this lotus. His martial soul, the wordless book in his mind, seemed to have a sense of it. This is a real elves of heaven and earth, which is very different from ordinary soul beasts. In time, you can definitely become an immortal soul beast and grow to the realm of 100,000 years of soul beast. Yuegwen opened his hands, as if he wanted to embrace the snow lotus in his arms. Since that's the case, then hurry up and hunt it. Guimei did not appreciate the beauty's eyes. He only knew that this lotus soul beast was very good and just suitable for Guhan's third soul ring. Since it was suitable, he would hurry up and hunt it down. Well, old ghost, you really have eyes that don't appreciate beauty. Yuegwen suddenly stared at the ghost with a resentful look on his face, complaining that the other party was not tasteful. The ghost rolled his eyes. No matter how beautiful it is our goal this time. Do you want to let this plant soul beast grow here, or even be absorbed by others? Well. Yuegwen was stunned, and said that the quality of this soul beast is so high. Although it has been rooted here for a long time and no one has hunted it, as Guimei said, if they don't kill such high-quality soul beasts, will others not kill them? What a pity! If you weren't a soul beast, maybe I would find you a better place. Yuegwen sighed, looked at the beautiful ice crystal snow lotus with regret, and then glanced at Guhan. Ziohan, it's not time to go up the mountain to get the ring. Bibidong's eyes also flashed with regret, but she knew that this snow lotus was a soul beast. After being placed here, it would pose a great threat to humans after becoming a soul beast of 100,000 years. Even if it could not be achieved, it might be hunted by others. Instead of doing this, it's better to let my junior brother absorb it. Seeing that Guhan did not answer, Yuegwen stared blankly at the snow lotus on the cliff, thinking that the other party had not yet come back from that beauty, so he couldn't help but speak out again. Ziohan, stop being idle, go. Wait for a moment, Uncle Ju, this ice crystal snow lotus seems to have a vague consciousness. My martial soul seems to resonate with it, and we are communicating. Guhan said, summoning his martial soul Xianshuang sword. The sword body buzzed, and the ice crystal snow lotus also shone brightly. The two sides shone with each other, as if they were having some kind of communication. Even the knowledgeable Jogui had never seen such a scene before, let alone Bibidong. The three of them were a little confused and looked at the situation with a look of surprise. Gradually, the snow lotus turned into the purest energy in the world, and finally turned into a purple soul ring, and came towards Guhan actively. Guhan raised the Xianshuang sword, and the two sides merged very easily as if they were rushing in both directions. Sacrifice. I actually offered sacrifices. Although I have only heard that only a soul beast of 100,000 years old can sacrifice such a sacrifice, no one has ever seen a soul beast of less than 100,000 years old, and it is impossible to know whether it can be done. But today they saw that an 8,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus actually chose to sacrifice and became Guhan's third soul ring. This really witnessed a wonder. Pure energy enters Guhan's body, passes through the 8 extraordinary meridians, and finally returns to the Danshan. With Swalian's self-sacrifice, Guhan's black hair, which had originally ended up turning white, now wearing a blue long gown, and with white hair flying, it looked like a sword fairy-like look. Bibidong's eyes were illuminating. At this moment, his junior brother completely satisfied her fantasy of the sword immortal in the story. Guhan's height has also increased slightly, from the original 1.75 meters to about 1.8 meters. Fortunately, Guhan's clothes were relatively tough and grew almost 5 centimeters at once, so they didn't look tight. What should be said or not, the quality of the special fabric of the Wuhan Hall is good. If it were the clothes Guhan had worn before, there would probably be many cracks on his body. This change by Guhan made Yuegwen feel even more that this kid is becoming more and more eccentric. If this kid's martial soul was not the 7-killing sword, and the changes that happened in front of him, he would have doubted whether this guy was Chen Xian's son. Although they don't look similar, their temperament and charm are very similar. If Guhan knew what Yuegwen was thinking at this time, he would definitely complain maliciously in his heart, "Why do you always think of Chen Xin? Do you have any secrets that you can't tell? By the way, Xiao Han, I heard that the soul beast is offering if you sacrifice, you will find out your soul bones. Look, are there any soul bones?" Ghost's focus has always been so unique and real. He has heard that soul beasts will inevitably produce soul bones when offering sacrifices. Although it is a soul beast of 100,000 years, there are also those that are not 1,000 years old. After all, before this snow lotus is sacrificed, no one can believe that these 1,000-year-old soul beasts can also sacrifice them in addition to the 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Gu Han shook his head and said, "Uncle Ghost, there is no soul bone, but this snow lotus has brought a permanent enhancement to my martial soul attribute by 20%, bringing my martial soul one step closer to the ultimate attribute. That's a pity. What about the soul skills it gives you?" "Yes, junior brother, what is the soul skill?" "The soul skill that comes from sacrifice must be very powerful." Hearing the soul skills, Bibidong and the other two were curious and said, "Sacrifice, which was only mentioned in the book. I have never seen it before. Now that I have seen it once, I am naturally extremely curious in my heart. Xiao Han, I'll be your target, and you will use your soul skills to me." Yuegwen made a sound, intending to be a target himself. "Okay, then Uncle Ju is careful." Gu Han nodded. Naturally he would not worry about whether Yuegwen would be injured. After all, the other party is now indestructible. Not only that, he is also a high-level soul contra of level 88. Gu Han, a mere soul master, could not hurt the other party by crossing so many levels. As he said that, the third soul ring under Gu Han's feet lit up. The third soul skill, the fairy lotus, is proud of the world. A lotus that was independent of the world suddenly bloomed, and the flowers bloomed in 12 grades, and each petal turned into a cold, sharp sword. Each long sword emitted a terrible cold air, as if it could freeze everything, and at the same time it shot out towards Yuegwen. "Good come, gathering of Hanyang." Yuegwen's eyes lit up, and the fifth soul ring under his feet lit up. Several flying swords condensed by petals flew out from the strange chrysanthemum and collided with 12 long swords. Bang bang bang! In a fierce collision, the terrifying soul power fluctuations spread. The ghost stood in front of Bibidong, blocking these soul powers in front of him, and looking at the frost on his body, his eyes were obviously a little surprised. "It's not over yet, there's another way." As he said that, the third soul ring under Gu Han's feet lit up again, and the fairy lotus was also blooming, but this time a giant sword was released from the center of the lotus. Wherever he passed, a thick layer of ice crystals formed on the ground, and even the air was frozen. The sharp sword energy and extremely cold breath, this blow is no less than the full strength attack of an ordinary soul king. "Good sword!" Yuegwen exclaimed. The fifth soul ring under his feet lit up again, and a huge 3-leaf flying knife immediately came forward. Squeeze! After a brief friction, Yuegwen's soul power was even higher after all, and he cut the giant sword from the middle. Chapter 55 Bibidong's Sword Immortal Dream. The self-sacrifice of the soul beast, coupled with the energy explosion brought by the immortal herbs that Gu Han originally ate, directly pushed Gu Han's soul power level to level 39, which was only one level away from the soul sect. Nowadays, Gu Han has long been reborn after refining his body through ice and fire. This level will take only a few days. After checking Gu Han's soul power level, Yuegwen couldn't help but sigh. "You two have suddenly been promoted to so many levels, so forget about Dong'er. Her information has always been secret, and even some Conras don't know. But Xiao Han, you are different. You are still in school. If you upgrade so many levels at once, you will inevitably be discovered by some people who are interested, and leak your information and bring you unnecessary trouble. So, after you go back this time, the Pope's coronation will probably hide you as well." "Well, I've already thought of this." Gu Han nodded and suddenly came from level 23 to level 39. This is not clear to prevent the possibility of spies. After returning, Qian Sunji will definitely not let him stay in the Martial Soul Academy. Of course this is just one of them, and there are more things to be prepared for. You should know that the top 3 sects and the Soul Hall have intercepted each other's geniuses. This kind of thing can be said to be unpredictable, and this is also one of the reasons why Qian Sunji covered Bibidong so tightly. Geniuses are only qualified to become strong, but they are not strong themselves. There are many geniuses who died in the middle of the continent. What's the matter? If you can't learn it, then you won't get it. Bibidong waved his hand and stood on tiptoe and patted Gu Han's shoulder solemnly. Junior brother, you will practice with your senior sister in the future. If you don't understand, let's ask your master. Senior sister is right. Gu Han smiled. Hehe, in fact, there is nothing wrong with this. In the future, my junior brother will have more time to tell me stories. Bibidong smiled smartly, lively and lively. When she thought that the time my junior brother told her stories longer, she couldn't help but feel excited. She would be able to listen to it at a time in the future, and she wouldn't have to listen for only a short time each time. 12 hours. Gu Han smiled on the surface, but was crazy and speechless inside. Is this a storyteller? But after looking at Bibidong's lively and sly smile, Gu Han didn't regret it anymore, and it was nothing to tell stories or anything. Moreover, although Bibidong is cunning and lively, he is still a child. Attention is easily attracted. Doesn't the other party like the sword immortal? Then teach the other party how to use soul power to weapons. By the way, doing this will not lead to the child's deviation, right? Junior brother, what are you thinking? Bibidong saw Gu Han staring at him with a deep thought. His little face collapsed, put his little hand on his hips, and his other hand stretched out his finger and pointed Gu Han's chest. Tell me, are you planning to me wrong? Well. Although he was not thinking about this, it was a little embarrassing to be said to be a little embarrassed. Bibidong stood on tiptoe, and his delicate and flawless face was closer, his eyes full of scrutiny and cunning. But soon he came to his senses, put his right hand against his mouth and coughed lightly, explaining, Hehe, senior sister, we are still young. In fact, just now, my junior brother was wondering if he would be taught a lesson by his master if he taught his sword skills. Real. Seeing that Gu Han did not refuse directly, Bibidong felt a little joy in his heart, but then he changed into another scrutiny look. Yeah, yes. Okay, after you go back, I will teach me sword skills. I will also ride the wind like the sword immortal in the story, and eliminate the demons in the world. Bibidong withdrew his gaze, then turned his back, pointing his passionate hand to the sky. Here we go again. Yuegwen was watching the show well. When he saw Bibidong suddenly started to make trouble again, he couldn't help but hold his forehead speechlessly. The ghost showed a funny and helpless expression and shook his head slightly. Gu Han's lips curled lightly, and it was still as easy as ever. Of course, Gu Han is not just talking, he will still teach Bibidong swordsmanship seriously. Although the other party's martial soul has nothing to do with the sword, it doesn't matter. As long as the soul power level is improved, everything will not be a problem. And there is no regulation that after learning sword, Bibidong can't use martial soul, right? Besides, soul power is just a kind of energy. As long as you master it, this soul power can also be used as internal force or spiritual power. The soul power is attached to the weapon and released in various forms, and its power cannot be underestimated. After all, even Tang San's hidden weapons that were criticized in the martial arts world can break through the god's defense, so how can the sword be weaker than the hidden weapons? As long as you can create a high-quality sword and cooperate with the attachment of soul power, you may not be weaker than martial souls. Gu Han thought that the Pope's scepter in Bibidong's hand in the future would be quite appropriate. Of course, he was talking about the metal that made the scepter. Gu Han could see that although Bibidong was lively and cute, when he mentioned martial soul, he always felt inferior about his martial soul, which was also one of the reasons why this girl resisted using martial soul to fight. Although her martial souls are the top beast martial souls on the mainland, the little girl likes beautiful and handsome ones. If she were her own, she wouldn't be able to like them. As for overcoming this inferiority complex, Gu Han felt that it was too time-consuming and it was better to divert the other party's attention, which could also inspire the other party's enthusiasm for practicing the soul power level. On this continent, the soul power level is the last kingdom. Look at Chen Xian's father, level 98, it's amazing, with the 9-character word kill, even the golden crocodile Douluo is no match for it. But when facing Qian Daoliu, the 99th level extreme Douluo, all the skills are not as good as Qian Daoliu's pure value, and he can't even break the shield when he tries his best. With Bibidong's talent, even if you don't use martial souls to fight and have the help of immortal grass, level 99 is just a foregone conclusion. As for the Rakshasa god, Gu Han felt that he should not let Bibidong contact the capital of killing. After all, he remembers that Rakshasa god is very stingy. It's fine if the god test doesn't even give the soul ring age or the soul ring given by the god. The divine thoughts will also affect Bibidong's temperament. It is still unknown what the reason behind it is, so it's better not to contact it. Not only Bibidong, Gu Han himself did not plan to enter there. It's just a killing god realm, it's no big deal. There's more than this one on the continent, and it's not necessary. Moreover, as long as his martial soul reaches the ultimate ice attribute, his domain will naturally appear, and there is no need to use other domains at all. Even if there isn't, so what? He was as confident as Gu Han, with the 3-foot sword in his hand, to kill all enemies. Chapter 56, The 8 Tests of Chihiroji's Angels. Since Gu Han was not far from level 40 at this time, the few people did not rush back to Wuhan City, but wrote a letter to briefly explain the situation. After that, everyone went to Longcheng. Gu Han wanted to fight souls, but Bibidong took the initiative to give up this idea. Whatever I say, if I want to take action, I have time in the future, so I don't rush to do this. And there is nothing good to be seen when fighting some weak guys of the same level. She still prefers to see her junior brother fighting with the strong with all his might. After all, swordsmen draw swords from the strong. Although he was a little bit too, it was not unreasonable. Moreover, Gu Han had a record here. He returned again in less than half a year and was already 39 years old, which was too incredible. To avoid the troubles in the future, Gu Han needs to settle down for a while. If you want to take action, you have to wait at least 2 or 3 years. As for the All-Continental Soul Master Elite competition 3 years later, Gu Han does not intend to participate. First of all, there are really not many geniuses in this generation, except for Tang Hao. Gu Han could not be able to raise his fighting spirit. However, Tang Hao has not joined any academy, and has never seen disciples of Haoshan sect participate in the competition in previous years, so this time there may not be one. Gu Han couldn't get any interest either. If you had time to do anything, it would be better to accompany Bibidong to practice and study. In the next few days, Gu Han had been practicing soul power. Finally, with the help of herbs and century-old whale rubber, it took 3 days to successfully reach level 40. The goal of his 4th soul ring is a snow-mounted spirit fox that has just passed 10,000 years of cultivation. Gu Han's mental power itself is already very strong. With the help of the skull of 60,000 years of spiritual condensation, he successfully absorbed the 4th soul ring without any suspense. This snow mountain spirit fox has enhanced Gu Han's ice attributes, and also given him a very interesting soul skill. Move instantly. As long as the soul power is sufficient, Gu Han can use this skill infinitely. The most important thing is that the consumption of this soul skill is very small. The maximum distance of each movement is no more than 500 meters, which can be said to be a powerful soul skill in melee combat. His attack power is already very powerful, and the ice attribute naturally comes with control. Now there is another teleportation, and Gu Han's combat power has suddenly increased by more than 1 level. This skill, whether it is assault, single-handed, group battle, or escape, is a very practical skill. It's actually a space-based soul skill. This is simply a magical skill. Yuegwen couldn't help but sigh that this kid's luck is really good. Such a magical skill of advancing and retreating can be obtained by the other party. Wuhan City. After Bibidong came back, she absorbed the soul ring as soon as possible. Her fourth soul ring was a thorn spider that was 11,000 years old, and the soul skill she brought was defensive. It can cover the surface of the body with thorns with armor. The armor is highly poisonous and enhances its own defense ability. It is a good skill. After absorbing the fourth soul ring, Gu Han's soul power level has reached level 42, and Bibidong has also reached level 43. The soul power level of the senior and sisters was almost quickly leveled during this period. Since learning that whale rubber can enhance physical fitness, King Sunji has found a trustworthy conrad to take a team of soul masters to Hanhai City, specifically responsible for secretly purchasing whale rubber. For the sake of confidentiality, the existence and function of whale rubber is currently worshipped by the elders and some trusted conrads, and there is no public plan for the spirit hall. Once whale rubber is released, the price of this thing will inevitably rise rapidly, and it may even reach a level of supply and demand. This is not beneficial to the Wuhan Palace, and it will only grow the strength of the two empires and various sects. Instead of doing so, it is better to keep it confidential. After arranging the matter between Gu Han and Bibidong, Qian Sunji finally took the time and couldn't wait to come to the worship hall with the Guangming Paradise Grass. It's actually Guangming Paradise Grass. Qian Daoliu was surprised. He had seen the appearance of this fairy grass in ancient books, and now it was the first time he had seen the real thing. Even he could feel the powerful energy that was of the same origin as the martial soul. Jir, where did you get this thing? Qian Daoliu couldn't help asking. Qian Sunji informed Qian Daoliu of the matter about the ice and fire eyes. After hearing this, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that your opportunity would actually be on your apprentice. Since they discovered the ice and fire eyes, and Yuegwen also understands these, let Yuegwen guard there, but just in case, I will send an envoy to guard there together. Father is wise. Qian Sunji did not object. No one thought of the importance of the ice and fire eyes before, but after learning the meaning of the immortal herbs inside, everything became different. It is indeed worth sending a worshipper to guard the country. As for whom he sent, it was his father's business, and he couldn't interfere. By the way, immortal grass, we old things, won't waste it. Let Yuegwen choose some second-rate top herbs for the several entourages. These old brothers have devoted their lives to my martial soul palace, and I can't treat them badly. Yes, this is natural. I will inform Yuegwen of this matter later. Well, since that's the case, you can absorb this fairy grass here. Yes. King Sunji nodded and took the fairy grass according to the method that Yuegwen told him. After entering the body, the immortal grass instantly turned into a pure origin of light and merged with King Sunji, and the six-winged angel martial soul automatically emerged. The powerful sacred energy filled the entire worship hall. Qian Daoliu's eyes were staring at Qian Sunji's situation, observing every detail of the other party absorbing the fairy grass. The absorption of the immortal grass was very smooth. Qian Sunji also directly reached the peak of level 95 with the help of the immortal grass. The statue of the angel god seemed to react, blooming with the divine light, and resonating with Qian Sunji's martial soul. It's a god's test. Qian Sunji was extremely excited, staring at the golden cards flying towards him, with 8 in total, just like his father. It was the 8 test of angels. He used to be without even the qualification to start the god examination. Now, after absorbing the light heaven grass, he has suddenly obtained the highest level god examination and the angel 8 examination under the god examination. It's actually, angel 8 tests. Qian Daoliu was surprised and felt that it should be. Guangming heaven grass is something that our ancestors had eaten, and the effect was it must be excellent. And the fact that Qian Sunji was able to get the 8 test of angels also means that he has a successor. As long as Chihiroji successfully completed the 8 exams, when the 2 children grew up and took over the position of the Pope, he could give up the position of the Great Worship. Later, urge your son to get married and have a descendant. At that time, he could enjoy family happiness. It really makes people feel comfortable if you think about it. I wish you all a happy new year. In the new year, I wish you all happiness, good health, everything goes well and a lot of money. Chapter 57 What? Chihiroji is getting married. Kyandaoliu was excited, and Kyungsunji was even more excited. He finally got the recognition of the angel god and gave up the test, and it was 8 tests. In other words, he can also become a level 99 existence like his father. Finally, there is no need to lose all the money for their ancestors and ancestors. Ahem, Jir, since you have already obtained the Angel 8 test, should you consider some marriage matters? Chiendaoliu also struck while the iron was hot, and his son's knot was untied. Now it was the time to be happy, and he just urged him. Although he said before that he would give Kyungsunji 10 years, hasn't the situation changed? Well. Kyungsunji suddenly felt like he was poured with a basin of cold water, so he calmed down. After thinking about it, he spoke out, "Father, I want to wait until the God exam is over." Before he finished speaking, he saw his father's dark face, his face twitched slightly, and he sighed helplessly. "Well, father, I will get married first. For my descendants, I have to wait until my 8 exams are completed." Okay, since that's the case, then I'll go find Ling Yuan girl now and find a good day to get your happy event. Chiendaoliu immediately smiled happily, and a group of people who changed their faces quickly. Ling Yuan. Qian Sunji knew that the other party was a fire-attributed martial soul, the Conrad of the fire spirit Yuan. They had met several times before. The other party has short purple shoulder-length hair and a black leather jacket. He has excellent appearance and temperament, and a perfect figure, which is also a good choice. But, father, will Ling Yuan agree? You can't force others, otherwise I won't agree. Haha, don't worry, I have asked the girl's wishes and Jin Crocodile. There is no problem. As long as you agree, you can prepare to announce the world and hold a wedding for you. By the way, that girl has a good talent. For this betrothal gift, you can go to Yuegwan to Ice and Fire Lianjian to find a suitable fairy grass for her. I remember that there is a 30,000-year-old burst and burning flame in the treasure house. Take it out together, and you can't treat that girl badly. Chiendaoliu still has some words left behind, that is, the higher the blood talent of parents, as long as the child does not mutate, the higher the innate starting point will be. The 6-winged angel martial soul belongs to the Gajavan martial soul, and the possibility of mutation is 0%. As for why Chiendaoliu was so confident that the descendants of the 2 born will inevitably awaken the 6-winged angel? That's not nonsense. The 6-winged angels of their 1000 family are the only god-level martial soul on the continent. Compared with the quality, who can compare them? Yes, I understand. Qian Sunji nodded. Since the other party was willing to marry into the Qian family, he naturally would not treat the other party badly. The sincerity he should show must be left out. Master is getting married. After Bibidong's eyes suddenly lit up after learning about this, his gossip soul burned. Who is it, who is it, who is the master's wife? Her eyes searched around for a long time, but she didn't see the right person at all. Donger, you don't have to look for it anymore. She didn't come with me. Master is just talking to you two now. Qian Sunji shook his head and laughed. This little girl has grown up a lot, but in the final analysis, she is still a childish character. Oh, then okay. Bibidong said a little disappointed, thinking that he could see his master's wife. Master, don't you know that master's wife is Gu Han was also very curious about which excellent woman was caught in the eyes of Qian Daoliu and asked this great worshipper to be a matchmaker in the middle. This talent must be the lowest, and it is also the only asset to be granted. Yes, yes, what is the master's name? Bibidong was also curious, and his bright big eyes stared straight at Qian Sunji. The gossip fire in his eyes almost turned into substance. It's Bishop Ling Yuan. Qian Sunji did not hide anything from the two apprentices, and calmly told each other's identity. So it's Sister Ling Yuan. Bibidong naturally knew Ling Yuan. Although the other party was old enough to be her mother, he still called the other party by his sister. But I'm afraid I'll change my name to Master's wife in the future. Congratulations to Master and Bishop Ling Yuan for getting married. Gu Han also knew that he still had a deep impression of Ling Yuan. The martial soul was the titled Douluo of Lihuo Ling Yuan. When he was hunting the Tu Ming dynasty, he was eager for quick success and instant benefits. He was killed by two beasts. However, the opponent's martial soul is a fire attribute and is also a top-level beast martial soul. If combined with King Sunji, the child born will definitely not have bad talent. The Pope's crown. While speaking, Yuegwen came outside the pavilion and knelt respectfully on one knee. No need to be polite. Thank you, my grandson. Yuegwen, you know the marriage that my father arranged for me. I want to invite you to go to Binghuo Lianjian to find a suitable immortal product for Ling Yuan. Qian Sunji didn't say anything nonsense at all, and directly explained the purpose of calling the other party. Don't worry, the Pope's crown is that there is a chicken comb, phoenix sunflower in the eyes of the ice and fire elements, a fire attribute immortal product, especially suitable for Lord Ling Yuan. Yuegwen changed his words very quickly. Before that, he and Ling Yuan were both peers, and even had a higher position than each other. But now the other party has a different identity and is about to become the Pope's wife and has a high status. Naturally, he has to change his name and attitude. Well, then I'll bother you. The Pope's crown is overly praised, so I will set out now. After Yuegwen said that, he turned around and left, and immediately set out for the ice and fire eyes. When the Pope gets married, this is naturally a major event that can cause a sensation in the mainland. The Wuhan Hall naturally sends invitations to invite two empires, major sects, and the well-known sects of the mainland to come and watch the ceremony. Okay, you two are practicing here, don't run around, there are still many things to prepare for your master. Qian Sunji stood up and gave the two seriously. To be precise, he was instructing Gu Han to think that this girl Bibidong should not let this girl be naughty. Abide by the teacher's order. Gu Han gave in slightly, and Bibidong also liked Gu Han. Qian Sunji nodded, regardless of whether Bibidong listened or not. Anyway, Xiao Han watched, nothing would happen. This is also the second convenient thing that Qian Sunji felt after taking Gu Han. With Gu Han, this child is much more stable than before, and he is much more obedient. I also felt much more worry-free. Thinking of this, Qian Sunji secretly became narcissistic in his heart. His vision was really good. Senior sister, let's continue to tell the story of Bailian Lantern. Gu Han's Bailian Lantern is based on Erlang Shen's main perspective, and the main purpose is to let Bibidong substitute Erlang Shen. Let the other party feel in the story that the beautiful and excellent sister, who is well organized, actually elopes with a yellow-haired girl and even has the fucking mood of a child. This also helps prevent love brains. Gu Han's ability to tell stories was able to master the skills of Bibidong, and soon Bibidong was immersed in Yang Jian's perspective and empathized with him. However, when he heard Erlang Shen being held hostage by a dagger, Bibidong couldn't help but complain speechlessly. Junior brother, didn't you say that Erlang Shen's body is saint, invulnerable to swords and guns, and is invincible to all loss? How did this little dagger hold him hostage? Isn't this all about letting my stupid nephew go? After all, the child is innocent, and no matter how much Chen Xiang is, she is Yang Jian's nephew, right? You can't really force your nephew to death, right? Well, that's right, Liu Yanchang deserves to die. Bibidong nodded, and then came to the same conclusion as Erlang Shen, which was both Liu Yanchang's fault. With the same fate, Yang Jian's father and Chen Xiang's father are simply two opposite textbooks. This may also be the main reason why Yang Jian always looked down on Liu Yanchang. Chapter 58 The Old Naughty Boy and the Little Clever Ghost. Haoshan Sect. At this time, it was almost 10 years before King Sunji sent the Soulmaster Brigade to the acquisition of the Sea God Island. Therefore, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen did not know the existence of Bosixi. Therefore, Tang Chen is still the contemporary leader of Haoshan Sect. Because of Tang Chen's existence, Haoshan Sect was also the veritable number one sect in the mainland at this time, and naturally it was the first or even the first force to receive invitations. On the throne of the sect leader, Tang Chen looked at the wedding invitation in his hand and couldn't help but smile with emotion. Haha, brother Qian's son is finally getting married. Then he looked at the soul saint below and said, I received the wedding invitation. 3 months later, my Haoshan sect will definitely go to the Wuhan Hall to congratulate you. Since this is the case, I won't disturb Haoshanmian anymore. I'll say goodbye. Saras bowed slightly. As the 99th level peerless Douluo of the world, Tang Chen was just standing there. Even if he was not exposed, he still felt pressure from him and did not dare to look up at him. Well, the messenger is here from afar, don't rush to leave. Tianer, take the messenger of Salus down to rest for a while and have something to eat. Good. Tang Tian is Tang Chen's son, and naturally the father of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. He is about 10 years older than Qian Sunji. He is now a real 95 level titled Douluo. No, there is no need for the sect leader. I have to send letters to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the Tiandu royal family, so it is inconvenient to stay for a long time. The other party was hospitality, but Saras did not dare to let a titled Douluo accompany him, and quickly wanted to leave quickly on the grounds that the invitation had not been delivered. When Tang Chen heard this, he nodded slightly and waved his hand. Since that's the case, I won't delay the messenger's affairs. God, let's see you off. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Because the previous sect leader died young, Ning Fengzi, the young sect leader who was only 30 years old, was ordered to take over the huge home of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Industry. Fortunately, a few years ago, their 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect successfully invested in 2 incredible contras and successfully won them into the sect. Now these 2 soul controls have also broken through to the titled Douluo realm. These 2 titled Douluo are Chen Xin. The titled Douluo at level 93 is the titled Douluo, Higurong, and the titled Douluo at level 92. The titled Douluo is known for its weirdness and defense. The 2 are powerful and have a titled Douluo of level 95. With the help of the 2, and Ning Fengzi's outstanding ability, after several years of operation, he finally stabilized the internal and external pressures faced by the 7 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect. Compared to Saras, Lordiala is much better. Although Chen Xin and Gurong are equally powerful, they are much smaller than Tang Chen. Lordada's wedding invitation has also been delivered to Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi may be less than in the future, but he is still a very cunning person. His face is like jade. His nose is straight and square, elegant and easygoing, his long hair is neatly scattered behind him, his eyes are soft, and the depths of his eyes reveal a deep light that is unseen. A white glass robe is spotless and shows her noble status. Just standing there gives people a special temperament of majesty and intimacy. It is naturally a rare joyful event on the mainland when the Pope's crown is getting married. My 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect naturally wants to enjoy the joy. Bishop Lordiala, thank you for your hard work, you have come to 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect to send this wedding invitation. It's too late today, why not take a break in my sect? Lordiala glanced at the sky outside, thought for a moment, nodded, and bowed. Then I'll disturb you. Why are there any disturbing words when the guest comes to visit? Ning Fengzi shook his head with a smile, and then called a Soul Saint level manager to take Lord Yala away. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. When he learned that the Pope was going to marry, Yu Yuanzhen was a little surprised, but unexpectedly, King Sunji actually said he would get married after getting married, but he didn't think much about it and said that he would go to the Wuhan Hall to ask for a glass of wedding wine. Almost everyone who receives invitations from Tiandu, Xingluo, and major forces will sell their face to the Wuhan Hall and send their respective representatives to the Wuhan Hall in person. Emperor Tiandu's health is getting worse and worse now, and the two brothers Prince Sui and Swexing can only be represented. But Xingluo is different. Emperor Xingluo just ascended the throne 10 years ago and is young and powerful. Because of his strong strength, it is difficult for descendants to emerge. At this time, there is no prince in the Xingluo Empire. The emperor still needs to stay at home to stabilize national conditions and politics, so he cannot come in person, but he will still give him enough face and sent a high-level Conrad worshipper of level 89 to come with generous gifts. March is fleeting. Today's Wuhan city is particularly lively, with lights and decorations on the streets and alleys. Junior brother, please follow me here, otherwise you will miss it. In Wuhan city, Bibidong ran in front. Seeing Guhan as if he was as steady as an old dog, he couldn't help but bulge his cheeks, waved his hand, and greeted him loudly. Guhan walked up helplessly. Senior sister, the bride is still wearing makeup now. It may be nothing if you go over and peek at it, but it is better for me to avoid suspicion at this time. Well, that's what I said. Bibidong pointed his chin with his finger, nodded slightly, and then returned to his lively appearance again, and said with a smile, "It's okay, junior brother, please cover me outside, I'll sneak in." Guhan's mouth twitched slightly, but when he looked at Bibidong's excitement, he could only sigh helplessly. "Okay, senior sister, you are caught, I can't save you." "Okay." Bibidong made an okay gesture and blinked. "You two, why don't you wait for dinner in the hall? Why are you here for a trip?" At this moment, a slightly tender voice sounded. The two of them turned their heads and saw a white-haired man with a low height walking towards them with a smile on his face. This man was wearing a light blue robe, with a tender face, his eyes falling from snow, especially with large ice crystals like scales on his left eye. Guangling is worshipped. The two recognized this person as the 5 worshippers in the worship hall, Guangling Douluo. Unlike other worshippers, Guangling Douluo was tempted and couldn't sit still. Seeing that he had nothing to do, he planned to run out for a walk. As a result, before I could walk for a long time, I saw Guhan and Bibidong, the senior brothers, and at the same time I heard the conversation between them. Then he walked over with a smile on his face and asked the two of them knowingly. "It just happened that I had nothing to do, so it was good to use this girl Bibidong to make fun of her." Guangling worships us." "Humph, of course we are going to see if the bride has any help." Before Guhan could think of what to say, Bibidong, the little girl, had already reported herself to her house, and she modified her purpose and said it. Guangling Douluo's mouth twitched. This girl was still so terrifying and didn't follow the routine at all. "Since that's the case, then you can only..." "Haha, I think you want to peek at the bride." Guangling Douluo mercilessly exposed Bibidong's lies. "Tisk, what does peek mean? That's my master's wife. I can see whatever I want." Seeing that the other party was exposed directly, Bibidong stopped pretending, and directly hugged his hands and became more confident. "Ha ha ha, it's interesting. You little girl, you are still so interesting." Guangling Douluo was also amused. Ha ha, Bibidong laughed as well. Guhan stood aside and suddenly felt that he seemed to be redundant. A little clever ghost and an old naughty boy, Guhan really can't keep up with these two brain circuits. Chapter 59 Heroes of the World Gathering in Wuhan City. "Father, I heard that this time the Wuhan Palace has invited almost all the well-known people in the world. I believe this wedding must be a gathering of heroes. I really want to see the young heroes of this generation and have a fight with them. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were still very young at this time, and the disciples of Haoshan sect were also there. The person who led the team this time was Tang Tian. As for Tang Chen, after coming to Wuhan City, he said he wanted to meet his old friend, and then left alone. Tang Hao was very excited at this time and had long wanted to meet the heroes of the world for a while. Unfortunately, he never had the chance. This Pope's wedding must be a gathering of heroes, and there is no limit to a competition. Brother Hao, this is the Pope's wedding, don't do anything randomly. Compared to Tang Hao's youthful and vigorous spirit, Tang Xiao, who is 15 years older than him, is much more mature. At this time, Tang Xiao was already 36 years old and a soul saint. He had been recognized by the sect and obtained the inherited soul bone, and was powerful. Both brothers are geniuses with the 9th level of innate soul power. They have such cultivation at such a young age, and are worthy of being known as the Haoshan double star. Haha, brother, don't you want to be the heroes of the world for a while? This is natural, but I can no longer be considered a younger generation. If there is really a competition, the glory of the younger generation of my Haoshan sect depends on you, brother Hao. Tang Xiao solemnly patted Tang Hao on the shoulder. Brother, second brother, come here quickly. Tang Yuehua stood in front of a stall and waved to the two brothers. The two brothers looked at each other, then walked to Tang Yuehua, looking at the stall with a little curious look, which were covered with handmade animals. What's wrong? Isn't it just a small toy? Tang Hao took a look, disregarded himself, and did not understand the little sister's thoughts at all. Brother Hao, you are really, don't you think these little animals are cute? Tang Yuehua gave Tang Hao a speechless look, then held one of the white rabbit dolls with bright eyes, put them in front of him, and looked at them happily. Boss, we bought this rabbit. Seeing that his sister liked it, Tang Xiao didn't ask about the price and placed a golden soul coin on the stall. Don't look for extras. Do you want anything else, sir? No. Okay, a few adults are walking slowly. The vendors were delighted. This was the outer periphery of Wuhan City, and it was still a little far from the center. Not all the soul masters lived here, but there were many civilians. Many of them come from villages outside Wuhan City. They live here with their craftsmanship and various service industries. Thank you, brother. Tang Yuehua was very happy and could tell that she liked this little rabbit very much. Tang Tian stood in the distance and watched his 3 children get along happily, and a hint of relief smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What he saw was the future of Haoshan sect. With Xiao'er and Hao'er, Yuehua would have a place in the sect in the future even if he could not break through level 10. At this time, Tang Tian had already thought of the future. After all, he and his father were not gods. He would eventually die, and the future would still belong to these young people. His 2 sons are geniuses, especially Hao'er, whose potential is no less than that of his father. Only Yuehua is what he is most worried about. Although it is also innate level 9, the mutation of the martial soul has caused the child to be unable to practice, which is destined to be a tragedy. However, whenever he sees these 3 children having fun together, the uneasiness in his heart will be relieved. The people from Haoshan sect came, and the other major sects naturally came too. Ning Fengzi brought Jian Douluo and some sects to come, while Bone Douluo stayed in the sect to guard the sect. On the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Yuanzhen personally led the team, and Yu Luomian was there. Yu Xiaogang was mixed in, obviously alienated by the other young children, and no one wanted to get close to him. Yu Xiaogang also didn't care about this kind of alienation, or he had already gotten used to it. Not only the younger generation looks down on Yu Xiaogang, but even the older generation dislikes him. In their opinion, it is because of Yu Xiaogang's existence that the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect has almost no masters, and the highest level one is a 24-year-old level 41 soul sect. You know, this is a genius with level 8 innate soul power. For that little face, the sect leader has left more than half of his cultivation resources. Even if everyone complained, there was no way. Who said that he was the sect leader and the son of the titled Douluo? Looking at this posture, Yu Yuanzhen felt helpless and approached Yu Xiaogang a little, not letting the child look so out of place. How could he not know the complaints from the sect towards his son? But after all, he is also his own son, how could he bear to watch his son be mediocre all his life? Now these people are so excluded by Yu Xiaogang. If they are old and pass away, then where will this child go in the future? Since the infamy has been remembered, then remember it to the end. When he is alive, he must build his son's strength to the limit level he should have. In the future, even if he is expelled from the sect and hides in a small county town, he will have some self-protection power. As for the future of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, with him here, what if he is a genius of the generation? It's so lively. I wonder what Brother Gu is doing. Dugu Xin followed Dugu Bo and looked at the lively grand occasion in the city. He couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time he thought of the little brother who threatened to help them solve the disadvantages of martial souls. That kid is probably in the spirit hall. No matter what, let's go, Xiner, let's go to the spirit hall. Dugu Bo is relatively introverted and is not very interested in joining in the fun. If he hadn't owed the saint of the spirit hall and Gu Han's favor, even if he received the invitation, he wouldn't want to come. Good. Dugu Xin responded and followed Dugu Bo to the location of the Wuhan Hall. At this time, the Wuhan city was filled with heroes and geniuses, and almost all the well-known people on the mainland came. The 7 major sects, 2 empires, the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects are extremely pompous, and the lowest are all-powerful people at the Soul Saint level. There are also teachers at the Soul Saint level in the Advanced Soul Master Academy on the mainland. This row is larger than when Emperor Xingluo ascended the throne. It can only be said that the Spirit Hall is still the Spirit Hall. It is worthy of being the number 1 force in the world. Now only the Haoshan sect, the world's number 1 sect with the ultimate Douluo, can be compared with it. The older generation is busy arguing with each other, while the younger generation is more playful and curious, and almost all wander around the city. Bibidong finally failed to get what he wanted. When he was about to sneak into the bride's dressing room, he was caught by King Sunji, and then left by Guanglingshi with Fate's back neck. As for why King Sunji is here? Nonsense, he also wanted to come and peek, but was stopped outside. The person who stopped him was the golden crocodile Douluo. This guy stood outside the door like a door god. Seeing that Qian Sunji had no chance, he had to come out, and then he saw the sneaky Bibidong. Chapter 60 Dugu Bo joins the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu stood on the back mountain of the Pope's Hall, with his hands behind his back. Here, he could see the whole picture of the entire Wuhan city. His eyes glanced back slightly, then retracted and looked into the distance. Haha, Brother Qian, it's been a long time since I saw you, and your style is still the same. With the hearty laughter coming, Tang Chen quickly came from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Although he was playing with the big hammer, his speed was not slow at all. It was not until this moment that Qian Daoliu turned around and said with a smile. Brother Tang Chen, I haven't seen you for 10 years, and your strength is getting stronger and stronger. Hey, wherever you are, if you use your divine power, I really can't compare to you. Tang Chen waved his hand with a smile. He recognized Qian Daoliu's strength. Without using his divine power, he could only win a half move or draw on the opponent's hand. If the opponent uses the angel divine power, he is afraid he is not the opponent. After all, divine power is external power. If you talk about real skills, it must be better than the Tang Chen brothers. Qian Daoliu's words are not a compliment. The other party can be said to be the most genius person in thousands of years. He has innate soul power and martial soul quality. Although the quality of martial soul is top-notch, it is not against the will of heaven. The reason why Haoshan Hammer became powerful is because Tang Chen used Haoshan Hammer to the extreme and created a set of self-created soul skills exclusive to Haoshan Hammer, as well as a bombing ring. Almost no one in the same level can match it. It is precisely because Tang Chen's development of the Haoshan Hammer has reached the extreme that he has gained the reputation of the best war soul hammer in the majestic Haoshan sect. He really admires this old opponent. Qian Daoliu can say that the other party dares to be the first, no one dares to be the second, even he himself feels inferior. Haha, you and my brother don't have to praise each other here. The brother and son are married and there are successors. It's a big happy event. Let's go have a few drinks. Tang Chen laughed loudly, patted Qian Daoliu on the shoulder without hesitation, and invited the other party to have a drink. Regarding this wedding, Qian Daoliu and a group of worshippers will not appear on the surface, and only a few strong people know their existence. However, Qian Daoliu naturally would not let everyone hold on to such a happy event, so he allowed these worshippers and elders to have fun outside. As long as he did not show his momentum on his own initiative, no one knew that they were titled Douluo. As for taking charge of the overall situation, Qian Sunji is not a fledgling boy, so I believe this little thing will not hurt him. Outside the martial soul hall, many soul masters have gathered here, almost all the mainland elites are gathered here. Yuegwen stood in front of the stage holding the microphone and shouted loudly, "Let you wait for a long time. Next, let us invite the bride and groom to enter." After the words came, everyone took a walk away. As the door of the hall opened, Qian Sunji slowly walked out in a straight dress, holding a woman with a very good figure on her head. Baya Pao. The moment the two walked out, the entire hall exclaimed applause and everyone's eyes were staring at the two protagonists today. Junior brother, look, master's wife is so beautiful." Bibidong looked excited and kept pulling Gu Han's arm with one hand. He looked extremely excited. Those who didn't know thought it was her marrying a wife. Watching myself gradually be grasping the deformed sleeves, this was his carefully selected new clothes. Gu Han smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Senior sister, I know you are very excited, but don't be excited for now, your clothes are almost torn to pieces by you." However, today's Bibidong is different from usual. She is wearing a long burgundy dress, her long hair is softly scattered behind her head, the bangs on her forehead flutter slightly, and the exquisite and beautiful cheeks make people look at her. I won't talk much about the gift reception process, and almost all major forces have presented very generous gifts. Quiet, everyone, please be quiet. Next, please invite the bride and groom to complete the ceremony under your witness. Yuegwen's voice was very high. With the blessing of soul power and microphone, the voice of his speech was easily heard by everyone, and the scene soon became quiet. However, Yuegwen's slender voice made Gu Han complain in his heart, "This father-in-law's voice is so demonic. Worship the heaven and earth." The two bowed to the heaven and earth. To worship the angel god. After the words came, the two turned around and bowed to the place where the worship hall was. House and wife worship each other. Finally, Qian Sunji and Ling Yuan bowed to each other. The courtesy was completed, and sent to the bridal chamber. After the words came, Ling Yuan left the hall with the help of the bridesmaid. Qian Sunji did not leave, but stayed, said some scenes and announced the banquet. Haha, the Pope, congratulations, congratulations! Everyone was having a great time today. On a happy day, no one dared to make trouble at this time. Time gradually became darker. Everyone continue drinking, and you must have fun today. Qian Sunji was already a little drunk at this time, and he held up his glass and kept toasting the wine. Haha, the Pope's crown, it's getting late. Go back and find your bride quickly. Don't let the bride wait too long, ha 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 ha. Yu Yuanzhen laughed loudly, and by the way he didn't forget to make a joke. Haha, yes, Pope's crown, you don't have to worry about us, you'd better go to the bridal chamber soon, ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed, and even the elders in the openly urged them. Qian Sunji no longer postponed, and said goodbye and left the venue. Brother Guhan, thanks to the method you provided, my father tried his best to find me a right leg bone that had been 10,000 years old. After pushing the toxin into the bone, I could clearly feel that my physical condition has improved a lot, and even my cultivation speed has improved. This is your credit, I would like to wish you a cup. Haha, these are all trivial matters, but how are Senior Douluo thinking about it? Guhan waved his hand with a smile, then turned his gaze to Douluo who was sitting aside and asked with a smile. Well, I can join the spirit hall, but I still have a small request. That's great. Senior Douluo has any requirements, just say it. Guhan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. As long as Douluo joins the Wuhan Hall, he can accept whatever he asks for as long as it is not too much. Bibidong also looked at Douluo with curiosity and said, Senior Douluo, just say it. Well, I hope that after joining the Spirit Hall will have less constraints on me. After all, you know that I have always been used to being free and easy, and I don't like being restricted by rules and regulations the most. Haha, Senior Douluo is too worried. Except for the soul masters who have responsibilities, most of the soul masters in my martial soul palace are in a free state. As long as they do not do anything that harms the sky, there is no difference between them and the free soul master. Guhan and Bibidong both laughed, thinking what they were asking for, so Bibidong slapped the table and said, Senior Douluo, I'm the decision for you. You just need to hang a name in the martial spirit hall. Haha, since that's the case, I'll thank Brother Gu and His Highness. Douluo laughed, picked up the wine glass and drank it all, which was considered as agreeing to join the Wuhan Hall. Today, the guest came to my house and drank a little and was very dizzy. QAQ. Chapter 61 The Inevitable Struggle Among the Younger Generation. At this moment, Tang Tian walked out, came to the stage, and bowed to the people below. Everyone, today the rare heroes of the world gather together. If they just eat and drink, wouldn't it be boring? Oh, what does Tang Tianmian mean? Ning Fengzi raised his eyebrows and glanced at the figures of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao with a faint look, and he felt a little clear in his heart. Yu Yuanzhen frowned slightly. Tang Tian, the Pope's wedding is a happy event, don't play the piano randomly. Haha, Lao Long, where are you talking about this? Tang Tian laughed, and said, regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, this opportunity is rare. It is better for our sex and sex to send a young man as representative to discuss and exchange, so as to add a good story to this wedding banquet. Don't you young people want to compete with this hero in the world? After a while, all the young people were moved and their blood was boiling. They all had the ambitions of heroes all over the world. Even the young children of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect are the same. They all want to fight against the young and outstanding generation in the world. What, Lao Long, are you afraid? Tang Tianluo he stared at Yu Yuanzhen with a teasing look. Yu Yuan shook his beard slightly, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. Junior brother, I suddenly feel my blood is boiling. What should I do? The same is true for Bibidong. He is already at level 45 at the age of 9. That's right, in 3 months, Bibidong has already come from level 43 to level 45, and his cultivation speed is extremely fast. And I have also learned some special skills and have always wanted to try my best now. Although she would talk with Guhan in normal times, she always felt that her junior brother would keep his hands every time she fought with her. She was also so reluctant to fight, and she felt very unhappy. Now this is a super good opportunity. Senior sister, don't forget our current situation. Although Guhan also wanted to take this opportunity to try Tang Hao's strength, their situation was a bit special. Some time ago, they were just 2 great soul masters, but they became the soul sect in such a short time, and there would undoubtedly be some unnecessary troubles. All right. Bibidong was immediately poured with a basin of cold water, and he was instantly lost intrigue. Guhan curled his mouth and said in a low voice. Senior sister, don't be discouraged. If you really want to try your limit of your strength, go find Uncle Ju. He has an indestructible body and his soul power is much higher than ours. Even if you use all your strength, you don't have to be afraid of being Uncle Ju. And, senior sister, don't look at the heroes of the world gathering together. In fact, among these peers, perhaps only Tang Hao, who can fight with you and me, may be the only one in the 2 stars of Haoshan. Besides, senior sister, we will definitely not stay in the Wuhan Hall all the time. At that time, you, my senior sister and brother have time to visit major sects and academies, so we don't rush to this moment. That's right. Bibidong nodded thoughtfully and thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Haha, the Pope's crown had long guessed that you would take this opportunity to have a good time to discuss. Our venue is ready, just above the open space before the Pope's hall. After Yuegwen took the microphone, these people gathered together, and there was definitely a fight, and this fight could not hurt the harmony, but also gain more fame for their own sect. Then the competition between the younger generation is the most suitable. If you win, you can win face for the sect, and you won't be too embarrassing if you lose. After all, the younger generation still has room for growth, and there is time to win back, which can also stimulate the younger generation's enthusiasm for cultivation. Haha, our 7 treasures glazed lilac sect are all auxiliary soul masters. This time I only brought Uncle Jian here, so I won't participate in this competition. Ning Fengzi is a personal talent. Although there are many geniuses in his sect, it is still much worse than the top existences in these continents. This time, almost all the direct children he brought, and only Jian Douluo was responsible for protecting. Their direct disciples are all soul masters with the 7 treasure glazed tower, so they are naturally not suitable for fighting. Everyone knew that the 7 treasure glazed tower was an auxiliary martial soul, so there was no difficulty, and no one dared to make things difficult. After all, Jian Douluo was still sitting on the side. They don't want to try whether Jian Douluo's sword is sharp. Almost all sects and academies have produced outstanding representatives, and even some of the descendants of some free soul masters have come on stage. The beginning was just a few small fusses. The real genius has not yet appeared, but it also has something to be appreciated. Gu Han also enjoyed watching it with relish, and even explained it to Bibidong from time to time. Boy, aren't you going to try it? Guangling Douluo came over. He was very small. Except for the title Douluo of his same generation, there were a few Douluo who could recognize him, the rest regarded him as a junior in the spirit hall. No one who knows him has made any statement, and those who don't know him don't care about a child. The Guangling worship, my senior sister and I have increased our strength too quickly, and it may cause unnecessary trouble. Gu Han explained that his words were not difficult to understand. Guangling Douluo naturally understood the other party's meaning and smiled and said, haha, I think it's something. It's okay, just say that he was appreciated by the angel god and received a little blessing. His strength has increased greatly. As long as you say it, no one will delve into it. The entire continent knows that the spirit hall enshrines an angel god, which is not a secret. No one dares to question the authenticity of the angel god. After all, the angel Douluo is not easy to meet for generations. Even if it is fake, everyone will treat it as real. Gu Han was a little moved, but he still shook his head. Senior, don't worry, I just want to have a chance to compete. I will have time in the future, and I can also take this opportunity to see what these people do. You can't help but this. All the sects have sent people. Our spirit hall has not found a suitable candidate yet. His Holy Majesty is a bit special and it is inconvenient to be exposed so early, so this matter will fall on you sooner or later. Guangling Douluo was eating melon seeds as if nothing had happened, looking at the show. Gu Han's mouth showed a chuckling, confident and sharp. Senior, if this is the case, then I will naturally have to fight with the masters of this generation. Yes, this is what young people should look like. You were so old-fashioned before. Those who don't know would think you were rejuvenated. Guangling stretched out his hand and wanted to pat Gu Han's shoulder, but when he reached it halfway, he found that he couldn't reach it, so he clapped his arms instead. Bibidong sat on the side and pouted his mouth slightly, but then she saw her eyes moving. She looked like that, and she knew she was having some tricks. Seeing this, Gu Han hurriedly spoke before Bibidong took action, trying to divert the attention of this senior sister who was 3 years younger than him. Senior sister, if I really need my junior brother to take action, I will definitely perform well. But before that, let's watch it first. The next battle will be between the Haoshan sect Tang Hao and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Yu Qingtian. This is the battle between the world's #1 martial soul and the world's #1 beast martial soul, so you can't miss it. Chapter 62 Tang Hao vs Yu Qingtian. Yu Qingtian is naturally the person with the highest cultivation level in his young life. His innate level 8 soul power is already a level 41 soul sect at the age of 24, and his strength cannot be underestimated. There are many geniuses who lost to Yu Qingtian in this competition among juniors. But what he is facing now is one of the Gemini stars of the world's No sect, Haoshan sect. He has the strongest weapon of the continent's martial soul Haoshan hammer. He only practices hammer techniques and does not cultivate soul skills. He has innate soul power level 9, 21 years old, and has a strong attack-type battle Soul King with a level 56 soul power, Tang Hao. Soul King. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings under Tang Hao's feet, they almost stood up involuntarily. Although I have heard that Haoshan sect has produced 2 genius brothers, known as Haoshan Gemini, except for some people who have been informed, everyone thinks that these 2 are just a little better than ordinary geniuses. But I really didn't expect that it was so much stronger. You know, in this competition, the Soul sect is already a genius among geniuses, but Tang Hao is not just the Soul sect, but a true Soul King. This. How can this not be shocking? Fuzz. Yu Xiaogang looked like a wise bead holding her face. Seeing that most of the people in the venue were shocked and looked inexplicably, she couldn't help but sneer and shake her head. The only ones who remained calm in the scene were Yu Yuanzhen, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, the titled Douluo of the Wuhan Palace, and Yu Egwen. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang only felt that only these people could compare with him, and the rest were just rare and strange. He not only knew that Tang Hao was a soul king, but he also knew that Tang Hao's brother, Tang Xiao, was a soul saint of more than 70 levels. Tang Hao rode Haoshan hammer to the ground and stepped on his right foot on the hammer body. Tang Hao, the Haoshan Zong, is the 56th level strong attack spirit king, please give me advice. Yu Qingtian frowned slightly, looked at the 5 soul rings under Tang Hao's feet, and felt a little surprised, and at the same time he felt anger. If it weren't for his cultivation resources, most of his slaughtering resources would have been distributed to that waste. Even if he was not the Soul King, a few would be a high-level soul sect. You should know that his father had only level 7 innate soul power, and his talent was not as good as his. With the cultivation of family resources, he was already level 45 at his age. And when he thought of this, Yu Qingtian, who had originally disliked Yu Xiaogang, felt even more angry. But now is not the time to think about this. He wants to see how big the gap between him and Tang Hao is. A giant dragon with purple thunder flashing all over his body appeared behind Yu Qingtian, and 4 soul rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple under his feet rose. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Qingtian, Martial Soul Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Level 41 Strong Attack War Soul Sect, please give me advice. Tang Hao smiled contemptuously and carried Haoshan hammer on his shoulders. You do it first. Humph, since that's the case, then be careful. Dragon Transformation. Dragon Transformation is a major secret skill of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. It can transform part of the body into a dragon part and can exert the true power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul more effectively. Faced with the existence of more than 10 levels higher than himself, Yu Qingtian naturally did not dare to be proud. He showed off his trump card as soon as he came up and planned to do his best. Even if he loses this competition, he will lose vigorously and will not embarrass the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The third soul skill, Dragon Shadow Impact. Roar! 3 blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex phantoms roared to the sky, rushing towards Tang Hao with the terrifying power of thunder. Ha! Tang Hao curled a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. Haoshan Hammer turned a hammer in his hand, and then suddenly hit the ground. Shock! Boom! The violent shock wave spread around with Tang Hao as the center. Fortunately, the Wuhan Hall set up the venue in advance. The hardness of the venue can be completely defended against all attacks below the Soul Saint, so there is no loss. Although this is just a simple hit, this is Haoshan's unique skill, one of the 9 techniques of Haoshan that only recognized disciples can learn. It is a unique skill that is completely in line with the martial soul of Haoshan Hammer. Its power is not weaker than that of the same level of soul skills, and it is even better. The terrifying soul power fluctuations instantly shocked the 3 thunder dragons. Yu Qingtian was shocked. The second soul skill is entangled by lightning. Yu Qingtian's arms were wrapped around the power of thunder. With the blessing of this soul skill, every attack would be accompanied by the paralysis effect of lightning, and at the same time, he would enhance his attack power by 15%, allowing him to play a greater advantage in close combat. Roar! As he approached Tang Hao, the first soul ring under Yu Qingtian's feet also lit up, and a dragon roar sounded, and the dragon roar was accompanied by a spiritual attack, can reduce the opponent's attack power by 10% and also have a partial stun effect. Sweep! Tang Hao was unmoved, but just waved the Haoshan Hammer blindly. The Haoshan Hammer also carries the power of thunder, and it grows in the wind, and the hammer face carries a tremendous force to blast towards Yu Qingtian. What does it feel like when the 2 of them hit the hammers at the top? Anyway, Yu Qingtian was terrified and his eyes were wide open. Not good. The 4th soul skill, Thunder Guardian. Yu Qingtian folded his arms in front of his chest, and endless purple thunder turned into a round shield to wrap it in it. The hammer also blasted at this time. Boom! Click! Puff! In an instant, Yu Qingtian's defense was shattered, and his entire human being spitted blood, flying backwards like a kite with broken strings. If Tang Hao had not used all his strength and had stopped at the end, Yu Qingtian might have suffered a lifelong disability even if he did not die. Good boy, Tang Chen, your grandson is indeed not average in strength, and he has the style of your back then. Haha, this kid Hauer is much better than my son. This Haoshan Hammer is no worse than the god-level martial souls of your thousands of families in his hands. Tang Chen was in a good mood and smiled heartily. You know, Tang Hao is the person he bestowed on the most in the Haoshan sect, and Tang Xiao was a little worse in his eyes. But don't be too arrogant too early. Qian Daoliu saw his old friend being complacent, and couldn't help but feel comparative and said, my son accepted a good disciple half a year ago, and now he has received some blessings from the angel god. His strength has increased greatly, and he may not be much worse than your grandson. On this point, Qian Daoliu reached a consensus with Guangling, and the reasons he gave were the same. Oh, someone outside the angel bloodline has received the blessing of the angel god. It seems that this kid is extraordinary. Call him out and let him fight with Hauer. Tang Chen also became interested. Tang Chen naturally understood the existence of the angel god, and he also saw the statue of the angel god in the worship hall. It was then that he truly believed that there was really a god in this world. Chapter 63 Guhan vs Tang Hao. Okay, let them compare. Qian Daoliu nodded slightly. Although he had never had a direct contact with Guhan, he could be said to be very familiar with the other party's situation. Although the other party is just a level 43 soul sect now, even ordinary soul emperors may not be his opponent. At a young age, they have a deep exploration of swordsmanship. Although Tang Hao is also very powerful, in Qian Daoliu's opinion, it is necessary to compare the two seriously and know which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Qiandaoliu's lips moved slightly, and the sound came into Yueguan's ears, who was still on the field at this time. Yueguan's eyes were slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the envoy would call Gu Han in person, but he did not dare to neglect and picked up the microphone and called Tang Hao. Tang Hao, please stay for a while. Someone in our Wuhan hall wants to compete with you. Tang Hao, who was about to leave the competition venue, stopped immediately and looked around, as if looking for his opponent. But because Gu Han and Bibidong were sitting in a corner, Tang Hao did not see anyone worthy of his attention in the front row, and said aloud in a slightly rebellious tone. Since that's the case, then hurry up and get on the court. Everyone was also curious about who the representative sent by the Spirit Hall was. If you dare to fight a soul king like Tang Hao, the first time you must be a high-level soul sect, otherwise you can only be like Yu Qingtian, and you will be beaten to the end without getting 3 rounds. Yu Qingtian's loss was something that everyone could predict, and no one said anything about him. After all, the gap in soul power was there, so it was normal to lose. On the contrary, everyone was grateful because the other party did not directly admit defeat, but dared to face the difficulties. Gu Han was explaining the situation of this battle to Bibidong at this time. Gu Han gave a set of rhetoric about Tang Hao's failure to use his soul skills. The quality of the Haoshan hammer martial soul itself is not very powerful among the top-level weapon martial souls, and is more than the quality of the 7-killing sword. But the Haoshan hammer has become the world's #1 martial soul. This is because of Tang Chen's existence. Tang Chen can be regarded as a genius. The other party abandoned the mainstream of soul masters' fighting skills and chose an alternative approach. Only add a soul ring to enhance your strength, and at the same time create a set of hammer techniques that belong to you and is the most suitable for Haoshan hammer. These unique skills are very powerful, and there is no limit on the age of the soul ring. Each move can be enhanced with the strength of its master. Once used, each hit can exert its powerful power than the original soul skills. Moreover, this set of skills is not brought by the soul ring, and can be passed down from generation to generation, especially the magical skill of the explosion ring, which is too amazing. It can be said that the reason why Haoshan hammer has its reputation today is not the martial soul of Haoshan hammer, but Tang Chen. Oh, that's it, junior brother, are you going to follow Tang Chen's path? Bibidong is influenced by his daily experience and knowledge, and his theory is no longer a novice. After listening to Gu Han's analysis and explanation, he immediately understood why Gu Han rarely uses soul skills, but only uses sword skills to fight. The first is that it consumes less and has great power. The second is to make yourself more aware of your martial soul, making your martial soul more compatible. Hey, junior brother, Chrysanthemum uncle said he wanted to send someone to fight Tang Hao, he wouldn't want to send you, right? While talking, the two of them naturally heard Yueguan calling Tang Hao and couldn't help but guess. Obviously, no. After all, Uncle Ju also knows our situation. Gu Han, our new disciple who was newly accepted by the Pope some time ago, has received some blessings from the angel god. Now his strength has increased greatly. He just lacks people to try his current strength. This is a good opportunity. Yueguan's voice can be said to be full of buffs for Gu Han. After hearing Gu Han's situation, everyone's curiosity was stirred up, and Tang Hao was even more in a fight. The person involved, Gu Han, was speechless. No, what if he had agreed to hide it for a while? I didn't reveal it myself, why did you reveal it to me first? Boy, I am the elder of the internment hall, Qian Sunji's father. Don't stand there and go up and play with Tang Chen's grandson. Don't let this kid steal the limelight by himself. Qiandaoliu's voice sounded in Gu Han's ears, and Gu Han's mouth twitched slightly. This introduction method was really direct, but he had no choice. Since the great worshipper spoke in person, he couldn't do it if he didn't go to the court. Besides, he also wants to try his strength. How about it when he compares with Tang Hao? Look, I'll just say you can't hide. Guangling Douluo looked like I knew it, and raised his chin proudly. Senior Guangling said that the junior went up first. Come on, junior brother. Gu Han nodded, stood up, and walked onto the stage in 2 steps. Uncle Jian, this child is very similar to yours. Ning Fengzi's eyes moved slightly, and his eyes were bright and bright. Gu Han's white hair was scattered behind him, wearing a green robe, with a tall figure, and a calm and peaceful temperament, giving people a special feeling that the sword had not yet appeared. Well, this kid has already done it to hide his edge. I remember that he is only 12 years old. His understanding of swordsmanship is so deep. He is indeed a good genius. Jian Douluo nodded slightly, with appreciation in his eyes. As the elder of the 7 treasures glazed Lith sect, he naturally knew the news about the Pope's newly accepted disciples. Before, I just thought I was a kid who played with swords. There were many sword martial souls in this world, and there were not many strong people. In addition, since this child had already become a disciple of the Pope, he no longer paid attention to it. Now it seems that this child is indeed a rare genius, and it is no wonder that Qian Sunji personally accepted disciples. But I felt a little regretful. If I could meet this kid earlier, maybe I could accept him as my disciple and pass on my mantle. Gu Han came onto the stage and bowed slightly to Yuegwen. Then he faced Tang Hao. The fighting spirit suddenly rose up on his body. A long sword full of blue, emitting a biting cold and sharp aura appeared in Gu Han's hand. The whole person's aura was no longer restrained, like a long sword unsheathed, sharp and cold. Gu Han from the Martial Soul Palace, Wuhan Xian Shuang Sword, Level 43 Strong Attack System War Soul Sect, please give me advice. Tang Hao was slightly surprised after hearing Gu Han's level. He remembered that the Pope's newly recruited disciple was only 12 years old. He had such cultivation at such a young age. He was indeed an opponent worthy of attention. But now, Tang Hao shook his head slightly. After all, he was much lower than his level. It seemed that he could not do it with all his pleasure, but he still had never forgotten the spirit fighting etiquette he deserved. Tang Hao, Haoshan Zong, Wushun Haoshan Hammer, Level 56 Level Strong Attack Type Battle Soul King, please give me advice. Chapter 64 Gu Han vs Tang Hao, 2, Seeking to Read, Asking for Votes. How could this be? 3 months ago, he was only in the 26th level. Yu Xiaogang was shocked and puzzled. He frowned slightly. Could it be that it was fake news specially released by the Wuhan Palace? Yu Xiaogang thought about several situations and finally confirmed his thoughts. Gu Han's soul power level before this must have been deliberately hidden. The news they received was fake and was forged. After all, the level and identity procedures of the soul masters in the entire continent are basically set by the Spirit Hall. What the Spirit Hall wants to hide is just a matter of moving the pen. As for the blessings of the angel god, Yu Xiaogang sneered, how could there be any god in this world? If there is really a god, then those gods are too blind to give him Yu Xiaogang a powerful martial soul. How unfair is this? Therefore, it must be that the Spirit Palace concealed Gu Han's level. Since that's the case, the level of that saint is probably not as simple as the Soul Lord. Gu Han's feet were yellow and purple and black, and 4 soul rings appeared. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes wide in surprise. Even Tang Hao was shocked. The 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. How did this be done? How can the spiritual power of the soul sect withstand the spiritual impact of the 10,000-year-old soul beast? Everyone couldn't help but be attracted by Gu Han's 4th soul ring. Even Tang Hao also owned a 10,000-year soul ring, but it was a normal configuration for the 5th soul ring 10,000 years to be placed on a genius. And Gu Han's 4th soul ring is for 10,000 years, which is simply unheard of. The blessing of the angel god is good. This kid has a 10,000-year soul ring at a young age. Tang Chen still believes in Qiandaolio very much, speaking of which, in addition, he also knew the fact that God existed, and Douluo was a configuration of 8 black and 1 red, so there was no big fuss. But whenever he sees Douluo's soul ring, Tang Chen feels envious. If such a high-level soul ring is used to explode the ring, what level will his strength reach? Tang Chen felt that if he had a soul ring configuration of 1000 Daoli, even if the god appeared in front of him, he would dare to go up and hammer it. Haha, not only that, this child's strength is no worse than your grandson. Douluo felt very happy when she saw her old friend showing an envious expression. Haha, don't be too arrogant too early. So what if that kid is 10,000 years old in the 4th ring? Don't forget that my Hauer is the Soul King, who is 13 levels higher than this kid. This is not something that can be easily overcome. Seeing that his old friend was so proud, Tang Chen couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water. Then let's wait and see. Thousands of flowing like an old dog, with their hands behind their backs, and their expressions were deep, making people unable to see his thoughts clearly. He actually has the soul sect, and he also has a 10,000-year soul ring. Douluo and his son were also shocked. How did Guhan do this? Douluo and Ning Fengzi looked at each other and saw an incredible look in each other's eyes. It's interesting, I finally have someone to see. Tang Hao's expression was also a little solemn. After experiencing the soul ring that absorbed 10,000 years, he naturally knew the danger. The other party's strength was enough to prove the 4th ring and 10,000 years. Moreover, the other party is younger than him and cannot be seen now. In 10 years, the gap between them may be evened. Brother Hao, be careful. Guhan's eyes tilted and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was approaching Tang Hao, and his sword blade was directly on Tang Hao's left shoulder. Tang Hao was shocked. He never expected that Guhan had the ability to teleport and quickly hammered Haoshan. When a sword was slashed out, and Guhan immediately put away the sword and pulled it back. The next moment, Tang Hao's Haoshan hammer blasted in a strange arc, and a violent whistling sound was made when the hammer broke through the air. The Kang word rule. The hammer face of Haoshan hammer is as tall as 2 people, and it feels very oppressive. Catch it! Guhan did not confront him head-on and used his teleportation skill again. He did not approach Tang Hao this time. The opponent's hammer has formed, and getting closer will only suffer a loss. Relying on the advantage of teleportation speed, Guhan came to the air and slashed several cold and sharp sword energy. As the sword energy passes, even the air begins to form ice crystals. Before he could see him, Tang Hao felt his skin tingling, as if he was scratched by a sharp weapon. Ah! The cloak is chaotic! Tang Hao roared with red eyes, and he walked forward bravely, and blasted out with a hammer, immediately dissolving all the sword energy. Ha! Before Tang Hao could smile, a white figure was approaching, and the sharp sword light reflected on Tang Hao's eyes, and the faint blue sword edge slashed down with the biting cold air. Haoshan protects his body. Tang Hao was shocked and unfolded his soul skills for a long time, spreading a circle of soul shields all over his body, protecting it tightly. Scream! A harsh sound rang out, and Tang Hao's unfolded shield was torn a hole. At the critical moment, Tang Hao placed the hammer face of Haoshan hammer in front of him. Crack! The hammers and swords meet, and the terrifying cold air spreads throughout the Haoshan hammer in the blink of an eye. Although Guhan's ice attribute is not as good as the ultimate ice, it is also a top-level ice attribute, which is no worse than Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix decades later, and is even slightly better. Good sword! Even Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. Not good! Tang Hao was shocked when he saw the biting cold air was about to spread to his arms, but immediately, he saw his eyes turn and his soul power was swelling. Break it for me! The Haoshan hammer suddenly burst out with terrifying thunder power and terrifying power. It suddenly rotated, breaking through the ice and knocking Guhan away. Tang Hao took the initiative and the Haoshan hammer blasted out from top to bottom. Haoshan hammer, chaotic cloak. This hammer was so thunderous, like a world-breaking momentum, unstoppable. Everyone opened their eyes wide, held their breath, and Bibidong clenched his small fists even more nervously. Gu Han also had a solemn face, feeling like he was locked in by momentum. Xianshuang 9 slashes, the 9 swords are integrated. This is after Gu Han obtained the third soul skill. He found that his Xianshuang 9 slash could combine with the third soul skill and burst out with the strongest power in an instant. 9 Xianshuang swords formed by soul power were combined into one place to form a giant sword, like a sword opening the sky gate and rushing straight to Tang Hao's Haoshan hammer. The entire field was frozen, and the sword energy was sharp in the wind. The pervasive sword energy avoided the hammer and cut Tang Hao's skin. Ah! Tang Hao ignored the sword energy and continued to move forward, his momentum increasing instead of decreasing, and hit the huge sword body with one hammer. Boom! The terrifying soul power fluctuations exploded instantly, and 2 figures flew out of the explosion range like shells. Tang Tian and Yueguan rushed into the field at the same time, and caught the 2 people who were still flying backwards. It's early month, and the humble author begged for monthly votes. Chapter 65 The Road to the Strong requires opponents. However, is it okay? Xiao Han, you're fine bar? The last attack of Gu Han and Tang Hao was too powerful, and even the field was cracked. You know, this is a special field that can defend against attacks below the Soul Saint. It was actually destroyed by the collision between the two. Even if it was just cracked, it was enough to show how terrifying the collision just now was. Junior brother, are you okay? Bibidong jogged to Gu Han, looking worried. Although the battle just now was exciting, it was also extremely dangerous. Tang Hao's strength was beyond her expectations. Gu Han's breath was a little disordered, but it was not serious. He closed his eyes and breathed slightly and returned to normal, but the soul power in his body was consumed very much. Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine, but my soul power is consumed a lot, just take a break. Yueguan also took Gu Han's pulse, and felt that Gu Han was really just consumed too much, so he felt relieved. Don't worry, this kid has a strong body, and it's really nothing. Hi, that's good. Bibidong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. When the collision between the two sides broke out, it was earth-shaking. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, the battle between a soul sect and a soul king was no less than the battle between a soul saint. At this moment, all the geniuses who played in this competition were turned into fireflies and could only become the foil of these 2 bright moons. Second brother, are you okay? Compared to Gu Han, Tang Hao seems more miserable. During the last blow, Tang Hao ignored the interference of the sword energy and blindly used the big Sumuru hammer and the cloak. At this moment, sword wounds were everywhere on his body, and blood dripped down the corners of his clothes. Some skin trauma, I'm fine. Tang Hao shook his head. This pain was not worth mentioning to him at all. On the contrary, he truly realized that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. I thought I was invincible among my peers, but I didn't expect someone to be more brave than him. He used the power of the 4 rings to force him to the power of the 5 rings. Moreover, when he fought to the end, he had already tried his best. Although it seemed like a draw, he knew he had lost. If the opponent is also at level 50, I am afraid I will not be my opponent. The 7 treasures are turned out to have glass, and the 7 treasures are famous, the 3rd is soul, and the 4th is eternal. At this moment, Ning Fengzi took action, and the 5 soul rings under his feet were floating, and the ultimate assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tower restored Gu Han and Tang Hao. 2 rays of 7-colored light flew into the 2 people's bodies, and Gu Han only felt that the soul power in his body was recovering quickly. Is this the ultimate assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tower? It's true that he is well known. Gu Han was amazed in his heart. Although he had known the auxiliary effect of the 7 treasure glazed tower, after personally experiencing it, he realized the importance of this sect more deeply. Whether in the anime or the original work, the reason why the protagonist group can challenge more than the level is indispensable for Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower. The increase brought by this assistance can almost widen the gap between the first level or even 2 levels between Super Douluo. This increase is not bad. Douluo and his son in the audience breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Gu Han had nothing to do. The sword wound on Tang Hao's body healed, no longer bleeding, and his qi and blood subsided. Ning Fengzi then took back the 7 treasure glazed tower. His cultivation level has reached level 59 and he will soon be able to enter the Soul Emperor. Although he is nearly 30 years old, he is also within the category of the younger generation. Now that he takes action, he can be regarded as giving the 7 treasures glazed sect a long face. As a high-level Soul King, his auxiliary effect has gradually revealed the power of the 7 treasure glazed tower. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Gu Han and Tang Hao bowed to Ning Fengzi. Although Ning Fengzi is the younger generation, the other party is now the leader of the 7 treasures glazed lith sect, and their status has changed. The respect they deserve is necessary. Besides, the other party should thank them for helping them heal their wounds. It's okay, the two are strong and are the leaders of the young generation in the contemporary era, and they are admired. Ning Fengzi's expression is light and the clouds are light, and his voice has a special magnetic nature, making people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. Tang Hao's eyes turned to Gu Han again, walked up, and clasped his fists. Brother Gu Han, although this time seems to be a draw, I actually took advantage of the higher level, so you won this game. Brother Tang Hao, your strength should not be underestimated. You are the strongest of your peers you have ever met since your debut. If you have the chance in the future, you and I will fight at the same level. To be honest, this is the only time that Gu Han has taken all his strength since his debut, except facing Zhu Douluo. If you should not say anything, Tang Hao's strength is indeed strong, and it is nothing more than the opponent's ability to fight at level 97 and force the Rakshasa god Bibidong in the original work. Ha ha ha, okay, since you said that, brother Gu Han, then I'm waiting to fight with you at the same level. Tang Hao was so excited when he heard this that he had almost no opponents in the Haoshan sect. His brother is 15 years older than him and is now a soul saint, and he doesn't want to seek abuse. Therefore, among his peers in the Haoshan sect, except for his brother Tang Xiao, he basically has no enemy in one alliance. Now that I went out, I met the heroes of all over the world, but there was still nothing he could like. But now it's different. Tang Hao stared at him with a burning look. Gu Han, at level 43, can draw with him. This is a real genius and an opponent worthy of his attention. Gu Han also stared at Tang Hao, his eyes as calm as water, and he did not express any emotion, but his momentum was like a sharp sword being unsheathed, and his heart was also burning with fighting spirit. This Tang Hao may be the strongest opponent among his peers. The battle between Tang Hao and Gu Han made the other young people present lose their hearts to compete. If we continue to compared with the battle between these two, it is just a child playing house. As for challenging the two, everyone was silent, and they thought they were no match for these two people. Look, I'll say Jier's apprentice is no worse than your grandson. The battle came to an end, and Qian Daoliu's mouth curled up, but he was still surprised. Although he knew Gu Han's situation and his combat power was amazing, he did not expect to be able to tie Tang Hao, who was more than 10 levels higher than him and had the same amazing combat power. This was a real surprise. It seemed that my son had found a treasure. With the strength of the Four-Ring Soul sect, he actually tied with Haoer. There are really mountains outside the mountain and people outside. Tang Chen was also surprised and did not quarrel with his old friends anymore, and spoke out emotion. Now Haoer has met an opponent. This is good. Having an opponent worthy of seriousness will also be beneficial to Haoer's growth. Well, that's true. If there is no opponent on the road to a strong man, the final achievement may be unsatisfactory. Only with an opponent worth caring about can you stimulate the power hidden deep in your body and go further. Chapter 66 Tang Chen vs Qian Douluo. This grand event was soon over, and all forces also said goodbye and left. Of course, some people stayed and didn't leave. If they don't leave, the Wuhan Palace will naturally not drive people away. Among them, there are Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin. Chen Xin was happy when he saw the hunt and admired Gu Han very much, so he persuaded Ning Fengzi to stay. I want to communicate with Gu Han, the sword genius with sword energy. The people from Haoshan sect have not left all of them. The main reason is that Tang Chen wants to compete with Qian Douluo. After not seeing each other for many years, the two naturally want to use each other as a sandbag to test their current strength. The battle is located in an unmanned valley outside Wuhan city. Qingsunji and the worshippers were no longer hiding. All the super Douluo, who were over 96 years old, brought Gu Han and Bibidong to a mountain. The location here just shows the ultimate battle, and it also maintains a relatively safe distance. On the other side, Tang Tian and the 5 elders of the Soul Saint congratulations came here, protecting the 3 brothers and sisters Tang Xiao, Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua. Ning Fengzi was naturally present. He was only Jian Douluo by his side, and the other disciples were all in the Wuhan city. When he saw the lineup of Haoshan sect, Ning Fengzi was just a little moved and envious, but when he saw the lineup of the Wuhan hall, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. This. Didn't it mean that there are no more than 4 titled Douluo in the Wuhan palace? What's going on? Are these 4? There are clearly 7, plus Qian Douluo and the 3 elders who did not come, that is 11. What lineup is this? Chen Xin is also solemn. Even he can't see the momentum of these existences clearly. He is probably already at level 96 or above. Fengzi, even I can't see my cultivation level clearly with the Pope and the 6 people around him. I'm afraid they are all super Douluo at level 96 or above. Chen Xin's lips moved slightly, and his voice was transmitted into a tight voice, and his tone was very solemn. When he followed his father in his early years, he naturally knew that Qian Douluo in the Wuhan Palace was a level 99 existence. After all, his father died because he challenged Qian Douluo. But he didn't know the existence of the rest of the people. Now seeing these people, Chen Xin couldn't help but feel a strong pressure in her heart. After hearing Chen Xin's words, Ning Fengzi finally died. The plan he was brewing in his mind died completely before it even began. Perhaps, we need to change our attitude towards the Spirit Hall. 11 titled Douluo, including the Pope, there are 7 96th level existences, and even 99th level ones. This can no longer be such a simple thing that can be fought against by joining forces with the top 3 sects. Now he feels that it has nothing to do with the cooperation with the Spirit Hall. Besides, the Wuhan Palace family has great business and will never treat itself as a small auxiliary sect badly, right? Gu Han glanced slightly at Ning Fengzi. Seeing that the other party frowned and his eyes were deep, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Ning Fengzi has a high ability, but after all, he is still a businessman's idea, and it is normal for him to seek profit and avoid harm. In the original work, because Qian Sunji was not married, the Wuhan Palace hid its strength too ruthlessly, which led to the forces on the mainland who felt that they could balance it as long as they joined forces. Now it is different. Qingsunji is in a wedding, and all the forces gather in Wuhan city. Although only the Haoshan sect and the 7 treasures glazed lith sect are left here, the rest have left. But this is enough. After Ning Fengzi saw this lineup of the Wuhan Hall, he would inevitably measure the gap in combat power between the 2 sides. If the gap is small, the other party may continue to balance the War Spirit Hall by playing the same mountain, but what if the gap is too big? No one will be stupid enough to be a chariot, and it is different from the Spirit Hall. The alliance is an alliance after all, and after all I can't trust it completely. No one knows that one day he will be stabbed by his allies. Ning Fengzi was now truly aware of the strength of the Wuhan Hall. Such high-end combat power, even if it unites all the forces in the mainland, would probably not be able to compete with. The huge difference in high-end combat power is too great. The people of Haoshan sect will appear even calmer for these offerings in the Wuhan Hall, as if they have known it for a long time. But thinking about it is true. After all, with the relationship between Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu, Gu Han still doesn't believe it. Will Tang Chen tell the elders in his sect about the true strength of the Wuhan Hall? This is obviously impossible. Since this is the case, Gu Han understood why, after Tang Chen disappeared, facing the suppression of the Wuhan Palace, the Haoshan sect, which had always been arrogant and unruly, would be so embarrassed and give up all industries and affiliated sects and choose to hide in the world. At that time, after Tang Chen disappeared, only Tang Tian, the titled Douluo, was outrageously angry. Anyway, Gu Han didn't understand how a titled Douluo was angry to death. In the entire sect, there is only Tang Xiao, the Conqueror, and perhaps the 5 elders of the Conqueror, who are the Conqueror, and Natu, and the War Soul Palace? If it were me, I might have made the same choice. First, let's talk about future affairs. What should we do if those affiliated sects do? Please, I can't protect myself, so how can I have the energy to take care of the affiliated sects? However, Gu Han didn't support the original work of the Wuhan Hall. Since he had turned against him, he would do his best. This kind of practice of fighting halfway, stopping, and giving the other party time to come back to take revenge is incomprehensible. Either don't turn against each other, don't hesitate or be ruthless. Boom! The terrifying soul power fluctuation broke out, the valley ahead was shrouded in the angel's realm, and the huge martial soul of the 6-winged angel was suspended in the air. Tang Chen held the Haoshan hammer in his hand, and his aura instantly rose to the extreme, with a sharp fighting spirit burning in his eyes. No soul ring rose under his feet because he did not need any soul skills to bless him. For him, the soul ring was just a tool for him to break through the bottlenecks of every 10 levels. Come and fight! Tang Chen took the lead in launching an attack, and the battle roar resounded throughout the sky. The Haoshan hammer seemed to have life in his hand, and was used to the extreme. Angelic Holy Sword. Faced with existences of the same level, Qian Daoliu did not dare to hold on, held the angel's holy sword in his hand and faced Tang Chen head-on. As for hiding, Qian Daoliu said, "Do you let me avoid his sharpness? Do you look down on my hexagonal monster?" Boom 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 boom. The golden and purple streamers collided, and both sides used their full strength without leaving any room to prove their current strength. The terrifying soul power fluctuations were storming, and in an instant, the land collapsed and the earth broke. When the two sides fought, the momentum made everyone watching the battle in the distance, including the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo, feel pressured and took everyone away again. Is this the battle between extreme Douluo? Chen Xian's eyes were heavy. Is this the existence my father challenged back then? The aftermath of the battle made him frightened, and he could not imagine how terrible the pressure his father was facing at that time. They didn't want to arrange this battle, but Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu are old brothers who don't fight each other. I haven't fought for more than 10 years, and now I have finally taken time out, and it seems unreasonable not to fight. Chapter 67 Ning Fengzi's Thoughts. Although Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen both used their full strength, they were just full strength under normal circumstances. One of them did not use their divine power, and the other did not explode the ring. This battle is still only at the limit that the two can reach without using their trump cards, and is also a competition that can best test their respective strengths. Full in your strength, without using your trump card. But even so, the battle was still earth-shaking, and the terrifying soul power turbulence swept across the valley. The 6-winged angel is worthy of being a hexagonal martial soul. In terms of strength, the 1,000 ways of changes are not worthy of Tang Chen. The sword hammer collided again and then separated. Tang Chen landed on the ground, and the Haoshan hammer in his right hand suddenly became larger. The Great Sumuru Hammer. Boom, whoosh. The ground instantly cracked and sunken, Tang Chen's figure turned into a cannonball and flew into the sky like a cannonball, and the Haoshan hammer turned into 100 meters and fell down with a bang. Angel's true body. Qian Daoliu did not dare to be careless at all, and directly activated the true body of the martial soul, and the full attributes were doubled directly. The six-winged angel martial soul, 100 meters high, waved the holy sword in his hand, collided with the Haoshan hammer carrying the thunderous momentum. As for hiding? The same sentence. I avoid his sharpness? Boom! A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the terrifying shock wave destroyed everything. No, the true body of martial soul. Almost at the same time, everyone watching the game from afar opened their eyes wide and opened their true body of martial souls together. Ning Fengzi also helped the strongest golden crocodile Douluo present with all his strength. A golden giant crocodile that was dozens of meters tall was plated up, protecting everyone behind, and the rest of the people supported the protection layer by layer, thus blocking the aftermath of the explosion. Gu Han, Bibidong, Ning Fengzi, and Tang Hao were protected by a group of titled Douluo and Soul Douluo without any impact. So powerful, that's its true strength of level 99. Everyone, including the worshippers, was shocked inexplicably. They had seen the ultimate battle before, but they had never been as intense and terrifying as this time now. It seems that both brother and Tang Chen have kept their hands on the previous battle. The golden crocodile Douluo's heart was condensed, but the power of the aftermath was enough to kill a group of existence below the soul saints, and even a titled Douluo that was seriously injured, let alone a head-on collision with it. Although he is at level 98, the gap between him and level 99 is like the gap between an ordinary person and a titled Douluo, and it is not at the same level at all. Among them, especially Jian Douluo's mood is even more complicated. Is this the realm my father pursued throughout his life? The ultimate of swordsmanship and the peak of martial soul. As his cultivation becomes more and more profound, Jian Douluo's confidence in inheriting his father's will becomes increasingly sluggish. Can he really reach that level? Jian Douluo asked himself, but he could not give any answer after all. Bibidong's eyes were bright and he whispered, "Junior brother, I can definitely reach this level." Gu Han nodded slightly. Not only that, level 99 is just the starting point. Only by becoming a powerful God King level is the pinnacle of this world, and he must also become an existence at that level. For some reason, as his cultivation and mental power gradually increased, the uneasiness in his heart became more and more obvious. He always felt like he was staring at by an invisible pair of eyes, but he didn't know where this feeling of peeping came from. As he became more and more worried about practicing and becoming stronger, Tang Hao's eyes shine brightly, his yearning and ambition for extreme Douluo, and he said in his heart, "A real man, please do this." After seeing the battle of extreme Douluo, some people feel ashamed and feel that they will never reach that level in their entire lives. Some people are full of passion and yearn for it, and they are about to become such an existence. The terrifying impact gradually faded and most of the entire valley collapsed. The situation between Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu was not as bad as expected. They fell on a relatively complete mountain. The six-winged angel's martial soul was put away, Qian Daoliu's golden eyes drooped, and his right arm made a continuous crackling sound of bones, and he sighed in his heart. Oh, without using divine power, he is indeed inferior to Tang Chen. Tang Chen looked at his martial soul Haoshan hammer, and a deep sword mark was drawn on the handle of the hammer, which was almost cut off. Ha ha ha, brother Qian is still in style, and his strength is even better than before. Tang Chen suddenly laughed. The result of this battle was acceptable to both sides. No one can tell who won the two, it looks like a draw. But Qian Daoliu knew that he had lost half of the move after all. However, these are all harmless trivial matters. Qian Daoliu is broad-minded after all, and he doesn't really value winning or losing. If he really wants to win, then when Tang Chen used the angel divine power in the battle just now, it would be useless even if he used the bombing ring. He was invincible near this martial spirit hall. Just like Bosisai on the island of the sea god, no one can defeat except God. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which made people feel like spring breeze, and he said the results of the competition very calmly. Brother Tang Chen is too good. I will lose half of your move in this battle. Everyone was slightly surprised to hear this result. This competition could have ended in a draw, but no one could see it except the parties involved. But Qian Daoliu was so calm and said the result directly. I am worthy of being the eldest brother, and I am still so open-minded. The golden crocodile Douluo sighed, and the rest of them nodded and said yes. Gu Han also felt that Qian Daoliu's moral standards were too high, which was an advantage, but also a disadvantage. Just like the original work, he regarded Tang Chen as a friend of his forgotten years and did not kill Haoshan sect. But Haoshan sect was not grateful. Finally, after biting the spirit hall, he directly attacked and did not give any chance. Since you have turned against each other, it will be an ending that will never end. As a result, Qian Daoliu let the other party go because of a promise. This kind of integrity can no longer be honest, but stupidity, which has become his flaw. After hearing that their old sect leader won, the people of Haoshan sect felt proud, and their waists were straightened, and the corners of their mouths were harder to press than AK. Compared to both sides, Ning Fengzi's expression is a bit complicated. No matter who wins these two people, it has no meaning to him. How to say it, what he hopes is that all parties have a balance of power, rather than a real dominance. Whether it is the Wuhan Hall or the Haoshan sect, who is stronger, the meaning is the same for their 7 treasures glazed lilac sect. Moreover, the power of Haoshan sect is even greater than the power of the martial soul hall, posing a greater threat to the 7 treasure glazed sect. After all, compared to the fact that the Wuhan Hall is a reasonable force, the Haoshan sect is much more domineering. It is a group of reckless men who get on the hammer with a disagreement. It is too uncontrollable. However, although Qian Daoliu said that he lost in this competition, no one knew what the opponent's trump card was. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, the Wuhan Palace is stronger than the Haoshan sect with an overwhelming advantage. Once Tang Chen is dragged by Qian Daoliu, the remaining members of the Haoshan sect will face the attacks of dozens of titled Douluo. Chapter 68 Sword Douluo's Appreciation. What made Ning Fengzi even more uneasy was that the Wuhan Palace has been passed down for thousands of years, or even nearly 10,000 years, with a profound foundation. No one knows how much heritage and killer moves the inheritance of Angel Douluo has. Compared with the Wuhan Hall, the family sect founded by Tang Chen is still not well known. In the current Haoshan sect, Tang Hao may have the opportunity to inherit Tang Chen's mantle, but what about the rest? He did not believe that the future Haoshan sect could produce a powerful man with amazing combat power like Tang Chen and Tang Hao from generation to generation. What's more, in addition to Qian Sunji, there is also Gu Han here, who is obviously higher than Tang Hao's combat power. If we really want to join forces with the 3 sects and such a terrifying Wuhan Palace as enemies, the fate of our 7 treasures glazed lilac sect will probably be very miserable. As of now, in the next 100 years, the situation will probably be dominated by the Wuhan Palace and cannot match it. The 7 treasures glazed lilac sect is an auxiliary sect, and they must make plans for the team. As for neutrality, Ning Fengzi sneered in his heart. Since ancient times, the first ones who were unlucky were the neutral factions on both sides. If you want to be neutral, you must have absolute strength to be qualified to be neutral. As for the current situation of the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect, I'm afraid there is no third choice. The future 7 treasures glazed lilac sect will probably fall on Ning Fengzi's head. At the end of the extreme battle, the Haoshan sect stayed in the Wuhan city for 2 more days. During this period, Gu Han competed with Tang Hao several more games, and each other won and lost. After this, Tang Chen left with a group of disciples of Haoshan sect. Zhengju Ning, I wonder if you have anything to see me. In the Pope's hall, Qian Sunji sat upright on the Pope's throne, staring slightly at Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo who were sitting above the guest seat below. Now all forces have left, and even the bishops above the major soul saints have returned to serve. However, the new sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect has not left yet, and I don't know what he is trying to hold back. The Pope's Crown. I want to discuss the deepening cooperation between the Soul Palace and the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. Oh? I hope to hear it carefully. Kyungsoon raised his eyebrows. Originally, Ni's attitude improved, but his expression still seemed calm. Perhaps in his opinion, the only one who can be compared with the Wuhan Hall on this entire continent is the only one who can compare with the Wuhan Hall, but the reason why the Haoshan sect can catch his eye is because of Tang Chen. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect is also one of the three sects and is rich in the world, in his opinion, the Martial Soul Palace wants to clean up, but it is just a matter of turning things around. However, since the other party took the initiative to vote for sincerity, he would not make things difficult for the other party. Ning Fengzi stood up and bowed slightly. He spoke extraordinarily and talked loudly, which made Qian Sunji feel a little moved. The Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect was a heavy bleeding this time. In addition to not joining the Spirit Hall, it almost gave up all the benefits that could be given, and the benefits that could not be given also changed from exclusive to jointly developing with the Spirit Hall. This cooperation can be said to tie the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect to the worship of the Spirit Hall. I wonder what the Pope's Crown thinks. What is the following? Well, since Sect Master Ning respects my Spirit Hall is naturally willing to cooperate with your section. Kyungsunji stood up from the Pope throne and walked slowly down the steps. I will send someone to negotiate in detail with your clan about cooperation. Okay, since that's the case, I will go back and arrange cooperation matters as soon as possible. Ning Fengzi nodded. Although he gave up a lot of benefits, cooperating with the Wuhan Palace only makes money but not loses for the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect. With the help of the power of the Martial Soul Hall, perhaps the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect can go to a higher level. I have something to ask for, Pope, and I also ask the Pope to agree. Chen Xin saw that the conversation was over, so he stood up. Sword Douluo doesn't have to be so polite. I will definitely help you if I can do it. Qian Sunji maintained great respect for Jian Douluo, who had the least potential to be worshipped, and the other party took the initiative to make a request. He was naturally interested in helping the other party if he could accept it. I like the disciple of the Pope's Crown very much. I wonder if the Crown can let me teach the other party for a while. Chen Xin expressed his purpose. He liked Gu Han, a child since that competition, especially the other party's talent for swordsmanship, which made him feel that he would have met too late. A child who is so talented and still uses a sword. If the other person's growth is not as good as his own, wouldn't it be a big regret in life? Ha ha ha, I thought it was something. Qian Sunji laughed loudly, thinking that the other party was going to say. He just wanted to see Li Xingxi and wanted to teach his apprentice. It is his honor that Gu Han is able to get the appreciation of Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo wants to teach him that he respects that boy even more, and I have no objection. Now Qian Sunji feels more and more how correct his decision was, and he is becoming more and more proud of his vision. First there is Guangling and now the Sword Douluo, both of which are top-level existences in the continent. Even his father was very optimistic about this kid Gu Han. If he hadn't taken a step forward, he would have kissed him. I took the other party as my disciple. Then thank you for your crowning. I wonder where Gu Xiao is now. Chen Xin was delighted and asked quickly. That kid should be practicing swordsmanship with Donger in the martial arts training ground of the Saint Maiden Hall, so I'll take you there. Qian Sunji thought about it and calculated the time. This kid Gu Han has a very rigid life pattern, and basically everything he does is arranged well in every time period. Since Donger obtained the fourth soul ring, he didn't know what kind of wind he had drawn. He had to practice swords with Gu Han every day, and he also clamored to use the best metal to create a long sword for him. The facts were not as expected by Qian Sunji. At this time, Gu Han was indeed practicing swordsmanship with Bibidong in the Saint Palace's martial arts field. Senior sister, soul skill is just a way to use soul power. You inject soul power into the sword body according to the way I said, so that the simplest sword energy can be released and the sharpness of the sword in your hand can be enhanced. Bibidong nodded. The sword in her hand was made of Gu Han's Xianshuang sword. Although it does not have the attributes and sharpness of the Xianshuang sword, its material is a famous metal on the mainland. When using the soul power according to Gu Han's teachings, it is no worse than some advanced weapons and martial souls. Bibidong has excellent talent, and it can be said that he can learn sword moves with one lesson. She was tall and stood straight, holding the sword in her hand in front of her. Her left hand was made into a sword finger and wiping the sword body, and the purple-black soul power attached to the sword body. The sword energy condensed, Bibidong quickly slashed forward, and shouted softly, "Catch it!" A sharp purple sword energy was released instantly, dividing the wooden man who was the target into two from the middle. "Junior brother, I succeeded!" After seeing his achievements, Bibidong jumped up excitedly and couldn't wait to share his joy with Gu Han. "I beg for monthly tickets." Chapter 69, The Interview with Sword Douluo. What a sword energy! A marvel sounded, and Gu Han and Bibidong immediately looked in the sound and saw Qian Sunji leading Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin from a distance. The amaze just now came from the mouth of Jian Douluo. "I didn't expect that, besides Gu Xiaowu, even this legendary Saint Highness is a sword-wielding man." Bibidong and Gu Han looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. However, no matter how confused they were, they put away the sword in their hands and bowed slightly to the three of them. "Master, Master Ning, Senior Jian Douluo." "Xiao Han, it's Jian Douluo who wants to find you." King Sunji had a gratified smile on his lips. Since he accepted Gu Han as his disciple, Dong'er's enthusiasm for cultivation and learning has become more and more intense. Moreover, Gu Han is an absolute genius himself. Although his innate talent is not good, he has been compensated by immortal grace. With the other party's talent, the future peak of the continent must have a place. When Gu Han heard this, he had some guesses in his heart, but he did not say it out loud, but asked modestly, "I wonder what advice does Senior Jian Douluo have?" Jian Douluo did not reply, touched his smooth chin and looked at Gu Han carefully. "The more I looked at it, the more I felt satisfied, but then I felt a little moved. It was a pity that such a swordsman genius was not encountered by me first. No, not bad, the Pope's crown has really taken in two good disciples. Young friend Gu, are you willing to compete with me in swordsmanship?" "I'm stupid, please give me advice from Senior Jian Douluo." Gu Han naturally agreed to hear that Jian Douluo wanted to compete with him in swordsmanship. "You should know that on Douluo continent, the one who is the best at playing swords belongs to the 7 killing swords." He had long wanted to see the 7 killing sword technique. Everyone left a place for the two of them, and Gu Han summoned the Xianshuang sword. "Senior, please give me advice." "Come on, you can take the move first." Chen Xin also summoned the 7 killing sword of martial soul. Facing Jian Douluo, who has been playing sword for a lifetime, he is another titled Douluo, so Gu Han naturally dare not underestimate it. Look at the sword energy. The cold and biting ice sword energy instantly formed a layer of frost on the field. The half-moon sword energy, one person's tall, slashed sword Douluo. At the same time, Gu Han's body flashed and followed the sword energy with a special step. "Good come!" Jian Douluo's eyes lit up, and the 7 killing swords slashed horizontally. The sword energy of the word kill naturally formed. While shattering the frost sword energy, Gu Han was defeated together. Jian Douluo pinched his sword with his hands, and the 7 killing sword surrounded him and flew towards Gu Han. Gu Han flashed in the air for a moment, stabilized his body again, and sword shadows flew, and dozens of sword energy slashed out instantly. The sword energy collided with the 7 killing sword and repelled it. "Good boy, not bad." Chen Xin held the 7-killing sword again in his hand and bullied himself up. Each sword was swift and just right, which shows how profound his attainments were in the sword art. The 7-killing sword technique is murderous and yet is not without being grand and upright, and is swift and soft. However, Sword Douluo did not suppress Gu Han in terms of soul power, but only used sword skills to compete with him. Although Gu Han's sword skills are not as good as the other party, he can still fight back and forth with the other party by relying on the sword moves brought by the nameless method. The sound of metal collisions continued to sound, and the figures of the two moved quickly in the martial arts field, and sparks splashed in every confrontation. As the battle deepened, Jian Douluo became more and more shocked. This son is young, but his sword skills are so varied, which makes people can't figure it out. With a bang, the sword bodies of both sides collided again, and the Frost Sword Chi and 7-kill Sword Chi collided, making the entire martial arts field full of sword marks. If ordinary people get close, they will inevitably be strangled by these scattered sword energy in an instant. Good boy, I do have some skills. Chen Xin laughed loudly and admired Gu Han even more. But if it's just like this, it's not enough. As he said that, Chen Xin suddenly flipped his sword, causing Gu Han's Xianshuang sword to tilt to one side, and then stabbed it in a diagonal manner. The 7-killing sword burst out of the hole like a poisonous snake, and quickly stabbed it out. Gu Han's eyes suddenly opened wide, and there was no time to react. The 7-killing sword had already passed by his side, and a strand of hair on his temples fell on the 7-killing sword's sword. After the battle, Chen Xin took back the 7-killing sword with his hands behind his back. Yes, it's such a good seedling, much better than when I was young. Chen Xin didn't know how many times he praised Gu Han. Since the battle between Gu Han and Tang Hao that night, he has become more and more pleasing to the other party. But the more this happens, the more regretful he feels in his heart. What a pity, the other party already has a master. Senior, I have been awarded the award. I have excellent swordsmanship and a long history. I have long admired it for a long time. Now when I see you, my 7-killing sword technique is truly worthy of its reputation, and I am ashamed of it. Gu Han also admired the other party from the bottom of his heart at this time. Chen Xin's swordsmanship was as natural as it was without any flaws, which made him unable to start. Moreover, Chen Xin's sword technique has obviously gotten rid of the traditional swordsmanship routines and will change according to actual combat changes, either fast or slow, hard or soft, making it difficult to figure out how the opponent's next sword will hit. Baya Pao. Applause came, and Ning Fengzi was only heard saying, Brother Gu has achieved such success at a young age. It really corresponds to the saying that since ancient times, heroes have become young. Gu Han smiled modestly. Zhengzhu Ning was too rewarded. Your friend Gu doesn't have to be humble. Chen Xin smiled beside him and said, I see that you already have the sword intention, but I don't know what I think is the sword method. Hearing this question, everyone turned their attention to Gu Han. Gu Han thought for a moment, his eyes sterned and replied, Sword is a weapon for killing, and it is naturally the main killing. This is common sense. I will naturally not deny it, but I think that the sword is actually the way to protect. Holding a 3-foot sword in my hand, you should protect the person you care about. If you can't even protect the people you care about, then what's the point even if you stand at the top of the swordsmanship one day? Do you protect the person you care about? Chen Xin murmured, nodded slightly, and agreed, yes, although the sword is a killing weapon, it is also a self-defense weapon, and a guardian weapon. It protects the person you care about and kills all invading villains. Above the swordsmanship, I have nothing to teach you, but I have a set of swordsmanship and some insights into swordsmanship and domains, which may be of some help to you. Qian Sunji raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't expect Jian Douluo to be so generous. He just met for the first time and planned to teach the Chen family's unique skills. Ning Fengzi was also a little surprised. He thought Uncle Jian just wanted to guide his younger generation, but he never expected that Uncle Jian would be willing to inherit his unique skills. Compared to Ning Fengzi and Qiang Sunji's surprise, Bibidong was different. Her face was full of joy, and she was happy that her junior brother could learn the powerful swordsmanship, and at the same time she was proud. A person who is so proud is his junior brother. Gu Han looked at Qian Sunji, as if asking for the other party's opinions. Qian Sunji nodded slightly and said that he had no objection. Seeing this, Gu Han then paid a disciple's greeting to Chen Xin. Disciple Gu Han, I have met master. Ha ha ha, okay, I have a successor. Chen Xin was happy. He was just coming with the idea of teaching the other party, but he didn't expect there was an unexpected joy. Although people on Douluo continent can only have one teacher in their lifetime, if their original teacher nods in agreement, then they can still worship others as their teacher. However, since the records have been made, basically no teacher on the entire continent has agreed to let his students take others as his teachers. This time, it can be said that it has set a precedent. Chapter 70 Qiang Sunji and Ning Fengzi's Plan, the Solution to the Disadvantages of Bailan Snake. The reason why Qian Sunji agreed to Gu Han as a disciple was carefully considered. Now the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect is willing to get close to the Martial Soul Palace, but he is still a little worried, but if this relationship can be further deepened, it will be the relationship between Jian Douluo and Gu Han. In the next 100 years, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect will be considered half of the vassal of the Wuhan Hall. When Jian Douluo was alive, the Wuhan Palace and Kaibao might have a close cooperative relationship. But people will die, even the titled Douluo is no exception. After the sword Douluo 100 years, if the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect cannot recruit or cultivate a new elder of the Protector, then he will definitely focus on Gu Han, who has a master-apprentice relationship with Jian Douluo, and Gu Han is his disciple, so he will definitely not join Kaibao, but will only be in a shelter. By then, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect will only be able to rely on the Wuhan Hall to maintain its status on the mainland. Congratulations to Uncle Jian, happy to be a good disciple. Ning Fengzi was naturally happy in his heart. He naturally saw Gu Han's potential. With the relationship between Uncle Jian, even if the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect is no longer in charge, he will not be afraid of being coveted by other forces in the future. As for the disadvantages brought by this point, Ning Fengzi can naturally see it, but so what? As long as the Seven Treasures are not destroyed, there will be a day of turning things around. It is better than being able to be eroded by the two empires and other major sects in the future. And no one can predict what the future will be like. Ning Fengzi is just thinking about the worst situation. I have to thank the Pope for his generosity. Chen Xin was happy to be a good disciple, and he was naturally happy, but he still did not forget to thank Qian Sunji for his generosity. Qian Sunji waved his hand generously and said with a smile, "It's okay, Xiao Han is honored to be appreciated by Sword Douluo." Ning Fengzi took out a token of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The token was carved from jade, and the hole was round, with a lifelike seven-story pagoda on it. He handed the token to Gu Han. By the way, since Brother Gu has become his master, he is naturally my Ning Fengzi's brother and half of the family of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. With this token, Brother Gu can enter and exit the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect at will. In the future, if Brother Gu has anything to do, if he needs help, my Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect will naturally contribute to Brother Gu. When Gu Han heard this, he couldn't help but sigh that Ning Fengzi's method of winning over the hearts of the people was indeed a good idea. Gu Han took the token and smiled and said, "Sect Master Ning is willing to recognize me as a brother, then my honor. If Master Ning needs it in the future, as long as I can do it, I will naturally not refuse." Haha, Brother Gu still calls me Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengzi smiled elegantly and said, "Although I am a little older than you and me must be of the same generation. If Brother Gu doesn't mind, I can call me Fengzi in the future." Since Brother Fengzi doesn't mind, what can I, Gu Han, mind or not? Haha, okay, you and my brothers will be together in the future." Ning Fengzi and Gu Han both laughed. "This trip is really worth it. Xiao Han, there are still many major issues in the Seven Treasures glazed sect that need to be resolved by Fengzi. I will send Fengzi back to the sect safely and then come back to teach you. Before that, you can read this book first. This is my understanding of swordsmanship. As for the 7 killings sword technique, it is passed down by word of mouth and there is no record." Gu Han took the thin booklet and bowed to Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi. "Thank you, Master, I wish you good luck with Master and Brother Fengzi." Ning Fengzi nodded, then looked at Kyung Sunji and said, "Pope Crown, we have been disturbing each other for many days. There are still big and small matters in the sect waiting for me to deal with. I will put the cooperation matters immediately after I go back, so I won't leave any more. Well, I'll send you out of the Wuhan city in person. No need to worry, the Pope's crown is busy with all kinds of things, and we don't have to care about these formal things, we can just leave ourselves." Ning Fengzi waved his hand with a smile. But to say that, Qian Sunji still brought Gu Han, Bibidong, Gui Mei and Yuegwen to send the people from the 7 Treasures Glazedly sect out of the Wuhan city. After another rigging, the two sides separated. "Boy, I've also set off to return to the ice and fire Lianjian. If you have any trouble in the future, you will go to the old ghost, or ask the old ghost to take you to the Sunset Forest to find me." The Pope's wedding was settled, and it was time for Yuegwen to set out for the ice and fire elements. There will be his practice site and guardian place in the future. The enshrine who went to the Qiandao school was actually Qingluan Douluo. Now, after taking high-end medicinal herbs, Qingluan Douluo has greatly increased its strength and has reached the peak of level 97. At the same time, he also saw hope of breaking through level 98. It is only a matter of time before the breakthrough is made. I believe that after I reach the ice and fire Lianji, with the help of the special environment there, the breakthrough may be faster. Uncle Ju, my senior sister, and my uncle Gui will definitely visit you often." Gu Han smiled and said that although Yuegwen looked a little masculine in behavior, he could feel the other party's sincerity towards him. Moreover, during this period of time in Wuhan City, all matters of great and minority have been taken care of by every month. It can be said that Gu Han has a real and nameless master. And Gu Han also treated Yuegwen with the mentality of a disciple. "Haha, you guys are kind, but you and Dong'er are still young now, and it is a good time to practice. Practice well is the main business." Uncle Ju said, "Then my senior sister and I wish Uncle Ju to be named Douluo as soon as possible." "Haha, I'll lend you a good word." Yuegwen laughed, said goodbye to Gui Mei and Bibidong again, and left Wuhan City with Qingluan Douluo. After watching the two leave, Gu Han turned to look at Bibidong and said, "Senior sister, it's still late. You should go back and rest first. We'll go find Senior Dugu tomorrow." Gu Hanka has not forgotten that he promised Dugu and his son to solve the problem of martial soul problem. The father and son are now living in a hotel in Wuhan City. Now that everything is over, it is time to put this matter on the agenda. Bibidong nodded, walked a distance with Gu Han, and then separated outside the Saints' Hall. Gu Han has also seen many solutions to the problem of Dugu Bo's martial soul in his previous life, but those without exception are temporary and can only solve the problem of 1 generation or 2 generations, not it's a long-term solution. Moreover, Dugu Bo's problem of martial soul is not difficult to explain. It is the poisonous attributes brought by martial souls that I cannot completely refine and thus deposited in my body. It is simple to solve. You only need to optimize the meditation method of cultivation to be sufficient to refine all the poisonous soul power in the body. But this is also very difficult. You should know that many people in the Dugu family have been trying their best to solve it. Of course, some people will think of meditation in this aspect, but due to the limitations of this continent's lack of development in martial arts, they cannot succeed. The meditation practiced by Dugu Bo has also been handed over to Gu Han. After several days of research and improvement, and the deduction of the unknown method, Gu Han can help Douluo turn the poison deposited in his body into soul power, condense the poison pill, and thus slowly digest it. This method can store the excess poisonous soul power and slowly refine it, without worrying about the lack of storage space and invading the body. Although this method cannot evolve and mutate Douluo's martial soul like in the novels I have read, it can prevent the other party's descendants from worrying about being retaliated against by the green-scaled snake's martial soul. Chapter 71 Solve the toxin problem for Douluo. The next day, Gu Han and Bibidong made a round outside the Wuhan Hall and headed to the hotel where Douluo and his son are now living. The two knew the room where the father and son lived. They went directly to the front desk and came to the room where the father and son lived at this time, and knocked on the door. Douluo Xin opened the door of the room, and when he saw the visitor, he was immediately overjoyed and smiled. "Brother Gu, Your Highness, you are here." "Brother Douluo Xin, is Senior Douluo not here?" "Who said I'm not here?" Douluo's figure suddenly appeared at the door and smiled and said, "Brother Gu is finished." "Senior Douluo, don't stand outside, come in and talk." Douluo is introverted. Although his tone of speaking is deliberately making him less choked, he still seems a little cold. Gu Han and Bibidong naturally knew the old man's personality, and didn't care. They nodded with a smile and walked into the room together. This hotel can be said to be a high-end hotel in Wuhan City. Each room is designed according to the standard 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the interior area is more than 200 square meters. Having such a large high-end hotel in a place like Wuhan City where every inch of land is valuable, it shows how strong the strength behind it is. Well, this hotel is actually supported by Elder Demon Bear, and theoretically, it belongs to the industry of the Wuhan Hall. "Brother Gu, Your Highness, try this tea. This is the top tea my father auctioned at the Tiandu auction." Douluo Xin brewed a cup of tea for each of them and brought it to him. "Thank you." "Thanks." The two of them nodded with a smile, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Good tea. Gu Han knows a big deal of tea. Even if it is hard to drink, it needs good tea. After putting down the teacup, Gu Han turned his gaze to Douluo and spoke. "Senior Douluo, I have already had a specific solution to your poison problem." "Oh? Tell me quickly." Douluo's eyes lit up, and both father and son looked at Gu Han with excitement. "I have seen the set of meditation methods you gave me before, and it is a relatively advanced set of meditation methods, but it still has some flaws. After this period of time, I have supplemented and optimized your set of meditations by comparing all the advanced meditations stored in the Warrior Hall." As he said that, Gu Han took out the set of meditation methods he had sorted out. This set of meditation methods is relatively special. It can condense the excess soul power in the body into a pill and store it in the danshan. Senior Douluo can rely on this meditation method to refine the excess poisonous soul power brought by the martial soul into the poisonous pill, and then slowly transform it into the soul power he uses. Douluo held the meditation method in his hand, opened it and looked at it. There was a picture on it. The drawing marked the running route of the soul meridians, and there was also a way to convert excess toxins in the body into poison pills. Gu Han took out a piece of paper from the soul guide again. "Of course, it's not just these. I have learned a lot of herbs from Uncle Ju and are familiar with pharmacology. I have another set of prescriptions that can help Senior Douluo effectively resolve some toxins in the body in the early stage. When Senior Douluo condenses the poison pill, this prescription will not be used." Douluo took the prescription again and checked it. He also studied the medicine, but it was not as powerful as the chrysanthemum pass. This prescription is indeed much better than the one he made. Although the above medicinal materials are relatively rare and expensive, they are not worth mentioning for a Kanra. "Senior Douluo, you can try whether the operation of this meditation method is effective." Douluo nodded, and after recording the trajectory, he slowly closed his eyes and his breathing gradually became longer. The soul power in his body was running according to the meditation method provided by Gu Han. Since the toxins accumulated in Douluo's body are already very deep, it is easy to feel that the indefinite poison that is precipitated in the body is turning into soul power and entering the danshan along the meridians. Douluo felt happy and opened his heart-opened eyes. It works indeed. Douluo looked at Gu Han and exclaimed, "Brother Gu is really promising before the new year. Such profound meditation methods have really been studied." Gu Han smiled and shook his head and said, "Senior Douluo is too much. Since it is a promise made by the younger generation, he will fulfill it even if he devotes his whole life. Since this meditation has an effect on Senior Douluo's poison, it's time for Senior Douluo to join the spirit hall." "Well, this is natural." Douluo nodded. Gu Han was too kind to their Douluo family, and the other party just asked him to join the Wuhan Hall. This was not an exaggeration. On the contrary, Douluo felt that the requirement was too simple. "Brother Gu, you not only have amazing combat power, but you didn't expect to be so exquisite in theory and research. I really admire you." Douluo Xin was completely impressed by Gu Han at this moment, and he was convinced. Although the two had never fought each other, he also watched the battle between Gu Han and Tang Hao. If you let yourself face one of these two people, you will probably be the same as Yu Qingtian. You may not be able to hold on for 3 rounds and you will lose. Now, with the help of theoretical knowledge, Gu Han helped their Douluo family solve the disadvantages of toxins, and this plan is feasible after practice. No wonder my father always told himself that there are people outside of people and there are heavens outside of heaven. He thought that his 18-year-old soul sect was already a genius, but now it seems that he, a genius, seemed so small in front of Gu Han. Perhaps, this is the gap between geniuses and geniuses. Brother Xin is awarded, and I am just doing my best. Now I want to congratulate you on the problem that has been bothering me for many years, and it is really a great joy. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is indeed a big happy event. Let's go and treat you today. Let's go out and have a good meal." After years of troubles were solved, Douluo's heart was untied, and he immediately swept away the feeling of introversion he had before and laughed out loud. Bibidong's eyes are bright and his eyebrows are curved. His junior brother is amazing and knowledgeable. The junior brother, who was originally not very talented, found a way to make up for his talent with his knowledge and clever mind and successfully entered the ranks of real geniuses. Now it has helped the Douluo family solve problems that cannot be solved by several generations. Sometimes, Bibidong is really curious about how his junior brother's head looks like there is nothing that the other party can't do. Whether it is fighting, theory, and practice, it is so strong that it is admirable. "Junior brother." Bibidong pulled Gu Han's sleeve, saw the other party turning his head in confusion, and smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Gu Han shook his head with some amusement and said, "Senior sister, this is nothing. Junior brother just sorted out the knowledge of the seniors for his own use. This is nothing great." Chapter 72, Gu Douluo's Surprise. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. What? Sword man, you actually accepted a disciple, or is he a disciple of the Pope? After learning about Chen Xin's disciple recruiting, Gu Rong was already very surprised, but when he learned that Chen Xin's disciple was still a disciple of the Pope, he was even more shocked and couldn't help but shout out. Chen Xin calmly took 2 steps back and pulled a little distance from Gu Rong. "I'm taking disciples, why are you excited?" "No, you are taking the Pope's disciple," and he actually agreed. Gu Rong looked shocked, turned to look at Ning Fengzi beside her, as if asking, "You two are sure they are not joining together to find my fun?" Ning Fengzi smiled elegantly and explained, "Uncle Gu, we didn't lie to you." After hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Gu Rong finally believed the amazing news, but he was still a little puzzled. "No, what's the excellence of that kid? He actually lets you, the sword man, compete with the Pope." "Ahem, Uncle Gu, it's not a robbery. The Pope was also present at the time." Brother Gu only took Uncle Jian as his teacher after the Pope nodded. How old is this person? I'm making a fuss all day long. Chen Xin couldn't help but complain. Seeing Gu Rong glaring at him, he glared back with no shame and yelled at the same time. What are you glaring? As soon as these words came out, blue veins suddenly swelled up on Gu Rong's forehead. Coward, I think you want to fight. Humph, I think you are hard, I want me to help you relax. Once the two of them have disagreements, they will start fighting. Ning Fengzi, who was standing aside, smiled bitterly to prevent the two from fighting endlessly. He quickly spoke up to change their attention. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you two calm down first, I have something to say. The two of them still gave Ning Feng a lot of face. When they heard that the other party had something to do, they both turned off, snorted coldly and sat back on their seats. Ning Fengzi breathed a sigh of relief and said, Uncle Gu, Brother Gu has a high talent in swordsmanship and is also very powerful in combat. With the power of the fourth ring soul sect, he drew against Tang Hao, who has the fifth ring soul king, with his personality and good character. Uncle Jian is also a rare person who likes him. The other party is young and his future achievements are limitless. It is a good thing for us to have such a relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. Gu Rong nodded slightly. Although he was amazed at Gu Han's strength, he also agreed with what Ning Fengzi said. The other party is leaning against the Spirit Hall, and it is only a matter of time before the rise is achieved. Like now he has become a disciple of Chen Xin again, and he is also half a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lithology sect. With this relationship, when he and the swordman grow old, Qi Bao is not afraid of the problem of a blank period without a title in the future. Of course, there is another thing, I plan to cooperate fully with the Wuhan Hall. Gu Rong had a serious expression. Fengzi, you have thought about it. Once we take the team, we will have no way back. Uncle Gu, this matter has been measured by Uncle Jian and I when we were in Wuhan City. Ning Fengzi walked to the sect leader's seat and sat down with a calm tone. Also, we have always underestimated the strength of the martial Spirit Hall. The entire continent only thinks that the Spirit Hall has only 4 or 5 titled Douluo. But when the Pope's wedding was held, when the leader of Haoshan, Tang Chen, and the worship of the Grand Holy Palace of the Great Envoy of Qiandaolio, came to the 6 titled Douluo who had never received information from us, except Pope Kyungsunji. What? Gu Rong stood up in shock and looked at Chen Xin, swordman, is Feng Zhi's true words. Chen Xin nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Feng Zhi is right. I was also present at that time. Even I couldn't see through the 6 titled Douluo. They must be all of them above level 96. I didn't expect that the Martial Soul Palace was hidden so deeply. After being confirmed, Gu Rong murmured to himself that when he was young and growing up, he never encountered too many geniuses. In other words, the Wuhan Palace had already hidden these geniuses. The Martial Soul Hall awakens martial souls for the people of the world. Although there are few people among the civilians who awaken powerful martial souls, the base is huge and the probability of talent generation is even greater. The Martial Soul Hall can provide cultivation support and protection for these civilian soul masters, and it will win more people's hearts. It can be seen from Brother Gu that relying solely on geniuses within one sect is indeed impossible to compare with everyone in the continent. Ning Fengzi sighed, and the only one who can achieve this is the Wuhan Palace. Due to the family power and aristocratic power, it is impossible for the two empires to give up their interests. Although the two empires will also pay money to the civilian soul masters, if there is no pressure from the Wuhan Hall, the two empires will probably be silent. Other forces also selectively ignore the interests of civilian soul masters for various reasons. The Spirit Hall has a profound foundation and its power spread throughout the continent. Even in remote mountain villages, there will be soul master deacons to awaken themselves every year. In this case, it is nothing more than the genius and soul saint level excavated by the Wu Soul Palace, which are far more than the sum of all the forces in the continent. How many geniuses can become titled in this generation hide in such a martial soul hall? Ning Fengzi fell into deep thought, and Gu Rong and Chen Xin were also silent. Chen Xin came to her senses first, and her voice was sonorous and powerful. Fengzi, don't think so much. Since the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect has fully cooperated with the Wuhan Hall, then we should cooperate well in the future. With me and the old bones, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect will not be ridden by the villain in one day. The old sword man is right. With us here, you can do whatever you want. Ning Fengzi felt a little warm in his heart and smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. It is a great blessing for the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect to have you here." "Okay, Fengzi, needless to say, please call the elders in the sect to come to the main hall to discuss cooperation with the Wuhan Hall." Chen Xin waved his hand. The Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect had long been regarded as his home. There was no need to say more about these words. They all knew Ning Fengzi's sincerity and ambition, so they would naturally support him. "Good." Ning Fengzi nodded. Gu Rong stood up and instantly flashed and disappeared from the spot. After a moment, the melodious bell sounded in the sect. On this day, existences above the soul saints in the sect gathered in the Seven Treasure Hall. With the support of Chen Xin and Gu Rong, Ning Fengzi opposed the opposition and established the general direction of development for decades or even 100 years in the future. In Wuhan City, King Sunji also sent Gaimei to discuss cooperation with the Kaibao Glazed Li clan. During this period, Dugubo also brought Dugu Xin to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall naturally attached great importance to the addition of a contra, and a grand welcome ceremony was held internally. Chapter 73 Tang Hao enters the capital of killing. At this time, the Haoshan sect had not yet retired. The sect was located 300 miles east of Tiandu city. It was surrounded by mountains and the scenery was beautiful and steep. The sect was built at the foot of the mountain, and there were many small villages nearby. Since Tang Hao returned to the Wuhan Hall, his daily practice time has almost doubled. Every day, he ran to the back mountain to wave the big hammer, practicing Haoshan's unique skills and the hammering technique of the cloak. Although Tang Hao is also very strong in the 9 arts of Haoshan, compared with the 9 arts of Haoshan, the cloak hammering technique is more in line with him. So after he came back, he no longer practiced the 9 arts of Haoshan, but devoted himself to practicing the Chaos Cloak Hammer and the Great Sumuru Hammer. Tang Hao's move naturally attracted everyone's attention. Second brother has been like this since he returned from the Spirit Hall. If he continues to practice like this every day and night, he will not be obsessed with it, right? Tang Yuehua was very worried, although he understood that Tang Hao wanted to grow up as soon as possible after meeting his opponent. But if you are too much or too little, you may. Father, brother Hao is not a solution, we have to think of a solution. Tang Xiao also advised Tang Hao many times to ask Tang Hao to pay attention to rest and to relax his cultivation, but Tang Hao just nodded in perfunctory, and he still did whatever he should do afterwards. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Hao is like this, maybe only your grandfather can have a way. Tang Hao's performance was nothing more than the last exchange between the Pope during his wedding. Although it was a draw on the surface, everyone knew that Tang Hao lost. After all, Tang Hao is not only more than 10 levels higher than the opponent's soul power, but he is also much older. He has been away for more than 10 years before he is still tied by the opponent's foreign soul sect. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to Tang Hao, who has always been arrogant. Under such stimulation, this reaction is not surprising now. But, my grandfather seemed to have no intention of paying attention to him. Tang Yuehua watched her second brother waving the Haoshan hammer again and again on the top of the mountain, with sadness in his eyes. This situation has been maintained for more than half a month. Not only did Tang Hao not relax, but his practice time would be longer every day, and he used meditation to replace sleep at night. In this state of cultivation, it is like being possessed by the devil. How can people not worry? In fact, Tang Chen did not care about Tang Hao's situation in the past half-month. On the contrary, he had been secretly observing Tang Hao's condition. Actually, there is nothing to worry about. It's almost done. Tang Chen talked to himself, and then threw the Haoshan hammer in his hand at random and threw it towards Tang Hao, who was practicing. This attack did not use any soul power, and the power was controlled within the range that the other party could bear. Tang Tian first reacted, but when he saw that his grandfather took action, he didn't have too much worry. Tang Hao's eyes sterned, and he reacted almost immediately, and the hammer had reached its peak. The big Sumuru hammer, a messy cloak. Tang Hao roared, his eyes red, and his voice echoed on the top of the mountain. The Haoshan hammer grows in the wind, swings hard, and the hammer body collides, and the terrifying shock wave spreads around with Tang Hao as the center. Tang Tian stood in front of Tang Yuehua and blocked all the impact for the other party. The Haoshan hammer that Tang Chen threw out casually flew out and was held in his hand again by Tang Chen. Tang Hao was half kneeling on the ground with a big hammer because he was too exhausted. No, not bad, Hao's cloak hammering technique has been perfect. Tang Chen appeared next to Tang Hao almost instantly, and his speed was faster than the titled Douluo of the Agile attack system. Grandfather. Tang Hao stood up and bowed his hand. Father. Grandfather. Tang Tian and the other two also came over. Tang Chen waved his hand and signaled that there was no need to be polite. Then he looked at Tang Hao and asked seriously, Tang Hao, if you want to become stronger, it is useless to practice blindly like this. I would also like to ask my grandfather for guidance. Tang Hao's eyes were firm, and those eyes that longed to become stronger made Tang Chen see the shadow of his youth in a trance. Maybe people will feel this way when they are old, and they will eventually see their shadows in some outstanding juniors, and thus feel good about them. Tang Hao's aura of moving forward and not fearing all enemies is really like him. It is precisely because of this that throughout the Haoshan sect, he loves this grandson even more. However, I have a way to make you stronger quickly. If you succeed, you will gain a field. If you fail, you will die. I'll give you 3 days to consider. If you think about it, come to me. Father, this. Before Tang Tian could speak, he was interrupted by Tang Chen raising his hand. Haha, grandfather, no need to think about it. As long as I can become stronger, I can bear it no matter what the price. Tang Hao laughed loudly, with great confidence. If Tang Hao could be scared by the threat of death and could not move forward, then what qualifications would he have to fight with Gu Han at the same level? A trace of appreciation flashed in Tang Chen's eyes, and his right hand was heavily placed on Tang Hao's shoulder. Okay, I'm worthy of being my good grandson. Since that's the case, you come with me. After saying that, Tang Chen turned his gaze to Tang Tian and his son, and said, Hao and I can return in at most 5 years. During this period, all the affairs of Haoshan sect will be fully responsible for Tianer. Yes, father. Tang Tian nodded, then turned his gaze to Tang Hao. Hao, I won't say anything extra to you as a father. Since you want to become stronger, then go bravely. I believe in your father that with your ability, you will definitely succeed. Brother Hao, brother and third sister are waiting for you to come back and drink and eat meat in the section. Tang Xiao solemnly grabbed Tang Hao's shoulders and encouraged Tang Hao. Second brother, you must come back safely. Tang Yuehua was staring at Tang Hao with a worried look. After this, I am afraid there will be more dangers, so how can it be worrying? Haha, brother, don't worry, third sister, Tang Hao, won't die so easily. Tang Hao laughed loudly, showing his confidence. He is Tang Hao, Tang Chen's grandson, Haoshan Double Star, possesses the top weapon and martial souls in the continent and the strongest unique skills in the continent. Without using soul skills, he is not worthy of facing the Soul Saint. After saying goodbye to several people, Tang Chen took Tang Hao away from the sect. The place they went to this time was the most dangerous place on this continent, the capital of killing. Depravity, the gathering place of soul masters, is in that special place, no one can use soul skills. Once they enter there, it means they will fall into endless battles. But as long as you can successfully complete 100 killings, you can go out of the city of killing through the Hell Road. As long as you succeed, you will inevitably gain a powerful field. The Realm of the God of Killing. Chapter 74 Yu Xiaogang surrounded by children of the same clan. Yu Xiaogang, it's all because of you, a waste, that's the one who separates our cultivation resources, otherwise how could our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lose such a big face this time? Yu Qingtian and a group of younger disciples surrounded Yu Xiaogang in the corner. They were all filled with righteous indignation and glared at the scum and waste in their eyes. Yu Xiaogang frowned, suppressed the fear in his heart, and gritted his teeth and retorted, Yu Qingtian, if you are causing trouble with so many disciples, aren't you afraid of the sect leader's punishment? Is the sect leader punished? Yu Qingtian snorted coldly, Yu Xiaogang, don't threaten me with the sect leader. If it weren't for your sect leader, you wouldn't be able to reach the level 10 now. If you have divided most of our cultivation resources, you will only let the martial soul fart. It's simply a shame for our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, a scum. You are not qualified to be a member of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. That's right, Yu Xiaogang, you are not qualified to be a member of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. You are a scum, get out of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Everyone's young people were emotionally inspired by Yu Qingtian. Thinking that half of their resources were inexplicably divided, resulting in unpredictable cultivation. If their martial souls were not strong, except for Haoshan sect, the other disciples of the sect could still deal with it. But the strongest person in the younger generation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was defeated by Tang Hao Two Hammers, which was a shame to the sect. If it weren't for the useless Yu Xiaogang, Yu Qingtian might have been a high-level soul sect or even a soul king. How could he lose so badly with his dragon transformation skills? Everything is the fault of this wasteful guy Yu Xiaogang. Waste, waste, you're a scum. Sounds of waste kept piercing into Yu Xiaogang's ears, into his heart, and destroying his self-esteem. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists, his veins bulged, and tears rolled in his eyes, and he felt very aggrieved. A group of waste, their skills are not as good as others. They don't want to practice well, but they are doing something noisy here. A strong voice sounded deep in the crowd, like a thunder sound on the ground, silenced everyone. Everyone automatically made way out and turned around and saw Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian standing behind them. Yu Yuanzhen's eyes were even more fierce, and his eyes swept across everyone one by one, and finally frozen on Yu Qingtian. All the people who were swept by their eyes couldn't help but lower their heads. Yu Qingtian was the same, lowering his head, not daring to look at the sect leader at all. When Yu Xiaogang saw that his old father was coming, he felt even more aggrieved and his voice choked up. Father, father, Xiaogang, come here. Yu Yuanzhen sighed in his heart. The degeneration of the martial soul had already brought heavy blows to the other party. Now that he was insulted by his fellow tribes, how could he not feel wronged? After all, it is his own son, and his son has not given up yet. As a father, how could he give up this son? Yu Xiaogang took heavy steps, step by step, walked past everyone, came to his father, lowered his head, and said nothing. Second brother, please take Xiaogang down to rest. Yu Luomian nodded. Although he was dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogang, he did not disobey at this time due to his elder brother's face and turned around and left. After the two left, Yu Yuanzhen turned his gaze to the disciples and said no longer. Seeing that the sect leader was silent, all the disciples were so angry that they did not dare to breathe, and they all lowered their heads and pretended to be quails. Well. Yu Yuanzhen sighed and his tone eased slightly, it was this sect who treated you badly. I know you were dissatisfied with my arrangements, but Xiaogang is also a direct disciple of my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Since the founding of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he has never abandoned any direct disciple. The patriarchs of all generations have taught us to treat every direct disciple well. I often talk about it. Have you forgotten? Sect Master, we. Yu Qingtian lowered his head and wanted to explain, but how could Yu Yuanzhen let the other party say it? Okay, I know the resentment in your heart. When I was as old as you, I had already abandoned all the resources of the sect, entered the Thunder Canyon alone, traveled to Douluo continent, relied on my own, and continued to improve myself, so that I can achieve what I am today. You are just verbally insulting your sect brothers because you lack a little cultivation resource and don't take the clan rules seriously at all. What achievements will you achieve in the future? If you really want to become stronger, then go out and make a fortune, make a name for me, so that I will not insult my face as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. If you can't make it out, this sect will not blame you. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is always the most solid backing behind you and your home. Just as mine, as mentioned earlier, no matter what happens, my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect will never give up any direct child. After saying this, all the disciples showed shame on their faces, and Yu Qingtian even thrust out and knelt on one knee. Sect Master, it's me that's wrong. I shouldn't treat my fellow tribe like that. What you said is just a little resource. At worst, we can go out and fight for it ourselves. Staying in the sect is just a flower in the greenhouse. I would like to ask the sect leader to allow me to go to Thunder Canyon. I will stand at the top of this continent with my own hands and strength, just like the sect leader. I will prove to the continent that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has not declined. Yu Yuanzhen smiled with relief, walked forward and helped the other person up, and solemnly patted the other person on the shoulder. Good boy, you have ambition, but Thunder Canyon is extremely dangerous. Do you have to think about it? Sect Master, I've thought about it. Yu Qingtian's eyes were firm, and Zhang focused on his head. Since that's the case, then come with me. Yu Yuanzhen nodded slightly and turned his back. The rest of the people are all scattered. Those who are over 30 levels don't need to report to me. If you want to go out, just go out and go out. Yes, the sect leader. After Yu Yuan shook away, the disciples who remained there scattered one after another. Yu Yuanzhen brought Yu Qingtian to the back mountain of the sect. This is where he usually stays in seclusion and rarely brings people here. Boy, you want to break into Thunder Canyon, although you are very brave, but your strength is still a little insufficient now. I will pass on you a set of tactics and you will show me your attention. As he said that, Yu Yuanzhen just transformed his hands. Then he made a set of fierce boxing techniques in front of Yu Qingtian, each of which carried the thunderous momentum. The boxing technique was fierce and mysterious. It was his understanding of the martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex when he broke through the title. Combined with dragon transformation, the powerful power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul can be greatly exerted. I didn't rush out in the second round, Wu Vu, I couldn't be resurrected next week and could only be put on the shelves in a mess. Chapter 75 Chen Xian's Teaching. The impact of this Pope's wedding is very great for the younger generation. Especially after seeing the battle between Tang Hao and Gu Han, those who used to claim to be genius no longer had any voices, but just practiced wholeheartedly and were no longer arrogant. Of course, there are those who are striving for progress, and there are also those who are unable to recover after being hit. But the aftermath of this Pope wedding brought great impact to the younger generation in the mainland. All major sects and academies have also strengthened their cultivation tasks for disciples and students. For a moment, a wave of cultivation craze arose across the continent. At this time, Gu Han was also receiving the spur of Jian Douluo, and was either being beaten or on the way to be beaten every day. Chen Xin can be said to be a strict teacher, and her requirements for Gu Han are very strict, which is enough to show that the other party really wants to teach Gu Han a unique skill. Although the process is not very beautiful, the journey of cultivation is to forge ahead, so how can there be any beauty? With Chen Xin's teaching and torture, Gu Han's swordsmanship and combat effectiveness are also steadily improving. Catch it! On the martial arts field, Gu Han slashed out with a sword, and a sword energy with extremely strong ice attributes slashed out, shattering all the wooden stakes in front of him as the target. Junior brother is so awesome. In this small atmosphere of Bibidong, it also brought a sense of existence to the facts. During the 6 months when Chen Xin taught Gu Han, Bibidong would always watch, and Chen Xin would also guide her. However, compared to Gu Han's miserableness, Chen Xin treated Bibidong much more gently. Gu Han is now 13 years old. With this period of high-intensity training, the energy accumulated in his body has been developed, and his soul power has reached level 48 and Bibidong level 13 years old, level 48, the Shrek 7 monsters of the same age as the original work is higher. In terms of combat, Tang San is probably able to compete with him, and the rest are just a few more swords. About the 7 killing realm, this is a martial soul for the master. I am afraid that I cannot teach you, but as a master, you can impart your understanding of the domain to you. Compared with quality, the 7 killing sword is much stronger than the Haoshan hammer based on its own domain. If it weren't for Tang Chen's existence and the number of people in the Haoshan sect, the name of the world's #1 martial soul would probably belong to the 7 killing sword. Chen Xin stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Han with satisfaction. In just half a year, he practiced the 7 killing sword technique and 7 killing sword chi to the level of entering the hall. He is so talented that he is much better than his father. If this child's martial soul is the 7 killing sword, what kind of scene would it be? I'm afraid that when the other party grows up, the name of the world's #1 martial soul is a foregone conclusion. Domain, this is a very rare ability. It is closely related to the user's martial soul, and it is also an ability to evolve and sublimate the martial soul. Once the soul master awakens out of the realm, his combat power will be greatly enhanced. In the domain, soul masters can obtain powerful full attribute enhancement and weaken the full attributes of enemies in the domain. The realm of being a master is when the martial soul evolves at level 70, thus giving birth to itself. There are 3 ways to obtain the fields. First, the martial soul level reaches a certain level, and there will be after level 70 or 90 probability self is born. The second type is to obtain the realm with the help of external forces. As far as I know, as long as you can fight out of the hell road of the city of killing, you can obtain a powerful realm of the god of killing, but it is extremely likely to die there. As for the third type, it is that the soul master's understanding of his martial soul reaches a terrible level, and cooperates with powerful mental power to practice acquired self-cultivation. He has never heard of a soul master who has walked this path. Since I awakened the 7 killing realm, I have already integrated the 7 killing sword. Chen Xin said that the 7 killing sword appeared behind him, centered on him, and unfolded a field exclusively belonging to swords and murderous aura. This field is not targeted by Gu Han, but Gu Han can feel the power of it. This field not only weakens the enemy and strengthens itself, but also can suppress the enemy in terms of mental power. It is indeed a very powerful soul skill. Chen Xin even integrated his sword skills into it, achieving the realm of unity of man and sword, and the realm of domain entering the body. Each sword carries a terrifying mental impact, and its power cannot be underestimated. It can be said that it has developed an alternative usage of the domain. Everyone's Tao is often not something that can be taught in words. The dust heart is pointed like a sword, pointing to Gu Han's eyebrows, and using his spiritual power to pass on his own insights to Gu Han. This is my lifelong understanding of swordsmanship and understanding of the domain. Whether you can condense your own domain depends on your own. Master leads you to the door, and you rely on your own practice. Many things cannot be taught by teaching. Most of them need to be understood by themselves. All Master can do is to ensure that you do not go wrong and broadcast on demand when appropriate. The insights are entered into the nameless law that is automatically engraved into the mind, forming a word sword with a strong murderous intent. Gu Han only needs to observe the word sword to personally experience Jian Douluo's lifelong sword art, which is more convenient to comprehend. Opening his eyes slightly, Gu Han saluted respectfully. Thank you, teacher. This insight is no less helpful to Gu Han than the fairy grass. With these insights, Gu Han can learn from other things, which is of great help to understand his own field. Moreover, the perception of swordsmanship is also very important to him. The unknown method has completely burned this. I just need to slowly understand it and then integrate it with my own swordsmanship to verify it, which can help me take a big step in the road of swordsmanship. Although the 7 killing sword technique and 7 killing sword technique are powerful, they are not Gu Han's own sword technique after all. What Gu Han wants to do is not to perfectly replicate Chen Xian's sword path, but to stand on the shoulders of Chen Xian's sword path, so that there will be an extra light on the road ahead. Well, that's all I can teach you now. The rest depends on you to understand. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can come to the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect to find me at any time with the token Feng Zhi gave you. Chen Xian has been out for more than half a year. After all, he is the elder of the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect and should not be left outside for a long time. Now he has taught Gu Han everything he can teach, and he has not much left to help Gu Han. He can only provide appropriate guidance when Gu Han encounters confusion. Master, are you going back? Gu Han naturally heard Chen Xian's farewell intention. To be honest, although he had only been together for half a year and was often beaten by the other party was really nice to him and almost gave him a gift. Now he suddenly wanted to say goodbye, and he was very reluctant to let him go. Uncle Jian, are you going back now? Even Bibidong was a little reluctant. Jian Douluo not only taught Gu Han in the past 6 months, but also taught her a lot, and she was also very good. She really reluctant to let Jian Douluo leave. Haha, there is a banquet that will last forever. Chen Xian saw that the second little girl was reluctant to leave, so he smiled heartily and comforted him. Besides, I am just going back to the sect, not farewell to you forever. If you want me, come to the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect to see me at any time. Gu Han and Bibidong looked at each other, and although they were reluctant to leave, they still nodded honestly. Master, let me and my senior sister give you a ride. Hey, there's no need. As he said that, Chen Xian stood on the 7 killing sword, flew in the air, and glanced at the two of them with relief. Xiao Han, Dong say goodbye. After saying that, Chen Xian soared into the sky with his sword, and soon turned into a flowing light and flew away from the two of them. Gu Han and Bibidong bowed to the direction of Chen Xian's departure at the same time, watching Chen Xian's departure silently. Chapter 76 3 years of discussion between senior and sister. Time flies, and 3 years pass by in a flash. Gu Han and Bibidong have already broken through the level 50 mark at this time and become the 5-ring Soul King. Junior brother, look at the sword. In the martial arts performance, the 13-year-old Bibidong was tall, wearing a lilac battle suit, with a bit of sharpness between his eyebrows, which made him look very heroic. At this time, Bibidong's style of painting can be said to be completely distorted. He should have been a pure and playful, lively and simple girl, but with Gu Han's intervention, he has now grown into a heroic female hero who likes to play with swords. Of course, Bibidong's playful and agile style that should have been has not been worn away by the years. Bibidong's sword comes from the same source as Gu Han, sharp, unpredictable, and murderous intent. Ding! Gu Han's sword is standing horizontally in front of him. He used his sword body to block the tip of Bibidong's sword. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His figure was upright, wearing a blue dress, like a banished immortal coming to the dust. Senior sister, you still lack strength. Bibidong bulged his cheeks slightly, put away his sword and stabbed it again, and his soul power was injected into it. The purple-black sword energy wrapped around the sword body, and each sword carried powerful power. Ding 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 ding, the sound of metal collision kept ringing. The two of them moved around and moved with their sword energy. Bibidong saw that they could not break through Gu Han's defense for a long time. The sword momentum changed, with hardness and softness, and a strange force entangled Gu Han's sword. This sword technique was improved by Gu Han based on the principles of Tai Chi sword and combined with the nameless method. It is hard and soft and steel, and it is a headache to deal with those extremely violent attack soul masters. Junior brother, if you don't have enough power, then let you try this Tai Chi sword technique. Bibidong smiled confidently. This Tai Chi sword technique was very suitable for her. She found that this sword technique was not just a sword technique. When she practiced the sword, she often found that she would blend with nature, as if she had transformed into heaven and earth, covering everything. Even the soul power will become deeper, twice as much as before, below his level. Just above the attainments of Tai Chi swordsmanship, even Gu Han cannot be said to surpass the other party. You should be said to be a genius. As long as you are willing to learn and understand anything, you will be much faster than ordinary people. Gu Han was also interested and used the Tai Chi sword to entangle with Bibidong's sword, and the two sides had their strength intertwined. Suddenly, Bibidong took the lead in attacking, and his sword body shook suddenly, shaking the vortex like a slug. The sword body drew a soft arc, which seemed gentle and slow, but in fact it was hidden and surging, and was strong and fierce. The sword slashed towards Gu Han like the spring breeze blowing on the willows. Gu Han's eyes sterned, and he did not dare to be careless. His steps were slightly turned under his feet. The Xianshuang sword also drew an arc, leading the opponent's sword to the side, and at the same time, he counterattacked with a rapid sword and pointed directly into Bibidong's chest. Seeing this, Bibidong rotated his body with the power guided by Gu Han, and his body was light and elegant. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, slashing out a sword energy to resolve Gu Han's attack. The two brothers and sisters went back and forth, and the sword force was round and turned, which seemed soft, but the murderous intent was hidden in it. Countless sword energy were pulled together by strange forces, either flying outside the field, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground, or cancelling each other out of the sword intent vortex. Drink! Bibidong Jiao shouted, exerted force again, and the sword force suddenly changed, and the soul power in his body reached its extreme, breaking the strange balance again. Countless sword energy burst out like a storm, sweeping towards Gu Han. Gu Han took a deep breath and also activated his soul power to the extreme. The sword body quickly rotated in front of him, forming one ventilated sword curtain after another, blocking all Bibidong's attacks. Gu Han only wanted to give Bibidong a move in this battle, but he had no intention of winning. He used defense instead of attack. The Tai Chi sword intent was like a huge vortex, swallowing Bibidong's sword energy. Entangled all the sword energy into a ball, Gu Han rotated along the changes of force, slowly dispersing the sword energy around little by little. At the same time, the sword force sealed itself tightly, making it impossible to get closer. Bibidong had already withdrawn his sword and watched Gu Han dissolve all the sword energy. Junior brother, you are still good at swords. Senior sister is not your opponent. Bibidong felt ashamed of her. All her sword moves came from her junior brother. Although she received the serious guidance from Sword Douluo for half a year, she still brought her more. Gu Han smiled and waved his hand. Senior sister is the proud daughter of heaven. Although the martial soul is not a sword, the talent of swordsmanship impressed the junior brother. In just 3 years, he had already realized the true meaning of Tai Chi. To be honest, Gu Han was really surprised. You must know that the reason why he was able to understand the true meaning of Tai Chi so quickly was because he had the help of the nameless method, while Bibidong relied on his talent. At this point, Gu Han felt inferior. The true meaning of Tai Chi is not only used on swords. The so-called Tai Chi cares about not the moves. As long as the mind is understood, no matter what weapon is used or the bare hands and empty fists, you can carry the power of Tai Chi. The reason why Gu Han wanted to perfect this thing was to target the Haoshan hammer martial soul, which was rushing and had a qi-locking effect. It can even be said that it was specially designed to target Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. In terms of strength, whether it is a sword, gun, sword, or halberd, it is definitely not as good as a big hammer. After all, the size and weight are placed there. After the last battle with Tang Hao, Gu Han knew that it was not a wise move to fight against Haoshan hammer, and some skills needed to be paid attention to. Fortunately, he had the profound historical experience in his previous life and theories of martial arts. Isn't the Tai Chi sword created by the great master Zhang Sanfan specifically used to deal with these ruffians who wield a big hammer to smash people? No matter how powerful the Haoshan hammer is, as long as I entangle you when you first hammer, letting you fall into the mud, and leaving you with brute force and unable to start. Moreover, everyone was deviated by the soft appearance of Tai Chi. In fact, this is only half of Tai Chi. How can a soft Tai Chi be called Tai Chi? There is hardness and softness, not only softness, but also hardness and strength. The combination of the two is the real Tai Chi. Speaking of it, junior brother, who would win the championship in this year's Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition? Bibidong sat on the roof, holding his chin with both hands, muttering boredly. Yes, during the Zhengzheng Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition, however, the finals are in the Tiandu Emperor capital. The Martial Soul Hall in the original work was the first time, and it was held in Tiandu and Xingluo Imperial City in the past. At this time, all major forces were there, and the Wuhan Hall was led by Ling Yuan, who had already been promoted to the title. After eating the coxcomb phoenix acre, the Pope's martial soul evolved into a top martial soul fire phoenix, with the ultimate flame. In addition, he absorbed another 10,000-year soul bone, and his strength increased greatly. He directly broke through to level 89. After that, he settled for a period of time and successfully broke through to level 90. Under King Sunji's leadership, he hunted a 99,000-year-old fire eagle, which had part of the phoenix bloodline. After obtaining the soul ring, his soul power increased greatly and he directly reached the peak of level 93. Similarly, it is not just Ling Yu and Douluo. The two Zhu Gui also broke through to the realm of titled Douluo one after another. Compared with the original work, it took more than 10 years. Chapter 77 Bibidong's Thoughts. Well, my junior brother can't fully predict this, but I believe that the Spirit Hall will definitely get a good ranking. Gu Han shook his head slightly. They did not participate in this competition. Although they were of the right age, the current Senior Soul Master Elite competition was like a child playing house, and it was meaningless to them. The prizes for this competition are just a title and fame, and by the way, 25,000-year-old soul bones. To be honest, this reward is quite a lot, but compared to the final prize of the War Soul Palace in the original work, it seems insignificant. The title is even more unattractive to Gu Han and Bibidong. Moreover, this competition is really meaningless. Gu Han and Bibidong didn't even go to watch the game. Bibidong shook his head, then suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "By the way, junior brother, the Lantern Festival in Coconut Forest City will be here in a few days. I heard that the night there is the most beautiful and busiest city in the mainland. Anyway, we have nothing to do, so why don't we go there to play?" Coconut Forest City. Gu Han remembered that it seemed like a place for young men and women to make wishes on dates, and the lanterns represented the beautiful imagination of couples about the future. Gu Han raised his eyebrows jokingly, "Senior sister, that place is a place where only couples can go." Bibidong's face turned red, and he hugged his arms and turned his head. "Humph, no one can go if he says he is not a couple. I'm going to go, you must go with me, otherwise next time I see Uncle Jian, I will say you bullied me and let him teach you a lesson." Well. Gu Han twitched slightly. In the past, he used to press Qian Sunji to suppress himself, but later, because of the busy test, Qian Sunji was happy to see the way of getting along between his senior and sisters. Every time he just said a few words and then passed. But Chen Xin is different. This master is very fond of Bibidong, a lively child with excellent talent. Every time Bibidong said that he bullied her, Gu Han would be beaten hard. Okay. To be honest, Gu Han didn't want to refuse to play with Bibidong, he just wanted to tease the other party. Bibidong's mouth suddenly curled up a proud arc, then we agreed that we will set off tomorrow, and we will beg you. As he said that, Bibidong and others left Gu Han's vision while flashing. After Bibidong left completely, Gu Han smiled. To be honest, Bibidong is very beautiful. At first, he was also tempted, but in his later contact, Gu Han discovered many of Bibidong's advantages and disadvantages. 4 years of time can be said to be very long. The other party was like an elf, and he was inseparable from him almost every day, pestering him to tell stories, pestering him to teach her martial arts, and sometimes he would make trouble for himself. Long-term relationship made Bibidong enter Gu Han's heart, making Gu Han no longer just value the other person's appearance. Bibidong jogged all the way to his room, his face slightly red, and his heart was like a deer bumping into him. When he first met his junior brother, Bibidong was very curious about the other party, curious about why the master took the other party a person with a level 5 soul power innately. At the same time, I was also excited that I was finally no longer alone, and I had another playmate from then on. Out of curiosity and excitement about having a playmate, Bibidong quickly got involved with Gu Han. During the contact process, Bibidong found that his junior brother was very gentle, and there were many interesting stories in his head, and he also taught himself that fighting was not just about martial souls. At the same time, the other party is very serious about the theory of martial souls and is very patient with himself. He always explains those theories clearly to himself in a few words. In addition, my junior brother's appearance is also very good. Later, after the ice lotus was sacrificed, his hair turned white, and his junior brother's special temperament became even more attractive to her aesthetics. In the following years, I always pestered my junior brother and often made trouble for me, but the other party always treated me with a gentle and patient smile. Tell yourself stories, explain your knowledge of martial souls, and explain your understanding of swordsmanship. After years of getting along, Bibidong found that he could no longer live without his junior brother, and he completely entered his heart. But she didn't know what her junior brother was thinking. Bibidong always felt that although she was the other party's senior sister, the other party always took care of herself as her sister. This is how I tested it just now, but I didn't expect that my junior brother would still be the same. I can't understand her sincerity, and I'm like a straight man at this time. Fortunately, the other party agreed. Bibidong's little face turned red when he thought of dating his junior brother. But then Bibidong shook his head again, gently patting his hot face with his little hand. 2 little Bibidong appeared, one black and one pink. Fan, what if my junior brother just treats me as my senior sister? Hey, if he refuses, I will make him faint and then pull him into the secret room used for retreat. Fan, this is not good. Hey, what's wrong? Be more domineering in life. Such an excellent junior brother, do you want to watch him be with other women? Fan, but... Black Bibidong made a rocket hammer and flew the pink Bibidong, then looked at Bibidong with a tangled face. Bibidong knocked the black Bibidong away with a bang, but she still had a layer of bad thoughts in her heart. Gee, forget it, take it slowly, it really doesn't work, let's talk about something that can't work. Although Bibidong is young, the domineering side hidden deep in her heart gradually emerged, although she herself did not notice it. Yet. Gu Han, who had just returned to the dormitory to prepare for a beautiful bath, suddenly sneezed a big shot, but he did not take this matter to heart, rubbed his nose and entered the bathroom. 40 minutes later, Gu Han walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and sat on the sofa with a lazy look on his face. Ha! It's so comfortable. Gu Hanshu sat comfortably on the sofa for a long time, but did not enter the state of cultivation. After all, I agreed to my senior sister and set off for Coconut Forest City tomorrow. He had to prepare, but then again, there seemed to be nothing to prepare. Just bring enough money. Thinking back to the fact that every time he went out with Bibidong to hunt souls, the other party squandered a lot of golden soul coins after he met. After buying it, I even think about his small vault. Coconut Forest City. This place is really special. In the anime, the place where Bibidong and Yu Xiaogang are in love became Bibidong's lifelong pain. Even after the war was launched, his subordinates were not allowed to destroy every tree and grass inside. However, after his own multiple transformations, Bibidong should no longer fall in love with the Jade Belt Master who is farting, right? Chapter 78 Coconut Forest City. The next day, Gu Han was still wearing a blue dress, with long white hair neatly scattered behind his head, and his temperament was outstanding. Now his height has been frozen. His height is 188, and he can't be said to be tall in the fantasy world, but he can't be short. Anyway, Gu Han is quite satisfied with his height. It's not good to be too tall. After all, he looks like a big fool. Before waiting for too long, Bibidong walked out of the Saints' Hall, wearing a light pink long skirt, with a slim figure, a little light makeup on her face, and a white lily headdress on her long burgundy hair, adding a bit of brightness to it. Just like the Nine Heavens fairy descending to earth and turning into the most beautiful elf in the world. Gu Han was a little lost for a moment. Although Bibidong used to be not wearing makeup and was also beautiful, now he obviously dressed up carefully, his heart was slightly accelerated. Senior sister, you. Bibidong was delighted when he saw Gu Han looking at him dumbly, and showed a playful smile on his face, and stretched out his fair and slender fingers to gently tap Gu Han's forehead. What are you going to be stupid? Let's go quickly. It should be said that the soul masters of Douluo continent develop really fast. Obtaining a soul ring is like ripening in advance. Bibidong, the 5-ring soul king, was already 177 years old at this time, only half a head shorter than Gu Han. Bibi's east skirt swayed, walked in front, and jumped onto the carriage. This carriage is not the kind of cabin-like flying soul beast owned by Conra, but an ordinary horse with excellent quality. Junior brother, come over quickly. Bibidong sat on the edge of the carriage and waved to Gu Han, who was stunned with a smile. Gu Han then came to his senses, reached out and touched his forehead, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Here you. Gu Han sat on the other side of the carriage and took the reins. Seeing that Bibidong had no intention of sitting in, he asked, Senior sister, aren't you going to sit in? Bibidong glanced at her mouth, I'm not that delicate, and I can also see the scenery on the road outside. Seeing this, Gu Han didn't say anything more and drove away from Wuhan City. Now both of them are the 5-ring soul kings, and they can be regarded as little masters on the entire continent. Therefore, King Sunji has now educated the two of them in a free-range manner. If you don't know, you will only care if you ask them. If you don't ask, you won't interfere. At most, you will send masters to protect them secretly to avoid encountering existences above the soul saint who does not speak of martial ethics. Coconut Forest City is not far from Wuhan City. If you don't stop, you can only get there in one day. However, there were still several days before the lantern craze. The two of them did not rush to go, but instead walked and stopped on the road, playing and headed to their destination. After 4 days, the two finally arrived at Coconut Forest City. The two of them had finished their time and entered the city by the time it was already night. The streets were already bustling, and you could see many young men and women playing on the streets, talking and laughing, and the whole city was full of youthful vitality. Bibidong's eyes were bright and curiously looked around. Her eyes were frozen on the small boats placed by the river, and she pulled Gu Han's arm a little excitedly. Junior brother, let's go row. Okay. Gu Han nodded, gave the vendor a golden soul coin, and refused the other party's intention to help row. Gu Han took the long pole alone and rowed the boat away from the river. On the riverbed, there are many slowly floating lotus lanterns. The lights pass through the thin paper, emitting a soft and warm halo, outlining golden light and shadows on the water surface. The river flows slowly, carrying these lotus lanterns downstream, and gradually moving away as they move farther and farther away. The lights gradually merge into the night, like a dream, like a beautiful painting, making people immersed in this romantic and mysterious atmosphere and unable to extricate themselves. Bibidong knelt on the bow of the boat, reached out and took a lotus lantern from the water, put it in front of him to look at it for a while, and then put it back into the water. "Junior brother, it's so beautiful here." Gu Han nodded slightly and smiled. "Senior sister, we are here." At this time, the two had arrived at the busiest place in Coconut Forest City. Gu Han said that the boat stopped and handed it over to the boatman waiting at the terminal. Bibidong stood by the boat and stretched out his white and jade-like hand towards Gu Han. Gu Han smiled and slowly stretched out his hand. His hands were long and even, with clear joints of his fingers, just showing the man's sense of power without losing his elegant lines. Although the two of them practiced swords for many years, they did not grow calluses on their hands. On the contrary, they were as gentle and soft as carefully carved jade. Gu Han grabbed Bibidong's small hand, pulled it slightly, and pulled the other party ashore. "So beautiful!" Bibidong's eyes were bright. Colorful lanterns hang around the streets and alleys, reflecting the whole world like a dream. Bibidong jogged on the street, bypassing one person after another, and the corner of her skirt drifted slightly with her pace, and from time to time turned around and waved to Gu Han. A bright smile appeared on the girl's pretty face. She came to a mask-selling stall and picked up a golden mask. The mask could only block the upper half of her face, like a phoenix, with a sculpture like a phoenix on the right. She turned around, smiled gracefully, her eyes shining brightly, and handed the mask to Gu Han. "Junior brother, take it with you and have a look." "Good." Gu Han nodded with a smile, and put this exquisitely crafted mask on his face, which immediately added a mysterious and cold feeling to Gu Han's originally bright facial features. Under the mask, the deep eyes were slightly staring at the girl, and the warm smile on the corner of her mouth made a faint blush climb on the girl's fair cheeks. But immediately, the girl turned her eyes away and muttered, "Junior brother, please choose one for me too." Gu Han nodded slightly, his eyes swept over all the masks one by one, and finally fixed on a rabbit mask. "I remember that my senior sister likes cute little animals like rabbits, just this one." When Bibidong saw Gu Han choose a rabbit mask that only children would wear, his eyes twitched slightly. "What, junior brother, you're too rustic. I'm not a child anymore." Sorry, then this one is it." Gu Han also realized this. Although Bibidong was not old at this time, his figure and psychological age could actually be regarded as a girl of 18 or 19 years old in his previous life. This rabbit mask was indeed a little unsuitable for the other party. She smiled awkwardly and then picked up a silver fox mask from the stall. "Humph, forget it, just rabbit." Unexpectedly, Bibidong bulged his cheeks slightly, half-weared the rabbit mask on his forehead, and smiled playfully. "How is it? It looks good." "Senior sister is beautiful and looks good when wearing anything." Tisk, old-fashioned compliments. Bibidong was happy in his heart, but he curled his lips in disgust on the surface, and was immediately attracted by the candy in the stall opposite. Chapter 79 The Kongming Lamp with Special Meaning. The person who made the flower candy was an old craftsman. The other party looked over 50 years old. The sugar liquid was boiled like golden glass, shining with a warm light. On the stall, there are all kinds of cute little animals and various beautiful flowers. Each flower candy is lifelike and exudes a crystal clear and gentle golden luster. Seeing Bibidong, a beautiful girl staring at the ones on her stall with curiosity, she smiled and said, "Little girl, if you like, you can tell me, I'll make it for you." Bibidong turned around and waved to Guhan, who was paying the owner of the mask stall. "Junior brother, come here quickly, look at these candies, so beautiful." When Guhan heard this, he placed a golden soul coin on the mask stall and came to Bibidong. His nose moved, and he could clearly smell the sweet smell of the flower candy, and said with a smile, "Boss, can we try to do it ourselves?" Bibidong's eyes were bright when he heard this, and he looked at the stall owner with anticipation. Okay, all right." The stall owner could not stand being stared at by such a beautiful girl without refusing. Anyway, it wouldn't be blamed for not doing it well. It doesn't matter if the young people are allowed to play with it. Just give the money. According to the booth owner's teaching, Guhan had a pretty good understanding. Based on his memory, he drew Sun Wuzi holding the golden cudgel. Although there were some flaws in the details, overall, it was obvious who Guhan was painting. "Ah, my junior brother is Sun Wukong." Bibidong's eyes lit up. The majestic golden monkey, phoenix wings, golden armor, and golden cudgel. These elements are combined. Isn't it the image of the Monkey King Sun Wukong in Journey to the West that my junior brother and I told him? Guhan nodded with a warm smile on his lips. "Well, but there seems to be a little flaw." The vendor owner was full of questions. "Sun Wukong, who is that? Is that famous? I'll try it too." Bibidong suddenly became interested, and compared the candy in Guhan's hand. He tried it little by little. After failing a few times, Bibidong finally showed a happy smile on his face, and picked up his masterpiece and smiled to Guhan like a show-off. "See, junior brother, I've succeeded." "Haha, both of them are very smart. It takes an average of people with this candy to learn for a long time before they can get started." The vendor smiled, and at the same time he also reflected the appearance of the candy made by the two of them into his mind, planning to try it himself. For some reason, he always felt that the monkey had a majestic and upright feeling. "Thank you, master, for letting us try. This is a little bit of caution, don't refuse." Guhan smiled and handed the vendor 10 golden soul coins. He and his senior sister were wasting each other a lot of time, and the other party also taught them some intangible cultural heritage skills, so it was appropriate to give some tuition. "Oh, nothing." Although the vendor boss said that he was fine, he honestly put the golden soul coins in his arms. "You know, these are 10 golden soul coins. He can't make so much money even if he sells flower candy for a year." Bibidong ran in the sea of lamps with Guhan's arm. The girl's smile on her face was sweet and brilliant, without any artificiality. It was so natural and beautiful that it made people unable to take their eyes off. Bibidong bought a Kongming lantern and pulled Guhan to an arch bridge. She pasted the portraits of herself and Guhan on the lantern paper. "Junior brother," the boss said, "make a wish to the lamp and then let it fly, and it can be realized." "Maybe we have a wish." "Okay, then senior sister, please agree first." "Well, I hope I can be with my junior brother forever." Bibidong is not a shy girl. At this time, he mustered up the courage to express his feelings, and stared at Guhan's face with expectant eyes. Guhan also smiled when he heard this. The girl's feelings were all shown to the surface today. How could Guhan not feel it? "I also hope to be with my senior sister forever in the future." Bibidong's face showed a happy smile. "It turned out that my junior brother always liked him." "Humph, just talking about your charm, how could you not be able to defeat your mere junior brother?" The two of them set off the Kongming lanterns that were attached to the portraits of the two. Under the night sky, countless Kongming lanterns slowly floated, rising towards the sky like a group of fireflies. Each Kongming lantern emits a warm light. They fly farther and higher, and the starry lights gradually merge with the distant night, as if they turn into stars in the sky. This light seems to embody the hope and longing of young men and women for the future. Bibidong hugged Guhan's arm and leaned his head against each other's shoulders. The two of them quietly stared at the light that belonged to them in the sky. The corners of the ghostly lips hiding in the dark to protect the two of them outlined a smile of comforting aunt. Gu Han and Bibidong can be said to be children who grew up under his nose. Both of them are excellent, talented, and beautiful, and now they can get together, which is a good story. The senior and sister snuggled together, and neither of them spoke first, and just quietly enjoyed the moments that were of special significance to the two. At this moment, the colorful lights seemed to have become the background board for the two. After a while, Bibidong turned his head and looked up at Gu Han. Gu Han also lowered his head slightly and looked at Bibidong. "Junior brother, do you think master will object to us?" Gu Han smiled and stretched out his spare hand to gently tidy up Bibidong's hair. "Senior sister, I promise you that no matter who objects, we will not be separated. And, senior sister, do you think your master will object to us?" Bibidong thought about it and shook his head. "No, master is so nice to us, and there is no rule in the Wuhan Palace that says that senior and sisters cannot be together." After years of getting along, Gu Han discovered that Qian Sunji was not that bad. On the contrary, the other party treated him and Bibidong sincerely and gave them any good things. At the same time, it is also a free-range education for them. As long as they do not make mistakes, they basically do whatever they want, and sometimes they even support their ideas. The reason why Qian Sunji opposes Bibidong in the original work is because of Yu Xiaogong's identity. A genius who was rare in the martial soul palace in a century was finally cultivated and was kidnapped by a disciple of an outer sect. He was also a waste whose soul power could not break through level 29. No one could do it. Agree. You should know that Bibidong's talent is a perfect super Douluo, and it is also a twin martial soul. In terms of combat power, it must be higher than that of ordinary titled Douluo. As for some people, King Sunji took over Bibidong as his disciple, but he went with bad intentions. This statement sounds very reasonable. But Gu Han felt that this was simply untenable. If you want to inherit the words of the Wuhan Palace, Qian Sunji has no need to accept the other party as his disciple, just be a child bride to train him. Accepting disciples is completely unnecessary. As for the face issue, there are more people who are raising child brides on this continent, especially among various families. This is basically the norm in Douluo continent. Moreover, Gu Han saw what Qian Sunji did after getting along over the years. He only had the favor of Bibidong for his younger generation, and he could not see any evil thoughts at all. Although I don't know what Chihiroji's attitude towards being with him and his senior sister, he will definitely not react as fiercely as the original work. After all, no matter what he said, he was a member of the Wuhan Palace and also a disciple of the other party. Now the other party also sees his talent and potential. The possibility of opposition is not high. Chapter 80 The 8th Exam That is Wonderful. The Lantern Festival lasted more than a day, and the senior and sisters and brothers visited Coconut Forest City for a few days before setting off to return to Wuhan City. The incident between the senior and sisters and brothers in Coconut Forest City was naturally one step ahead of time and was learned about it by King Sunji and several worshippers. In response to this, Qian Sunji just smiled, waved away the people sent by Gui Douluo, and looked at the venerate and said confidently, "I have long seen Ziohan and Dong'er's little thoughts on each other. There is nothing surprising about them who can get to this day." Now King Sunji has passed the Angel 7 test, and his soul power level has reached the peak of level 98. The age of the soul ring has been upgraded from the previous standard configuration to a terrifying configuration of 2 purples, 6 blacks and 1 red. The state of mind was also more fulfilling. He was happy to see the development of his 2 disciples. There is nothing worth talking about when men get married, when women get married, when they get married, when they get married. Well, when Ziohan and Dong'er got together, it is indeed the best choice and destination for them. Qian Daoliu nodded slightly. Both of them were successors who had high expectations for the Spirit Hall and were the ones who took the lead in the future. If the two could get together, it would also be beneficial to the future of the Spirit Hall. Several worshippers also nodded in agreement. After expressing their support for the relationship between Guhan and Bibidong, several worshippers expressed their support. They turned their eyes to Kyungsunji, who was sitting cross-legged below His Highness. Qian Daoliu said with a little relief and concern, "Jir, take a break first, the content of the 8th exam will be released tomorrow." Kyungsunji had just passed the Angel 7 test. Under the siege of Kyandao, a group of worshippers insisted on a stick of incense under the siege of the worshippers. Although the worshippers showed signs of water release, Kyungsunji tried his best. "Okay, father." Kyungsunji had just nodded and planned to go back and rest, but the next moment, the card similar to a tarot card in his hand lit up, showing the content of his 8th test. "Well, you actually passed the 8th exam so soon." Qian Daoliu was a little surprised. You should know that when he was in the God test, there would be 1 to 3 days off at the end of each test, but this situation was not possible. Thinking of this, he did not worry about this anymore and asked out loud. "Let's see what it is." Kyungsunji took a look at his magical test content and twitched slightly. "What's wrong?" Qian Daoliu and several priests were both confused, and Guangling Douluo even ran to Qian Sunji to look at him, looking at him, and immediately showed a meaningful smile. "Jir, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the God's exam?" Seeing Guangling Douluo showing a strange expression, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but frown. Hearing this, Kyungsunji shook his head and said, "Father, it's nothing, it's just that the content of the 8th exam is a bit unexpectedly simple." "Stop playing the puzzle, tell me what it is." The golden crocodile Douluo urged. Kyungsunji nodded and said his 8th exam content. Successfully gave birth to children and awakened the 6-winged angel martial soul. Reward: the age of the entire soul ring between the participants and the divine tester will be increased by 5,000 years, and the soul power level will be increased by 1 level. The divine tester can mobilize the angel divine power near the spirit hall to fight. Tisk, what do you think it is? Isn't this exactly the same as my elder brother's 8th exam? The golden crocodile Douluo is the oldest, so he naturally knows the 8th test content of Qian Daoliu. He was gloating at that time, but now Kyungsunji has come again. He even doubted whether the angel Douluo of all generations were like this and was completely unwilling to the offspring, which led to the angel god personally urging him. However, this divine test can indeed be regarded as the longest divine test I have experienced. After all, not only do we have to give birth to children, but we also have to awaken the martial soul of the 6-winged angel. Even if the 6-winged angel martial soul will inevitably awaken, it will take a wait for the child to complete the martial soul awakening at the age of 6 before it can be considered as a complete completion of the God examination. Hearing this, everyone, including Qian Sunji, looked at Qian Daoliu with a gossip. Qian Daoliu gave the golden crocodile Douluo a look. The golden crocodile immediately coughed awkwardly and muttered, "Ahem, but the reward is more generous than the elder brother." He was right. At that time, Qian Daoliu's magical test did not award the participants dotly. This also caused the eldest brother's first wife to fail to break through the level 90 mark and die early due to lifespan. Qian Daoliu was still very relieved about Kyungsunji's 8th exam. He slowly walked to Kyungsunji and patted the other person's shoulder. "Jir, complete the God's examination as soon as possible. Not only will you be dispatched by this worship hall, but I will give you the position of the elders and the great worshippers." Okay, father." Qian Sunji felt sorry for his heart, and to put it bluntly, he just wanted to be a manager. Alas, suddenly, Qian Sunji also understood the old father's thoughts. He had always wanted to become stronger before, and then gain the recognition of the angel god, and would not embarrass the Qian family. Now that everything has been done, he suddenly stopped pursuing it and instantly felt bored. Even the spirit hall didn't want to care about it. He suddenly wanted Bibidong and Guhan to grow up earlier, and then retreated the Pope himself and live a life of nothing in advance. At most, they would sit like an old father squatted on the statue in the temple every day. As for the popes of all generations, they were all angel Douluo? Who said it? As far as I know, there have been other powerful men with martial souls who have served as the pope, and they will give up when the descendants of the previous angel Douluo grow up. Of course, it's nothing to not give in. This requires the worship hall in hand. This martial soul hall will always belong to the angel lineage. The great worshippers of all dynasties were level 99 extreme Douluo, and they could mobilize the power of angels, so there was no need to worry about the strange master of the spirit hall. Standing in front of the gate of Wuhan City, Bibidong suddenly recalled the words he shouted when he came back from hunting the third soul ring a few years ago, without any embarrassment. On the contrary, because of the great victory in love, I felt full of passion again. He raised his hands slightly, as if he wanted to embrace the entire Wuhan City in his arms. Martial Soul City, I'm back. Gu Han shook his head slightly, sighed, but his eyes were doting, and he reached out to caress Bibidong's soft hair. Senior sister, don't make a mistake, let's go to the city. Bibidong hugged his chest with his hands, and snorted and joked, what's wrong, junior brother, are you starting to suspect that you are not the protagonist? Gu Han held his forehead, what did this mean? What should I do if I can't keep up with the other party's brain circuit at all? Alas! I would have told Bibidong less about the novels about the Emperor Lu. I'm afraid this is not a problem, right? Are you back? A tender voice came into the ears of the two of them. They looked up and saw Guangling Douluo sitting on the edge of the city tower, holding a 10-centimeter ice arrow in his hand, and his feet were swaying in the air with their feet unharnessed. The other party used the form of incoming and secret communication to contact the two, with a meaningful smile in his eyes. We thought you would play outside for a while. Senior Guangling. Seeing this, Bibidong was not shy at all, so he reached out and took the initiative to say hello to the other party. Gu Han also bowed slightly. It seemed that the relationship between him and his senior sister had been passed on back, and it seemed that he had not been opposed.